crash landing on planet Boo and being buried under the sand. 400 years later, it had finally been rediscovered by Fang Zhao and the rest. 1. Eta is the symbol of the Alcade. Eta is the Greek letter eta. The electronic tones carried an intense and unique spatial vibe reminiscent of the boundless cosmos and minute stardust. An azure blue planet gradually passed through a glassy nebula. The main theme revealed itself to be spry, but not noisy or urgent. It had a sense of novelty upon entering one's ears. The harmonics from time to time were casual and mischievous. It was mystical with a dense and seemingly otherworldly feel. The unique and distinct melody full of rich variations made it difficult for thoughts to keep up. But if one listened carefully, there was a tinge of sorrow. It was light and could be easily missed without close attention. Before the audience could ponder over what the song actually represented, they felt a sense of novelty. What a peculiar style. Somehow, I feel a little ill-suited listening to this mystical tune. It feels sort of quiet and solitary, as if you're immersed in your own solitary world. There's no sadness, but it is strange. My whole body feels limp just from listening to this. What a strong, illusory vibe. I closed my eyes and felt as if I transcended to an alternate world. My body is covered with goosebumps right now. It's my first time hearing this genre. It's actually still okay. Chu Bo was currently excited from experiencing the new style. Wonderful. This pitch glide is too smooth. How did I not know that Fang Zhao could do this style too? Besides Chu Bo and the others, there was one other special audience member. Little Bear was listening very attentively. As a superintelligence and the controller of the Alcade, he had always wondered what sort of music was suitable enough for him to truly appreciate. He seemed to play around most of the time, but he still had the pride of a superintelligence. And now, Little Bear was crying. It wasn't a slight sobbing, but a full-fledged torrent of tears. While he cried, he took sips from a bottle every once in a while to replenish his fluids. He occasionally belched from the water. He also didn't know exactly what sort of mood this was. His heart ached a little as he recalled the 400 years on the Alcade. He suddenly remembered a conversation he had with his creator and founder of the Interplanetary Fund, Master Hung Xin. Should robots have their own sentience? Is our existence proper? Little Bear had asked. Master Hung Xin hadn't replied. It really is tough being a superintelligence. Why is it so arduous? Little Bear had grumbled. It's normal. Because you already have a soul, Master Hung Xin had said. Some questions couldn't be answered even with the brain of a superintelligence. Now, Little Bear had an impulse to bawl his eyes out because of a song. His tears wouldn't cease. He had already finished a bottle of water, yet showed no signs of stopping. Another bottle was passed over from the side. Little Bear took it, continued to replenish his fluids, and continued to cry. If it wasn't for the current setting, he would be wailing. Is this an emotional outburst? Are you superintelligences able to understand all this? The person beside asked. Little Bear replied through muffled sobs. Superintelligences also have artistic sense. Some evaluation committee members checked the duration of the song. After comparing with the previous 3 songs, they shook their heads as they realized they were only 2/3 into the song. A pity. If the song concluded here, it would definitely get high marks. On the other hand, an overly long song made it seem verbose and would cheapen the overall quality of the composition. It was a common mistake by youngsters. It's fine if Fang Zhao made this error, but how could Mo Lang not discover this problem? A few evaluation committee members glanced at Mo Lang, but weren't able to notice anything from his expression. An evaluation committee member retracted his gaze and looked at the evaluation score sheet. He had originally wanted to give an A for a particular column, but now moved his pen down to B+. Just as he was about to give his grade, he suddenly paused. Not right. His entire body quivered as if a chill had brushed over every inch of his skin. Unknowingly, the tune's momentum had changed. If the first 2/3 of Eta was like a solitary voyage into the boundless and empty void, then the last segment was like an overlooking gaze that emerged from behind. The mysterious and fascinating communities hidden within millions of stars were revealed. They had silently waited. There was an ice-cold feeling. The listeners saw the stars move over time and observed the transformations of the world. Exotic electronic notes, both incisive and cold, entered their eardrums. It wasn't an intense mechanical feel, but more like a freezing electrical current. It made their hair stand on end. It was like a monster had suddenly appeared. It was definitely something from another world. A monster. Too astonishing. The evaluator even reached his hand up to wipe his forehead, even though he didn't know if there was any sweat. A few evaluators were still in a daze even after the music stopped. One evaluator had an absent-minded look on his face. He liked classical music, but after hearing Ada, he felt as though he had just woken up from a nightmare. But he wasn't able to remember what he had dreamt of. He even felt that there were residual effects. He definitely didn't wish to listen to any more electronic music for some time after this. Especially this song. As long as he had a choice, he wouldn't choose to listen to this song a second time. Absolutely not. That's why electronic music is said to be the most frightening. I have to listen to some soothing and graceful classical music when I get back to alleviate this. The evaluator thought to himself as he wiped away the perspiration on his forehead. During the evaluation intermission, the evaluator's thoughts fluctuated. However, they now viewed Ada with both complex sentiments and admiration. Like it, we don't like it. But they couldn't touch their hearts and say it was bad. They just didn't like the feeling of fear from hearing this song. But they were still able to discern good from bad. Mo Lang also sighed silently. He had already told Fang Zhao that if he only kept the first two-thirds of Ada, obtaining an A grade would be rather straightforward. But things wouldn't be so certain if he retained the latter portion. It exceeded many people's range of comprehension. It was far too advanced. It wasn't bad, but it was too hard to understand. Somewhere in the audience, Little Bear's flow of unceasing tears had finally stopped. There was an additional twinkling in his eyes that was hard to detect now. Cui Hua. Little Bear glanced over at the person by his side. If you call me the wrong name again, I shall send you back for remodeling. The person beside responded indifferently. Little Bear paused before continuing to ask, have we been exposed? You were exposed for quite some time. Is Fang Zhao trying to tell this secret to others? To be honest, not really. They can't understand the message Fang Zhao has hidden within Ada. Fang Zhao's expression is rather vague. He has no intention of exposing you. If he really wanted to expose you, he wouldn't have waited until now. But, in any case, should we censor this Ada song? No, just a buyout of rights will do. Oh right, it is possible to buy out all the copyrights. I'll buy it. I will buy it, and listen to it all myself. Nobody else can share it. Boss, there's no limit on my wage card, right? No. Luckily, I have money. No, you don't. Dog Dan and Doc. Little Bear suddenly remembered something upon hearing these two names. The money in his wage card had been spent on constructing those two intelligent robot dogs. He suddenly felt as if he had been struck by a bolt of lightning. I actually spent the money for buying copyrights on those two retards? Little Bear felt like he had suffered a severe blow and fell silent. Moments later, Little Bear's ears twitched, and he blurted out in a somewhat discomfited fashion. I heard some old man in the most forefront row say that Ada has a monster hidden within. He actually says that I'm a monster. So, why don't I go tell him that there is actually an even more fearsome monster by Fang Zhao's side? Before he got a reply, Little Bear shook his head and mumbled to himself, forget it, I don't want to get eaten up. Chapter 445, Limitless Future. The concert's fourth song, Ada, indeed made many people shiver. The evaluation committee needed a lot more time for discussion than previously. Great-grandfather Fang was a little worried. He didn't understand all these music technicalities. He hadn't been able to determine with his listening ability and just felt strange from his rising goosebumps. However, this was all secondary. He was worried that the evaluation committee's grading for this song wouldn't be ideal. The evaluation results would only be announced after the concert ended. It was impossible to know the detailed scoring for each song right now. Apparently, every song had a number of different evaluation criteria. Others in the audience didn't think highly of it either. Great-grandfather Fang was even more concerned upon hearing an older member of the audience seated behind saying that the copyrights of Ada weren't very sellable. Great-grandfather Fang worried that Fang Zhao would be mentally affected by the relatively poor reception of this song compared with the first three. After a short while, evaluation for the fourth song concluded, and the fifth song commenced. The fifth song, Star Sand, was a piece Fang Zhao had composed during his time on Planet Boo. Compared to the previous four, this song was much more soothing. Instrumental tones simulated the tranquil muttering of the ring of stars within the vast cosmos. Grains of sand fluttered and shimmered in the night sky. Above the clouds, the sky seemed boundless, distant, and pristine. The galaxy filled the entire view. As the dust settled, everyone was bathed in the warm, cleansing glow of starlight. Under such a macrocosm, life was like a puff of smoke, gently fading into oblivion. But, even so, life struggled on, even out of despair. Distant stars in the vast, boundless infinitum pulsed with vitality. Again, a speck of dust floated through the endless starry sky. Daytime gradually approached. A gust of wind carried the grains of sand into the distance. In the audience, pop goddess Fang sat quietly listening to these wondrous sounds that seemed to originate from the stars. Despite her iconic Lacalina's How pride, she simply wasn't able to put up any resistance. She was itching to quietly sing along and putting great effort to resist that urge. She clenched her fists tightly, not knowing how to express her cascading emotions. Sounds of nature. She shut her eyes and listened. Her soul felt like it was floating. As the song ended, Fang sighed. This melody, Star Sand, seems fated for me. It would immediately make anyone listening melt if it was matched with bel canto. While saying that, Fang gracefully raised a high-quality handkerchief and dabbed the corner of her eyes. However, what was covered behind this handkerchief? It was a look of determination. However, seated on the other side of Fang was a certain popular Huangzhou singer whose eyes were lit up. Sis Fei, how about you don't fight with me for it? He then pointed to his own throat. See this? My larynx is shaking. It wants to sing already. Lan Jing, who overheard this exchange. A pity these singers didn't delve into acting. I feel Star Sand will be a great fit to my upcoming album with just some revisions. Fang flashed an unyielding smile. No, it should be matched with an angelicum. The two turned towards Lan Jing at the same time in the middle of their conversation. Lan Jing, what are you all looking at me for? Go look for Fang Zhao to negotiate the copyrights. I'm really not that close to Fang Zhao. However, Lan Jing still came to a decision that he would interact more with Fang Zhao in the future and deepen their bond. This junior brother was too impressive. No wonder teacher Mo was willing lower himself and snatch Fang Zhao from his own disciple. Elsewhere in the audience, Zero was also discussing his thoughts with Chu Bo. Chu Bo said, listening to this feels like something strange has entered my ears and is bouncing between my eardrums. Could this be the fabled brainwashing? Achievement unlocked. Zero felt those things didn't add up. Is this song really about Planet Boo's desert? Was Planet Boo's desert that beautiful? I have also been to Planet Boo. Why does it seem like the desert I saw was different from the desert in Fang Zhao's music? It's artistic processing, just like how certain places are described so wonderfully in classroom textbooks. I even specifically ditched school to see some of them and discovered that I was cheated. It's simply textbook levels of deception. Chubo exclaimed. Is that so? Zero's doubts persisted all the way until the sixth song, Boo. Anyone could tell where the song got its name from instantly. This song had also been composed during Fang Zhao's time on Planet Boo. However, its style was totally different from Star Sand's. The raspy sound of a zither with hints of echoes became a prosperous scene as more and more instruments were added into the mix. It was just like how Planet Boo developed from an endless desert into the unyielding and steel juggernaut it was today. One could almost see the waves of yellow sand that were like millions of gold-plated vehicles advancing at a steady pace. One could almost see figures sprouting from the unchecked wild. The emotions were overwhelming. Younger listeners instantly perked up. It's here. Fang Zhao's trademark. Wake you up from any sort of tiredness. What is potency? A hardcore bombardment. There was even such a domineering vigor during the rests. Industry music professionals in the audience found themselves drowning in melancholic sentiments. This arrangement technique is splendid, an evaluator said. The classical symphony integrated with metal and the seemingly cosmic electric tones creates such an explosive infectiousness and a special charm. Another evaluator had a wide smile on his face. It's just like a coarse piece of rock becoming a charming diamond after going through artistic embellishments. Planet Boo definitely has to be visited if there is ever a chance. Quite a number of people had the same sort of idea, especially those who once had had the chance to go to Planet Boo but had never gone. Planet Boo. It was a pity that it was currently no longer opened up to externals. The new military experimental base had already been constructed and had comprehensive coverage by the armed forces. Planet Boo's new journey had already started. It was no longer that poor and destitute place. Even though it couldn't be witnessed personally, there was an indescribable excitement and pride. However, speaking of Planet Boo, many people remembered how Fang Zhao had donated those billions of yuan. The Interplanetary Fund's reward for the discovery of the arcade was 100 billion. Fang Zhao had gotten a share of many billions and had completely donated all of it towards Planet Boo's construction efforts. Fang Zhao had indeed played an important role in Planet Boo's rise from barren land to experimental military base. Without Fang Zhao, Planet Boo might never have been chosen to become the third strategic military location. Back then, the military had still been deciding between Planet Boo and 2 other planets. The decision was only made after the arcade was unearthed. It seems like Fang Zhao had rather lasting sentiments towards Planet Boo. 3 out of the first 6 songs at this graduation concert involved Planet Boo. Or, perhaps, was there some unspeakable secret between Fang Zhao and the Planet Boo base? Zero wasn't thinking about all this. He was very puzzled at this moment. Is Planet Boo really as staggering or mighty as the song put across? Actually, it was because his impression of his experiences and sights when he first arrived on Planet Boo was too vivid. Even after the new experimental military base had been established, his image of Planet Boo was just a dirt-poor and tiny planet that had nothing but deserts and oceans. Had Planet Boo become amazing when he wasn't paying attention? While many in the audience were still wondering about it, the final song of the graduation concert started. The 7th song was Limitless. Given the previous few songs, some evaluators originally guessed that with Fang Zhao would place emphasis on wind instruments to portray the cosmos. However, they never imagined that Fang Zhao would superimpose string music to match different periods of the tune. The tempo alternated between fast and slow, igniting different moods. It reached an accumulated pinnacle in just an instant. Thoughts were led to the far reaches of the universe. The Milky Way glittered splendidly. Time was wonderful, yet very cruel. The cosmos evoked feelings of nostalgia and reverence. Compared to outer space, even the vast oceans seemed cramped. Humankind, from their conception on this little blue planet to their rapid emergence, was nothing more than a drop in the ocean with regards to the universe. A person's life was too brief, merely a fleeting dot in the cruel shadows of time. In the past, anyone who dreamed of space travel could dedicate their entire life to it, but would never make significant progress from their starting point in the universe. However, humanity could go even further. In the future, even more people would press forward into the ocean of stars. They would stand on the shoulders of predecessors, and afterwards, become the shoulders for future generations to come. The ranks were long. Time etched its mark on everything, from the most shocking calamities to the most wondrous of births. Time would also be a witness for humanity as the future filled with limitless possibilities. Fang Zhao gazed into the distance as if his eyes were able to transcend the void and see a faraway scene. The corner of his lips curled into a gentle smile. 500 years ago, he had led troops to seek out a path of survival in a warped world. 500 years later, he stood in the tranquil desert of Planet Boo, gazing at the resplendent night sky. I came from the past, and I am extremely fortunate to see the future I had so earnestly hoped for. Chapter 446, Graduation. Music was a medium for emotion and ideas. Through music, even if one couldn't completely guess the composer's full intent, they would still understand parts of it. The audience had no way of knowing what exactly Fang Zhao was thinking about. However, they could seemingly comprehend why Fang Zhao would completely donate away the many billions he had received for discovering the arcade. But understanding was only one part. Not everyone would be able to do the same. Not everyone in the concert hall had come for Fang Zhao. There were some who also wanted to personally witness exactly what kind of people could get into this God-leveled Huang Art 12 Tones advanced course. This unconcealable radiance that shone through wasn't something that marketing ploys could compare with. The graduation concert entered the evaluation grading phase, so there was a longer break. The evaluation committee needed to give a comprehensive evaluation for these 7 songs, which would also be the final overall grades for Fang Zhao's graduation concert. This too pertained to his overall graduation results. Lan Jing heard some discussions in the row behind him, a piece worthy of being created by a Galaxy Award winner. I thought I saw a little kid crying while listening to it. Actually, I also nearly teared up. I felt as if some ineffable feeling washed over me, as if the music was talking about me. When people are pretentious, everything sounds like it's about themselves, someone else retorted. It's not being pretentious. It's called a narrative. Lan Jing then heard an electronic music producer in the row ahead express. Just look at his electronic music. We all produce electronic music, but look at him. He is able to make it both penetrative and elegant. He can also bring out such dynamics as well as such tease, such lavish momentum. It's so freely interchanging yet enigmatic. There's no choice but to respect him. Fortunately, Fang Zhao isn't the same as us. Otherwise, our own careers would be under threat. All the people around had very high opinions of Fang Zhao's graduation concert. Meanwhile, Lan Jing was quite confident that the evaluation committee would settle on an A+. Just as Lan Jing had expected, the evaluation committee gave an overall A+ grade. An evaluation committee member lamented as he watched the display grade. Fang Zhao's learning ability is too impressive. From these graduation concert pieces, we are able to see the elegance of classical music as well as the unconstrained flexibility of present-day contemporary music. It might not be at the pinnacle, but these works are really brimming with talent. The graduation pieces have different melodies, rich layerings, and magnificent scenes. The creative concept is distant, yet doesn't lack the connection of a story or picture. Every single note seems to contain a sort of emotion that tugs at the senses ever so slightly. There were a few portions that didn't have a heavy rhythm, yet could still make listeners all fired up. It was truly a majestic atmosphere, and the music seemed to brew with power. These are the works of someone from Yenzhou, but characteristics of other continents can also be found. This isn't easy. Suddenly, an evaluation committee member said, "Actually, these 7 songs can entirely be made into an examination question for this year's Year 1 freshmen's initiation examinations." This resulted in a unanimous approval by the few other evaluation committee members. There were 2 sentences Huangart welcomed new students with. The first sentence was, "Welcome new students." The second sentence was, "Exam time." Huangart was adept at pouring cold water on their new students. They would first display the works of outstanding students to the newly enrolled freshmen. This would let the freshmen experience the ability of their outstanding schoolmates as a reminder. Don't assume you are awesome just because you made it through the entrance exams. Forget about being big-headed. Take a look at your seniors. Do you have time to waste in university? In the past, they rarely used the works from the 12 Tones Advanced course to set initiation examination questions since the age gap between advanced students and freshmen was considerable. However, things were different this year. Fang Zhao wasn't that much older than the freshmen. Having decided to turn Fang Zhao's graduation works into a set of examination questions, the evaluation committee members all flashed the devilish grins that only veterans in Huangart could see through. Thus, in the same year, Fang Zhao single-handedly dealt a massive blow to a whole cohort of Huangart freshmen. Huangart's cold water bath was really discouraging. Of course, all of this came later on. After announcing the final evaluation, the graduation concert ended. In a sense, Fang Zhao had already graduated smoothly. The only thing that remained was a ceremony. However, that would have to wait until the others in the advanced course completed their graduation evaluations. A formal graduation ceremony would be held for them to receive their graduation certificates. When Fang Zhao thanked the evaluation committee, the old professors of the committee all had gratified smiles. A professor patted Fang Zhao on his shoulder. "Well done, well done. Continue to maintain your passion for music and learn more techniques and skills. Oh, right, we have an important performance activity sometime later. Perhaps we might also invite you then." Fang Zhao gave his thanks and remembered these words. Important performance activity? How important? It was so important that it couldn't be explicitly said. That meant it would definitely be held at a special location. Perhaps it would be a high-level performance. The audiences at the venue continued to leave in succession. Master Yin Yi, One of the specially invited epic music composers had already left skillfully and evaded the blockade of some stars in the audience. However, there was still someone at Yin Ye's side. This was a very popular veteran Huangzhou singer who had collaborated many times with Yin Yi in the past. In the car leaving Huangart. So, not eyeing any of those 7 songs today? Yin Yi asked the person seated beside him. I can't say I don't. I do wish to readapt 2 songs, but the competitors are just too strong. I don't know if I can beat them, the singer chuckled. Fang Zhao's older works were very good indeed. However, there weren't that many that could be rearranged to fit a song. The lyrical aspect was only so, and even the epic flavor wouldn't sustain it. However, Fang Zhao had gained greater mastery over surrounding aspects after entering advanced studies. These 7 songs contained even more elements, and many others in the industry were already circling like hawks. Naturally, this singer too had his own ideas. Yin Yi smirked. You need to go about it the right way if you want to buy the adaptation rights. Don't bully him, because the old Yin Yi had experienced such things in his younger days. He especially loathed those that used power to pressure people for lower prices on the music rights. He had accepted the invitation and come over this time because he was very interested in this youngster. He treated Fang Zhao as a very hard-to-come-by genius junior. One person alone couldn't do much, but when many combined, great things could be achieved. Machine intelligence had superseded many things, but the arts and other such intellectual ways would forever be difficult to replace. Only by pouring in fresh blood would this circle forever be filled with vitality. Little seedlings had to be protected. Therefore, if anyone wanted to employ unsavory means to adapt Fang Zhao's songs, this old man would flip out. Under the stern gaze of Yin Yu, this veteran Huangzhou singer felt like crying, but no tears came out. You think too much now that you are old. Who can even bully Fang Zhao? Could you have some misunderstanding to the name Fang Zhao? On the singing stage, this singer had decades of experience, fans across the world, and the charisma to rally supporters. He could indeed be considered someone with power and influence in the industry, but this was all temporary. There was no questioning Fang Zhao's innate talent. Perhaps in the future, he would even have to go implore Fang Zhao personally for songs. He had experienced what it was like trying to get songs from other renowned composers. The standards for this one were even higher. And once he entered the music industry, Fang Zhao might not have any less influence than he did. Furthermore, Fang Zhao's cross-industry impact was even more impressive. Just the sheer numbers of his gaming fans was frightening. And this was only within the entertainment circles. There wasn't any need to mention those outside the circles, nor his friendly relations with the military. Fang Zhao was still on military reserve duty and could even legally carry arms. Who would even poke Fang Zhao for nothing? Just as he thought, those wanting to buy adaptation rights really didn't dare try any underhanded methods because of Fang Zhao and academic big shots behind him. Look at great master Mo Lang. The concert had already concluded, but he still pulled Fang Zhao to the side to talk to him. Mo Lang didn't leave right away after the concert ended. Instead, he stayed with Fang Zhao to continue lecturing him. There's no longer any need to write any more theses now that you have graduated? No such chance. In the academic world, theses were extremely important. Just relying on words and concerts wasn't enough to earn the recognition of academics globally. I'm still watching you. Don't slack off, Mo Lang said. Mo Lang only let Fang Zhao off after droning on for some time. Mo Lang left with his assistant. After Fang Zhao sent Mo Lang off, he headed over to great-grandfather Fang and the others who were waiting outside. Great-grandfather Fang Zhao had been surveying his surroundings carefully when he came out. He exhaled in relief when he didn't see that terrifying figure buried deep in his memory. Upon seeing Fang Zhao, he smiled until his eyes were nothing more than slits. Great-grandfather Fang Zhao decided to stay in Huangzhou for a few more days until Fang Zhao officially graduated. He still wanted to take photos together with Fang Zhao. How could he miss such an important occasion? But great-grandfather Fang wouldn't be staying with Fang Zhao the whole time before the graduation ceremony. He called to great-grandmother Fang. Let's go. Time to catch up with our old comrades. Chapter 447. Is it so difficult to just purchase rights? Fang Zhao arranged for Zui Yu and Yin Biao to send the 2 elder Fangs off. There were a lot of media and journalists outside the concert hall. These were media that Huang Art had screened and allowed onto their campus grounds. There would surely be even more entertainment reporters waiting outside the school. Even if the reporters weren't here for Fang Zhao, they had come for the people who attended the concert today. Fang Zhao's concert was trending online and had appeared on push notification news headlines multiple times today. There were so many big-shot celebrities present that it didn't even seem like they were attending a concert. How could the media let such a big opportunity for generating site engagement slip by? Great-grandfather and great-grandmother Fang were already rather aged and couldn't withstand the media's persistence. These entertainment reporters could get rather wild when it came to finding the scoop. Fang Zhao was only able to rest easy by sending Yin Biao and Zuiyu to escort the two old Fangs back. As great-grandfather Fang was getting into the car, he still told Fang Zhao, "Don't worry, if we run into any shameless reporters, I will send them flying with my walking stick if they dare try anything. This time, I brought my new tactical self-defense walking stick." Fang Zhao. Real impressive. Great-grandfather Fang happily got on the car and left. The graduation concert came to a close smoothly. Fang Zhao's remaining time at Huang Art was also ending. All that was left was some administrative matters regarding his thesis and academic reports. Other than that, he would also have to handle talks regarding the sales of his copyrights. While walking from the concert hall back to his dormitory, Fang Zhao received close to a dozen calls. At the same time, Yinzhou's Silver Wing Media, which had received first-hand information of this concert, was ecstatic. After all, Fang Zhao could be considered a star that they had nurtured. The recognition and high evaluations from academics also brought glory to Silver Wing. Other artists at Silver Wing would also benefit from the reputation boost. Without even considering copyrights or gaming, Fang Zhao was still contracted to them on the music side, so they still had the rights. 7 songs. They had been given an A+ high score by Huang Art's evaluation committee. They had the choice in how many copyrights they wanted to keep for internal use and how many they wanted to auction. Silver Wing's current problem was to determine the process and how to sell them and who to sell them to. Unlike Fang Zhao's previous concert that had live broadcasts that were made public, the graduation concert's processes were different. There hadn't been too many people attending the concert, so there was a lot of opportunity for marketing promotions. When the graduation concert's final evaluation came out, Silver Wing Media CEO Duan Qianji got her secretary to convene an online meeting for relevant personnel within the company to discuss the issue of Fang Zhao's 7-song copyrights and how to get the most out of them. It was still very early in the morning over in Yinzhou due to the time difference, and many people still hadn't woken up yet. When the senior executive in charge of copyrights and marketing received the notification, he didn't even have time for his normal morning routine. He hurriedly threw some water on his face before joining the conference call. They had already discussed the matter about Fang Zhao's concert beforehand and made preparations. Now, they were just making a final decision according to the concert's evaluations before beginning follow-up actions. Once everyone was present and the conference was about to start, Duan Qianji's communications device rang. She had to disconnect to take the call. Duan Qianji had a slightly complicated look on her face when she returned to the conference call, but she quickly hid it. "We're gathered here to discuss the marketing for Fang Zhao's graduation concert songs. Just moments ago, the Interplanetary Fund contacted me. They have decided to buy out Ada and have a reasonable offer. Therefore, we now only have to discuss the remaining 6 songs." Most of the senior executives were very surprised at this news. They never imagined that the song they felt would be hardest to deal with would actually be sold first. And it had been a straight buyout. The remaining 6 songs. A senior marketing executive had merely said this when Duan Qianji's communications rang once more. It wouldn't have rang during the conference call if it wasn't important. Thus, nobody complained about the interruption. Everyone merely exchanged glances at one another while trying to guess who was it that was seeking out Duan Qianji. Duan Qianji's eyes lit up when she saw the displayed number on the communications device. This was a number that she really couldn't reject. Thus, Duan Qianji once again disconnected to take the call. Approximately 5 minutes later, she rejoined the conference call and informed the other participants. The song Boo has been reserved by Boo Bass. Straight buyout. Aside from that, they also have an inclination towards Limitless. The participants of the conference call fell silent. The song Boo is indeed rather compatible with Boo Bass. It is no surprise Boo Base acted so quickly. As for Limitless, we can hold on to it first to wait and see how it goes. Duan Qianji nodded. I also have the same opinion. Then, let's talk about the remaining 5 songs. Beep beep beep. Hurried beeps from a communications device's notifications interrupted the conference call. The holographic projections of the various senior executives all turned to look at Duan Qianji. Duan Qianji glanced at the displayed number on the communications device and was silent for a few moments. I will have to leave the call again for a bit. This time, Duan Qian left for a slightly longer period of time and returned once more after about 10 minutes. Baiji Military District wishes to buy out Limitless. The offer is extremely high, a very high price. Everyone present starting playing out the pros and cons in their head. Since it's a very high offer, it isn't like we can't take it. Boo was reserved by Planet Boo, so the complete Limitless rights can be sold to Planet Baiji, someone said. The others nodded their heads in approval. Boo and Limitless weren't what they considered must-keeps. This arrangement wasn't a violation in any way. The conference call had merely gone on for 10 minutes, and 3 out of 7 songs had already been sold. Furthermore, these were complete buyouts where buyers weren't willing to share the copyrights. Fortunately, these 3 songs weren't in Silver Wing's core plans. However, another senior official couldn't help but blurt out, Director Duan, 3 songs are enough. We can't sell the complete rights for the remaining songs. At least, we can't sell them all now. Let's hold them first. We can allocate the copyrights carefully and negotiate authorizing collaborations. We should also especially retain the ones suitable for rearranging and adaptation right. This year's circumstances aren't too good. The company's plans are to further promote some of our core singers. It just so happens that there are some suitable pieces amongst Fang Zhao's pieces this year. These excellent resources cannot be given out. Nothing would be left if a few more similar calls were answered. Huangzhou TV Station. As the TV station possessing the world's largest music library, Huangzhou TV Station spent massive amounts of resources to purchase rights every year. They had money. They could be assertive. The person in charge of purchasing music rights also had his eyes on Fang Zhao's graduation concert. Recently, Fang Zhao's concert was trending and frequently appeared on news notifications. Today, the news regarding the concert erupted, and it was too difficult not to notice. It just so happened a documentary director of the TV station had attended this concert and was fervently recommending the TV station to just get all of Fang Zhao's 7 songs. There was no need to be the exclusive buyer, and just obtaining the rights would do. In any case, it wouldn't be that much money. After doing the budgeting, this little bit of expenditure was something their Huangzhou TV station could accept. The manager viewed this purchase with great importance and specially called his staff over to inquire about the progress. How are the negotiations regarding the 7 songs of Fang Zhao's graduation concert? We have already gotten Splendor and the Return of Life, the purchaser reported. What about Lighthouse? The manager asked. It's in the middle of negotiations. There's been a few problems. The manager wasn't pleased. If there are problems, then resolve them. Is it so difficult to negotiate copyrights? He frowned while browsing through the purchasing plan in his hands and asked again, what about Ada? I heard that this song has some special characteristics that stumped the Huang Art Evaluation Committee. We can't get this song anymore. Silver Wing has said Ada has already been exclusively bought out by the Interplanetary Fund, the agent replied. The manager was expressionless as he rapped his knuckles on the table. The Interplanetary Fund moved really quickly. All right, that couldn't be helped. Then, what about Boo? The manager continued asking. We can't get this either. Silver Wing said that it has already been reserved by Planet Boo in an exclusive buyout too. No authorization for sharing was given. Are you certain it is a straight buyout? What does Planet Boo need this for? A new round of talent recruitment by the various bases has started, and Boo Base wants it for publicity. However, from my personal point of view, I also think that besides Boo Base valuing Boo highly, their actions are also in a sense returning a favor. Fang Zhao directly donated many billions to Boo Base, and they are probably doing this as a show of support. Makes sense. Planet Boo received a change in fortune from Fang Zhao. The manager shut his eyes. Okay, they too couldn't be dealt with. What about Limitless? Huang Art's Evaluation Committee gave it a very high evaluation. We definitely have to get this, the manager said. This, Also can't be obtained, the agent stuttered. Silver Wing says that Baiji Military District intends to buy out. There was a cracking sound. The pen being fiddled with by the manager snapped, and his breathing was somewhat ragged. What is Planet Baiji buying it for? It is said that Planet Baiji currently values cultural and creative constructs. From what I understand, in the current graduation season, they are targeting graduates and doctorates as well as other elite talents who intend to change jobs. These bases won't yield the slightest when it comes to vying for talent. Planet Baiji seems to have really put in great effort for publicity. They set their sights on Limitless and have a publicity film coming into circulation in the near future. This is also an exclusive buyout with no authorization for sharing. It's a really firm stance and can't be negotiated. The manager inhaled sharply. Is a buyout necessary for making a publicity film? Those bunch of upstarts on Planet Baiji. Does having or make you all that great? Is it so difficult to just purchase rights? What's wrong with all these people? Exclusive buyouts at the drop of a hat. Chapter 448. New Residents. 2 days later, Duan Xianji personally contacted Fang Zhao on behalf of Silver Wing to discuss matters regarding the sale of copyrights. All sales of copyrights required Fang Zhao's approval. The parties of the 3 buyouts, the Interplanetary Fund, Base and Baiji Military District, had already contacted Fang Zhao and gotten his approval. After the buyout, contracts were signed. The Interplanetary Fund became rather silent, and there wasn't much activity. Nobody heard Ada again after that, and Silver Wing personnel couldn't understand why the Interplanetary Fund had spent so much money to purchase Ada. In contrast to the Interplanetary Fund's silence, Base and Baiji Military District moved rapidly. A new round of marketing circulated to the various continents. Planet Bu was like a hardy tough guy rolling up his sleeves preparing to do battle in the fight to recruit talents. Planet Bu had successfully extricated itself from its poor situation. This time, Planet Bu would reveal its all-new appearance in front of everyone. Although it was a strategic military experimental base and many things couldn't be made public, just the picture painted by the limited information made many military fanatics tempted. Planet Baiji also didn't take things lying down either. Competition between similar-level military districts was already intense. Base was a new player trying to grab the limelight in order to recruit talent. Thus, Planet Baiji also put in a lot of effort in marketing. Planet Baiji's recruiting propaganda and their talent recruitment video were mass circulated at the same time Base's publicity campaign started. So what if there are also people? Planet Baiji. For talents with specialized technical skills, we will provide high salaries, housing, medical benefits, arrangements for partners, schooling for children, and more. Comprehensive support and subsidies will be given to help you settle in. Planet Baiji also looked to the future when scouting for talents. Planet Baiji doesn't only recruit talented new graduates. You're still wanted. Regardless of whether you are a university, primary, or secondary school student, as long as you have a heart that longs to head forward into the ocean of stars and pass our test, we will assist in the procedures for transferring schools. People who look to the stars shouldn't be lonely. Only talents that stay where they are will be lonely. Welcome to Planet Baiji's construction team, and help create prosperity together with us. Aboard an inner-city train, a secondary school student was using his personal terminal to chat with his classmates. Advertisements displayed on a screen inside the train carriages formed the background noise that overlapped with the voices of commuters. Suddenly, a robust rhythm sounded. Commuters aboard vaguely felt as if their souls had been shaken out of their bodies. That student chatting with his classmates felt as if he had lost control of himself for a moment and subconsciously sought out the source of that sound. The student couldn't care less about his conversation and rushed over to the screen. He didn't even notice what kind of video was being played and turned on his automatic song recognition app on his personal terminal. Then, he felt as if tears were going to come out of his eyes when he saw the large and coarse words, military use. At least the original tune could be found if it was for non-commercial use. However, military use was a special kind of category, and songs classified in this category were basically impossible to find elsewhere. The painful part wasn't because additional money was required to be spent, but rather he couldn't listen to it even if he spent money. It would be impossible to find the original song on all the large music platforms. Even Huangzhou television station, which had the so-called largest music library in the world, wouldn't have it. What about other means? They could either save the publicity video or extract the sound from the video. However, the extracted music wouldn't have the same quality as the officially released tune. Those with higher standards wouldn't accept it. Despite being dissatisfied, this student quickly did an online search of that publicity video and shared it on his class group chat. Godly music I just heard on the train. Link. His classmates who were online all rushed to click the link excitedly. Recruiting propaganda. A chain of appeared. Then, the group chat became a buzz with activity. The heck? Planet Boo's new publicity film is so cool. How domineering. As expected of the third strategic military location. Requesting BGM. Need nourishment for the mind. Don't even think about it. This sort of BGM is an exclusive copyright. You won't be able to find it on any music platforms. Furthermore, it is still for military use. I watched this publicity film over 10 times just to listen to this BGM. But Planet Boo is indeed awesome. I want to go. I wonder if pilots have a weight limit. What's the big deal with Planet Boo's recruitment video? I just saw Planet Baiji's publicity film link. It feels like destiny. It's time to fulfill our life's value. Everyone, let's meet up on Planet Baiji. From the video, it looks like Planet Baiji has already constructed schools. The place is huge and has lots of greenery. I want to go too. I just want to ask if Planet Baiji has internet currently. Do they have limited internet access every day? Will the power supply in dormitories cut off in the middle of the night? The form teacher silently viewing the chat couldn't help burst their bubble. Students, calm down for a bit. First, open up your recently released grade reports. Have you passed your tests? Are your results improving? Any outstanding fields? If the answer is no, then have you made preparations to go to a foreign planet to mine for ore and lead a life of hardship yet? Many such similar conversations were happening everywhere, and various forums were bustling with activity. In no time, topics regarding recruiting propaganda and talent acquisition were trending. And, after confirming that the accompaniment music of Planet Boo and Planet Baiji's publicity videos were two songs from Fang Zhao's graduation concert, the intensity of searches became even higher. While the two foreign planet garrisons were generating a great deal of buzz, Fang Zhao had arrived at a residential area by the sea. Nanfang had selected this place after a comparison against many other residential areas. This area was on the fringes of Qian City. Many that lived here were celebrities, and one could easily run into A-list Yenzhou celebrities around here. There was no need to worry about paparazzi here. Every unit had a garage and landing pad, so small flying transports could directly land. Nanfang had settled on 2 units, one with a garden close to the center of the residential district, and the other by the seaside with a small private beach. After viewing them, Fang Zhao was more inclined towards the one overlooking the sea. The original owner is a merchant that moved to Huangzhou 2 years ago. This house has been vacant since then. The owner wants to sell this house and head to invest in Planet Baiji, Nanfeng said. The interior decor was excessively gorgeous and would require a few changes if they purchased the place. However, renovation techniques were amazing now. Even a complete overhaul wouldn't take too much time. Renovations could finish in just a week. Fang Zhao's previous house in the central district of Qian City had already been exposed, and there were too many paparazzi camped in the area. Because of the disturbance, Fang Zhao rarely went over there nowadays. Fang Zhao had started to consider a new place to stay after his previous house had been burglarized. Now, he was rather pleased with this place. It's peaceful enough, Fang Zhao said as his gaze lingered on the beach before him. Curly Hair was digging at the sand and looked very excited. He stuck his tongue out, paced back and forth and brushed against Fang Zhao's legs before looking towards the sea and barking twice. Fang Zhao removed the leash, and Curly Hair dashed towards the sea. Curly Hair ran and jumped into the sea before dog paddling towards deeper waters. Curly Hair had followed Fang Zhao to the seaside back when he had been filming on Planet Boo. Curly Hair had frequently gone swimming in the sea there and had even gone underwater for long periods before coming back. However, Nanfeng was still worried. Boss, should we be watching over Curly Hair out there? Planet Boo didn't have an abundance of species, but the oceans here had quite a few dangers. There were occasional sightings of large fish in the coastal regions. It was fine if Curly Hair ran off alone to play in the water near the shore. But what would happen if he strayed too far from shore and was eaten? Chapter 449, My Neighbor's Dog. Fang Zhao was basically set on the house after scrutinizing it carefully without finding any major issues. All that remained was for Nanfeng to negotiate with the real estate agent and the owner. Curly Hair was in a very good mood today and enjoyed himself thoroughly when he was let loose. After Fang Zhao called him ashore, he continued playing around in the sand. When they were finally leaving, Curly Hair stared longingly out the car window. Nanfeng chuckled when he saw this. Don't worry, Curly Hair, you'll be moving in the next time we come. You'll be able to play as much as you want and swim in the ocean every day. There are even small fish and aquatic creatures to play with. Curly Hair was delighted and laid down to envisage his blessed future life. What sort of impression did Curly Hair have of the ocean? An image of a free seafood buffet. His cheerful mood persisted all the way until they returned back to the advanced students' dormitory. After Nanfeng and the other two left, Fang Zhao shut his dorm door. Come here, Curly Hair. Curly Hair wagged his tail and went over. Did you enjoy playing today? Fang Zhao asked. Woof. Did you have fun there? Fang Zhao asked again. Curly Hair leaped up and barked again. He wagged his tail vigorously. Speak. Fun. Curly Hair replied. He had already gotten used to switching languages already, and his pronunciation was rather smooth now. MMHM. Fang Zhao nodded, then turned on the learning console. Curly Hair. His ears shuddered, and he shrank back a step. Fang Zhao ignored Curly Hair's retreat. He turned on the learning console and opened a file for Curly Hair. Inside the file were ebooks that he had purchased for Curly Hair. Ocean Environment Protection Law. Environmental. Conservation Series for Young Adults. Protected Marine Creatures List. Marine Environmental Management. 100 Facts About the Ocean That New Era People Need to Understand. The Ocean, My Home. There was a total of 20 books. All of them were related to the ocean. On top of that, there were 20 sets of test questions as well. Curly Hair. His trembling ears drooped down. I know you read fast. You ought to be even faster now, right? After you finish reading the 20 books in the file and get full marks for all 20 sets of test questions, I will let you out to play in the ocean. By my estimates, there are probably less than 15 days before we can move in, Fang Zhao said. This was all knowledge that could be memorized. Given Curly Hair's current memory and learning ability, obtaining full marks wasn't a difficult task. Fang Zhao wasn't worried about Curly Hair's safety when he went out into the ocean. On the contrary, he was worried that Curly Hair would eat up and eradicate endangered marine creatures. Even now, Fang Zhao didn't know exactly how big Curly Hair's stomach was. During the filming on Planet Boo, Curly Hair was secretly eating a lot of other creatures in the desert and the sea. It was only because of Fang Zhao's warning that Curly Hair didn't really go all out and eat. After all, his time in Planet Boo wasn't very long, and Fang Zhao had given him restrictions. He also had to be careful of being seen by other people on Planet Boo and hadn't been able to eat too much in secret. However, after moving into the new place, Curly Hair would have the opportunity to go to the sea every day. No matter what restrictions were in place, this single dog would be an invasive force that would wreck the marine ecosystem in that area. Fang Zhao had to get Curly Hair to understand certain things beforehand. It hadn't been easy for the marine life to recover to the current levels of today. It couldn't be destroyed by Curly Hair. Forget about playing in the ocean if you don't get full marks. There'll only be the learning console for you. On a certain day, Nanfeng came to look for Fang Zhao regarding the renovations of the new place. Upon entering the dormitory, Nanfeng saw Curly Hair facing the wall with a drooped head. There were tear stains beneath his dog eyes. Nanfeng paused for a moment, then looked away and went to find Fang Zhao. He had to settle the matters at hand first. Besides, this was normal behavior from Curly Hair. Nanfeng had already gotten used to it and could remain calm when seeing this. After discussing the renovation issue, Nanfeng recalled something he had seen today and asked, "Oh, right. Boss, did you see the stuff online today?" "What stuff?" Fang Zhao had been writing a thesis today and had set his personal terminal to Do Not Disturb. There was a lot of talk online regarding Fang Zhao. Many people were looking for him. Thus, Fang Zhao could only use the Do Not Disturb mode. "Do you know about Will's painting?" Nanfeng asked. "Yeah. Is it regarding Will's graduation works?" Fang Zhao had gone to see Will's graduation exhibition already. Will 2 had gotten a high A+ evaluation. Amongst his graduation pieces was a painting of curly hair titled My Neighbor's Dog. The exhibition had already ended 2 days ago. Furthermore, because Fang Zhao had been working on a thesis in his dormitory since morning, he really wasn't aware of the online news. Nanfeng told Fang Zhao what he knew. It turned out that after Will's graduation exhibition had concluded, the school had displayed his art pieces on the school's website. This had garnered a lot of discussion. Will had successfully both of his goals set last year from his advanced student plan. His short-term objective had been to paint Fang Zhao. His final objective had been to paint Fang Zhao's dog. His short-term objective had long been completed. Back then, Will's painting of My Neighbor had generated quite some buzz online. There were even netizens joking that Will had painted Fang Zhao like an alien. Following My Neighbor's Dog became a trending search on that day. My Neighbor's Dog was the art piece that Will had spent the most time and effort on during his advanced studies period. At the same time, it was also the piece Will was most satisfied with. This painting had a similar style to the previous My Neighbor, but it was even more difficult to interpret. 1 could still make out a human form when viewing My Neighbor, but My Neighbor's Dog didn't seem in any way like a dog. If not for the title of this piece, nobody would think that the dog in this painting was a little pet dog. The vivid colors were both mysterious and imposing. They pushed the boundaries of the ordinary. But there seemed to be something off. The longer one looked at it, the more apprehensive one would feel. Is Fang Zhao's dog really that terrifying? A Huang art student thought back to when he had encountered that curly-haired dog in the school's garden. He then went to do a quick online search of Fang Zhao's dog. Indeed, he hadn't remembered wrongly. Over at Huang art, those who had attended Fang Zhao's graduation concert and also viewed Will's painting up close had other thoughts. I must say, the feeling I get from this painting is similar to what I felt from Fang Zhao's song Ada. It seems to surpass ordinary people's scope of comprehension. Even industry outsiders standing before the painting and observing it silently for a few seconds felt eerie sensations. Even though they didn't understand, they still shivered. On the internet, the discussions became even more intense. Will has really let loose after entering advanced studies. His thoughts and ideology are free-flying. It's no longer something we can understand. What sort of grudge does he have to actually paint Fang Zhao's dog in such a way? OP definitely hasn't seen Will's previous painting My Neighbor. First go see how Will painted Fang Zhao before you try to understand it. Perhaps Will was bitten by a dog before and has a psychological scar. Otherwise, why would he have painted it in such a terrifying light? A little cutie has been turned into a monster. This is called art. Indeed, ordinary people like us aren't able to understand an artist's world. Objectively speaking, after staring at it for a whole 5 minutes, I am still unable to decipher what it is that he wants to express. However, I undoubtedly feel that is impressive despite the weird sensation. This probably classifies as a more abstract art which requires more meticulous viewing. This painting wouldn't sell well, right? It can be purchased to ward off evil spirits too. I think it's worthwhile as an investment. This artist Will is still young. In actuality, Will had already received some inquiries about purchasing the painting after it was displayed on the school's website. Finally, it was a collector from Muzhou who bought My Neighbor's Dog. His bid far exceeded Huang Art's estimated valuation. Some people reckon that this Muzhou collector was overly crazy about curly hair. After all, many Muzhou people couldn't stay calm when it came to curly hair. There were also some who felt that this was purely hype, whether because of Will or because of Fang Zhao's dog. The way that Muzhou people viewed dogs could be impossible to understand sometimes. Thus, Guangzhou TV station's painting and calligraphy channel specially dispatched someone to interview the person who had bought this painting. During the interview, the Muzhou collector said, "Many people that buy Will's paintings invest in the artist Will and not the painting. I am different because what I look at is both the painting and the dog in the painting. I have a hunch that this painting's value will skyrocket in the future." Little Bear was watching the interview broadcast. Muzhou people really have a fearsome intuition towards dogs. Humans are indeed peculiar creatures. Thus, because of Will's painting My Neighbor's Dog, curly hair too became a hotly searched topic and appeared on Huangzhou's trending headlines. After Nanfeng left, Fang Zhao browsed through the news online and said to curly hair, "You can forget about going out these few days. Stand for another 5 minutes before going back to hit the books." You only scored 62 for the morning's test. Go read through the section of protected animals twice more. Can whales be eaten? You can't eat corals either. Chapter 450, Moving House. Curly Hair spent 2 days to memorize the protected marine species. He even memorized videos and photos, regardless whether they were from the old era or new era. He even remembered the characteristics of these creatures. Once again, Curly Hair worked hard for the sake of swimming freely. The last time he had done this was to obtain his own helmet. Curly Hair's test. Scores slowly rose from borderline passing to 70%, then 90%. A little more memorization and he would be able to get a full score. Nanfeng had thought Curly Hair would be feeling down over his movements being restricted due to all the stuff online. On the contrary, Curly Hair wasn't affected in the slightest. In fact, he seemed more spirited with each passing day. Fang Zhao had already finished all his follow-up tasks at Huangzhou Academy of Art. The Advanced Studies course had come to a close. After all the other advanced students completed their last evaluations, the Academy held a graduation ceremony for the students of Huang Art's 12 Tones Advanced course. It wasn't any complicated setting. Most of those who had managed to enter the 12 Tones course were no longer ordinary students and preferred the more academic settings. Thus, there was no need for any gaudy or extravagant festivities. The graduation ceremony was held in the highest academic hall. Great-grandfather Fang was seated in the audience. Warm tears welled up in his eyes when he saw Fang Zhao on stage. His hands were shaking as he took many photographs and videos, which he then shared with his friends and his fellow retirees at the retirement home. After the graduation ceremony concluded, Great-grandfather Fang walked over to Fang Zhao. Let me see. Grand-grandfather Fang grinned from ear to ear as he carefully took the certificate from Fang Zhao. He took many high-definition photographs from all sorts of angles before returning it back to Fang Zhao. You must store it away properly. Make sure it doesn't get eaten by the dog. One of the old fogies in the retirement facility has a grandson who owns a dog. Once, when nobody was paying attention, the dog ripped his grandson's recently received graduation certificate to shreds. It couldn't even be glued back together. Great-grandfather Fang even turned to look at Curly Hair as he said it. Those large, innocent dog eyes of his seemed as though he had just suffered great injustice. Great-grandfather Fang retracted his gaze and said to Fang Zhao, In any case, just keep it safe. How many people earn the 12 Tones Advanced Course certificate each year? This was the best advanced course in the industry, and those who managed to get them would be great masters in the future. How precious was this certificate? Even those old fogies in Yinbei retirement facility didn't have any family members with the certificate. Great-grandfather Fang was very pleased with Fang Zhao's graduation ceremony and the pictures he had taken. The two elder Fangs had spent quite some time in Huangzhou already. It was about time they returned. Before leaving Huangzhou, Great-grandfather Fang looked at his gentle, genuine, and refined great-grandson. He didn't feel too at ease, so he left Yin Biao and Zhuayu some parting words. You two must definitely ensure little Zhao's personal safety. I hear there are many crazy fans nowadays, and many competitors may employ unsavory means. My little Zhao's temperament is just too good. He doesn't guard himself against others, so he doesn't know how wicked people can be. Yin Biao and Zhuayu. Do you still remember what happened when Fang Zhao was undergoing military service? Do you know how he was drafted into reserve duty? Do you know how he oppresses people in games? The two bodyguards didn't know how oblivious this old man was to say such a thing. Or perhaps his memory was declining from old age. But, in any case, Fang Zhao did indeed seem much more gentle now. Could it be the influence of art? Regardless of what they thought inwardly, Yin Biao and Zhuoyu could only force themselves to reply to Great-grandfather Fang. Yes, we will surely guard boss well. Great-grandfather Fang took another photograph with Fang Zhao and left in high spirits. The two old Fangs would come again when Fang Zhao moved into his new home and had free time. The term came to a close, and advanced students would be leaving. However, before that, the advanced students had one final academic ceremony by Huang Art to attend. It wasn't a formal academic report conference, though. The student union would broadcast this conference so that those who weren't able to make it could watch. Fang Zhao also didn't hide anything. He shared all of his experiences and techniques learned over the past 1 year of advanced studies. The academic report lasted 2 hours. The interactions and signing activities went on for another 4 hours. Many people even suggested that Fang Zhao should join the school's faculty since Fang Zhao's ability was enough for him to be a Huang art lecturer. Alas, how great would it be if Fang Zhao stayed on at Huang art, a student lamented. However, not long after, they found out that even though Fang Zhao had left, he would somehow always appear inside examination questions. With a year of advanced studies complete, Fang Zhao left Huang art and returned to Yinzhou for some basic packing and moving. The weather was fine when Fang Zhao moved from the central location in Qian City to the seaside. The rabbit was especially lively today because of the ocean's scent. It kept moving in the small water tank, and its 2 ears kept wanting to probe the outside. Fang Zhao had gotten a large aquarium specially made and had moved the rabbit from the small water tank into the larger aquarium. The rabbit was like a fluffy and lively cotton candy as it climbed all over the new home it had moved into. However, this cotton candy had nearly poisoned 2 thieves to death. It was really a perfect disguise. It wasn't just those brightly colored ones that were really deadly. There were also those that seemed overly adorable. The happiest to move was Curly Hair. He had finally completed the tests the day before and had been running around since morning in a bid to urge Fang Zhao to move out sooner. Curly Hair watched closely as the display cabinet was moved in and ensured not a single gaming helmet was left out. Curly Hair then thought about keeping his own learning console in the cabinet and locking it, but it was taken out by Fang Zhao. "You still have to use the learning console," Fang Zhao said. Curly Hair groaned and walked off with his tail drooped. However, he got excited again later as he couldn't wait to explore his new territory. Zuiyu held onto Curly Hair's leash. Dogs had very strong awareness of their territory. It was in their innate nature to occupy their domain. His territory at the new place was even larger, and Curly Hair was rather pleased after looking through it. He also barked a few greetings towards the other dogs in this residential area. From today onwards, he, Curly Hair, was going to be staying here. It was dark by the time Fang Zhao had sorted out all the stuff. He let Yin Biao and the others go off and gave them 2 days of leave. Once the 3 had left, Curly Hair, who had been lying by the door, came running in. "I want to go swim in the sea," Curly Hair said. "Just swimming?" Fang Zhao asked. "And hunt for food." Curly Hair glanced carefully at Fang Zhao's expression. Hungry. There had been restrictions during the advanced studies period in Huang art, and Curly Hair had found himself hungry most of the time. He had been forced to sneakily find other things to eat whenever Fang Zhao brought him out. He had indeed gone hungry in the last year. Fang Zhao had long discovered that Curly Hair's food intake had been increasing constantly. His diet had also been expanding. Some things that had been of no interest to Curly Hair in the past now would receive a few sniffs from Curly Hair as if he was contemplating whether they could be eaten. Once, Curly Hair even spent quite a while sniffing in the car. Because of that, Nanfeng thought the car had been tampered with and immediately sent it for an inspection out of worry. It was later discovered that besides some scratches, there wasn't anything wrong with the car. When Fang Zhao asked later on, Curly Hair said that he was hungry and had smelled the scent of food. Curly Hair seemed to know what he could and couldn't eat. Even if it was something he had never seen before, Curly Hair could still differentiate it. Curly Hair didn't have many chances to go all out and eat over the last year. But now that they had moved into a new place, Curly Hair wasn't willing to let this opportunity slip. He couldn't wait any longer. He had already endured for the entire day until Nanfeng and the others had left before suggesting that he wanted to go out and hunt. Fang Zhao checked the weather forecast. The weather in the past 2 days had been fine. Since Curly Hair had already met the requirements for the test and was able to answer a few questions posed by Fang Zhao, Fang Zhao felt that letting him out to roam would be all right. During the day, there was a higher risk of getting noticed. There were always people near the beach, and Fang Zhao had even seen some people setting off on yachts to fish not too far from them. Fortunately, it was nighttime now. Fang Zhao nodded. "Sure, I want to swim further and find some stuff to eat," Curly Hair said. "I will be back before 8 tomorrow." He wanted to enjoy himself a little. Fang Zhao thought about it and agreed. "Take note of changes in the weather. Avoid boats and return immediately if you find anything amiss." "Yes. Remember, no eating of protected species." "No eating. Definitely no eating. And no indiscriminate eating either." "I won't eat indiscriminately," Curly Hair promised. "Go on then." Having obtained permission, Curly Hair scampered out and jumped into the sea under the cover of darkness. Chapter 451. Disappeared. Fang Zhao gazed at the ocean and placed the leash on the cabinet by the door. This was the first time he was letting Curly Hair go out on his own, and Fang Zhao was a little worried. However, he couldn't keep looking after Curly Hair forever. He was only willing to let Curly Hair go out independently, this time his long period of discipline. He would assess Curly Hair's performance this time to decide on future measures. Curly Hair was no small matter, and Fang Zhao had never relaxed Curly Hair's restrictions. If he didn't give any guidance, Curly Hair could become a killing weapon by the hands of certain errant people. There was nothing wrong with a weapon on its own. The fault would lie with the user of the weapon. Fortunately, Curly Hair was a complete life form that had its own consciousness, cognition, and emotions. Furthermore, Fang Zhao had always felt that his rebirth had something to do with Curly Hair. He simply hadn't discovered the connection yet. Being strict to Curly Hair was both for guidance and protection. Never go astray. The night wind grew stronger. Waves battered the shore before retreating out of sight in the darkness. Everything was full of the unknown. At this time, Curly Hair, who was oblivious to Fang Zhao's worries, was really an out-of-control wild dog swimming about and riding the waves. Oxygen? Breathing? There was no need for that. Curly Hair had entirely forgotten there were such things the moment he had jumped into the sea. He disregarded air supply, water pressure, and light. Curly Hair happily chased schools of fish. Corals couldn't be eaten, so he went to lick the rock beside the coral. Can't be eaten. He saw a turtle and went over to tease it. Curly Hair even sang, la 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 la, watching that sea turtle swim in the water. As the dog of a musician, he could sing if he could talk. Nobody could hear him anyways, so he wasn't worried about being discovered. If he sensed any people nearby, he would dive in or hide himself. Although Curly Hair was hungry, he didn't let loose and start eating the moment he entered the ocean. Instead, he decided to play for a bit first. He had plenty of time to play now. Fang Zhao wasn't here, and there was no one minding him. After chasing the sea turtle and the school of fish for a bit, Curly Hair discovered a big fish. It belonged on the New Era Protected Marine Species list and was something that Curly Hair was forbidden from eating. However, that didn't dampen Curly Hair's interest towards it. Protected species can't be eaten, but that doesn't mean they can't be toyed with. Curly Hair gave up on the school of fish and the sea turtle and chased after this large fish. He followed closely behind the fish and used his paw to touch it from time to time. I'm just touching, not eating. That fish swam faster. Curly Hair also wanted to pick up speed. He paddled with his dog legs and caught up. He simply didn't wonder how his doggy paddle was outracing a sailfish that easily. After playing for quite some time, Curly Hair felt even hungrier. He stopped and decided to first look for stuff to eat. Curly Hair wouldn't eat anything in the ocean that was on the protected species list, not even a single fin. Even if Fang Zhao couldn't see, Curly Hair also didn't dare. After all, this was his first time coming out, and he didn't have the guts to do so. The moment he thought about eating, the first thoughts that came to his mind were the books and tests inside the learning console that Fang Zhao had given him. He remembered the long periods facing the wall during self-reflection. As for stuff that weren't on the protected species list, Curly Hair would not restrain himself. Bon appetit. While Curly Hair was excited, he was also a little perplexed at the same time. Where to start? As this was his first hunt on his excursion, Curly Hair felt that his first prey should be something special. Perhaps this was what that Nanfeng meant by ceremonial. Thus, Curly Hair went about searching meticulously for his first prey. With great difficulty, Curly Hair finally discovered one. Its appearance looked similar to photographs of a protected species he had seen in the list, but it only looked alike. Curly Hair could tell that this fish wasn't the same. He observed it more closely and was able to list a few differences as evidence. Thus, he could answer confidently if Fang Zhao were to ask him when he returned. Having eliminated the possibility that it was on the protected species list, Curly Hair was now confident in his course of action. Although this prey wasn't too large and only about a meter long, it attracted Curly Hair greatly. With sights set on the target, Curly Hair dog-paddled after it. 1 a.m. A certain counterterrorism department in Yenzhou was still at work. Night security teams have yet to discover any suspicious persons. Sonar hasn't discovered any suspicious targets. Continue this vigilance towards the target region. Pay attention to patrol and coastal detection readings. Screen out any sound or energy. Anomalies. Don't even let a single bird or fish go undetected. They had received information that the notorious terrorist organization Tomorrow's Empire, or T, would launch an attack on Yinzhou at 2 a.m. The counterterrorism department only had an approximate region, but no specific location or coordinates. Furthermore, the T organization had stolen the latest bionics technology. Who knew what sort of modifications those bunch of lunatics could implement? At the same time, in a secret basement, only the flickering lights of display screens could be seen in this dusky basement. A bunch of people were either seated or standing. Their eyes were all glued to one of the screens. Successfully bypassed a patrol vessel. Someone cried out excitedly, and his bloodshot eyes gazed towards the map at the side that had a blood-colored T stamped on a certain area. They had formulated a new plan. This was the first operation and their first trial run. They were going to use a newly manufactured bionic torpedo to strike a harbor that was 100 kilometers from Yinzhou's Qian City. Although only one bionic torpedo had been released, the high-energy ordnance it carried was sufficient to destroy dozens of cargo ships at the harbor and cause serious damage. Bypassing those patrol vessels was well within their expectations. Going up against the coastal defenses afterwards would be the crucial point. Smoothly approaching, almost there, the person holding onto the control device stared at the dot on the display screen without blinking. As the torpedo was entering Yinzhou's coastal defense range, he became even more cautious and was also eager to see whether their newly modified product could deceive Yinzhou's defense system. As long as this attack was successful, follow-up operations would immediately commence. All the people in the basement were staring at the screen attentively. Everyone watched with bated breath. As the torpedo was just about to enter the range of Yinzhou's coastal defenses, the moving dot on the screen suddenly disappeared. Everyone in the basement. They even doubted their own eyes for a moment. The one wielding the control device had a frozen look on his face. Where the heck is my torpedo? He looked again. It had indeed disappeared. It had vanished cleanly and without warning. This sudden change flustered all those in the basement. They had come up with a few possible scenarios, but what they were witnessing right now wasn't one of those. It was as if it had ended even before a single splash could be made. This psychological blow was too great, and they couldn't come to terms with it right away. What's going on? We have lost the bionic torpedo's signal. Unable to detect any energy reaction. Cause unknown. Impossible. Is it a display malfunction? No, the monitor is fine. Control device is fine too. But there is no response from the torpedo. They had paid a hefty price and had invested considerable manpower, resources, and time to concoct this plan. Yet this was the outcome. Had it actually just disappeared without a trace like this? Have Yinzhou's coastal defenses become this strong? No, I don't believe it. The lips of the man wielding the control device were trembling. His scrunched-up expression was distorted, and there was a crazed look of unwillingness in his bloodshot eyes. He had no way of accepting this sort of failure. Another man seated in the corner said gloomily, "Inform the others to immediately halt their operations. Determine how their coastal defense system stopped it first." They had spent a rather long time formulating this plan, and the first attack targeting Yinzhou had failed. On the other side, Yinzhou's counterterrorism department was also puzzled. They had waited and waited. Even after 2 a.m. had passed, they didn't dare to relax or get complacent. They continued to wait all the way until 7 in the morning. There wasn't a single sign of activity. Those lunatics from T organization wouldn't lightly terminate their operations even if their information was leaked. Instead, they would go about it in an even more crazed and provocative fashion. However, it was already daybreak, and the counterterrorism department had yet to receive any news of an attack. It was peaceful on both dry land and in the sea. It was reasonable to see that there were no detection blind spots. So, why wasn't there any activity? Strange. Could it be that the information was wrong? Night gradually receded, and the sky turned bright. Rays of the sun shone on the surface of the ocean, dispelling the chill of night. Swish! A dog's head broke the water's surface, and spray was expelled from his nose. As if suddenly remembering that he could breathe, he moved his head and inhaled the crisp and fresh morning air. Curly hair slowly swam towards shore, his paddling legs splashing about. He shook himself off after standing on dry land. Belch. Chapter 452. Appetite really isn't that huge. Fang Zhao had given Nanfeng, Zuiyu, and Yinbiao 3 days of leave. However, Nanfeng worked hard to be a responsible assistant and sent Fang Zhao a message. After obtaining approval, he came over early in the morning. Many people had come looking for Fang Zhao for collaborations ever since he had left Huangart. In their opinion, Fang Zhao could start commercial activities since his advanced studies had concluded. However, Fang Zhao didn't have any intention of participating in all these commercial activities. Most of these people were unwilling to give up even though they were rejected. They sought out Nanfeng since they couldn't find Fang Zhao. After all, Nanfeng used to be involved in Huangzhou's entertainment industry, and many staffers knew him. Thus, contacting Nanfeng was way easier than getting in touch with Fang Zhao. Therefore, Nanfeng gave himself the title of part-time manager and enthusiastically came running over with his work. After giving Fang Zhao a summarized brief of all these matters, he looked around but didn't see Curly Hair. In their little team, other than the boss, Nanfeng cared most about Curly Hair with his valuation of close to 300 million. Where's Curly Hair? Curly Hair was so excited to move into the new place. Why do I not see him at all? Did he exhaust himself from playing too much and is sleeping around somewhere now? Fang Zhao looked at the time and said, he went swimming and will be back soon. Nanfeng's jaw dropped. He wanted to say, are you stupid? You actually let a dog worth nearly 300 million out to play in the ocean, but didn't dare say it in the end. Nanfeng put whatever files he was holding onto down and said instead, boss, I'm going to the beach to take a look. Nanfeng received a call from Yin Biao after stepping out. Yin Biao inquired about the situation and asked if Zuiyu and him were needed. Nanfeng went to the beach to search while answering the call. At this moment, Curly Hair had just come out from the sea. He shook off the water on his body and ran over towards the house. Nanfeng thought that Curly Hair's fur glittered like gold under the sun. As expected of our 300 million dog, he even glitters like gold under the sun. Nanfeng took a photo and sent it to their private group chat. Even his footprints in the sand are so cute. Yin Biao, Zuiyu. Nanfeng continued, I'll turn on the camera for you guys. Can you see that running silhouette glistening with light? Our little Curls is the most beautiful pet in this district. Yin Biao. And the most expensive, right? Boss. Nanfeng wanted to say the boss was stupid, but his tongue got stuck when he thought about Fang Zhao's hearing ability. The boss doesn't always have time to watch the dog. We have to watch him closely while we are here, especially when he goes swimming in the sea. It is too dangerous. Nanfeng jogged over towards Curly Hair. Curly Hair stopped by Nanfeng and shook his wet damp fur. Belch. Put. Curly Hair belched and farted. Nanfeng was excited. He regretted not being able to record this scene. It's my first time personally seeing a dog fart. Curly Hair deserves his 300 million yuan valuation. Both his burp and fart linger for some time. And, on closer inspection, it even smells like smoke. Yin Biao, Zuiyu. The brains of their comrade had already been deeply corroded by money. This brainless flatter was incurable. While Nanfeng was fancily lauding how our dog is just different from others, Curly Hair had already bypassed Nanfeng and rushed into the house. He looked at the time. It was 8:02 a.m. Before leaving, he had told Fang Zhao he would return by 8 in the morning. He had been late by 2 minutes. Curly Hair needed to explain himself. I was already ashore before 8 a.m., but I wanted to dry myself outside before entering the house. Nanfeng even stopped me. Curly Hair still wanted to continue defending himself, but heard Nanfeng's footsteps. He quickly shut his mouth. Go to the dryer and dry yourself completely, Fang Zhao said. After Curly Hair finished drying his fur and came out, Fang Zhao had already dismissed Nanfeng. Fang Zhao looked in Curly Hair's mouth and between his teeth. There wasn't much else besides some green stuff that looked like the remains of some sort of algae. How much did you eat this time? Fang Zhao asked. Curly Hair confidently replied, I ate 1 fish. Just 1, and maybe some other snacks. Curly Hair wanted to prove that his own appetite really wasn't that large. He had heard people talking about how keeping pets was a waste of money. Those that ate a lot could even be abandoned. Curly Hair needed to defend himself. His appetite really wasn't huge. Did you really just eat 1? Aren't you hungry? Fang Zhao asked. He knew what Curly Hair's appetite was like. Really? Not hungry, Curly Hair said confidently. Did you secretly eat a whale? No. I didn't eat any whales. Neither did I eat any other protected marine species. Not even a single fin. The fish I ate was a little longer than me. It looked like a protected species, but it actually isn't. I surveyed it many times and verified it. Curly Hair hurriedly said, "This has to be explained." He didn't want to face the wall. "Then, what snacks did you have?" Fang Zhao continued asking. "Just 2 clams and some seaweed when I was returning. There were some that I didn't know the names of, so I just licked them. They didn't taste good." MMHM. Fang Zhao studied Curly Hair carefully. Besides being a little excited, there didn't seem to be anything out of the ordinary with Curly Hair. Fang Zhao didn't know whether Curly Hair was truly not hungry, so he decided to go pour a bowl of dog food. Just as he got up, he heard Curly Hair belch. Fang Zhao stopped in his tracks. His expression turned serious after discerning the smells in the air. He placed the bowl of dog food aside, then walked over and squatted down to carefully inspect Curly Hair. Fang Zhao thought of something and asked, "How did the fish you ate today look like? Did you see it before in any of the books?" "It looked similar to one of the protected marine species." Fang Zhao opened up the ebook and got Curly Hair to point it out. "This type, just that it only looked somewhat similar." "It definitely isn't." I could tell. Curly Hair was somewhat pleased. Fortunately, he had taken a closer look while hunting and remembered all its differences when compared to the fish shown in the protected marine species ebook. Curly Hair gave a detailed account of his observations and could even point out where every scale was, including a T, on the body of that fish, which wasn't easy to spot. Curly Hair had remembered every single detail rather vividly. Fang Zhao used a pen to draw a sketch according to Curly Hair's description. Considering the direction this fish was swimming, Fang Zhao drew out a few routes after comparing it to a map for understanding. After some pondering, he marked out 3 routes. Amongst these 3, one of these routes would lead to the harbor about 100 kilometers away from Qian City. Fang Zhao took this into account and asked Curly Hair, "How did it taste when you ate it? How hard was it?" Curly Hair looked perplexed. "I don't know. Things larger than me are swallowed whole." Fang Zhao, what perfect logic. From this bit, Curly Hair had completely abided by the instinct of wild animals by using the least amount of energy to gain the most amount of energy. Why bite and chew when it could be swallowed straight? There wasn't any point wasting all that excess energy if it could be swallowed. There weren't any people in the area to witness it anyways. Curly Hair didn't know what mistake he had made. He became nervous when he saw Fang Zhao deep in thought. "Although I don't know how it tasted, I think that its composition is probably more complex than dog food. Definitely more complex than dog food. Should I bite it to bits and taste it next time?" The books I read didn't mention what protected fish species taste like. Without a comparison, I also won't know how special it is compared to similar fish. But I still feel a little bloated after eating it up. Fang Zhao pulled his gaze away from his notebook. He patted Curly Hair on his head. "No need, no need. You've done very well." Curly Hair wagged his tail vigorously after being praised and felt at ease. "How do you feel now?" Fang Zhao asked. "Feel? Eating that fish feels like eating compressed biscuits. I'm so full." Curly Hair even emphasized, "My appetite really isn't that big." Fang Zhao still wasn't at ease and gave Curly Hair a simple checkup. The equipment he used to inspect Curly Hair had also been moved to the new place. The checkup results showed that Curly Hair didn't have any injury and was completely healthy. Only his blood test results were abnormal with an excessive metal content. Fortunately, this was only slightly higher than normal. The metal levels in Curly Hair's blood had always been higher than that of other dogs. It was only slightly higher after he had swallowed something Fang Zhao suspected was a bionic torpedo. This amazed Fang Zhao. On closer inspection, the luster of Curly Hair's fur also seemed to have some changes. Nanfeng had done some grooming for Curly Hair, but never had Curly Hair's fur seen this sort of luster. Curly Hair's fur wasn't the sort that could easily be changed with some chemical dosage. All of these changes had happened overnight. Just in case, Fang Zhao tied a micro-monitoring tracker to Curly Hair's leg. He would be able to find out right away if Curly Hair encountered any abnormalities. "You'd better not go into the sea for the next 2 days." Fang Zhao said. Yes. Curly Hair had enjoyed himself thoroughly this time. Furthermore, he felt a little too bloated and sleepy. He would spend the next 2 days watching TV at home and sleeping. If you come across this type of fish that makes you full again and want to eat it, don't bite it. Just swallow it whole. After eating it, Immediately return and inform me. All right, yeah. Curly Hair wagged his tail vigorously. I'll go find it again the next time I'm hungry. It was so filling, and Curly Hair felt that having one of such a fish could last him for half a month. This can help Fang Zhao save a lot of money. It did make him burp a lot, though. Chapter 453. Enemy Attack a Wolf. Curly Hair was delighted from his full stomach and narrow escape from criticism. He yawned and crawled into his kennel to sleep. Fang Zhao had originally planned on exploring the surrounding area today. Now that he'd graduated, Fang Zhao was looking forward to some relaxation. Earlier, Fang Zhao had asked the realtor for information on renting a speedboat. The plan was to do some leisurely fishing for fresh seafood for the rabbit. However, Curly Hair's new findings caused Fang Zhao to give up his original plans. Fang Zhao returned to his study and scrutinized the sketch he had just made in the notebook. He brought up multiple diagrams on his monitor and circled an area on a map of Yinzhou. The T represented tomorrow's empire, the organization that liked to spring attacks, and wanted to bring back the period of destruction. The first time Fang Zhao had encountered them was during his time serving the military on planet Baiji. He had encountered them over at Whale Island as well. Fang Zhao studied the 3 routes on the map and analyzed their objective. As someone who had survived close to 100 years in the period of destruction, Fang Zhao was still rather sensitive to many things. Some influences were deeply ingrained into his soul and would never go away even in a new body in spite of years of peaceful life in the new era. That smell of smoke had immediately caught Fang Zhao's attention. During the period of destruction, this smell meant fighting and bloodshed. Beep, beep. While he was thinking, Fang Zhao's personal terminal received a notification. Fang Zhao's attention shifted away from the map. He checked the notification. It was the micro-monitoring apparatus he had tied to Curly Hair's leg. Fang Zhao would be notified if there were any abnormal occurrences. Real-time detailed graphs were displayed on the projected screen. The metal content in Curly Hair's blood that was slightly high an hour ago was currently rising rapidly. No, rather, it was a sudden fluctuation. The content of a few types of metals spiked abruptly before dropping rapidly. There were even some metals that couldn't exist in a normal dog. These metallic elements were probably a result of what Curly Hair had eaten today. Humans also absorbed some necessary elements from food, but the situation here was clearly different. In a span of less than 10 seconds, certain metallic elements in Curly Hair's body fell from abnormal levels to 0, then climbed up to astounding heights. Of all animals Fang Zhao knew about, there wasn't any animal that could produce these sorts of changes. If these levels appeared in a human body, the human wouldn't be able to survive. The same applied to regular dogs. But, evidently, Curly Hair's vitals didn't weaken the slightest. Fang Zhao could still hear his rhythmic snoring. However, the results simply weren't normal. Is the monitoring apparatus faulty? Fang Zhao strode over to Curly Hair's kennel. He observed the snoring Curly Hair, then reached out a finger before Curly Hair's nose to check his breathing. Curly Hair always snored when he was sleeping soundly despite not being short-snout or fat. Fang Zhao had once brought him to a vet for a checkup, yet nothing conclusive was found. Right now, Curly Hair's breaths were very forceful. It wasn't hurried, but the temperature of the exhaled air was abnormally high. It was way higher than the monitoring apparatus's measurement of Curly Hair's body temperature. Was it normal for a warm-blooded creature's exhaled breaths to be twice as hot as its body's temperature? Fang Zhao patted Curly Hair's head. Curly Hair. Curly Hair continued snoring. Fang Zhao patted again. The gaming consoles have been stolen. Alo Wu. Curly Hair struggled to growl. He licked his lips and flipped onto his side while still asleep. His 4 legs even paddled as if he was running. A few moments later, the snoring resumed. Fang Zhao's expression became even more serious. Even the words, gaming consoles have been stolen, can't wake him up? It seemed the situation was already way more serious than he had imagined. However, Fang Zhao had never heard of nor encountered such a situation before. He didn't know what to do. Should he forcefully awaken Curly Hair, or wait and see? He wasn't sure whether forcefully waking Curly Hair would be harmful, and he didn't dare act rashly. Just as Fang Zhao was pondering about what to do, the sensor's beeps became more urgent. The numbers displayed on his personal terminal were alarming. Heart rate, pulse, and blood pressure were all fluctuating wildly. Those were only the metrics the monitoring apparatus measured too. Who knew what else was happening unknown to the device? The projected display with all the graphs was flashing. The image became warped and distorted as though it was being pulled by some sort of power. All light sources in the house became unstable and were flickering as if there was some sort of interference. Any electrical appliances that were currently in use were producing warning beeps. A seemingly shrill buzzing sound caused an extremely unpleasant feeling. Fortunately, Fang Zhao could still bear it. Anybody else might have already become delirious. If caught in the same situation, there seemed to be a slight chill in the air around. Fang Zhao's intuition, cultivated from the chaos of the period of destruction, could clearly sense an unknown danger from Curly Hair's body. He retreated hurriedly. The digits displayed by the monitor broke, and the sharp warning beeps ceased. The connection between the monitoring apparatus and personal terminal was cut. All the lights within the room blew out simultaneously. There was hissing as sparks of electricity flowed out of the sockets. Something luminescent reflection flashed on the metal. A huge, something like a paw. It slammed down so quickly it seemed like an illusion. Bam! Dust and fragments on the ground were thrown into the air. The abrupt stream of air blew the curtains open. The entire three-story house swayed. The reflective luminescence vanished. Just like that, it came and went in the blink of an eye. Just like an illusion. Fang Zhao fell silent as he looked at the huge paw imprint and the many cracks on the floorboard. There had actually been a chair in the area the huge paw imprint covered. Nanfeng had bought it for quite a high price and gifted it to Fang Zhao as a housewarming gift for the new place. Nanfeng had actually wanted a chair made from real wood, which was generally considered a luxury in the new era. However, the retailer had recommended more sturdier furniture for places with dogs that were resistant to being gnawed on. Thus, Nanfeng had chosen an alloy chair. It had been sturdy enough. But now, this high-grade alloy chair praised by the retailer to be sturdy enough was now flattened and embedded into the floor. Curly Hair, who had been sleeping by the side, jolted awake as if he had just woken up from a nightmare. His innocent dog eyes scanned the surrounding mess. The floor below could even be seen through the cracks on the floor, and there was still that sinister paw print. Curly Hair jumped out from his kennel in shock and growled. Enemy attack. Oh, whoa. He spotted Fang Zhao and quickly ran over to stand by Fang Zhao's side. He continued to growl at that huge paw imprint that had appeared without his knowledge. His ears were pressed backwards and his teeth were bared. This dog had evidently entered an aggressive stance, like a brave warrior guarding his territory against invaders. This was an extremely fierce demeanor. Oh, whoa, Fang Zhao. Chapter 454, Can't Fit. Fang Zhao had really wanted to keep a low profile and rest. However, things just didn't stop happening. The ruckus had been too great. The district's security system had detected an anomaly, and a housing representative had quickly called to inquire. Is there anything I can assist you with, sir? No need. It's just my dog making trouble, Fang Zhao replied. The realtor gave a dry chuckle. All right, if you say so, then that's what it is. On the surface, I will believe you. The realtor didn't persist with the questions. Everything was fine as long as it didn't affect other households or endanger any lives. However, many others were still paying close attention to Fang Zhao's recent move-in. Despite the distance to the other houses, those people would definitely know if there was any activity from the Yenzhou celebrity. Thus, people were already asking around what had happened. A middle-aged businessman with a dog in tow said he was just passing by, but his roving eyeballs were clearly trying to find some answers. Fang Zhao didn't let the businessman enter, saying that his house was a mess. Instead, Fang Zhao exchanged pleasantries with him by the table and chairs in the front yard. Your dog made a mess? Sigh. I can understand where you are coming from. There are some troubles that only dog owners like us would understand. The businessman sympathized as though he was a veteran. After a while, the businessman felt that he had gotten enough information and wouldn't gain anything else with more probing. Thus, he pulled his dog along and left. He immediately told his other friends about everything the moment he left. There was quite a bit of ruckus over there today. It sounded like many things being smashed. Didn't see the dog. Maybe he was beating his dog just now. No, you know how some people behave totally different in private and public though. Who knows what goes on in their own home? Hee hee. Too much stress from outside, so they can only vent when they get home. It is rather common for celebrities like these to have terrible tempers in private. I know. Everyone has their own secrets. It's easier to just blame the dog when anything happens. After all, the dog can't say anything. Fang Zhao's neighbors wouldn't talk to the media. They would only mention it in private conversations. Nevertheless, in a short time, some shocking news began circulating in some social circles. Apparently, Fang Zhao had violent tendencies and wasn't honest when it came to private matters. At the same time, there were all sorts of rumors. They ranged from Fang Zhao being smeared by competitors, a relationship dispute, a terrorist attack, and many others. There were even people who observed silently and reckoned they had deciphered the truth. Something had happened just after Fang Zhao had moved houses. Who had Fang Zhao offended? Fang Zhao knew what these people were discussing in private, but he didn't really care. He got Nanfeng to renovate the house once more and handle this as quietly as possible. The huge paw print was too obvious in the area curly hair had damaged. Fang Zhao could only get rid of this paw print by bashing a hole in the floorboards himself. On the second day after moving in, this house had to go through another major renovation. Yin Biao and Zuiyu both looked ashamed. Such destructive power definitely meant there had been a sneak attack by someone. They had failed as bodyguards. Even though Fang Zhao had given them time off, all the security installations in the house had been installed by them. None of these had been of any use. They felt it was still their responsibility and that they had let down their boss and their high salaries. The two were discussing how to upgrade the house's security system. Nanfeng's face was pale as he touched the flattened chair with trembling hands. What sort of force had actually flattened an alloy chair that was said to be capable of withstanding the weight of an elephant? The ground floor was still fine, but the second floor was damaged significantly. Half of the newly bought electronic devices inside the house were damaged, and 2/3 of the lights needed to be replaced. The flooring had to be redone as well. Scenarios of assassination, revenge, and lovers' quarrel spun through Nanfeng's mind. He was very worried for Fang Zhao's personal safety. He didn't ask any questions. Since Fang Zhao didn't talk about it, Nanfeng could only keep his doubts to himself. "Boss, do you want to employ a few more people?" Nanfeng asked. "No need." Fang Zhao let Nanfeng handle the renovation and called Curly Hair, who had been standing in the corner all this time, over to his study. The incident had happened on the second floor. Fortunately, the house was sturdy. Otherwise, it might have collapsed following that swipe. It was also lucky that they had moved. If this had happened in their previous house, the neighbor would have suffered a tremendous shock. Fang Zhao shut the door behind Curly Hair. The study was rather well soundproofed. At this moment, Curly Hair was still doubting himself. He had fallen into a state of shock after Fang Zhao had told him the truth. The degree of shock was even greater than when he had discovered he sung while gaming. "You really don't remember?" Fang Zhao asked. "I really don't." Curly Hair absolutely believed that he wasn't the sort of dog that wrecked houses. Fang Zhao nodded and took out a sound recording. Although all the surveillance devices in the house were destroyed, there was still a short sound recording taken before the system was damaged. There was a shrill sound of static. "Listen." Curly Hair's ears pricked up. He slowly began doubting his own memory. "Sounds familiar," Curly Hair said feebly. Fang Zhao raised an eyebrow. "Could this have happened before? When did you last hear this?" Fang Zhao asked. Curly Hair thought seriously. "When you were locked up." Fang Zhao. Fang Zhao thought back to that time. Curly Hair was probably talking about his quarantine. "On Whale Island." Fang Zhao asked. "Right. What did you do back then?" "Swallowed a person. But I pretended to faint on the spot after swallowing. Nobody discovered anything." "Very good. Are there any other similar instances?" "Think carefully." Curly Hair pondered for quite some time. "There may have been one other time, but I can't remember when it was." Curly Hair couldn't remember clearly, but Fang Zhao had a conjecture. Once, Will had brought Curly Hair along to an art exhibition to seek inspiration for painting. However, there was an accident, and Curly Hair had dragged Will out from a burning building. At that time, the locks on the dog pens had all broken, and the surveillance systems had gone haywire. Even now, the perpetrator still had yet to be determined. Curly Hair only remembered biting open the pens, but wasn't clear what he did to the surveillance. Curly Hair hadn't even aware of it then. Up till now, Curly Hair still didn't know that he would damage surveillance systems every time something like this happened. He had come from biting open cages to swallowing a person whole on Whale Island. Now, a giant paw had nearly destroyed a building. In the last year, Curly Hair had begun changing faster than ever. Fang Zhao guessed that curly hair's changes had certain forms. Like evolving. Nobody knew how long this process would persist for. What would happen in the future was impossible to predict. What was even more worrying was that curly hair himself couldn't control these changes. What would they do the next time something like that happened? They could only try to find a place with no one around. Fang Zhao recalled the size of that paw, which had nearly destroyed the entire floor. That had only been a paw. If it had been an entire body, it wouldn't even fit in the house. How do you feel now? Fang Zhao asked. I don't feel much. Does my soul feeling itchy count? Curly hair lifted up one of his front paws. Fang Zhao inspected curly hair's paw that had supposedly split the floor open and saw only some slight scratches. As Fang Zhao watched, the scratches were disappearing. The paw even seemed like it was well taken care of. After speaking to curly hair about things to take note of, Fang Zhao went through his bank account and frowned. Alas, supporting a household was hard. Fang Zhao sighed helplessly, then called Nanfeng. Nanfeng had been fretting over how to strengthen the building during the renovations. He had expected Fang Zhao to ask him to keep the renovations as low profile as possible and indeed had a few plans. But then, I want to buy an island, Fang Zhao said. Nanfeng. Buy a what? Calm down, boss. Buy anything but an island. In Nanfeng's opinion, there was totally no need for Fang Zhao to buy an island. Even amateurs knew that private islands were currently depreciating. The new era had once seen a period when buying islands had been popular. A bunch of merchants had jointly jacked up the prices of islands. Sometime later, due to environmental protection and other reasons, a portion of islands were prohibited from business transactions. Thus, as the supply of private islands decreased, prices had soared. However, with the continuous development of foreign planets, those with spare cash had set their sights on investing in foreign planets. Who would still be investing on islands here? Larger ones were jacked up to astronomical prices, but the smaller, less popular ones could even have lingering viruses from the period of destruction. Who would even buy them? With many choices, the value of luxury goods fell. Everyone moved towards better choices. Currently, there were indeed many private islands on the market that struggled to sell. On the other hand, buying a private island was easy. With enough cash, the transaction could be done right away, and those owners would be more than happy to part ways with their islands. Nanfeng steadied himself from the shock and cleared his throat. He squeezed out a slight smile before explaining to Fang Zhao the state of islands market. Everyone says to buy on the upswing, not on the downturn. Island prices are falling continuously, and it will be difficult to sell if needed. Many buyers ended up not using the islands anyways. Who knows what poisonous bugs and plants are on those islands? It's very dangerous. Island prices were high to begin with. Even the initial investment to make an island inhabitable is high. Nanfeng jabbered on with his analysis, telling Fang Zhao that this investment wasn't worthwhile. After hearing Nanfeng's analysis, Fang Zhao said, curly hair needs a much larger space to be active. Numbly, Nanfeng looked at Fang Zhao and couldn't make out any trace of humor. Seeing that Fang Zhao had already made his decision, Nanfeng could only abide. All right, I will first come up with a budget. Nanfeng thought to himself, what exactly did boss experience? Is it so serious that boss wants to shun the world? Nanfeng decided that he would purchase an additional insurance policy for himself when he returned home today. At this moment, he was really itching to ask Fang Zhao, do you regret donating so much money? If you hadn't donated that much, even a whole bunch of islands wouldn't be out of the question. While having all these ridiculing thoughts, Nanfeng searched for private islands for sale through the internet. He then filtered islands for sale with landing pads. He estimated that after buying a small island, Fang Zhao's savings would be nearly wiped out. Perhaps Nanfeng would be able to understand if there had been another reason. But if it was really for the sake of keeping a dog, then that was too. On this day, Nanfeng learned a life lesson from his boss. Keeping pets could make one poor. Chapter 455. One wouldn't know how weird he is unless he looks in the mirror. On Earth, islands were easy to purchase, and there were many choices. Nanfeng shortlisted a few for Fang Zhao. Fang Zhao selected one amongst them. Island owners were more than happy to meet potential buyers. They too had grown anxious as increasing numbers of investors flocked to foreign planets instead of islands over the past 2 years. They were more than willing to get rid of their islands and were much more amenable to negotiations. The owners were eager to respond, and negotiations began only a day after the initial inquiry. Nanfeng could only feel helpless seeing Fang Zhao complete the procedures so quickly. Fang Zhao doesn't know how to invest. He needs an investment advisor. Even though he didn't know what exactly had happened in the house on that day, it couldn't require an immediate purchase of an island, right? Sigh, boss should just go and dabble in his music. He's going to lose too much in investments. Nanfeng wasn't the only who thought this way. The island owner also thought that Fang Zhao was foolish. He was still buying islands in a bear market. What was this if not foolish? Indeed, it is easy to act rashly when one is too young. Fang Zhao's newly bought island wasn't considered very big, but it was enough for Curly Hair to move around on. It was located some distance away from the various continents. There was nothing special about its shape, and it basically had no reputation. The island owner himself had never gone to the island for almost 20 years. He only sent a maintenance team there twice a year. Thus, it could be considered a rather primitive island. The calamitous period of destruction had engulfed the entire globe. There had been no safe havens, and the islands on Earth too had been ravaged during that tumultuous period. But, after 500 years, its flourishing vitality had returned. The island house had been constructed over 50 years ago. Because of frequent storms, it had seen a few upgrades here and there. The house was in good shape. Since it was still habitable, Fang Zhao didn't make many modifications. After the security systems were installed, Fang Zhao asked Nanfeng and the other two to return and remain on standby. The surface area of the island wasn't too big, and game was limited. Supplies would need to be delivered to the island. Fang Zhao hoarded some supplies for now and decided he would have Yin Biao or Zuiyu deliver some more later. After receiving the remainder of the copyright fees, Fang Zhao used them to buy another 2 transoceanic flying transports. His recently replenished account once again became near empty. Nanfeng and the others felt their hearts ache. All 3 of them had the same thought. Had boss gone crazy? One of the transports was docked at the island in reserve, while the other was for supply delivery. Boss, are you going to live here by yourself? Zuiyu was worried and asked again. MHM, Fang Zhao seemed very calm. You won't need any assistance? Yin Biao asked. Correct. Then, boss, contact us immediately if you need anything. We'll be on call at all times. Nanfeng glanced back reluctantly as they boarded the flying transport. After watching them leave, Fang Zhao returned to the house and called Curly Hair, who had been inside his kennel all this time. Curly Hair's mental state had gone from, I can't be this sort of dog, to do I have to go out and work. He had originally thought that swallowing the fish could last him a month. However, Curly Hair was unexpectedly feeling a little hungry already. Fang Zhao brought out a large 50 kilograms bag of dog food. You eat. I will watch you eat from the side, Fang Zhao said. Can I swallow all of this? Sure. Curly Hair licked his nose and trotted over to the bag of dog feed. Then, Fang Zhao saw what appeared like a huge mouth. There was a silvery gleam of light. The 50 kilograms package of dog food was gone. Are you full? Fang Zhao asked. Curly Hair hesitated. Still, a little hungry. He simply hadn't eaten his fill. Fang Zhao then brought another 50 kilograms bag of dog food. Can you swallow it slower this time? Slow your swallowing motion. Curly Hair nodded his head firmly. Swallow slowly. This time, Fang Zhao could see it more clearly. Curly Hair's head changed, but his body and other parts remained the same. His curly hair seemed to shrink back into his body at that instant. 1. The change between his normal body and enlarged head seemed to be a gradual metallic delineation. Fang Zhao noticed a large mouth with sharp teeth opening and swallowing the 50 kilograms bag of dog food. Easily. Perhaps 100 kilograms wouldn't even be a problem. Fang Zhao pondered as he watched. Perhaps this dog could no longer easily be classified as a carbon-based life form. Perhaps he even had another form. Curly Hair spent most of his time as a dog, but during the transformation, was he an alloy dog or an unknown metallic life form? It wasn't a surprise the newly installed cameras in the house malfunctioned. There was too much interference during the transformation. Fang Zhao then checked the surveillance devices in other parts of the house. Those that were nearby had suffered severe malfunctions. Those more than 20 meters away only captured distorted images. Only electronic devices were affected. Fortunately, Fang Zhao had already made appropriate preparations. Curly Hair himself wasn't aware of his transformation. Since electronic appliances couldn't be used, Fang Zhao searched the storeroom and brought out a dressing mirror that belonged to the previous owner of the island. Curly Hair faced the mirror and gulped down another bag of dog food. He suddenly choked, flabbergasted. He nearly wet himself from his reflection. Indeed, without the mirror, he didn't know how he looked. The degree of shock was even greater than when he had found out that he had wrecked the house in his dreams. However, his fright was quickly replaced by hunger. Curly Hair felt weary after transforming a few times. The 3 bags of dog food had already been completely consumed. Hungry. Without any other choices, Curly Hair ran into the ocean again to forage. Since there weren't any other inhabitants nearby this time, Curly Hair didn't need to wait for nighttime. After getting Fang Zhao's permission, he rushed into the sea. Just like a switch, Curly Hair's transformations immediately became more frequent. For example, while digging a hole for fun, Curly Hair's paw enlarged, and he created a crater. Fang Zhao didn't dare let Curly Hair sleep in the house. What if Curly Hair destroyed the house when he dreamed of chasing thieves? As Curly Hair transformed more frequently, he also required more energy. Food. Fang Zhao really couldn't solve this issue and could only let Curly Hair run into the ocean for food. Fang Zhao made sure to give Curly Hair frequent reminders of what was permissible. Curly Hair wandered about the ocean every day. In a week, he swallowed 2 bionic torpedoes in the coastal regions nearby Yenzhou. However, a torpedo no longer filled him for a month. Now, it barely lasted him a week. Whenever his transformations were too frequent, he would have to go back into the ocean after a couple of days. Curly Hair was rather happy. He could eat his fill and save money. But, after swallowing up 3 bionic torpedoes, he no longer found any more of them. Curly Hair swam to the coastal regions near Yenzhou a few times, but never saw any again. 1. Fang Zhao knew that T organization had probably given up on their bionic torpedo strategy. He wondered what their next move would be. Yenzhou's counter-terrorism measures were decent. Even without Curly Hair swallowing torpedoes, there was also a very high probability that the bionic torpedoes would be stopped. Without torpedoes, Curly Hair could only change his targets. This time, he decided to swim further away. Fang Zhao neither agreed nor objected. He handed Curly Hair a set of comprehensive test questions he had personally set. They covered how to react during crises and other important things. Curly Hair finished these questions very quickly and scored 93 marks out of 100. For the 7 missed marks, Fang Zhao gave Curly Hair supplementary lessons before allowing Curly Hair to go out. Curly Hair was out for longer this time and returned after more than 12 hours. He was in high spirits, probably from having eaten his fill. "What did you eat?" Fang Zhao asked. "I ate a huge chest." Curly Hair briefly summarized his experience on this trip. He had kept swimming and swimming after leaving the island. If something had seemed edible or delicious, he had eaten it. Fang Zhao then asked more specific and detailed questions to find out where Curly Hair got his food this time. It sounded like Curly Hair had found some high-energy substance from a sunken submarine. Out of 8 huge chests, Curly Hair had eaten 2. Because Curly Hair still couldn't control his bodily transformations, he didn't have any means to bring the huge chest across the long distance to let Fang Zhao have a look. At that time, he had already felt full after swallowing the first chest. He initially wanted to drag a chest back for Fang Zhao. However, after holding it in his mouth, he accidentally swallowed it. Curly Hair didn't want to swallow it. Third, Fang Zhao had also repeatedly warned him not to bite things open, so he'd only been able to head back to the island. "So full," Curly Hair said. He rarely encountered times when he was completely stuffed. Fang Zhao also had no way of seeing the chests without any diving equipment and could only make guesses through Curly Hair's descriptions. Curly Hair was unable to discern when the submarine sank, and Fang Zhao had no way of sketching an approximation. Thus, with insufficient information, he could only wait for Curly Hair's next trip to provide more clues. The effects after Curly Hair had eaten his fill was very noticeable. Curly Hair had been totally unable to control his sudden transformations at the beginning. Now, he was vaguely conscious of the feeling. Whenever he felt the transformation coming, he would try to avoid any unnecessary damage. Thus, he didn't add too many extra holes to the island. However, the transformations were becoming more frequent and intense. Fang Zhao had told Curly Hair to run into the ocean anytime he felt a transformation about to take place. He didn't want aircraft patrols or satellites detecting abnormal energy surges. Curly Hair didn't mind. In the following month, Curly Hair ran out a few more times and swallowed the remaining chests inside the sunken submarine. With the additional information from each expedition, Fang Zhao could more or less ascertain that it was a T organization submarine sunk by the Yinzhou Navy. About 100 years ago, it was rumored that this sunken submarine carried at least 8 tons of grade A power ore. 1. Many people had attempted to find the submarine for the 8 tons of grade A power ore. However, their efforts had proved futile. It was easy to be swallowed by the undercurrents or get attacked by deep-sea creatures. Rumors said that the area was also a zone with magnetic anomalies. Communications would suffer from interference, and diving gear could malfunction. It really wasn't worth risking so much for a tale that wasn't necessarily true. Gradually, people forgot about the sunken submarine and the fabled 8 tons of grade A power ore. Fang Zhao fell silent as he thought back on why the Yinzhou Navy had mobilized during that time. He was filled with complex sentiments. Chapter 456. Tiny remote islands have lousy signal. Curly Hair didn't have too many other ideas. After he'd finished all 8 chests, he returned a few times to search for similar chests, but to no avail. Fang Zhao had told him not to casually eat the deep-sea creatures there. Scaring them was fine, but eating wasn't. Thus, Curly Hair left, but not before biting a few more chunks from the submarine wreckage. The power core was especially tasty. Above the submarine wreckage, 3 fully armed submersibles cautiously made their way towards this area that people termed the Devil's Trench. They had indeed experienced multiple instances of communications interference as they approached the fabled abyss of danger. Fortunately, they hadn't encountered any strong undercurrents during this time. The stifling environment at the sea floor left the crew uneasy and fearful of this unknown world. Humankind had already headed into outer space and stepped foot on other planets. However, they still hadn't truly conquered the ocean. Many areas in the deep sea still hid their secrets. We've reached the middle without any issue. If there is nothing wrong with the map, we will reach the target soon. No dangers discovered. Looks like luck is with us today. They had never imagined to find success on the first try. This was an exploratory operation. Who would be willing to brave the dangers here if they weren't forced to do so? But it was strange. Their 3 bionic torpedoes seemed to have suddenly disappeared off the face of the Earth. The 3 torpedo attacks had failed, leaving them ever more apprehensive of Yinzhou's coastal defenses. Seriously, their interceptions were so strong it made their hairs stand on end. Not even a ripple remained. The T branches in other regions had immediately stopped with the bionic torpedo plan and instead discreetly researched the current state-of-the-art in interception technology. They had reason to suspect that the imitation biotechnology method stolen from the military had a bug. Maybe the military had planned for them to steal it. Unfortunately, they had sacrificed many lives and revealed many of their bases to seize this imitation biotechnology. Now, it even seemed like this was all a plan to target them. How crafty. Those here had no choice but to change their original plans. The organization's higher-ups were already dissatisfied with the Yinzhou division. If they weren't able to make any results, they would suffer disastrous consequences within the organization. They desperately needed to prove themselves through a successful attack. After losing 3 precious bionic torpedoes, their commanders had temporarily cut a large portion of their funding, recalled all bionic torpedoes, and halted the plan. It seemed like they had been left out to dry. T Organization's Yinzhou division chief was so worried lately that he had started balding. Originally, they had wanted to just blow up a densely populated place with less security, such as Yinzhou's commercial districts. But they were worried about ruining the organization's other plans. They knew that T had a lot of plans, but they just weren't in the know. Since the various divisions operated independently, their division didn't have the bigger picture. Furthermore, the Yinzhou military district was watching them very carefully. They would likely be stopped before even getting close to any commercial areas. With limited options, the Yinzhou division could only search for other means to earn merit, such as finding resources. The Yinzhou division chief ultimately placed his sights on the submarine that had sunk more than 100 years ago. One of his seniors had been in charge of transporting the power ore. Unfortunately, the crew had encountered the Yinzhou Navy and hadn't been able to escape. In the end, the submarine had been sunk. Not a single crew member had survived. 8 tons of grade A power or had sunk into the ocean. 8 tons. 2. How much time and effort had been spent to collect 8 tons of grade A power ore? And it had all F*King sunk. This incident had also been a huge blow to the organization, leaving them very dispirited. The organization had been forced into a period of quiet recovery. After that, the organization no longer transported more than 2 tons of power ore at once. Grade A power ore was also transported separately. What was more, the event was a result of pure misfortune. The plan itself was sound, but the Yinzhou Navy had been holding an impromptu training exercise. Reportedly, this impromptu exercise was a special commemoration for the death anniversary of some Yinzhou bigwig from the period of destruction after many years. 1. They hadn't received any information beforehand and had been stunned by the news. King Yinzhou Navy. Who was that period of destruction hero? Something Fang? 2. Who the hell cared? He was long dead and gone. It was rumored that there had been many plans to blow up that person's grave at the cemetery for martyrs, but those bunch of cemetery guards were too hard to deal with. None of the plans ever succeeded. Because of their long-standing grudges, every newly appointed Yinzhou division chief would receive a mission to blow up graves in the Yinzhou cemetery for martyrs, especially the one for the Fang guy. In a certain hidden underground hideout, T organization's Yinzhou division chief was directing the salvage operation with a gloomy look on his face. Normally, he wouldn't stake so much on a sunken submarine lost over 100 years ago, but he really didn't have any other alternatives. The price of A-grade power ore had fallen quite a bit with the discovery of new power ore deposits, but these 8 tons would still be worth around 14 billion. Fortunately, communications technology had advanced quickly. Even though the salvage operation experienced some interference a few times, it was still overall quite smooth. They had managed to approach the objective without any strong undercurrents or deep-sea creature attacks. The chief thought to himself that even the heavens were helping him. 1. Stay vigilant for attacks from giant deep-sea creatures. Understood. But boss, are there really giant creatures of legend here? One of the men in the submersibles asked. I don't know. The area we are close to is very peaceful. Perhaps there aren't even any fish at this depth, let alone deep-sea monsters. It is all just a dead zone. Documentaries have only managed to capture some indistinct shadows. Who knows if these fabled monsters actually exist? Some even suspect those documentaries to be faked. Though they agreed outwardly, deep down, they still believe the existence of the deep-sea monsters. The men inside the 3 submersibles raised their level of vigilance. Found it. The sunken submarine. The submarine that had lain there for over 100 years no longer held the same structure. Find the ore first. An impatient voice sounded through the communications device. Got it, boss. The men within the 3 submersibles were also excited. 8 tons of A-grade power ore. This was worth over 14 billion. They could rest easy after this was done. As planned, one submersible was for ore extraction, and the other 2 were for protection. Just that. Boss, there aren't any readings of ore. The cases used to store the ore are made of special materials that make the ore difficult to detect. Go search for those cases. 8 tons of ore should be stored in at least 8 cases. After a while, the extraction team reported back. Boss, the submarine looks to have sustained heavy damage. Only the wreckage remains. The edges of the severed portions are uneven, like they've been bitten by a dog. Not a funny joke. The voice over the comms was icy cold. Clearly, their chief wasn't in a good mood. Chief, they really do like bite marks. There really are giant deep-sea monsters. The man in the submersible was fearful. If something could chomp the submarine into this state, wouldn't crushing their submersibles be very easy? Honestly speaking, they were more willing to blow up Yinzhou's cemetery than stay here to feed the fishes. Find the cases. A stern shout came through the comms. Yes. In the end, the attraction of 8 tons of A-grade power ore was stronger than the fear of giant deep-sea monsters. However, Chief, we can't find any cases. It's empty here. A whole chunk of the submarine is missing. The power cores have also vanished. It looks like something bit through it recently. Heavy breathing could be heard on the other end of the comms. The chief was probably livid. He felt that everything was going against him. Look again. Search the vicinity. See whether there are any. BZZ. Traces. BZ. What did you say, Chief? That wasn't clear. There was nothing but static. However, they didn't panic. They had experienced some communications instability earlier. It would come back. But, after a while, they still had nothing but static. In fact, the submersible's control systems began encountering issues as well. This time, the men in the submersibles all panicked. Retreat, retreat, retreat. Quickly withdraw. Regroup in the shallows. The submersibles were losing more and more control, and their movements became erratic. As the submersible began pumping water out of the ballast tanks to rise, all instruments suddenly stopped working, as if there was a power failure. A shrill ringing sound echoed, and the crew members' visions went blurry. Elsewhere, Fang Zhao was on a call with Nanfeng. Nanfeng was reporting some recent matters to Fang Zhao. He had received many requests for collaboration ranging from variety shows, news interviews, and others. Fang Zhao's decision was needed for whether to accept or decline them. Ever since Fang Zhao moved to the island, Nanfeng's duties had become more important. However, he had no complaints and instead was rather happy about it. Fang Zhao had given him another salary raise, but that wasn't the only reason he was happy. Most importantly, Nanfeng had made connections with many other important people. This would benefit his future professional path. Then, I will reject the variety program and only accept Yenzhou television station's interview program. As for the collaborations, BZ. Nanfeng heard some static before the communications were completely cut. Nanfeng turned to Yin Biao and Zuoyu. I already said it. The signal on those remote islands is too lousy. Nanfeng. Yin Biao and Zuoyu were worried about losing contact with Fang Zhao and wanted to head over to take a look. However, they received a notice from Yenzhou's coastal monitoring station saying that a mild earthquake had occurred in a nearby marine trench, causing serious magnetic anomalies. They asked people to avoid this stretch temporarily. Thus, the three of them couldn't do anything but sit tight and wait. A mild earthquake wasn't much, but magnetic. Anomalies were troublesome. The degree of severity of the anomalies was uncertain, and they weren't willing to risk malfunctions while flying over. Sai, the city is great. Why did Boss want to move to a tiny island? At this moment, on the tiny island, after the communications were cut, Fang Zhao discovered that a familiar flickering was appearing on all display screens. Fang Zhao stepped out of the room and gazed towards the ocean. What sort of changes were happening now? Chapter 457. Dogs also need goals. The interference continued for close to 2 hours before disappearing. After one of Nanfeng's calls finally came through, Fang Zhao confirmed that he was safe. However, he didn't want Nanfeng and the other two to come over. Instead of returning to the house, Fang Zhao sat on a beach rock, skimming over the reports about the oceanic magnetic anomaly. There were currently no casualties or deaths. The earthquake was rather weak, and the center of the magnetic blast was uninhabited. Many people saw the news and didn't give it another thought. As he browsed through the news, Fang Zhao heard the sound of rushing water. Fang Zhao wasn't concerned and stood up for a better look. Splash! A dog charged onto shore. Perhaps due to speed or excitement, the dog tumbled a few times before coming to a stop. Curly hair shook off the water and sand on his body before running over to Fang Zhao. He wagged his tail excitedly. Fang Zhao saw that Curly hair didn't have any injuries and patted his head. Had your fill? Yeah. Yeah, was so full of vigor and delight. What happened? You caused quite some ruckus this time. Fang Zhao showed the news articles regarding this incident to Curly Hair. Curly Hair had a guilty conscience when he saw those news pieces, but lightened up after discovering that nothing too serious had happened. Can you change form now? Fang Zhao asked. Yes, Curly Hair said with confidence. Fang Zhao didn't let Curly Hair transform here. Even though there were no other people on the island, the previous incident with the magnetic anomaly had resulted in tighter satellite surveillance. They needed to be more careful. Let's go into the ocean. Fang Zhao changed into his diving attire. With some equipment in tow, he swam into the ocean. He wanted to prevent satellite monitoring and the destruction of his electronics on the island. He didn't have enough spares. After moving some distance away, Fang Zhao dove deep underwater and motioned for Curly Hair to transform. Sunlight shone through the ocean's surface. Even little bits of floating plankton could be seen. Fishes of all shapes and sizes were swimming around leisurely. Suddenly, there was a ripple, and all the fishes scattered. A huge creature with a cold metallic sheen appeared. Blue light reflected off the creature. The uncertain light and shadows from the waves produced an ethereal sight. The creature still had 2 ears, 4 limbs, a tail, sharp teeth. Fang Zhao could still roughly discern a dog's form. Fang Zhao ran his hand over the legs. With a mouth of that size, swallowing a human whole was indeed easy. Fang Zhao stared bewilderedly at this strange form before him. He had never imagined that a small dog-sized organism could become this sort of metallic-looking new life form. The instant when Curly Hair had transformed, Fang Zhao had even heard the high-pitched whirring of machinery. Fang Zhao waited for the new form to stabilize before turning on his underwater communications device. Very magnificent. Can it be smaller? I don't think so. Curly Hair tilted his head and thought about it. Currently no, not sure in the future. I can now control my transformation, but I can't maintain it for long. He added, I won't need to eat a lot as long as I don't assume this form. In Curly Hair's opinion, he wouldn't become hungry as long as he didn't transform. This way, he could save on dog feed. Curly Hair quickly reverted to the little dog and paddled happily beside Fang Zhao. He felt that he had finally solved a huge problem. No longer would he have to be so worried anymore. Fang Zhao still had many questions, but this wasn't an appropriate place to have a proper conversation. They returned to shore and entered the house before Curly Hair told Fang Zhao about the cause of the recent incident. There weren't any cases to eat. After nibbling on the submarine, I searched along that trench and smelled food in the deeper area, so I dug it up to eat. Food? What did it look like? Fang Zhao asked. Looked like a rock. It was white and round, about the size of a football. Curly Hair didn't remember anything else. At that time, he had simply gobbled it up without paying too much attention because he'd been hungry. Fang Zhao guessed that it might have been a new type of power or perhaps it even had a higher energy level than a grade power or potentially, that rock had come from outer space. There had been many falling meteorites during the period of destruction. Some of them would have contained power or Fang Zhao was more inclined to believe it was from outer space. But it was now difficult to verify the origins of the rock since Curly Hair had swallowed it. It didn't matter, though. Everything was fine as long as the rock was beneficial to Curly Hair. Did you discover other rocks like this? Fang Zhao asked. No, just one. Curly Hair was a little sad because of this. If there were more of these rocks, he wouldn't need Fang Zhao to spend money on dog food. Also, he'd be able to play around in both forms every day. Unfortunately, the number of things that could fill him up in one mouthful was very limited. Fang Zhao wasn't concerned and instead asked about the cause of the magnetic anomaly and earthquake. Curly Hair carefully glanced at Fang Zhao and slightly lowered his head. I ate too much and couldn't control myself. After gnawing on the submarine's power core and swallowing a high-grade ore, Curly Hair had become aware of his form change. So, he'd found somewhere to hide while time passed. I tried to control my transformation and didn't expect I would completely transform or cause any disturbance. I checked my surroundings, though. No one was around, just a few fishes. Curly Hair's eyes then lit up as he recalled something. Sometime after my transformation, I discovered that there were 3 diving machines not too far away. There were people inside, so I sent them to the nearest naval warships. I secretly dragged the diving machines over and wasn't discovered. At that moment, Fang Zhao received a notification. He clicked and opened it. It was a news report about a Yinzhou Navy patrol detecting 3 submersibles. The crew was confirmed to be part of the T organization. Furthermore, they had confirmed that the submersibles had been at the center of the earthquake and magnetic blast. Thus, the T organization became the prime suspects behind the magnetic anomalies. Fang Zhao had mixed feelings watching Curly Hair scratching himself with his hind leg without a clue. After a while, he said, "Well done this time." Curly Hair immediately perked up and wagged his tail. He gazed at Fang Zhao expectantly. "Then can I have a gaming console?" "Sure." Actually, Fang Zhao had already made preparations. Fang Zhao brought out 2 boxes. The first box contained a gaming helmet. Curly Hair's eyes lit up as he watched Fang Zhao bring out the brand new gaming helmet. An actual gaming helmet, not a fraudulent learning console. Fang Zhao then opened the second box. This one was smaller than the first. Inside was a bracelet-shaped personal terminal engraved with little dogs. Curly Hair's attention shifted away from the gaming console to the brand new personal terminal. This was the personal terminal he had dreamed about for such a long time. Curly Hair licked his lips, wagging his tail excitedly. Which do you want? You can only choose one, Fang Zhao said. Curly Hair's gaze alternated between the gaming console and the personal terminal. He whimpered in indecision. Actually, there is another problem, Fang Zhao said. Curly Hair's clear and innocent dog eyes widened as he gazed at Fang Zhao pitifully. Whichever it is, it wouldn't survive for long, Fang Zhao said. Impossible. Curly Hair guarded his possessions well. The hated learning console was still around. Each time you transform, the interference affects all electronics. In serious cases, they're rendered unusable. Curly Hair no longer said anything and became depressed. However, Fang Zhao continued. I see that you have improved a lot recently. Initially, you had no control over your transformations. Now, you're able to completely control a full-body transformation. I believe that you have the capabilities to transform without causing electrical interference. Curly Hair regained his confidence when he heard what Fang Zhao said. Fang Zhao gave Curly Hair time to make his choice. During this time, he had to figure out how to control the magnetic interference. Curly Hair quickly entered a new training phase. Dogs also needed to have goals. Only with goals would there be motivation and direction. Otherwise, he would only think about eating, sleeping, and gaming. Fang Zhao rearranged the storage space to be able to fit Curly Hair's transformed form. Even if Curly Hair accidentally transformed, the house wouldn't be destroyed. Curly Hair practiced swallowing cans of dog food, fruits, bones, and other foods every day. Each time he swallowed, he tried to control and minimize interference. After his control over transformations had improved, Curly Hair could limit his transformation to only his head. While the electric interference wasn't as strong, it still fried any close-by electronics. Fang Zhao returned the dressing mirror to the storage space for Curly Hair's use. Curly Hair would occasionally look in the mirror to see his new form when he transformed. It was his only way to examine his new form. After settling matters with Curly Hair, Fang Zhao contacted Nanfeng and the others to replenish supplies. Even though there were lots of fish in the ocean and possibly power or in the depths, there was still a need to keep some supplies ready. Nanfeng and the other two were rather baffled upon receiving the order. Fang Zhao had really requested too much. This time, the cans of dog food were understandable. Those were for Curly Hair. But the list also contained so much fruit, meat, and compressed biscuits. Could Fang Zhao even finish them as the only person on the island? While glancing at the grocery list, Nanfeng said to Yin Biao and Zhuayu, I suspect that boss is secretly keeping a shark, or perhaps some other sort of fish. Well, judging by the quantity, maybe he doesn't only have one. Chapter 458. A dog that knows how to bring its owner a bone is a good dog. Nanfeng and the other two didn't want to dig into their boss's secrets for fear of losing their jobs. When the three of them brought supplies, Curly Hair wasn't training in the storehouse. Instead, he was lying on the sofa watching TV. Having finished stocking up, Nanfeng turned around to look and chuckled. Watching TV again, little Curly Hair? With their work all finished, Nanfeng stretched his back, then ran over to the sofa and watched television together with Curly Hair. A program involving dogs was currently airing. A dog owner was currently showing his dog. Dog in land. I can tell with one look that the owner is from Muzhou, Nanfeng commented while sipping water. Oh, look, that shepherd dog is even bringing a present to his owner. Look how much the dog owner is smiling. Let me tell you this, little Curly Hair, a dog who knows how to bring his owner a bone is a good dog. When will you bring one to your owner? Your owner will definitely be delighted. Nanfeng said all this without much thought. He knew that Curly Hair's IQ was probably similar to a toddler. He probably could only understand some simple words and orders. He didn't expect Curly Hair to fully understand his offhand comments. However, Curly Hair's ears twitched. He glanced at Nanfeng, then returned to lying on the sofa. He watched the currently airing program a little more closely. 1-inch boss, the supplies have all been stocked. I've already sent you the electronic inventory. Please check it when you can, Zhuayu said to Fang Zhao. 1-inch, thanks for your hard work. 1-inch, do you want us to bring a housekeeping robot next time? It can clean, cook, and even chat with you, Yin Biao suggested. 2-inch, there's no need for the time being. Fang Zhao shook his head. He didn't want to rely on too many electric appliances until Curly Hair could control his interference ability. One after a while, Nanfeng and the other two left. One Curly Hair immediately got up and shouted, "I'm going out for a bit." 1 inch going far? Fang Zhao asked. 1 inch not far, just swimming near the island. Curly Hair looked around, but didn't look straight at Fang Zhao. Fang Zhao frowned and knew right away that this dog had something on his mind. Nevertheless, he still said, "Go on." 2 inch woof. "I will be back shortly." Curly Hair scampered off. Fang Zhao wanted to go over and see what this dog was up to, but a call interrupted him. It was Mo Lang. 2 After graduating from Huang Art's advanced course, Fang Zhao had kept in touch with Mo Lang. They frequently contacted each other. Fang Zhao returned to the house to answer the call. The wind outside was a little strong and would cause too much noise. Mo Lang first asked if Fang Zhao had encountered any difficulties and if he had been affected by the magnetic anomaly. He advised Fang Zhao to hire more people. The Yinzhou Navy had recently apprehended a few terrorists, and Mo Lang was worried about Fang Zhao's safety. Of course, that wasn't the only reason Mo Lang had called. Besides worrying about Fang Zhao's safety, he also called to inform Fang Zhao of an important piece of news. 1 inch, there is a very important concert where only very renowned musicians are invited. The organizers think highly of you. Do you want to go? Fang Zhao recalled an evaluation committee member mentioning a very important concert. Unfortunately, it wasn't the kind that was public. 1 inch, who are the organizers? Fang Zhao asked. 1 inch, the military, but the concert venue is a little far. 1 inch, I'll go. Mo Lang smiled. He was very satisfied with Fang Zhao's reply. 1 inch, this type of concert will benefit you in the future. Someone will contact you within a week. You can directly ask him any questions you might have. You still have about a month's time to arrange matters here on Earth. 1 inch, all right. A month should probably be enough. Fang Zhao understood that Mo Lang meant the concert was held on a foreign planet. As for where, Fang Zhao currently had no idea. However, he was certain that he wouldn't just be leaving for a couple of days if he participated in this concert. He was somewhat concerned with leaving Curly Hair alone, but bringing him along to the concert venue had risks too. If Curly Hair could control his electrical interference, then Fang Zhao would bring him along. Of course, he had to inform the organizers beforehand that he intended to bring a dog. Even if a dog couldn't be brought, Curly Hair wouldn't be easily exposed as long as he could control his ability. With a gaming helmet and personal terminal as motivation, Curly Hair's progress over these few days was very obvious. He had already managed to limit his interference to within the boundaries of the storehouse. Electrical appliances beyond the storehouse were rarely affected, if at all. Fang Zhao spoke with Mo Lang some more. After ending the call, Fang Zhao looked at the time. His call with Mo Lang had taken half an hour. Curly Hair hadn't returned yet. Curly Hair. Fang Zhao walked out the house and shouted a few times. He didn't hear any response. He concentrated and listened even more closely. He could faintly hear a trembling that sounded like someone digging a hole underwater nearby the island. Fang Zhao didn't bother calling anymore. He sat down by the shore and opened up an e-book to read. He was reading what Muzhou people proclaimed as a legendary work, Su Mu Talks Dogs. It was written by an old comrade he knew during the period of destruction. As the leader of the Muzhou battlefront, Su Mu's influence had been considerable. His views and stories had been gathered by Muzhou people and compiled into books. Su Mu Talks Dogs. This book was Su Mu's views about how to raise dogs. Of course, only parts of it were quotes by Su Mu. The rest was just analysis by other people later on. The early Muzhou people were a large reason that Muzhou people today loved dogs so much. Su Mu was the first known person to raise a dog on the battlefield during the period of destruction. Fang Zhao felt that he should learn from his old comrade, who had a wealth of experience raising dogs. Curly Hair was still a dog. Even if he became a mechanical dog, his core wouldn't change. As he was reading, Fang Zhao heard the activity of Curly Hair coming ashore. Curly Hair sprung out from the ocean and didn't even bother to shake himself dry. He trotted over with a bone even bigger than his head. Fang Zhao's eyes widened when he saw that bone. Curly Hair held the bone as gently as possible in his mouth to avoid breaking it. He looked like a sea lion balancing a ball as he came over with the bone that was 5 or 6 times larger than him. Curly Hair put the piece of broken bone down in front of Fang Zhao. Both teeth marks and cracks covered the bone. for a dog that could bite through the hull of a submarine. This was a considerable feat of restraint already. Curly Hair finally relaxed after putting the bone down and shook off all the sea water on him. This bone is so soft and almost crumbles on contact. It's not as hard as seafloor rocks, even though it was stuck in one. I saw bones inside rocks the last time I went to play and dig around in the ocean, but they aren't very nice to eat. They don't satisfy my hunger either. However, these bones are really huge. Really huge. Curly Hair wagged his tail and looked towards Fang Zhao, clearly pleased with himself. The bone he brought back was much larger than the bones he'd seen those Muzhou dogs bring back on television. Really impressive. Fang Zhao rubbed Curly Hair's head and picked up the broken bone. This bone wasn't the full piece. It had been broken by Curly Hair, and some crystallized granules could be seen inside the chipped section. There definitely was a part of the bone that was still attached to the rock. Curly Hair couldn't possibly be that meticulous in excavating the bone. Some fine lines could be seen in the bone. They looked like blood vessels. Fossil. This bone was a fossil of some organism that had lived many hundreds, thousands, or millions of years ago. One, the calamities and the 100-Year War during the period of destruction had destroyed too many things. Survival had been the only objective. Anything else could be tossed aside for its sake. After the period of destruction had ended, culture of the new era began to flourish. Some became obsessed with those huge prehistoric creatures. They also started trying to unearth remnants of the past. Most of the time, they would find some fragments. Complete skeletons were rare and often became treasures of museums. These excavators would boast about them for years to come. Most huge skeletons were replicas created from surviving records of the old era. Those that were created using technological methods were not real fossil specimens. And, according to fossil transactions of the past 20 years, a tooth of a carnivorous dinosaur from 70 million years ago was worth as much as a 100-square-meter apartment in the heart of Yinzhou's Qian City. 1-inch Curly Hair, you funded all your dog food. Chapter 459, Ability to Dominate Headlines, is really beyond exceptional. Curly Hair didn't really understand what Fang Zhao meant by that. He didn't think the bone was nice to eat. Neither was it very filling. However, he could tell that Fang Zhao was very happy with this present. While waiting for Fang Zhao to continue praising him, he heard Fang Zhao say, "Curly Hair, if you are able to control your interference to not affect electronic devices within a meter, you can have both the personal terminal and gaming helmet." Curly Hair was momentarily stunned from this surprise. He immediately jumped up and down while wagging his tail. "For real? Starting from now." Curly Hair immediately sprang off to the storehouse to practice. Fang Zhao packed the broken fossil bone away, put on his diving equipment, and went into the sea to where Curly Hair had dug the hole. The surrounding waters near the island weren't too deep. There were many traces of a dog digging around here. Even since they had moved over, Curly Hair would frequently dig for things to play with in the surrounding waters. The entrance of the hole Curly Hair had dug was really small and could only fit Curly Hair. Rather than widening the hole, Fang Zhao brought out a small energy radio transmitter. Without specialized equipment, Fang Zhao could only rely on his own hearing abilities to discern the composition of the rock strata. Fang Zhao's brain was like an imaging device as he approximately mapped out the general structure of the strata after carefully listening to the changes in sound waves. There were many things in the rock strata that could add noise, but Fang Zhao had a basic understanding already. After going ashore, Fang Zhao made some notes before bringing excavation equipment. For now, he wasn't going to use those tools to excavate the fossil of a giant creature that had been buried for God knows how many years. He was first going to cover up Curly Hair's leftover traces to ensure they didn't attract any unwanted attention. This was Fang Zhao's project over the next few days. Fortunately, the creature buried beneath was large enough and a portion of it could be excavated directly from the island. Meanwhile, the dual incentives of gaming console and personal terminal made Curly Hair's training progress at lightning speed. It took not even a week for Curly Hair to cut down the interference range to be limited to within a meter of himself. After that, he ran impatiently to Fang Zhao to collect his reward. Gaming console, personal terminal. I have waited for so long. It's great without needing to choose between the two. Fang Zhao also didn't lie to Curly Hair. After checking that Curly Hair had met the requirements, he handed over the gaming helmet and personal terminal. He even customized the personal terminal from its form as a watch into a dog collar for Curly Hair to put around his neck. You can use them when you want, but stay away from them when you transform. Remember to remove your personal terminal before you transform, Fang Zhao said as he helped put the personal terminal around Curly Hair's neck. Oh, whoa, Curly Hair replied. He would pay special attention even if Fang Zhao hadn't reminded him. This was a reward he had achieved through so much painstaking effort. How could he not properly take care of his own first-ever gaming console and personal terminal? After putting on the special neck strap, Curly Hair ran to the mirror in the storehouse and spent a good 2 hours admiring himself. He was familiar with gaming helmets, but this was his first time experiencing a personal terminal. The interface was very easy to use, and he had memorized the electronic manual Fang Zhao had given him. He no longer needed to look for Fang Zhao and could instead talk to him via the personal terminal. When Curly Hair ran to the storehouse's mirror, Fang Zhao received a notification containing a guide, managing personal terminal usage for kids. He deleted it. Curly Hair had only needed 5 days to decrease his interference range to within 1 meter. Curly Hair's control of his own body had exceeded Fang Zhao's expectations. Fang Zhao would have to set the bar higher in the future. After settling the matter with Curly Hair, Fang Zhao contacted Nanfeng, Zuiyu, and Yin Biao. He immediately started a conference call. Nanfeng and the others didn't dare delay to respond. They dropped everything they were doing and headed online to await their boss's commands. The three were making guesses. Their boss generally contacted them once a week, but it had only been 5 days this time. Could the island's supplies need replenishing again? They felt this was rather unlikely since the previous shipment was so large it could probably last Fang Zhao a whole month. What happened this time? But when they came online, their boss didn't seem too anxious. Or was he finally going to reveal his secrets? For example, owning a shark on the island? The three of them set their doubts aside and waited for Fang Zhao to talk. Curly Hair brought a bone, Fang Zhao said. Nanfeng said excitedly. Our little Curls has learned to bring back bones. Zuiyu ignored Nanfeng's idiocy. Boss, is it human or animal bone? Only then did Nanfeng realize the possibilities. Right? Did something happen? According to the island purchase control, the island was clean. There had never been any accidents or deaths on the island since the previous owner had bought it. After all, the previous owner hadn't really lived on the island. There had only been simple modifications and the construction of the house. Unless, was there some malicious activity that the previous owner didn't know about? Fang Zhao wouldn't go as far to contact them if it was merely the bone of some bird or animal. The three of them saw that Fang Zhao didn't seem alarmed and patiently waited for Fang Zhao to continue. Fang Zhao continued normally. Preliminary evaluation is that this is a fossilized bone from a large creature millions of years ago, maybe even hundreds of millions of years ago. The three sounds of sharp inhaling ensued. Fo, fossil? Zuiyu stammered. Yin Biao didn't understand much about fossils and was still rather unperturbed. Like hell. Is it a dinosaur? Those huge creatures that existed a long, long time ago. As a dinosaur fanatic, Yin Biao was itching to fly over immediately. He had loved listening to dinosaur stories when he was young. He had even fantasized about being a dinosaur hunter too. Not necessarily a dinosaur. It might be some sort of marine reptile, Fang Zhao said. Those are still dinosaurs in my book. Yin Biao didn't care about the specifics of dinosaurs, whether they were land or sea. Dwellers, those creatures from that period were all dinosaurs in his eyes. Yin Biao convinced Fang Zhao to send him a few more photos of the fossil bone. This bone is huge. Surely, this is a big fella. Boss, you can't dig it out alone. I'll head over and help you right away. On the other hand, Nanfeng appeared to be searching for something online in silence. After a while, when Zuiyu and Yin Biao calmed down, Nanfeng spoke. Boss, I just checked the relevant laws and consulted a few authoritative lawyers. In the last 500 years, fossils are considered tradable goods. Anything dug up on a private island belongs to the island owner. Boss, you are rich. Nanfeng's voice even cracked towards the end. Clearly, he was very excited at this moment. Private islands were typically all surveyed before going onto the market. However, the examinations in the early days had been mainly to check whether there was power or lingering contagions or dangerous creatures that survived from the period of destruction. The island Fang Zhao had bought was no exception. There was no need to think about power because it would have already been excavated a long time ago. If it hadn't, the island wouldn't have even been on the market. Thus, private islands without power were standard goods and included everything on the island. Fossils were a huge deal to the new era's research in archaeology and biology and collectors. Despite the decrease in fossil discovery year over year, interest in it never waned. Actually, there were countless fossils of organisms such as bugs and plants that survived millions of years. These could still be found even after the period of destruction. However, mankind still had a special fondness towards dinosaurs. However, there weren't many dinosaur fossils. Who could have imagined that a small and remote island would actually hide fossils of ancient creatures from hundreds of millions of years ago? Fossil. A real fossil. Unlike the other three who were clearly worked up, Fang Zhao calmly made arrangements for the excavation of this fossil. A professional team was still needed to excavate the fossil. Thus, Fang Zhao took a photo of the fossilized bone and a video clip of its location to upload to his various social media platforms. He appended a message saying that he was looking for a professional excavation team. Comment. Fang Zhao's personal terminal buzzed nonstop after he posted this. Top researchers always had ways to obtain his personal number, while various media outlets tried to interview him. On this day, many people were shocked by the news headlines. Fossil? Like a fossil of those prehistoric giants in our textbooks? For real? This isn't just for publicity. Those bones that have already been dug out are rather large, and there are still remaining parts that haven't been excavated. It is definitely huge. Fang Zhao again. His ability to dominate headlines is really beyond exceptional. It was his dog that dug it out. I suspect that the bone covered in saliva that my dog brought to me yesterday was also a fossil, but I threw the bone into the garbage. I feel like I have lost many millions. Fang Zhao alone generated a lot of traffic. And, with dinosaur fossils having a special significance in the new era, the whole world learned of this very quickly. On some small island that Fang Zhao had recently purchased, his dog, yes, the one named Curly Hair with a value close to 300 million, had dug up the bones of a dinosaur that had lived hundreds of millions of years ago. This news was too huge and immediately galvanized the internet traffic of several circles. Meanwhile, many professional excavation teams were flying towards Fang Zhao's little island. Chapter 460, Bustling Island. After news of Fang Zhao's dinosaur fossil discovery broke, many island owners put their plans for selling their islands on hold. Instead, they contacted professional surveying teams to search their own islands and the surrounding seabeds. Some even checked with 3 different teams for the surveying before giving up. Quick. See whether there are any buried fossils on the island I bought. In no time, the struggling ground surveying industry that had always been neglected was reinvigorated. However, academic researchers still focused their full attention on Fang Zhao's little island. They didn't know whether there would be fossils on other islands, but the one on Fang Zhao's island was confirmed. It was a large one. Thus, anxious island owners could only hire ground surveyors and other non-scientific teams. Although, some teams en route to Fang Zhao's island changed course for another island after being offered a large amount of money. The most dejected was the previous owner who had sold Fang Zhao the island. He knew very clearly all the flaws of that little island. Due to its remote location, it was hard to manage and remodeling incurred large transportation costs. With the previous market situation of islands, the previous owner had felt very happy getting rid of the inconvenience. But how long had passed after it was sold? Had it even been half a month? The previous island owner nearly coughed out blood when he saw the headlines. Regret turned quickly to depression. However, business transactions were just like this. It was hard to say who would be the winners or losers. Yesterday, he was a big winner, but today, he discovered he had lost thoroughly. How many people were joking about the person who had sold the island to Fang Zhao? The previous island owner felt his heart tighten each time he thought of the buried fossil. How regrettable. I should have just done another survey of the island back then. Fang Zhao. Treacherous. Too treacherous. I don't believe that you didn't know about this when you bought the island. Surely he had rushed to buy the island because he knew there was a dinosaur fossil buried there. Indeed, every action of Fang Zhao's had a purpose. Every single action had to be studied. Nobody knew what he was going to do next. As news about Fang Zhao this time affected too many circles, discussion about this news could be heard around the world. Even Mo Lang, who didn't really pay much attention to news, also found out about it. Mo Lang thought that Fang Zhao was making preparations for the concert on the small remote island. Yet, he had never imagined that Fang Zhao would be making waves after just a few days. Mo Lang didn't feel at ease, so he hurriedly called up Fang Zhao to remind him not to forget about the upcoming concert. The concert was extremely important and would concern his future prospects. Fang Zhao hadn't forgotten about that important concert. While handling fossil matters, he had still been preparing for the concert. Fang Zhao placated Mo Lang, and after ending the call, he saw Curly Hair coming over. Curly Hair ran over to Fang Zhao and raised his chin to look up at Fang Zhao. "The new collar is not bad. It looks good," Fang Zhao said. Curly Hair yelped happily and said, "I will change a spot to dig for bones next time." "You like digging bones?" Fang Zhao asked. "Yeep," Curly Hair replied without any hesitation. He had gotten his gaming console from digging bones. Just digging out the broken half of a bone had earned him a gaming console and personal terminal. How great was that? Fang Zhao seemed to have thought of something. He nodded his head and said, "Good." Originally, Fang Zhao had intended to sell the fossil off for dog food. But now that Curly Hair could control his transformations and find food in the ocean, Fang Zhao could cover Curly Hair's food costs as long as he didn't transform for too long. There wasn't as much urgency to sell the fossil any longer. If Curly Hair found any other fossils or special items, he planned to keep them. His old comrade Su Mu had said in his book, "Treat every present you receive earnestly." Fang Zhao found that these words made quite a lot of sense. Perhaps he could build a personal collection room for Curly Hair to store the stuff he brought back. The longer he thought about this, the more Fang Zhao felt this was a good idea. Excavating bones would be better than playing games at home all day. Fang Zhao had already told Curly Hair that there would be many strangers coming to the island. Curly Hair wasn't worried. He was already able to control his interference, so he wouldn't suddenly transform and scare others. He wasn't concerned about accidentally revealing this. However, with so many outsiders coming to his territory, Curly Hair decided that he would do more patrols, both on land and underwater. "Is this personal terminal waterproof?" Curly Hair asked uneasily. "Waterproof to a depth of 200 meters, Fang Zhao said. "Only 200 meters? Curly Hair decided not to wear it when he went into the ocean. It was better to be safe than sorry. There was the sound of a flying transport landing. Curly Hair looked in the direction, then ran over. It was Nanfeng, Zuiyu, and Yinbiao. Nanfeng and the other two rushed over right away upon receiving Fang Zhao's call. Before landing, they saw that the northern part of the island was already riddled with holes. But it was fine. For the sake of excavating fossils, they wouldn't feel any heartache even if the entire island was dug out. Nanfeng saw Curly Hair running towards them the moment they got off the flying transport. Curly Hair raised his head to let them see the new personal terminal around his neck. Nanfeng probably would have noticed it any other time, but now his mind was preoccupied with everything about dinosaur fossils. He didn't catch Curly Hair's subtle actions. Instead, Nanfeng was staring at Curly Hair as though he was a golden hen that laid golden eggs. "Our little Curls has done a great deed. You can stand proud with your chest out." "Well done, Curly Hair," Nanfeng said excitedly. Curly Hair watched him through his innocent black dog eyes. Nanfeng then continued, "Your owner is going to be rich this time. That is a dinosaur fossil, and a humongous one at that. Millions of years ago, even 10 little dogs like you wouldn't fill its mouth." Curly Hair glanced at them once more, then turned to leave. Nanfeng didn't care about this. He first went to Fang Zhao to understand the situation. Then he excavated 2 more fossil bones with Yin Biao and Zuiyu. He excitedly shared a lot of photographs with his friends and social media. Since others were already on the way there, the 3 of them didn't have too much leisure time. After excavating the fossils and taking pretentious photos, all of them quickly got down to business. It was possible that the fossil under Fang Zhao's island was the first complete fossil of a large prehistoric creature over 20 meters tall to be found in the 500 years of the new era. Its fascinating appeal drew in lots of teams and organizations. However, the island was still Fang Zhao's personal property. The island and a small area of water around it was considered personal property of the owner. Fang Zhao could take action against trespassers. Nanfeng was responsible for communicating with these parties. Fang Zhao also employed some men to maintain order on the island and its surroundings. The Yinzhou Navy expressed that they would send a squadron to help. There were too many people from all the various continents coming. The Yinzhou Navy couldn't ignore this. Even if the island's owner wasn't Fang Zhao, they would still help out. Ever since Fang Zhao had sent out information that he was seeking cooperative partners, professional research teams had voluntarily requested to participate in this excavation operation. They were even willing to offer their services for free as long as Fang Zhao would allow them to participate. Some groups even set aside budgeting and made plans to fight for a slot. Media outlets weren't willing to be left behind. Yinzhou television station even made an appointment to interview Fang Zhao. This originally lonely island quickly became extremely lively. Some temporary housing facilities were built. Ships of all shapes and sizes appeared in the surrounding seas and were still increasing in number. For those that couldn't set foot on the island, they were still willing to live on ships. Some even chartered boats to stay outside of the private waters. There were also many flying transports in the sky. Since many of them didn't have authorization to land, they circled around in the sky. There were even some on board these flying transports using binoculars to observe or broadcasting to a live stream. The competition between teams on the excavation operation was intense. From all these groups, Fang Zhao chose 12 teams from each of 12 continents. The majority were research teams. At first, the various teams weren't too pleased at sharing such a big project. However, they understood Fang Zhao's intent. Anyone who wasn't pleased could leave. The teams and private organizations that weren't picked still hovered around, hoping to squeeze in should any team leave. Thus, even if they were unwilling to share with others, those 12 teams still agreed. Nobody was willing to give up this opportunity, so they could only cooperate now. Fortunately for them, Fang Zhao didn't take charge and give any orders. He said that he would leave the professionals to do what they were best at. Fang Zhao also got to meet people from the Brian family, the top collector in the entire world. They had taken the initiative to seek Fang Zhao out. Fang Zhao had some impression of the Brian family. This family had rose to prominence on the Huangzhou battlefield during the period of destruction. Now, Huangzhou possessed the largest private museum, Brian Museum. The Brian Museum possessed the only Tyrannosaurus skull in the entire world, as well as a complete and intact velociraptor fossil. Besides their rare and precious collections, the Brian family was also famous for their people. Regardless of whether they were men or women, members of the Brian family were very attractive. However, people in the know knew that this family didn't actually care much about their appearance. Sometime back, a family member nearly turned into a savage just for the sake of finding an insect amber from 100 million years ago. The leader of the Brian family delegation was also the Brian Museum's curator. He knew that it would be difficult for private teams to participate alone, so he had contacted Huangzhou Museum to send an excavation team to cooperate with Fang Zhao. He had sought out Fang Zhao in hopes of Fang Zhao renting out the dinosaur fossil to Brian Museum a month each year after it was excavated. It would be even better if they could purchase it directly, regardless of cost. However, Fang Zhao had explicitly told them that he wasn't selling when they had first arrived. Therefore, they could only settle for the next best thing, which was to rent. Fang Zhao still didn't want to talk about it now. Let's discuss after excavation is complete. He had to see the performances of these teams before deciding. Different museums prioritized their collections differently based on their administrative capabilities. Fang Zhao didn't want this dinosaur fossil to be ruined by any careless museums. The Brian Museum curator didn't count on Fang Zhao agreeing now. He just hoped that Fang Zhao could consider them first when looking for cooperative partners after the fossil was excavated. They had really shown him the greatest sincerity. There were 5 people from the Brian family that had come with the curator. Regardless of gender, they participated in the excavation work themselves. Their faces couldn't even be seen clearly with all the dirt and perspiration on them. However, the burning passion in their eyes was undeniable. They didn't care about those cameras filming them, nor did they bother about their appearances being shown to global audiences. After all, the operating style of their family was already well known. Who cared about face? The important thing was the fossils. With so many professional teams, work progressed quickly. While the teams were busy excavating, Fang Zhao was being held up by reporters. A reporter from Yinzhou Television was the first to arrive because of their geographical advantage. How did you discover the fossil initially? Was it really your dog who discovered it? The reporter smiled as he watched the cute little dog squatting beside Fang Zhao. Yes, the first bone was dug out by him. The camera turned to focus on Curly Hair. Curly Hair raised his head, showing the neck strap, as well as the personal terminal engraved with little dogs. He didn't let a single strand of fur cover it. After filming the dog for a bit, the camera lenses turned back to Fang Zhao. The reporter asked some questions the public was very curious about. For example, how had Curly Hair discovered the fossil buried underground? Fang Zhao replied, there was some construction carried out when the island was purchased. Because of this construction, some subterranean rock layers were exposed. Curly Hair dug out the bone from there. Nanfeng and the others watching the interview. The boss even pushed this onto Curly Hair to play down his hearing ability? Other people wouldn't know, but how could the three of them not? Since when had there been any large-scale construction works on the island? As for the reporter's question on why Fang Zhao would purchase this island, Fang Zhao just said that he wanted to find a quiet and peaceful place without many disturbances. Discovering the fossil was really down to luck. Luck? Most people didn't believe that. Luck my asterisk SS. One, does he still need to be secretive about those ears? Even though the reporter found this ridiculous, he still adopted an understanding expression and praised the obedient Curly Hair by Fang Zhao's side. Curly Hair was especially delighted to receive praise from everyone. After the interview concluded, Curly Hair ran all over the place to patrol his territory. When the interview was about to be aired, Curly Hair went to sit in front of the TV. As Yinzhou's official television station, news was taken quite seriously. The original interview was broadcasted in its unedited form. Curly Hair knew the camera had been on him for quite a few seconds. Even smaller new channels were in high definition now. No doubt Yinzhou's official television channel could capture him. However, the personal terminal on the neck strap was blurred out, probably to prevent any product placement. Curly Hair seated before the TV. 2. Chapter 461, Watchdog. Curly Hair became listless from the mental blow of not being able to flaunt his neck strap. When Fang Zhao returned from checking on the excavation teams, he saw Nanfeng anxiously talking to Curly Hair. However, Curly Hair was wandering around aimlessly with his head drooped. Nanfeng hurriedly informed Fang Zhao of Curly Hair's abnormal behavior. Boss, does Curly Hair have an upset stomach? Perhaps he isn't used to too many strangers on the island? Or is he sick? He was still fine previously. Fang Zhao took the leash and motioned to Nanfeng that he would take things from here. Fang Zhao could roughly guess the reason for this mood when he brought Curly Hair back to the house. Curly Hair, I have an assignment for you, Fang Zhao said. Curly Hair would have less time to mull if he had something to do. Curly Hair raised his head and looked towards Fang Zhao. A large warehouse has just been constructed on the southeast part of the island. The excavated fossils are all stored there. Help me go and guard it for a bit. Make sure nobody steals the fossils. The prehistoric creature buried beneath the island was really huge. There would be some level of difficulty in excavation while minimizing damage to the fossils. Even though there were 20 teams, the excavation process would span more than a few days. Fang Zhao had constructed a temporary warehouse at the southeast part of the island. Besides fossils, the excavation team's equipment and resources were also kept there. It also had a temporary rest lounge. Although a security system was already installed, Fang Zhao trusted Curly Hair's ability. Fang Zhao also took it as an opportunity to divert Curly Hair's attention. There were too many people on the island as of late. In active areas, Curly Hair needed to be on leash at all times, so his activities were restricted. At least at the warehouse, Curly Hair didn't need to be leashed. If your performance is good, I will bring you to another planet to play shortly after, Fang Zhao said. Curly Hair's eyes lit up immediately. Curly Hair knew that Fang Zhao would be leaving to participate in a concert on a foreign planet soon, and that there was no guarantee he would be brought along. Curly Hair was obviously delighted now when Fang Zhao said this. Thus, when Nanfeng ended a call and walked back, he saw Curly Hair run like the wind into the warehouse enthusiastically. This is? Nanfeng asked with a skeptical glance at Fang Zhao. Guarding the warehouse. Fang Zhao greeted the staff working over at the warehouse and placed a sign at the entrance that said, Danger. No entry for non-staff. Staff members going in and out of the warehouse raised their eyebrows when they saw the warning sign. Danger? What was dangerous? Was such an intense tone warranted? They had already been working here for 2 days. Why hadn't they discovered anything dangerous in the warehouse? The only thing new was a little dog. The island owner's dog won't gnaw and damage the bones, right? Someone asked worriedly. It won't be able to reach the fossils if we place them on the shelves. Since Fang Zhao chose to let it in, he can bear the responsibility himself if anything happens. Even if the staff of the warehouse didn't like to see a pet dog in such a place, Fang Zhao owned the island. What could they do about it? All right, you are the island owner. Do as you wish. Meanwhile, Curly Hair was in full work mode in the warehouse. Curly Hair took his duty very seriously to ensure Fang Zhao would bring him to another planet. Curly Hair went around the insides of the warehouse once. Every nook and cranny was inspected. Even the tiniest of bugs weren't let off. After the patrol was done, Curly Hair lay down outside the doors of the warehouse, watching the staff members going in and out. As a serious watchdog, he neither barked nor ran around. At this time, a yacht was moored a short distance away from the island. There were many other boats trying to get in on the excitement, so this yacht wasn't really conspicuous. Successfully infiltrated the island. This imitation biotech's camouflage is really good. Looks like we didn't spend the big bucks in vain. That seller didn't lie to us. The manual says that this is the latest in imitation biotechnology that can bypass most civilian security systems. It is really good, but it's pretty expensive and its lifetime is unknown. Almost all of our budget went into this. Unfortunately, because of its small size, it can only fit around 20 kilograms. I'm not greedy, just a small bone will do. 1 or 2 bones missing from such a huge skeleton wouldn't be noticed. Me too, just a tiny bone is enough to satisfy me. Let's split the money from the sale. There are guards on night duty in the warehouse. We have to be extra careful. Relax, I have already equipped this with tranquilizer darts. They're small enough to go unnoticed, but strong enough to knock out an elephant. Fang Zhao was really too impatient to publicize the news of the fossils without proper preparations. A small island like this won't have nearly enough guards. Furthermore, he trusts this so-called intelligent security system too much. He's really too young and doesn't know how quickly security devices need to be upgraded. Let's wait for nightfall before taking action. It's more convenient at night. The sun set, and it gradually became darker. The excavation teams returned to their own dormitories after an entire day of digging. On the first night, they had been too excited to sleep. Many of them stayed up late on the second night too. Their workload on the third day wasn't too heavy, but it was especially mentally taxing to dig out the bones without damaging them. They weren't willing to leave this job to the robots. Therefore, they wanted to properly rest for the next day. Given the current speed, the huge beast underground would be completely unearthed in another 2 more days. They would be able to see the prehistoric giant that had been buried for millions of years. The excavation teams fell into a deep slumber with smiles on their faces and were oblivious to the many stirring shadows in the darkness. The island was much quieter at night, and nocturnal bugs began to come out. A creepy crawly climbed out from the grass headed over for the warehouse. On board a certain yacht in the nearby sea, a few people had their eyes fixed on the display. The video feed was taken from the point of view of the bug. It had already gotten close to the warehouse and was about to sneak in through a crack in the window. Their unblinking eyes were fixed on the screen. They watched the creepy crawly enter the warehouse. However, before they even had time to rejoice, an ear-piercing bzz sounded and connection was lost. What happened? Were we discovered? Could it be that the security systems were already upgraded? That shouldn't be. This new imitation biotechnology just came out. It wasn't that fast in the past. The security system in the warehouse was installed by Fang Zhao's bodyguards and some security company. Perhaps they installed military-grade equipment. A stifling silence ensued. That had cost them most of their savings. Similar scenes were happening aboard many of the inconspicuous boats in the surrounding sea. They had spent large sums on the black market to purchase their equipment. Probes, spy cams, and intelligent robots made with this reportedly new imitation biotechnology were sent out, but none returned. Every single one lost connection upon entering the warehouse. Some seemed as though they had been stomped on, while others just suddenly vanished. Regardless whether they crawled, burrowed, or flew in, all of them met the same outcome. Even managing to sneak a photo failed, let alone stealing a bone. These people even made discreet inquiries into which security company Fang Zhao had used. However, none of these people believed the answer. Clearly, it was just fake news meant to confuse people. How sinister. Indeed, more impressive people were more mysterious. Fang Zhao surely had some hidden cards up his sleeves. Could Fang Zhao really have sought the military for help? In the newly constructed warehouse on the southeastern side of the island, Curly Hair carefully picked up a severely deformed bug with his mouth and placed it into a box at the corner. Number 15. Every 20 could be exchanged for gaming time. Chapter 462, Apex Predator. Zuiyu and Yin Biao took shifts on the security system. They had seen all of Curly Hair's actions. Curly Hair knew that the warehouse had cameras and understood this was another one of Fang Zhao's tests. Fang Zhao had put in quite a bit of effort to stop Curly Hair's bad habit of eating recklessly. This time, he wanted to see whether Curly Hair had changed this habit. Curly Hair was delighted. He didn't even need to transform to be able to swallow these creepy crawlies. Maybe he could save a few to play with for later away from the surveillance cameras. But 20 of these bugs could be exchanged for gaming time. At the very least, he couldn't afford to swallow them. Each time he caught a new one, Curly Hair made sure to recount his entire collection to make sure the rest of them were all there. Yin Biao was on duty tonight. He whistled in amazement, as expected of an inspection dog. Actually, he had also noticed the many insects in the warehouse, despite the insecticide treatment. However, while watching Curly Hair seize and place these insects into the box Fang Zhao had prepared for him, Yin Biao noticed electrical sparks from one that Curly Hair stamped on. He knew that something wasn't right and immediately contacted Fang Zhao. Fang Zhao had said before that only Yin Biao and Zuiyu were allowed in the warehouse monitoring room. If they wanted to leave, they were to contact Fang Zhao immediately so that either he or Nanfeng could assume the position. If anything strange happened in the warehouse, Fang Zhao had to be informed immediately. No information was to be divulged to anyone else. Yin Biao and Zuiyu hadn't found anything strange with these orders. They had simply assumed Fang Zhao attached great importance to these fossils. To their surprise, when they reported the anomaly, Fang Zhao simply instructed them to continue monitoring the surveillance. They could ignore the things Curly Hair was catching. Yin Biao consulted a few ex-comrades who had been discharged from service for some information. There were large quantities of bionic imitation devices for sale on the black market. However, because of the exorbitant price, very few people purchased them. It just so happened that after news of Fang Zhao's fossil discovery broke, the black market saw a large increase in these bionic device purchases. Unexpectedly, their security system wasn't as efficient as Curly Hair. Not a single bionic device had successfully gotten near a dinosaur fossil. Yin Biao watched Curly Hair throwing some debris into the box inside. Need to upgrade the security system tomorrow. If Curly Hair could do everything, wouldn't his job be taken? 1 inch the next 2 days, things of different shapes and sizes continued attempting to infiltrate the warehouse. Some looked like insects, while others looked like plants. They all looked extremely realistic. However, not a single fossil bone was stolen from the warehouse. Not a single photo was captured either. There were also attempts to bribe the staff workers. However, the teams that Fang Zhao had picked were all seasoned veterans. The team managers were strict. If anyone accepted the bribes, Fang Zhao didn't even need to step in. They would be kicked out by their own team first. The contract that the teams had signed with Fang Zhao already stated that the entire team was responsible for the actions of the individuals. Besides being expelled from the project, they would need to pay a hefty penalty on top of that. Thus, team managers were even more vigilant against problematic teammates than Fang Zhao. In the afternoon, an excavation crew member wasn't feeling well. The professor of his team let him head to the rest lounge in the warehouse to rest. This staff member carried his case and had just entered the warehouse when he was stopped by Curly Hair. Woof, woof, woof. Curly Hair barked. Warehouse guards on duty immediately came over. Other staff members going in and out of the warehouse also looked over. That staff member with the case who was stopped by Curly Hair turned pale from fright. He didn't have a guilty conscience, but he was really frightened. The warehouse guards brought him to the side and opened up the case that Curly Hair had been staring at all this time. Curly Hair scanned the various tools in the case and put his paw on a hammer. There was an abrupt change on that man's face. This isn't my hammer. I personally engraved my name on my hammer. There isn't any on this one. He hurriedly contacted the professor leading his team. Teacher, my case has been tampered with. In order to protect his favorite pupil and ensure that his team could stay in the excavation project, the professor quickly cooperated with the investigations. Each team also had their own way of handling these issues. In no time, that team member was proven innocent, and 3 suspicious people were detained with the information provided. This incident reminded the other excavation teams to take precautions. No one besides the owner could touch their tool case. Clothing was also inspected every day, and everyone maintained utmost vigilance towards anybody who attempted to get close to them. Previously, they had looked forward to those mainstream media interviews, but now, these reporters had to come up with new methods every day to get an interview. Everyone was now on guard after the incident today. The excavation quickly reached its final phase. The skeleton before them was nearly fully out of the earth. Being kicked off the project at such a time would definitely leave one with lifelong regrets. They absolutely couldn't be tossed out at such a crucial juncture. In no time, others on the island discovered that the once lively atmosphere had become much more solemn. Furthermore, no matter how busy they were, one team member was always standing guard and watching their surroundings. With the joint efforts of the 20 teams, the skeleton fossil buried beneath the island was finally unearthed completely. The skeleton was well preserved and largely intact. There were few areas that needed restoration. Then, they began arranging the fossil bones. After this was complete, they could all sit back and admire the 50-meter-long skeleton. It was as if they had transcended space and time to see a master of the oceans from 70 million years ago. A young staff member became incoherent. Tears were streaming down the cheeks of several old professors as they gesticulated wildly at the fossil display. I never imagined that I would actually see the ocean's apex predator from over 70 million years ago with my own 2 eyes. After an hour of discussion over the freshly unearthed fossil, everyone arrived at the same problem. It has to have a name, a leading professor said. The skeleton didn't match with any existing species. Without a doubt, this was an unknown species, so they had to give it a name. But the problem was that this fossil hadn't been solely unearthed by any single team. It had been a group effort. Furthermore, the entire fossil belonged to the island owner. According to the naming rules, do we have naming rights? Fang Zhao? Oh, Fang Zhao, owner Fang. This should be named. You all can just decide on it, Fang Zhao said. The leading professors had still been wondering how to persuade Fang Zhao to change his mind if Fang Zhao had chosen a name that was too casual. They had never imagined that Fang Zhao would actually just hand the naming rights over to them. In many places during the old era, the country's government owned any ancient fossils with scientific value. New era administrative laws for such historical relics were different, but Fang Zhao really wasn't too interested in them. If not because of curly hair, Fang Zhao would actually have just given the fossil display to a museum. Fang Zhao glanced at Curly Hair. Curly Hair yawned while standing guard by the box filled with bionic bugs. It didn't look like anything else interested this dog besides gaming and eating. A leading professor trembled from excitement when he heard Fang Zhao say that he would be granting the naming rights to them. The assistant beside him swiftly handed the old professor 2 pills. The 20 excavation teams had a round of intense discussion over the matter of naming the fossil. In the end, they named this prehistoric oceanic apex predator Poseidonsaur. 1. Made-up name. The literal translation of the name in the Ross is Sea Emperor Dragon. 2. This was the largest skeletal fossil discovered to date. It was obvious that it ate meat from the shape of those teeth. It was definitely the ocean's apex predator at that time, so the word emperor was rather fitting. Next up was classification. The 20 teams once again entered another round of intense discussion. To be precise, the newly unearthed Poseidonsaur should fall under marine reptiles rather than dinosaurs. However, any creature from that period with special characteristics would be called a dinosaur by mainstream society. However, many new era paleontologists suggested to re-establish a new classification. There were too many large gaps in the new era's paleontology. Limited resources left behind from the old era were merely used as reference. These researchers didn't trust them completely. They only believed in their own research. After the classification was complete, a paleontology professor grasped Fang Zhao's hand. I see that you have an affinity with dinosaurs. Would you have any interest in pursuing paleontology research? Fang Zhao. No. Clearly, they weren't actually interested in him. Their true motive was the skeletal fossil of the Poseidonsaur. In the following days, news pertaining to the Poseidonsaur dominated social media and news outlets. All the news from archaeology to entertainment circles was about the Poseidonsaur. It reached everyone from young children to biology students. Soon, the masses began to believe that such huge creatures had actually existed on our planet before. This isn't inferior to the discovery of aliens. People boasted online and told all sorts of stories as if they had personally witnessed the creature. Those kings of the ocean discovered in the past seem merely like little brothers now. Unrivaled. Truly unrivaled. The ocean's apex predator. I'm already anticipating a Poseidonsaur movie. I wonder if the Poseidonsaur fossil will be publicly displayed. This fossil is too expensive. I reckon it won't be open to the public. Even a model would do. When will a Poseidonsaur model be released? This would probably depend on Fang Zhao's decision. I announced that only Fang Zhao can stand on the head of a Poseidonsaur. Putting it this way is actually right. Fang Zhao indeed lived on top of the Poseidonsaur's grave. In no time, a new topic emerged. Hashtag Fang Zhao, the man who stood atop the head of a Poseidonsaur. Nanfeng guffawed when he saw this. Even without anything else, they had already made a huge amount from rentals because of this Poseidonsaur matter. Boss, you have really hit the jackpot this time. You can probably return to the 10 billion club once you sell the skeleton. I don't intend to sell, Fang Zhao said. After being astonished for a moment, Nanfeng adopted a look of enlightenment on his face. Indeed, such a precious treasure that is unique in this world has to be kept for at least 2 years. I intend to open a collection. Besides the Poseidonsaur, some other items may possibly be added to it, Fang Zhao continued. A collection? Nanfeng was once again flabbergasted. Regaining his composure, he thought to himself, as expected of the boss to think so far ahead. He wants to keep the fossil and open his own exhibition hall. Then, he can use all sorts of related merchandise to earn money. The Poseidonsaur was the largest creature from this planet to be unearthed to date. There could be even larger creatures on foreign planets, but paleontologists had yet to fully finish studying their home planet. Who would even have the energy to research foreign planets? Furthermore, the sentiments that humans held towards Earth were irreplaceable. Mankind had developed here. Everyone shared this common history. People were partial to nostalgia. Earth's policies and administration with regards to extraterrestrial creatures were rather stringent. In terms of value, creatures from Earth were still at the top. They couldn't be replaced. Nanfeng felt rather pleased with himself when he assumed he had successfully guessed Fang Zhao's intentions. My boss still has some investment instincts. Nanfeng watched as the research teams used software to simulate various possible appearances of the Poseidonsaur. That's the ocean's apex predator, all right. It's so ferocious regardless of appearance. A pity it's extinct, Nanfeng lamented. I wonder how the universe's apex predator looks like. Nanfeng started to fantasize. It's definitely very bold and powerful looking too. Fang Zhao glanced at curly hair on the side and said, not necessarily. Some creatures might look adorable, but actually have great destructive power. Ha ha ha. You really are too humorous, boss. You will understand one day. Nanfeng nodded his head in approval, but was snickering inwardly. All right, boss, whatever you say. I will fully support it even if you say that curly hair is the universe's apex predator. Chapter 463. No way I am worse than a dog. Reports pertaining to the Poseidonsaur were everywhere. With the explosion of interest, many new studies in paleontology were published. People began to rethink the existence of creatures in films that were previously thought to be impossible. A student who studied ancient vertebrates said with a chuckle during an interview with the media, my teacher used to say, documentaries and archaeology are alike. They are always updated as more information is revealed. The discovery of the Poseidonsaur is a monumental affair. We believe that there are even more surprises waiting to be discovered in other unknown places. People began to re-evaluate islands that were fortunate enough to survive the period of destruction because of the discovery. Island prices swelled. It wasn't a sudden jump though. However, with the increased interest in islands, The market value for islands began to grow. One paleontology lover bought an island for research. He constructed his own research base and assembled an exploratory team to examine the rock strata underwater. After the Poseidonsaur was unearthed, Fang Zhao signed a cooperative agreement with the Bryan Museum and Huangzhou Museum. In the next 2 months, the Poseidonsaur fossil would be moved to Huangzhou and rotate between those two museums. Online tickets for the days the Poseidonsaur exhibit would be live were already sold out. As for Yinzhou Museum's curator, he could only feel like crying. It couldn't be helped. While Yinzhou was closer and Fang Zhao was from Yinzhou, they simply couldn't make preparations so quickly under so much scrutiny. However, they would surely have the adequate preparations to receive the Poseidonsaur after those 2 months. All the media attention followed the Poseidonsaur off the island. Fang Zhao's little island quietened down once more. Fang Zhao had plans to build a collection hall, but the island wasn't a good place. He didn't know how long his trips off the island would last. What if people came to the island to cause trouble? He didn't want to lose anything curly hair happened to dig up. Fang Zhao didn't have anywhere suitable for the time being and lacked sufficient capital as well. Thus, that was something he could only do when he earned enough money. The Poseidonsaur was rented out, but business people of all kinds still sought out Fang Zhao. However, Fang Zhao's focus was on the upcoming concert in space. He had already received the invitation from the organizing committee. Fang Zhao now understood why Mo Lang hadn't told him who the organizers were. Planet Een, the first of the 3 foreign planet military affairs strategic locations. There was too little information available about it. Even military news rarely reported anything about Planet Een. However, Planet Een was publicly acknowledged to have the highest research capabilities. Basically, these all should be noted. I will send you a more detailed electronic file shortly. Someone will contact you about travel arrangements. The other party briefed Fang Zhao. Any other questions? Can I bring a dog? Fang Zhao asked. The person on the other end paused. Some fluctuation could be heard in his previously emotionless voice. Do you mean curly hair? You can bring him, but not any other dog. Of course, if you don't have the time to feed your dog while on Planet Een, we can also help. Perhaps he can exchange some pointers with our inspection team at the spaceport. Fang Zhao didn't find it surprising that the other party knew about curly hair. Curly hair had been registered at a few military districts and departments. Inspection departments of various spaceports would definitely jump at the chance to recruit him. Planet Yin Spaceport had indeed wanted to recruit curly hair before. However, they knew Fang Zhao wasn't willing to part with his dog, so they hadn't said anything. Of course, they too were very interested in Fang Zhao's ears. But with Fang Zhao's flourishing music career, recruiting Fang Zhao was even more difficult. Fang Zhao opened the electronic files the organizer had mentioned. It contained additional application instructions for escorts and pets. Fang Zhao had already told Nan Feng and the other two about the concert before, but not its location. Nevertheless, all 3 of them had expressed their desire to come with him. Nanfeng's own keen insight had told him the location would be quite exclusive. He absolutely wasn't willing to be left behind. When Fang Zhao had said that he wanted to bring curly hair along, Nanfeng had had some worries. Won't the place have very strict regulations? Would they allow a dog? How could a place with such a strict and complicated auditing process permit a pet dog to be brought along? Fang Zhao didn't explain and merely said, I've sent the application to you all. Just make sure to submit one for curly hair too. Understood, boss. Nanfeng worked quickly and called up Yin Biao and Zuiyu to submit the application as Fang Zhao's retinue. The auditing process for them as accompanying personnel was much stricter. The first round of auditing was on their political record. They could be rejected if they had made any publicly inappropriate remarks. Pets also have a political record examination. Nanfeng was intrigued but still helped Curly Hair submit his application as per Fang Zhao's request. A minute later, Curly Hair's political record examination was passed. Nanfeng, was the political auditing for pets so fast now? An hour later, Yin Biao's audit was passed. Half an hour later, Zuiyu followed suit. Nanfeng still had yet to receive any notification at dinner time. How did you all pass the auditing so quickly? Well, Nanfeng stammered with an ashen face. Yin Biao consoled him. It's probably because you have been in the entertainment circles, so there's more information for the audit to look through. Nanfeng still remained worried. He had been in the Huangzhou entertainment circle as a lowly worker. There had been times where he might have been a little careless, but surely there hadn't been anything that would merit a rejection. Nanfeng couldn't sleep all night. Fortunately, he received a notification that he passed the audit in the morning and heaved a sigh of relief. Okay, time to apply for the next round of auditing. The following few rounds of auditing went rather smoothly. However, the final audit was a physical examination at a designated location. They were required to appear there within 7 working days. Fang Zhao went together with them. Boss, didn't you already pass all the auditing? You don't have to come with us. I can handle it all, Nanfeng said. Something like a physical examination was really simple. I'm going over just to take a look, Fang Zhao replied. At the designated location, 3 men and 1 dog were separated to different examination stations. Fang Zhao found himself a high stool and sat down to read. Half an hour later, Curly Hair trotted out leisurely. 2 hours later, Yin Biao came out from his examination station. Yin Biao felt somewhat pleased seeing that Zuiyu and Nanfeng both weren't out yet. Look, I am the strongest. Serving on planet Baiji for so many years has its advantages. As for Curly Hair, Yin Biao didn't think much of it. He reckoned that the physical examination standards for pets were much more lenient. Curly Hair yawned. Curly Hair found a more comfortable position to lie down and yawned again. By the time Nanfeng came out from the examination station, Curly Hair was already curled up asleep by Fang Zhao's feet. Nanfeng was feeling a little faint and even felt like puking. The tests this time are a little too rigorous. Their standards for physical capability are really too high. Based on the tests, it seemed like the concert destination wouldn't be very comfortable. Zuiyu chuckled. Nanfeng, you even used to be from planet Baiji. That's no good. You've regressed. We'll have some more intensive training starting tomorrow. Yin Biao also chimed in with his approval. Intensive training is required, indeed. Look at you. You're even worse than a dog. Do you feel no shame? Nanfeng glanced at Yin Biao and Zuiyu, who were already seated on the bench, then at the snoring Curly Hair. He felt a little dazed. No way. No way I am even worse, Curly Hair. Have I really degenerated to such a weak chicken after leaving the force for so many years? Chapter 464, Setting Off. After they passed the application process, Fang Zhao rejected all further requests for collaborations. He also didn't attend the inaugural unveiling ceremony of the Poseidon Soar at Huangzhou. On the day of the unveiling ceremony, there were long queues outside the Huangzhou Museum doors. People enthralled by the Poseidon Soar had come from very distant places to see it. The security check teams struggled to cope with the crowds. Beside the queue were some Poseidon Soar figurines and toys. As they waited in the queue, the visitors could play with them first. Invited media representatives and reporters photographed the Poseidon Soar furiously after entering through a separate path. Many of them hadn't gotten photographs before because not all of them had been permitted on Fang Zhao's little island. The curators of Huangzhou Museum and Brian Museum were smiling all throughout the unveiling ceremony. When they returned to their office after the news conference, their smiles disappeared. The Huangzhou Museum curator glanced at the few lifelike bugs on the table with a look of disgust. The Brian Museum curator was also felt relieved. If not for Fang Zhao reminding us to have these specific security upgrades, we would have suffered some losses this time. Fang Zhao had advised them to do a security upgrade targeted at biotechnology techniques when he handed the Poseidon Soar over to them. The 2 curators regarded this Poseidon Soar unveiling ceremony with great importance. Thus, they had taken Fang Zhao's advice and upgraded the security systems in their own museums before setting up the Poseidon Soar exhibit. While the curators felt a mixture of relief and anger, another group was hopping mad. We can blame Fang Zhao's military-grade equipment for not being able to enter his warehouse. But what does it say if we can't even infiltrate Huangzhou and Brian museums? This technology is way out of date. I actually spent so much money to purchase something so outdated. The seller scammed me. The new biotechnology machinery that had been praised to the high heavens by sellers was all king crap. So much money was thrown down the drain. Outdated technology was worthless. Goods on the black market were expensive, but such stuff had always been worth the exorbitant prices. These people who felt cheated went to look for the sellers for a refund, but were unable to find them. In anger, they dumped some additional money to hire a hitman to find the seller and advised others that the black market is full of fakes. Within the T organization, the person responsible for the imitation biotech cut a sorry figure. Ever since they had found out the imitation biotechnology didn't work against the Yinzhou Navy, the T organization had wanted to find some use for the technology to recoup their losses. Then, news of Fang Zhao's fossil discovery broke. They took this opportunity to create a batch of biotech machines to earn a fortune on the black market. However, it didn't take long for their buyers to start demanding refunds. This made the T organization feel as though this biotechnology was a conspiracy targeted at them. They conceded they weren't able to get through the military. But if even civilian security systems could render this useless, it meant that all their effort to obtain this outdated technology was wasted. As the person responsible for this whole fiasco, Fang Zhao once again delivered a blow to the T organization. After discovering the imitation bugs, Fang Zhao had reported this matter to key authorities. In addition to Huangzhou and Brian museums, other strategic locations now had defenses against this imitation biotechnology. However, Fang Zhao currently didn't have time to pay attention to the matter of security system updates. Right now, he was packing his things and preparing to head off towards Planet Een. He would be away for a longer period this time. Fang Zhao had informed his great-grandparents of this without going into too much detail. It could be hard to organize communication, so he let the elders know that they shouldn't worry too much if he couldn't be contacted. "Boss, this 80 million rabbit will be just left here?" Nanfeng asked. Fang Zhao eyed the aquarium. He had decided to leave the rabbit in the oceanside residence instead of on the island. If anything were to happen here, property management would be able to react quickly once the alarm sounded. All right. Although he was still a little worried, Nanfeng didn't say much else and continued with his report. The island construction team reports smooth progress. Things should be restored by the time we return. Because of the Poseidon Sur fossil, the island had experienced lots of excavations, constructions, and demolitions. Now, a construction team was filling up the large pits and restoring other parts of the island. After he was done packing his stuff, Fang Zhao received a call. It was from the person assigned by the military to pick them up. A flying transport descended on the landing pad. 2 soldiers came over to verify their identities. Fang Zhao, an assistant, 2 bodyguards, and a dog. Nanfeng noticed that the gazes of those soldiers lingered on Curly Hair for a bit, as though they were double-checking whether it was the same dog from the application forms. For men and a dog. Once the verification was complete and the luggages inspected, the 2 soldiers didn't say anything else and led them onto the flying transport. They quickly set off for Yinzhou Military District. The plan was to gather with other Yinzhou invitees at Yinzhou Military District before heading towards the space station orbiting Earth. Nanfeng, Zuiyu, and Yin Biao stood tall with their chests puffed out. One of them had a special forces background, while the other 2 had been on a foreign planet garrison. They had to display a steely demeanor when facing these soldiers from Yinzhou Military District. They couldn't make Fang Zhao lose face at this time. However, upon boarding the flying transport, these 2 soldiers merely sent passing glances at them before focusing on Fang Zhao and Curly Hair. The orders these 2 soldiers had received were to take extra care of Fang Zhao and his dog. Nanfeng and the other 2 weren't in that scope, so verifying their identities would suffice. Actually, they hadn't been specifically sent to pick Fang Zhao up. They had simply been the nearest to Fang Zhao's residence after completing a mission, so they were dispatched for the pickup. Their main mission was to guard the power, ore, and other goods in the cargo hold that were bound for the military district. They had merely come to pick up this group along the way. Curly Hair lay quietly by Fang Zhao's feet. His 2 innocent dog eyes scanned the surroundings. He licked his nose, looked up at Fang Zhao and whined. Fang Zhao shot him a look and reached out to pat his head. Curly Hair obediently lay back down. However, he would lick his nose and lips from time to time. One of the soldiers noticed and asked, "Is it thirsty?" "He's thirsty indeed." "Nanfeng, bring out his drinking bowl," Fang Zhao answered without missing a beat. "Aye." Nanfeng got the drinking bowl out and handed it over. Yin Biao thought to himself as he saw this. "TSK, pet dogs are just so delicate." Fang Zhao got some water from the soldier. He thanked the soldier and placed the bowl down in front of Curly Hair. Then, he pointed at Curly Hair's head as a warning. Curly Hair's appetite and diet had expanded ever since he could completely transform. He had even been let out to forage yesterday. Thirst. No, he was just being gluttonous. Of course, the truth wasn't something Fang Zhao could say. How would he even explain? Say that curly hair was drooling because of the power or in the flying transport's cargo hold? Fang Zhao was a little worried. Fang Zhao had to keep a close eye on him this time. Who knew if curly hair would run off and eat something strange without leaving any traces? Chapter 465. Don't even think of stealing the dog. Yinzhou Military District. A number of reporters were gathered and preparing for an interview session with an armored division that had returned from a mission when one of them exclaimed in astonishment, "Is that Fang Zhao?" The others turned to look over. "Looks like it." From the dog at his side, "It is certainly Fang Zhao. What is he doing in Yinzhou Military District? He must have just disembarked from a military flying transport. There are still 2 soldiers escorting him. Interesting. What is he doing this time?" One of the reporters intended to snap a few photographs, but was stopped by the others. After regaining his composure, that young reporter regretted acting a little too rashly. When inside the military district, it was best to refrain taking photographs of anything they weren't permitted to. He still had to control his impulses even if he was burning with curiosity. Otherwise, they would all be removed from the premises immediately, and their professional careers would come to an end prematurely. But even if they couldn't take photographs, it didn't stop them from some private gossip. I have a feeling Fang Zhao is going to cause a disturbance again. Recently, news concerning him is all over the globe. I thought that he was still busy with the matter of the Poseidonsaur fossil. I never imagined that we would actually see him here. Come to think of it, I haven't heard much about his movements recently. The internet discussions are all about the fossil situation. None are about his whereabouts. I heard from my friend that many entertainment reporters are trying to track Fang Zhao, but are just unable to find him. Entertainment reporters these days have really declined. Back when I was young, those entertainment reporters were so quick it gave us headaches. They were able to dig out information before we were even able to publish anything. It was indeed just as this reporter said. Due to the buzz from the Poseidonsaur fossil discovery, everyone was naturally trying to observe and track Fang Zhao. However, unlike before, there were quite a number of investors wanting to watch Fang Zhao. When analyzing the process of the Poseidonsaur fossil's excavation, many people reckoned that Fang Zhao had surely gotten information beforehand, which was why he had purchased the island so quickly. After a further analysis of Fang Zhao's road to fame, anything that Fang Zhao did seemed to cause a sensation. This incident with the Poseidonsaur fossil definitely wouldn't be the last. Thus, these people had watched Fang Zhao carefully. They really wanted to know whether Fang Zhao would covertly go excavate more fossils. Or, perhaps he had discovered other stuff that was even more valuable. However, he had King disappeared again. Fang Zhao, his assistant, bodyguards, and the dog that could dig up fossils had all King disappeared. They had never even attended the unveiling ceremony of the Poseidonsaur fossil exhibit. They were definitely up to something even more important. But there simply wasn't any news of him recently. Investigate. Investigate what exactly has that fellow has been up to recently. Was he going to cause sensational news again? They waited and waited, but there was no news. It wasn't just investors who felt suffocated. Netizens not seeing any developments also became impatient. Fang Zhao's last public appearance was in Yinzhou. Thus, Yinzhou netizens started to exert themselves. The same old accustomed practices. "Wang Tai, you piece of trash. Wang Tai, time to come out and work. Look, Wang Tai, we have even started a crowdfunding page. See that? More than 10 million people have already pledged. Conservative estimates predict that it will cross the 100 million mark this time tomorrow. All this money will be yours as long as you can dig out news about Fang Zhao. Are you surprised? Astonished? Pleased? Thus, with the amount of mentions and activity, Wang Tai's name became a trending topic. Wang Tai, thank you every King body. While many on the crowdfunding platform were busy bashing Wang Tai, Fang Zhao had already switched to a connecting flight headed for the orbiting space station. They would have a stopover at the orbiting space station for 2 days before proceeding to Planet Een. One at the space station, Fang Zhao saw other artists invited to Planet Een as well as an old friend. This friend was none other than the specialist villain and wife flaunter, Xiao Tingjing. They had collaborated back on the set of Founding Era. This time, Xiao Tingjing's wife Windsor had been invited to perform at Planet Een, so Xiao Tingjing came along as an accompanying family member. Xiao Tingjing was delighted to see Fang Zhao and said he would come find Fang Zhao for a chat after stowing his luggage away. Nanfeng came over and whispered to Fang Zhao, "Boss, I have seen all the artists who have been invited. You are the youngest among this batch." Fang Zhao's experience was also the least. Even though Nanfeng didn't finish speaking, Fang Zhao understood what Nanfeng meant. Having the least experience could mean having to suffer some grievances. However, Fang Zhao was prepared for all these. A middle-aged artist walked by them. His gaze fell on Curly Hair, who was by Fang Zhao's feet. This middle-aged artist frowned, as if a little unhappy before turning to Fang Zhao. It looked as if he was about to say anything, but it ended up as a humph before this artist stormed off. Fang Zhao, who had already gotten up to greet him. Fang Zhao knew the middle-aged artist who had stormed off for unknown reasons. He was David Hull, one of the 3 great violin masters on the planet, and also the flamboyant Fei Harmonic's teacher. Recently, Fei Harmonic and Zero were having an online spat. However, Fang Zhao didn't pay much attention to it and didn't know the current circumstances of their online spat. Unlike Fei Harmonic, who was extremely high profile in the entertainment circles, his teacher David Hull kept a much lower profile. Besides performances and lectures, he was rarely seen in the public eye. Fang Zhao had never spoken to this person before, nor had they ever crossed paths. This occasion was the closest they had ever been. Fang Zhao didn't know what this globally acclaimed violin master would be upset with him for. After David Hull was some distance away, Nanfeng leaned closer and said softly, "I recognize the one who just went by us. A violin great master. His student is Fei Harmonic, who has considerable presence in the entertainment circles and is often compared against you. I reckon that is the reason he seemed miffed at you, boss." Things like this were common within the circles. Nanfeng believed that he had found out the reason and that if it wasn't the truth, the real truth wouldn't be too far off. Fang Zhao, however, didn't think so. However, he too wasn't certain why David Hull would be angry with him. Fang Zhao only got the answer to that question when Xiao Tingjing came over to chat. "David Hull? Oh, him." Xiao Tingjing glanced at Curly Hair lying down at the side. He would surely be pissed. That's because his application to bring along his beloved pet dog was denied. Before coming here, I still heard someone consoling him that those going to perform on a foreign planet would have no way of bringing a dog. He was already gloomy, so how could he not be pissed seeing you bring a dog just after arriving on the orbiting space station? Xiao Tingjing told Fang Zhao all about this globally acclaimed violinist and his dog. He had heard all of this from his wife. The thing this great master loves most besides his violin is his dog. Before these 2 great loves of his, even his beloved disciple Fei Harmonic would have to give way. This is his beloved dog. Xiao Tingjing then showed Fang Zhao a saved photo of David Hull's beloved dog. David Hull's beloved dog was a product of artificial cultivation. It had a gene base of 3 types of old-era hunting dogs and had iconic, long hair. It looked really elegant when it was well-groomed. Nanfeng also came over to steal a glance. This great master has a special fondness for long hair. Xiao Tingjing also chuckled. Indeed, he rather likes long-haired varieties. As he said that, Xiao Tingjing glanced at Curly Hair by the side. Your dog's fur can't be considered especially long, so perhaps he doesn't find it too pleasing. However, you can relax. He still treats dogs very well and is merely envious of you right now. Don't worry, he isn't really angry at you. Xiao Tingjing then eyed Curly Hair again. He knew that this dog had recently caused quite a sensation in the news. The first bone of the Poseidon Saur fossil was really dug out by him. It was him, Fang Zhao confirmed. I even thought that it was just the media making things up and sensationalizing it. Xiao Tingjing eyed Curly Hair like he was some sort of rare and precious object. Curly Hair stuck his tongue out and droplets of saliva dripped down. He licked his lips continuously and appeared somewhat agitated. Does he feel a little too hot inside? Xiao Tingjing asked. Although he didn't know dogs that well, he could still understand simple common sense. For example, a dog letting his tongue hang loose, panting, and salivating meant it was trying to cool down, right? Comment. But everything was normal when Xiao Tingjing checked the room's temperature and pressure. Rationally speaking, it shouldn't have been happening. He just hasn't adapted that well yet, Fang Zhao replied calmly. Makes sense. It is quite difficult for pet dogs to get used to a space station's atmosphere. I heard that dogs are all afraid of height. Coming to a place like the space station can also be considered a very high place, right? Ha ha ha. Xiao Tingzheng was amused by his own joke. Fang Zhao smiled courteously, but deep down, he was even more worried. This dog had gone into the ocean to forage a day before they had set off. He also didn't transform often and didn't consume much energy. So how could he be hungry? He was just having a craving. There was a lot of power in the space station. It was very enticing given Curly Hair's now expanded diet. Fang Zhao even suspected that if he didn't watch Curly Hair carefully, this dog could really eat the entire space station. Fang Zhao increased the restrictions on Curly Hair upon seeing such a reaction. He also gave Curly Hair lessons in private. Only then did Curly Hair curb himself a little. Or, at the very least, he no longer drooled all the time. However, his eyes would still dart around furtively. Fang Zhao and these other invited artists were called for meetings every once in a while, so Curly Hair couldn't be by his side at all times. Therefore, the assignment of watching Curly Hair closely was given to Nanfeng and the other two. Fang Zhao had brought these three over for the sake of watching the dog. You three watch him closely. Nanfeng, Zuiyu, and Yin Biao replied in full seriousness. Understood. Don't even think of stealing the dog. Chapter 466. Chase Stars Rationally. Planet Een was a planet entirely under military administration. Besides a small fraction of dormitories, most of the space was used for military exercises and testing of experimental items. Naturally, the environment here wasn't suitable for human survival. But, because of the abundant power or deposits, the first foreign planet strategic military base was established here. As of now, 90% of space travel technology originated from Planet Een. Fang Zhao and the others couldn't see anything outside during their journey until they landed on Planet Een. They had also signed a confidentiality clause for this period. In short, they were only there for the artistic showcase and shouldn't be overly curious. Fang Zhao's batch alighted the flying transport onto Planet Een. Planet Yin's special characteristics meant that there was very little actual information about it online. Even veteran artists who had been on Planet Een previously didn't know much. As a first-time visitor to Planet Een, Fang Zhao didn't know much, but he was certain that the power or deposits on Planet Een were very rich and abundant. Curly Hair was drooling nonstop. They looked up to see a huge defensive barrier above them. Without protective gear, they were limited to indoor activities, but at least the space wasn't too cramped. At the side are the living quarters prepared for the various teachers. Introduced their Planet Een guide. This area was a reception center. There were dormitories, cafeterias, and activity zones here. The invited guests had already been briefed on the most important matters and signed non-disclosure agreements. They were to work together with Planet Yin's music and dance troupe to put on a collaborative performance. In their spare time, they could have their own leisure activities in the permitted area. For the living quarters, family members could stay together, but assistants and bodyguards were in a separate block. Fang Zhao, your quarters are over on that side, the guide said. Can I bring my dog over too? Fang Zhao asked. Yes. Fang Zhao brought the keycard to his allocated quarters. The living quarters weren't considered large, but had comprehensive furnishings. There was a hall, a bedroom, and a study. The interior seemed very high-tech and had an artistic vibe as well. Besides these, there was also a dog bowl and dog toilet. That was indeed thoughtful. After a short break, the leader of the group called to gather everyone for a small meeting to brief them on the plan for the following few days. There were musicians, dancers, actors, painters, and all sorts of professions among the invited group. They all had different specializations, and the Planet Een personnel they worked with were different too. Fang Zhao would be collaborating with a youth band. On Planet Een, most of the artists were hobbyists and couldn't be judged according to professional standards. Fang Zhao, you will be the conductor of the youth band. Any issue with that? The group leader asked. No problem, Fang Zhao responded. The piece this Planet Een youth band had chosen to perform was a work of Mo Lang's. It was Founding Era's final closing theme, the 10-minute-long legend. As such, Mo Lang had indicated that the conductor had to be Fang Zhao. Fang Zhao had played a part composing this piece and knew this musical work better than anybody else. This was also another one of Mo Lang's tests for Fang Zhao. After the meeting ended, Everyone returned to take a short rest before a tour of the exhibition hall in the afternoon. Only the invited personnel could be on this tour. Their retainers weren't permitted. Even family members like Qiao Tingzheng couldn't come in, let alone bodyguards and assistants. Thus, Fang Zhao had Nanfeng, and the other two walked the dog. The stuff in this exhibition hall was mostly related to space travel and scientific products. This was Fang Zhao's first time here, and he was rather interested by all these. What interested Fang Zhao the most was the warp engine. The warp engine had brought the age of space flight and was publicly acknowledged as the new era's greatest invention. The guide in the exhibition hall was currently sharing some related information about the warp engine. Here is a component of a first-generation warp engine. It is because of this engine that space jumps became possible. However, the energy consumption of the warp drive far exceeded everyone's expectations. Old energy sources had no way of supporting the operation of the warp engine. Therefore, mankind had to look for new power sources. The guide went from warp engines to power or technology and/or extraction, but he never revealed any important points. For example, he omitted how the warp engine was derived, its development process, how long it took, and the distance it could support. All those questions that Fang Zhao was especially curious about were never answered. However, they knew that in this place, they weren't supposed to ask too many questions. The guide probably had limitations on the things he could talk about. The guide talked about many things from the discovery of power and the upgrades of power isomerization techniques to power or classification. While these were merely like stories to others in the invited group, Fang Zhao listened attentively. While the warp engine wasn't shared in detail, Fang Zhao was still interested to hear about power ores and the other stuff. The more Fang Zhao listened, the more beset with emotions he became. So fast. Breakthroughs in new energy sources and spaceflight technology came too quickly in the new era. They had far surpassed Fang Zhao's expectations. During the period of destruction, he had asked relevant scientists numerous times whether space travel could be realized. However, the reply he had received was, perhaps humans might never achieve that breakthrough. But, after the period of destruction was over, the new era had barely been established for 100 years when the warp engine emerged. The new era's 7 pioneer exploratory spacecrafts, Dream Team, was created. Most people from the period of destruction would never have been able to forecast such a thing. 100 years sounded long, but Fang Zhao understood the aftermath of the period of destruction very well. In his opinion, 100 years was probably only enough for recovery and restoration. The rate at which the new era actually developed was simply a miracle in Fang Zhao's opinion. The warp engine had been invented in the first 100 years of the new era. Now that 500 years had passed in the new era, Fang Zhao wondered what the current warp engines were like. It was a pity he wouldn't get to see it. However, being able to see a part of the first-generation warp engine was already good enough. Fang Zhao felt gratified. Others didn't know of Fang Zhao's sentiments. Not everyone was as interested, and many didn't stay for long in the exhibition hall. Soon after, there was a meet and greet where fans from Planet Yin's various departments could meet their idols. The autograph and photo sessions were very disciplined and orderly despite the number of people. The special administrative environment made these kinds of fan meets very efficient. With the limited capacity, some fans were already filtered out. Fang Zhao had both young and old fans. Old people, especially those who had watched Founding Era Yinzhou chapter, showered Fang Zhao with tender gazes. Not too far away, 2 high-level executives who had organized the fan meet smiled when they saw the long lines queuing up for Fang Zhao. I really didn't expect that Fang Zhao would have this many fans on Planet Yin. He's popular with both young and old. This chap is not bad indeed. It's a pity he didn't stay in the military. Speaking of which, have you seen little Yuan? Didn't he keep going on and on about having prepared a big present for Fang Zhao? I've already completed 1 circuit and didn't see him. That little brat kept bugging me about the schedule for the invited artists. There are time constraints for this fan meet. There's only half an hour left. Could he have overslept? Maybe he lost track of time working. Or perhaps an urgent task cropped up? Planet Yin Warp Engine Technology Research Facility. At the security checkpoint, a youngster who seemed to be around the age of a university student was seated on a chair. He drummed his fingers on the table anxiously while glancing at the time nonstop. A research facility security guard sat opposite him. Currently, He was expressionlessly removing the last item from inside a gift box that had been subjected to an investigation. All the items were laid out on the table. So, you wanna? The security personnel pointed at the stuff on the table. Gift an interstellar voyage fleet to a celebrity? That's right. But these haven't yet been made public. It's so confidential that even the prototypes might not be going public in 10 years. These are models. Models aren't okay either. Please be reasonable. Yuan Zheng inhaled sharply. I might idolize a star, but I am still a reasonable person. I am different from those die-hard fanatics who blindly shoot their mouths off. Please don't demean my intellect. I don't doubt a gold badge engineer's intellect. The security personnel said with an unchanging expression. Wasn't Master Hung Xin your idol? My idol now is still Master Hung Xin. He is a god in the hearts of us science people, one whom we can only look up to and worship. However, my Zhao Bro is more down to earth. Zhao Bro is my idol. I just feel that he is especially impressive. What does it mean to idolize a star? Their spirit shines through their bodies. My Zhao Bro is a huge mass of glowing light. Say, who else in the entertainment circles is able to achieve so much glory at such an age? The security personnel nodded, expressing he understood Yuan Zheng's sentiment. He knew Fang Zhao too. Fang Zhao's influence across even planets was too impressive, not to mention his military accomplishments. There were very few 20-somethings who were invited here to participate in a performance. Upon seeing the security personnel's stance loosen, Yuan Zheng continued. Have you ever heard the phrase, a goal lies ahead, but an idol is by your side? That is a form of mental encouragement, you understand? Improve together, understand? I even have a poster of Zhao Bro in my room. The security personnel nodded his head. He had heard that when Fang Zhao achieved the Galaxy Supernova Award, Yuan Zheng had risen from a silver badge engineer to gold badge level with hard work. Of course, he too could understand that youngsters were more impulsive when it came to idolizing stars. In his younger days, he himself had adored a Majo basketball star. Unfortunately, that basketball star failed the audit and wasn't able to come over. To come here, everyone had to pass stringent screenings. Besides their own professional ability, many other aspects such as character and moral integrity were taken into account. Compared to him, Yuan Zheng was much more fortunate. At least Yuan Zheng would be able to see his idol in person. Although Fang Zhao had impressive ability, he was too young and could potentially leak secrets. It wasn't good to gift him with a model of an unreleased spacecraft. Seeing the security personnel tense up, Yuan Zheng hurriedly played the sentiment card. Uncle, you have watched me grow up and you should know the sort of person I am. I would definitely want to display my own achievements to my idol. Uncle, you have also adored idols before and can understand, right? Now, I have merely turned some parts from the project I'm working on into a model. I have even blurred out the more critical areas. There's definitely no intention of leaking anything here. I believe you, of course, the security personnel said with a warm expression. However, it was soon followed by, second application, overruled. Yuan Zheng put on a pitiful face. UNC. All models will be confiscated. Sorry, duty takes precedence. Yuan Zheng was on the verge of tears. The space fleet model he had taken so long to prepare was confiscated at this security checkpoint. Watching Yuan Zheng droop his head in dejection, the security personnel sighed. How about this? Yuan Zheng looked up, his eyes brimming with hope. He watched as the security personnel picked up one of the spacecraft models, broke off the engine component, and placed the component in front of him. Yuan Zheng was shocked. Following that, his face fell. My Zhao Bro came all the way here to perform, and I can only give him a part. The security personnel replied mercilessly. This is the bottom line. Young friend, have some rationality when chasing stars. Chapter 467, Second Gen Warps. The fan meet had already concluded by the time Yuan Zheng reached the venue. The artists had already returned to their rooms. With no other choice, Yuan Zheng could only go find Fang Zhao personally. It was a rare opportunity to meet his idol, and Yuan Zheng couldn't allow it to slip by. The schedule for these invited artists was rather packed on their first day of arriving on Planet Een. The older ones already looked exhausted and didn't seem to be in a good mood. After returning from the fan meet, Fang Zhao went to pick curly hair. Boss, is curly hair not yet adapted to the environmental conditions here? Why does he keep panting and drooling? Nanfeng was very worried. He will get used to it in a couple of days, Fang Zhao said. I guess that makes sense. The environmental conditions on planet Yin takes some time getting used to. Me, Zui Yu, and Yin Biao also felt a little dizzy when we arrived here. Nanfeng passed the delivered dog food and pet products to Fang Zhao. The people at the reception area said to go get replenishments when these are used up. Nanfeng didn't drag on for too long, given the artist's weary looks. Boss, you can return and go rest. Contact us right away if you need anything, and we'll handle it. We are always on standby. All right, you guys go get some rest too. Fang Zhao brought Curly Hair back to his quarters and poured out a bowl of dog food for him. Curly Hair looked aggrieved, eating the dog food piece by piece in a pitiful manner. The amount in the bowl was all he would have. The next serving wouldn't come for at least another 4 or 5 hours. There was no choice. He couldn't do as he pleased after arriving on planet Yin. He couldn't eat anything else besides dog food, and there wasn't very much of it. Learn to control yourself, Fang Zhao said. You can watch TV if you behave. Planet Yin has synchronous live broadcasts with home. Curly Hair gulped down the dog food in the bowl, then nudged it in front of Fang Zhao. What he meant was, look, I didn't swallow the bowl. Is that good enough? All right, go watch TV then. Curly Hair dashed into the room and turned on the TV immediately. He tuned into a news channel and assumed a serious expression. After a while, Fang Zhao went into the study. Curly Hair stealthily sneaked a glance. When he saw Fang Zhao busy with work, Curly Hair changed to a competitive esports channel and was quickly engrossed in the live match. Inside the study, Fang Zhao sighed silently. He knew what little tricks Curly Hair was up to. He just pretended not to notice. Having something to occupy Curly Hair's attention was good too. At least he wouldn't be drooling all the time. Fang Zhao sorted out some of the musical scores on the table and continued making alterations to his plan. For this performance, Fang Zhao wanted to rearrange Legend to bestow a new vitality to it. Mo Lang had already seen Fang Zhao's rearrangement manuscript and approved of it. When it came to understanding the piece as well as the composer's intent, Mo Lang only trusted Fang Zhao. Fang Zhao had a lot of work on his hands. Following this, he needed to meet the orchestra to organize rehearsals. During this process, he had to fix any of the orchestra's flaws and provide suggestions on improvements. As he was working out his plan, the doorbell rang. Fang Zhao hadn't put up a "Do Not Disturb" sign on his door, nor did he know who could be looking for him at this time. The other artists had already returned to rest. He opened the door. Standing there was a young man accompanied by 2 soldiers. Fang Zhao glanced at them and was astonished to notice the golden badge that the young man wore. Even though Fang Zhao hadn't spent too long on planet Yin, he already understood that these chest badges corresponded to rank. The 2 soldiers were probably ensuring this young man's safety. A gold badge rank person would have people responsible for his safety whenever he stepped out. However, being able to achieve a gold badge rank at such a young age meant that this young man was definitely an important talent. Protection for him was warranted. That young man visibly attempted to restrain his excitement when he saw Fang Zhao. Zhao, bro. I'm Yuan Zheng, a fanboy of yours. His words were forceful and resounding, especially those last 3 words. The 2 soldiers behind him. What happened to being a rational fan? Was he nervous? However, Yuan Zheng wasn't aware of this. He even forgot what he had said. Right now, his mind was a mess from the excitement of meeting his idol. Am I disturbing you? Yuan Zheng scratched his head. Sheepishly. Nope, come in. Fang Zhao smiled. Oh, thanks Zhao bro. The 2 soldiers followed Yuan Zheng inside. Yuan Zheng quickly came to his senses and explained. Zhao bro, these 2 are protecting me. It is in accordance with the regulations. Us gold badge engineers need to be protected by at least 2 soldiers whenever we are out. That ought to be. Fang Zhao poured the 2 soldiers a glass of water each as well before returning his attention back to Yuan Zheng. Before his idol, Yuan Zheng gave his all to display his excellence. He had pinned on all his awards and had made sure to polish his little golden badge symbolizing that he was a ranked Planet Yin engineer. He absolutely couldn't disgrace himself in front of his idol. I was born on Planet Yin. Currently, I'm a gold badge engineer in the Warp Engine Technology Research Group. My parents were also warp engine engineers. So, I am a 2nd-generation engineer in my family. Zhao bro, you can call people like us 2nd-gen warps. I have been involved in many important projects. Cough. Yuan Zheng had merely started to talk when one of the soldiers seated at the side coughed lightly to remind him that there were some things that couldn't be said. Yuan Zheng paused and thought about the important projects he needed to omit. In any case, I am very impressive. When it comes to geniuses, I am our research facility's first. Heir, second. Besides Little Bear who came over recently, I am our research facility's youngest gold badge engineer. Yuan Zheng sulked a little when he said this. He had indeed been the research facility's #1 genius in the past, but he had been dethroned ever since that little kid named Bear had come over. I even prepared a huge present when I heard you were coming. I personally made models of a space fleet. But after passing through the security inspection, only a part is left. I wasn't even able to rush over to the fan meet in the afternoon. Yuan Zheng's voice petered out towards the end. With a slightly sheepish smile, he handed over a part that was about the size of a thumbnail. Only such a tiny part was left from the space fleet models after going through inspections. Yuan Zheng was helpless as well. This was already the security personnel's bottom line. Even a genius gold badge engineer like Yuan Zheng couldn't be granted any exceptions. Yuan Zheng also didn't have anything else that could be used as a present. With the limited time, this was all he could muster up. Zhao bro, you have to stay on Planetine for a while. I shall make another present that can successfully pass the inspection when I go back. This is already very good. Fang Zhao examined the unremarkable part. Is this a component of a model warp engine? Right. Yuan Zheng wanted to say more, but the soldier at the side coughed, forcing him to swallow his words. Yuan Zheng felt very wronged. Too hard. As a gold badge engineer, chasing an idol was just too hard. Nothing could be revealed, and even his present couldn't be given away. He felt humiliated in front of his idol. Yuan Zheng racked his brains, thinking of how to explain. He glanced up and noticed Fang Zhao looking at him. He had a rather kind smile. Yuan Zheng upon meeting Fang Zhao's gaze. Before Yuan Zheng could figure out the meaning of that gaze, he saw Fang Zhao hand over a palm-sized box. And it was a Poseidonsaur fossil model. FF for me? Yuan Zheng stammered. Fang Zhao nodded. Yuan Zheng put out both his hands as if he was receiving an award. Zhao bro, can you sign beneath the stand of the model? Sure. Fang Zhao found a suitable pen and signed his name beneath the stand of the Poseidonsaur fossil model. Yuan Zheng was worried he would disturb Fang Zhao's rest, so he didn't stay too long and quickly bade farewell. He clutched the box containing the Poseidonsaur fossil model to his chest tightly all the way outside. As they walked away, Yuan Zheng's eyes were already glistening with tears. How touching. I gave a badly mutilated component, yet Zhao bro gave me a gift in return. However, the two soldiers by his side weren't able to relate to his sentiments. According to regulations, gifts from elsewhere have to be subjected to a security check. Please cooperate. Even though the luggages of all invited artists had already gone through rigorous checks, whatever gift that Yuan Zheng received still had to be inspected again. This was also for his own personal safety. Yuan Zheng handed over that box unwillingly. Be careful, don't break the bone. And be extra careful of the stand. Don't rub away the autograph. While Yuan Zheng was returning to the research facility, Fang Zhao had stopped working and was instead looking at the little gift he had received. Although Yuan Zheng had revealed very little, Fang Zhao was still able to make some guesses. And when combining it with all the various doubts he previously had, Fang Zhao felt quite confident in his guess. He remembered when he had first discovered the Alcade. Barbara had said, the primal exploratory team Dream Team bore the apex wisdom and intelligence of that time. Apex wisdom and intelligence. Fang Zhao stared at the little component and muttered softly. The Alcade from Dream Team had existed 400 years ago. Yuan Zheng had also mentioned Little Bear. There was a possibility that this Little Bear was the ordinary-looking kid who had a mechanical core. Being able to perfectly blend in among humans meant it wasn't any ordinary artificial intelligence. During the period of destruction, Fang Zhao had also interacted with many great scientists from that time. He knew that each time mankind had a flash of knowledge, the world's development processes would experience a great leap. But what was the possibility of artificial intelligence, energy technology, warp technology, spacecraft, and others simultaneously experiencing such flashes of knowledge in just 100 years since the new era was established? During this period, The badly damaged world needed to recover. Cities needed rebuilding, and order in the 12 continents had to be established. Was it a great revolution of intelligence, or was it? Fang Zhao eyed the little component in his hand, as if he could see a faraway image through this little component. There was another possibility. Outsiders. Visitors from beyond the stars. Chapter 468, I am still a baby. Whatever the truth was, Fang Zhao had no way of ascertaining it right now. However, with this little understanding, if there were outsiders, the most likely alien would be that legendary Master Hengxin, father of the warp engine and founder of the Interplanetary Fund. He had brought about so many changes and also established the Interplanetary Fund's special status. Fang Zhao didn't know the motives of these outsiders and how many there were. But, from the looks of things, they didn't seem to have any hostile intentions and had groomed many top talents. In any case, this was all merely conjecture. Fang Zhao also recalled the shock of seeing this new world back when he had resurrected at the little rented apartment in the Black Street. Fang Zhao glanced at that unremarkable little component and smiled before putting it into a box. The future is already here. Planet EN Warp Engine Technology Research. Facility Security Checkpoint. The same security guard was there, but with a different researcher. A little kid wearing a gold chest badge was sprawled on the table, bawling his eyes out. Sob, sob. You can't confiscate my little riches. My little riches. Sob, sob. His tears kept flowing amidst measured sobs. The security guard seated across the table felt a little guilty from the kid's red eyes, trembling lips, and occasional hiccups. His usual poker face now showed a rare look of distress. How could he have known this kid would start wailing without any warning? This was giving him a headache. The security personnel softened his tone. That black ball, what was it? Little Riches is still undergoing an inspection. He was worried speaking too loud might scare off this little engineer who was even more talented than Yuan Zheng. However, another bout of wailing started just after he said this. It has already been 15 minutes and 7 seconds already. How can the inspection be this slow? Has something happened to my little riches? Little Bear didn't even lift up his head. His tears flowed even more freely. The security personnel glanced at the time displayed on the monitor and thought to himself, no wonder he is a gold badge engineer. He doesn't even need to look at the monitor to precisely keep track of time down to the second. However, circumstances were complicated, and the inspection required even more time. Previously, the inspection of Yuan Zheng's model craft had taken a long time. 15 minutes wouldn't be considered long for the inspection. After approximately another 5 minutes, the little black ball was sent over. Upon seeing the indication of approval on it, the security personnel hurriedly handed the ball over and squeezed it in the process. It felt really good to touch and was suitable for relieving stress. No wonder this little kid likes it. After taking back Little Riches, Little Bear said, and my dog Dan and Doc, how are they violating anything? I will be lonely and afraid without them. Those are considered dangerous items that can't be brought out. As for your safety, you don't have to worry. We will dispatch men to escort you. The security personnel said, I want them. My dog Dan and Dog Boo-hoo. Poor things Boo-hoo. While crying, he fished out a bottle from the backpack at his side and gulped the contents down. The security personnel continued to have a headache. They had already asked the superiors for instructions. How would those 2 robot dogs be dealt with? They were indeed Little Bear's personal belongings, but they were equipped with weapons and had to be cautiously dealt with. Vexed and waiting for time to pass, the security personnel rummaged through the drawer, found a lollipop, and passed it over. Come, have some candy. Don't cry anymore. Little Bear sniffled and placed the lollipop into his pocket. Then, he continued sobbing. Security personnel, my head hurts. As Little Bear continued sobbing away, the security guard finally received a message. The security personnel heaved a sigh of relief and put on what he felt was his kindest smile. All right, approval has been granted. You can bring your Little Riches, Dog Dan, and Dog Gout. However, regulations have to be adhered to when you are playing outside. Oh yeah. The crying immediately stopped, and Little Bear hopped off his chair. He led the 2 robot dogs in one hand, while the other clutched the little black ball as he left happily. Security personnel. Isn't this change of attitude way too fast? What a drama queen. Since when were little kids this skilled? The security personnel felt that today had taught him a lot. Little Bear, who had already run out, was very pleased. Pretending to be a kid is really good. They can do what they please. People in the research facility were more tolerant towards genius kids. For the new generation of warp engines being developed at the research facilities, Little Bear had contributed greatly. Compared to that, his willfulness from time to time was considered rather trivial. Thus, people would give in to him most of the time. But when it came to the development of the warp engine, Little Bear was still very dissatisfied. He had piloted the Alcade 400 years ago, and there had only been this little progress since then. It was too slow. Back then, 7 of them superintelligences and 1 Master Hung Xian had regularly redefined the field's state-of-the-art. Warp engines had been upgraded very quickly. This bunch of people couldn't even come close to that efficiency. Unfortunately, in the 400 years, the superintelligences had either been destroyed, malfunctioned, or gone dormant. Little Bear was the only one remaining. Alas, there had been 7 superintelligences accompanying Master Hung Xian back then. Now, he was the only one left. It was really delightful. Ha ha ha, there is nobody to bully me anymore. I'm the greatest. Those 6 have finally scrammed. What same kind? Humans are more fun. Especially those here. Weak, feeble, and pose no threat. Playing with these species with abundant emotions is just so fun. When bored, Little Bear could just construct a few playmates to entertain him. Little Bear was still rather satisfied with his current life. Ever since he returned from the Alcade, Little Bear's days had been free and unfettered. Just that one bit wasn't good. Why must I work? I am still a baby. I was a baby 400 years ago, and 400 years later, I'm still a baby. The world is so perfect and I haven't had my fill of fun yet. If not for settling a debt, who would even be willing to come here? Movements were restricted, and he had to pass through security checks to go to work. His little riches had nearly been confiscated. He was also accompanied whenever he was out. Little Bear shot a glance at the 2 soldiers behind him and pouted in dissatisfaction. Pouting was an action he had learned from watching a child star on TV. He heard that doing so could make him more adorable and likable by adults. However, Little Bear only pouted and acted coy in front of outsiders. He would be whipped if he dared act cute before the demon Chuehua. Although Master Hung Xian had already passed away, his descendants still had methods to suppress him. Chuehua was one example. In the eyes of Little Bear, Chuehua was simply a great demon who made him work overtime on just a whim. Didn't he just borrow some money for music copyright? Did it warrant chucking him into this place filled with crazed workaholics? Luckily, he could act like a child very well. Little Bear felt rather satisfied. He just loved how this bunch of weak and feeble humans treated him as a minor, saving him a lot of trouble. Besides Planet Yin's top brass and core executives of the Interplanetary Fund, nobody here knew his actual age. Hee. With this thought, Little Bear cheered up again. So be it if there was overtime. It was all fine as long as he could play. Little Bear pondered over reasons he could give to apply for leave as he strutted over towards the reception district with the dogs in tow. He wanted to seek out and have fun with Fang Zhao. He had heard people in the research facility mention Fang Zhao. The artists invited for Planet Yin's joint arts performance had already arrived today. Fang Zhao knew what he was like and had a good temperament. Therefore, Little Bear was very willing to interact with Fang Zhao. At the very least, he could do as he pleased and act cute in front of Fang Zhao without fear of being hit. To the previous time, Fang Zhao had reminded him to drink more water after learning that Little Bear had wept when watching Founding Era. What a good person. The supervisor of the reception district recognized Little Bear. His identity was just too prominent. There was only one kid with a golden badge and 2 robot dogs in the entire Planetine. Furthermore, Little Bear had stayed here for 2 days when he first arrived on Planetine. Everyone had a lasting impression of him. However, despite Little Bear's gold badge engineer rank, most people didn't normally call him Master Bear or Teacher Bear. Instead of Little Bear, they liked to address him as Young Bear. People were generally more indulgent of this sort of top technological talent. After all, he was still only a kid. Upon learning that Little Bear was here and wanted to find Fang Zhao, the supervisor of the reception district personally brought him to Fang Zhao's place. Inside the elevator, Little Bear fished out a lollipop from his pocket and handed it over to the unit supervisor. It was illegal to receive bribes, but a lollipop could be considered kind intentions from the heart. Furthermore, it had been given to him by a young child, so the unit's supervisor didn't reject it either. He took the candy, flashed a warm smile, gave his thanks, and reached his hand out to pat Little Bear's head. But he caught sight of the gold badge and pulled his hand back. The head of a gold badge engineer wasn't something one could touch as they wished. They had to respect the high-level talent. Fang Zhao's room. Curly Hair was watching the broadcasted match on the competitive esports channel. His ears twitched, and he licked his nose while shifting his gaze away from the TV with great difficulty towards the door. He then walked over and lay down beside the door, staring at it fixedly while drooling. Fang Zhao, who was making amendments to his music score, also looked towards the closed door. On the other side of the door, Little Bear inched closer one step at a time. However, as he got closer to the door, each step became smaller and slower. His previously rosy expression was now pale, and beads of perspiration formed on his forehead. He stopped in his tracks. He had been so overjoyed that he had forgotten an important matter. Now, he suddenly remembered. Little Riches, who was somewhat unfurled a while ago, had now curled up into a perfect sphere in Little Bear's hand. Upon seeing Little Bear suddenly stop, the unit supervisor said, "Fang Zhao's room is just ahead. It's less than 5 meters away. No, I feel that now isn't a very good time. I better not disturb him." Little Bear shook his head vigorously without budging. The unit supervisor panicked seeing that. Little Bear was a little pale and breaking out in sweat. He couldn't afford for something to happen to this sort of talent. "Are you feeling unwell? Let me send you to the infirmary downstairs." The unit supervisor was about to contact personnel from the infirmary already. No. I just remembered I have something important to do. I will be leaving first. Bye-bye." Little Bear turned around and pulled his dogs along. In one breath, Little Bear ran out of the reception district. He wiped away his sweat and got a bottle of water at the automatic dispenser using his card before proceeding to gulp all its contents down. He had dehydrated himself considerably today and needed to replenish his fluids. Little Bear felt regretful when he saw that Dog Dan and Dog were oblivious to the near miss. "I actually used up my salary to make you two retards." Chapter 469, Well-Behaved. Little Bear had snuck away quickly and decisively. Curly Hair, who was waiting by the door, was very disappointed. However, his attention was very quickly diverted by the esports channel, and he quickly returned to watching the match broadcast. However, Fang Zhao thought about a lot. Although the door had some soundproofing, Fang Zhao was still able to hear the conversation outside with his current hearing ability. Based on Little Bear's display outside, Fang Zhao felt that this was a thoughtful kid, or rather, a peculiar artificial intelligence. Fang Zhao was getting more and more interested in these outsiders. However, right now, the most important matter for Fang Zhao was the upcoming joint performance. Fang Zhao and the other artists would be sent to Planet Yin's Arts and Cultural Center. During this period, Fang Zhao would be rehearsing together with some of Planet Yin's youth music enthusiasts. Planet Yin had its own schools from kindergarten to university. Generation after generation had been born, worked, and lived on Planet Yin, and it now had its own social systems. However, it didn't mean that Planet Yin was isolated from everything else. Upon graduating primary school, those born on Planet Yin would have a chance to choose whether to continue studies on Planet Yin or transfer to a school back on Earth. Those that chose to continue their studies on Planet Yin would have opportunities to go back to Earth for exchange studies during their secondary school and university period. Planet Yin wasn't a completely sealed-off military factory. It had communications with Earth, Planet Baiji, Planet Y, Planet Boo, and other planets. Fang Zhao would be working with secondary school and university students who had chosen to stay in Planet Yin for studies. There would also be some music enthusiasts from various research facilities. There was some free time before the rehearsal started. Fang Zhao didn't immediately head to the designated rehearsal hall when he got to the Arts and Cultural Center. Instead, he stood at the French windows in the lounge meant for instructors to observe the students inside the rehearsal hall. The person who brought Fang Zhao here was called Gu Meng. In the past, Gu Meng had been part of Planet Yin's combat troop. After retiring from the front lines, he had picked up his own hobbies and applied for transfer to the Art and Cultural Center. He was currently an instructor here and was well liked by the students here because of his affable temperament. They called him Ant 1. In front of an outsider like Fang Zhao, Gu Meng was more protective of these Planet Yin students. When he gave Fang Zhao the student roster, he included short descriptions of the students, praised their talents, and showed some photos of them winning awards in competitions on Earth. Regardless of how they look, they're all good students. However, those students present didn't know they were being praised. As rehearsal time hadn't yet started, those present were relaxing in the general hubbub. Secondary school students area. Hey brother, which class are you from? I've never seen you around before. I'm in rockets. I'm in vehicle armor. I'm new here, just enrolled. The heck? Where's my flute? Why is there a gun barrel here? Did my grandpa mistakenly put a gun barrel into my flute bag again? University students area. A Year 2 aviation flight and command major said, just returned from my internship yesterday. I got to try out 2 new fighter crafts this time. I was so excited I couldn't sleep the entire night and almost didn't make it here on time. The aircraft design and engineering major beside him responded enthusiastically. I wasn't on a mission, but I almost didn't reach the minimum score for my theory exam to be here. Nearby, a burly heavy mecha major was hollering. Any heavy mecha majors? Any heavy mecha majors? Our team is looking for one more person. The light machinery neighbors are challenging us to a 4v4 strumming showdown. Forget it. All your instrument strings were ruined the last time there was a showdown. Rehearsals haven't even started for today yet. How are you all going to rehearse if your strings are damaged? If you want to face off, at least wait until after today's rehearsals. It was common for strings to be damaged in showdowns. Even custom-made strings couldn't withstand their frenzied showdowns. Gu Meng felt the need to speak up for these students. He wanted them to have a good impression on Fang Zhao. Compared to students on Earth, these students were basically dangerous carnivores with sharp teeth and claws. It could be harder for artists from Earth to accept them. Fang Zhao watched all of this with a smile. How lively! Gu Meng had been worried these students would scare Fang Zhao and felt reassured by Fang Zhao's reaction. That's good then. Actually, they might seem very aggressive, but they're well-behaved and mild when they pick up instruments. Sure, Fang Zhao replied. He could tell that though these students were quite young, they weren't the overly protected kind of kids. These students were the sort that were docile and well-behaved when they picked up instruments, but were also ready to fight at any moment when they put them down. Glancing at the time, Fang Zhao said to Gu Meng, let's go. Time for practice. Gu Meng wasn't wrong. These students were indeed well-behaved when they picked up their instruments and practiced seriously. Their passion for music could easily be seen. However, as they weren't professional performers, they still had minor hiccups. As conductor of this orchestra, Fang Zhao's workload was quite considerable. Fang Zhao had to organize the entire orchestra. He was expected to lead students through their rehearsals from the individual to orchestral level. Any parts that didn't harmonize well had to be individually worked on. There were many instrument types used in Mo Lang's Legend. Fang Zhao had a large stack of musical scores. A number of them still needed appropriate amendments. Many details still remained unaddressed, and he was still missing a sequencing plan. It was hard to imagine the hard work and effort behind just performing this one song on stage. However, Fang Zhao was able to handle these difficulties. After rehearsals on the first day ended, Fang Zhao contacted Mo Lang. Fang Zhao had previously let Mo Lang see the amendments and wanted to go over some additional ones. The music score had been written before he had come over to Planet Een. Now, Fang Zhao had some new inspiration. He briefly explained his thoughts to Mo Lang and gave his reasons the changes. Mo Lang responded, art engraves life, and music models the soul. Different environments and different performers also result in a different outcome. I believe that you will make the optimal choice. Fang Zhao, you have to remember this. This song became yours when I handed you the musical score. You don't have to ask me if you want to change it. What you must do is to lead your orchestra to put on a performance as you envisage. Show the new legend that you desire to hear. Got it. Having come to this decision, Fang Zhao worked overnight to modify the score. This performance was a test given by Mo Lang to Fang Zhao. And in Fang Zhao's view, this performance was also his gift to Planet Een. Fang Zhao wasn't aware of it, but dazzling blossoms of starlight had already started to bloom on this unknown land. The future was arriving at such a startling pace. Note, Guma in Chinese means ant. Chapter 470, Watch Your Mouth. In the few days that followed, Fang Zhao spent most of his time in the Art and Cultural Center with the students. The students also found that Fang Zhao matched the remarkable reports about him. Regardless whether the topic was firearms, mechas, or art examinations, Fang Zhao could keep up. At the beginning, Gu Meng had even been worried that Fang Zhao wouldn't be able to control the young students. They had all grown up on planet Een, which was a much different environment. There were bound to be some conflicting views during the rehearsal process. Gu Meng was especially wary of a few of the troublemakers and had decided to seek them out for a private chat. However, after observing for 2 days, he realized that there was no need for it. Gu Meng didn't have anything to do, so he went to find other instructors to chat. Rest lounge in the Art and Cultural Center. Gu Meng, why do I feel that you have a lot of free time recently? Someone asked. I'm not needed at the rehearsal. Fang Zhao is more than enough, so I don't have much to do besides chatting with you guys. Gu Meng pulled over a chair and sat down. An instructor beside Gu Meng raised an eyebrow. Fang Zhao is directing the whole orchestra alone? You didn't get anyone to assist him? I did, but there is nothing to worry about. Fang Zhao is handling it personally. He wrote the musical score and even personally conducts during rehearsals. Can't others share the workload? We also have professional musicians here. It's not the same. Nobody can compare with Fang Zhao when it comes to understanding the chosen piece. A thought occurred to the other instructor, and he gave a wry smile. Those rascals aren't causing any trouble? They are well behaved. Gu Meng replied. Tisk, Gu Meng, you can tell that to an outsider, but there is no need to pretend in front of us. Aren't we all too familiar with the mischief those kids get up to? I am really telling the truth this time. If you don't believe me, you can go down and take a look at any time. Gu Meng chortled. The other instructors really didn't believe it. They hurried over to observe the youth orchestra together before returning with surprised looks on their faces. A rare sight, right? It's like they've undergone a personality swap. Maybe they're past that phase now. Gu Meng recalled something and began laughing. Of course it isn't that simple. Just yesterday, during the rehearsals, a heavy mecha student didn't perform too well, so Fang Zhao had a talk with him. The other few instructors revealed knowing grins. Heavy mechas generally rushed to the front during battle and were bold and fierce. Those who came from this specialization usually had similar personalities. Sometimes, these brash youths could be too overwhelming. It wasn't something any random person could handle. Were those youngsters really that easy to keep in line? They weren't the type to give in to others that easily. How could they simply accept the command of an outsider? Against Fang Zhao, that heavy mecha student was the vanguard. What did he do? The instructor asked. He hollered at Fang Zhao, saying, "Bring it on if you can." And then, Fang Zhao really took him on. In a musical showdown, or an instructor put on a boxing stance and threw some air punches. Both. They competed with instruments and martial ability. It has to be said, Fang Zhao is really talented. Wasn't that a tremendous psychological blow to the student? No, Fang Zhao is very considerate. From my observations, there wasn't any lasting psychological damage. After that, the students were more well-behaved during rehearsal time. I say, those troublemakers need to learn some discipline. Instrument showdowns at the drop of a hat. Who do they think they are? Youths are ignorant. They need to understand that there is always someone better than them. Look at this incident. That student seems to know his place now. They are well-behaved because Fang Zhao can keep them under control. But, back to the topic. I just saw the program plan for them. It isn't any less intensive than our normal program. I feel exhausted just from watching Fang Zhao handle so many matters all by himself. Can he sustain this? In the past, he had seen a number of Fang Zhao's past deeds on authoritative media outlets. Fang Zhao's constitution was definitely slightly stronger than that of other artists. But he had thought that Fang Zhao would have some difficulty dealing with students with military training since Fang Zhao was from the art field. Yeah, I see these other invited artists all brought along helpers. Those assistants are well-versed in art and can fight, so they should be quite helpful. Did Fang Zhao bring along an assistant? Gu Meng had a complex expression. He did, but his assistant is looking after his dog. His assistant wouldn't be able to help much anyway since he doesn't have a music background. Another instructor shook his head and lamented. Fang Zhao is really too young and lacks experience. He should have brought along a helper. I see others have assistants who help with planning and instruction, while his assistant is actually busy walking the dog. One assistant and 2 bodyguards, actually. They're all looking after his dog. I don't know what he is thinking. I just can't understand how the minds of young people work nowadays, Gumeng said. He is but a slave to his dog. I heard that dog is worth a lot. Gumeng sighed. Who knows? When I was over there, I saw him checking messages about his dog. During breaks, he even calls to ask about it. At this very time, Fang Zhao, the person being discussed by all these instructors, was in a call with Nanfeng. It was currently break time, but Fang Zhao wasn't actually calling to check in on Curly Hair's behavior. This morning, Planet Yin's spaceport inspection team had come looking for Fang Zhao. They wanted to invite Curly Hair to the spaceport. Some spaceport service dogs were having their examinations. The inspection team wanted Curly Hair to come try it out to compare him against Planet Yin's service dogs. Fang Zhao wasn't too bothered about the examinations. His main concern was whether Curly Hair would be able to keep his mouth shut once he became excited. He had sent all three of Nanfeng, Zuiyu, and Yin Biao to watch Curly Hair, but he still didn't feel at ease. He had requested Nanfeng to send an update every half an hour. Nanfeng spoke to Fang Zhao via video chat. Hello, boss. We are still at the spaceport. Everything is fine here. The spaceport wasn't a place where video calls were freely permitted. Cameras weren't allowed to be turned on there. Video calls could only be taken in designated area. Nanfeng was surrounded by 4 walls, and there weren't any items that suggested he was in a military facility. Even the table, chairs, and lights were all generic models. Has the examination started yet? Fang Zhao asked. Not yet. It appears there was some issue at the mines, so they were sent on an impromptu mission. They just got back half an hour ago. Nanfeng explained the situation to Fang Zhao briefly. The majority of service dogs here on planet Yin are large-sized. There are only 2 medium-sized dogs, and none that are small-sized. Curly Hair is the smallest over here. However, our Curly Curls isn't afraid of them. He even went up to greet them. Nanfeng beamed as he recalled the scene just now. Boss, do you know? Curly Hair doesn't pale in comparison to those impressive-looking Planet Yin dogs. He really makes us proud. There was a subtle change in Fang Zhao's tone. You what? Nanfeng was beaming with pride and wasn't able to detect the change in Fang Zhao's tone. Nothing much. Curly Hair just went over to greet those Planet Yin dogs. How did he do that? Fang Zhao asked. He just went over to sniff and lick the lead dog. Don't worry, boss. They didn't fight. It really was just licking. How did the dog that was licked react? Fang Zhao asked. Like it was scared. It tucked its tail back and even yelped. Afterwards, it avoided Curly Hair whenever they met. Nanfeng sounded very pleased. Our little Curls is just so impressive. In Nanfeng's opinion, everything was rather ordinary. Some large service dogs could be capable and still have timid natures. Some could even be afraid of small dogs. Fang Zhao raised an eyebrow. He didn't let Nanfeng continue and said, Put Curly Hair on. I want to speak to him. All right. Come, Curly Hair. Boss wants to talk to you. Nanfeng directed the communications device lens towards Curly Hair. Curly Hair came over with a droopy tail and whimpered as though he had a guilty conscience. Fang Zhao stared at Curly Hair without saying anything. Curly Hair's ears drooped down. Then, Fang Zhao said 2 things. Behave. Watch your mouth. Nanfeng shuddered from the 2 seemingly ordinary commands. Scary. Certainly, Curly Hair had just been reprimanded again. Perhaps he would be sent to face the wall later. Nanfeng was puzzled as to why Curly Hair was reprimanded. Why is boss being so strict towards a dog? Wasn't it just a lick? What did he do wrong? Nanfeng whispered to Zuiyu. I don't think he did anything wrong, Zuiyu replied. What was wrong with the dog? Licking another dog? Nothing was wrong with that. Chapter 471. No longer wanting to be salted fish. Note: salted fish equals person with nothing to do. Nanfeng and the other 2 reckoned Fang Zhao was making a fuss over nothing. Meanwhile, there were others who christened Fang Zhao as dog slave. Fang Zhao didn't care what others thought. He needed people to watch Curly Hair at all times. 1 person wasn't enough. He was still worried with 3. In the natural world, wild animals had no qualms eating food presented to them. Even though Curly Hair was domesticated, things could still happen if he was tempted. It would just take 1 bite. If Curly Hair licked that dog today, who knew whether he would directly swallow that dog the next day? It wasn't that Fang Zhao always feared the worst, but it was best to take precautions. To Curly Hair, were those spaceport service dogs the same species as himself? No, they were food. Thus, when Fang Zhao returned to his quarters after the day's rehearsal, He picked up Curly Hair, who was feigning sleep in the corner, for a stern talk. You licked the dog in the spaceport today? Tell me, were you thinking of swallowing it? I never thought about eating it. Curly Hair needed to defend himself. They just returned from the mines and had our traces on their bodies, so I just licked away the ore. You really never thought about it. Fang Zhao looked straight into Curly Hair's innocent dog eyes. Curly Hair avoided Fang Zhao's gaze and hung his head in shame. Maybe a little. He really had wanted to swallow that dog. Maybe even the whole team of dogs. Unfortunately, Fang Zhao would have disciplined him. Curly Hair had had to stifle those temptations and content himself with licking the ore dust. Curly Hair reminisced about the taste and licked his snout. Ore dust was really delicious. Ore chunks would definitely be even better. It was just a pity that those dogs were too timid and kept hiding. On top of that, because of Nanfeng's quick report, Fang Zhao was already aware of Curly Hair's single lick. In the following 2 hours, Curly Hair was on the receiving end of Fang Zhao's keratin stick treatment. Finally, Fang Zhao said sternly, I hope that you will think about what you are wearing around your neck before doing anything. I will confiscate your personal terminal the next time you casually lick others. Curly Hair tucked in his neck, as if trying to hide the doggy print personal terminal he was wearing. No more licking. I promise I won't lick. Curly Hair hadn't even used it yet. How could he let it be confiscated? When will I be able to use the personal terminal? Curly Hair asked. Soon. Wait until the concert here concludes. You'll get to use it when we return home. In another building, while Fang Zhao was disciplining his dog, assistants and bodyguards weren't allocated to the same quarters. Zui Yu and Yuan Biao were living in the same quarters, while Nanfeng was on a different floor. Right now, Yin Biao was sharing his thoughts with Zui Yu. I feel like changing jobs, Yin Biao said. Why? Isn't this job good? Zui Yu was flabbergasted. The pay is high, and there isn't much to do. Where can you find a job like this? But what can we do staying here? Be idle salted fishes? Walk the dog every day? Yin Biao gave a bitter smile. Zui Yu frowned. You feel that walking a dog is a waste of your talent? Yin Biao shook his head. Not quite. I just feel uncomfortable getting paid such high wages without actually doing any proper work. We are bodyguards in name, but we don't have the typical duties of one. Are there any bodyguards like us who are paid so well to look after a dog all day long? Don't you feel ashamed? Zui was speechless. Yin Biao continued. Nanfeng is an assistant and does quite a lot. He is busy every day and is very happy to walk the dog. That is the path he wishes to take, and it is a fulfilling one for him. But what about us? A duo of salted fishes. Zui sobered as well. He understood what Yin Biao meant. Actually, he had the same sentiments as Yin Biao. How could he really not mind all of this? Yin Biao sighed. Now, after arriving on planet Een and seeing all these people, I've come to a realization. In the entirely militarized planet Een, Yin Biao would hear all sorts of discussions pertaining to military matters whenever he stepped out. Outsiders like them could only view video clips of the military exercises. But this was already enough for Yin Biao. He reminisced about his time serving on planet Baiji. He missed the feeling of being fired up every day. When I first served on planet Baiji, I wanted to do something big. Afterwards, I slowly got used to a daily routine, all the way until Fang Zhao discovered the power or reserves on planet Baiji. I served in the military for so many years, but was only a bystander when planet Baiji rose. If you hadn't been injured, you would have been able to stay on planet Baiji and pursue your dreams, is why you said. I can't deny that I have never felt bitter about it, but the past is the past. I am also very grateful to Fang Zhao for helping me in my most difficult period. But now, I feel that I am receiving charity and being pitied. Look at the people of planet Een. Many of them have prosthetic limbs, yet haven't retired from the military. I am still in the prime of my life. I feel that I can return to the battlefield and fight for another 50 years. Zui Yu understood Yin Biao's restlessness. He also shared the same sentiments. At that moment, various thoughts went through Zui Yu's head. He also didn't want to be a salted fish. He was embarrassed to talk about his job with former comrades. They would ask, what do you do normally? Are you busy? Could he reply, busy walking the dog? How shameless would that sound? Salted fish like us. Zui Yu felt that what he said felt a little wrong and immediately made a correction. Bodyguards like us are indeed rare. Yin Biao gave a wry smile at salted fish. However, it contained complex emotions. Ever since leaving the military, I have never slacked off on my training. I'm ready for battle at any time. I would rush in front of Fang Zhao to protect him without any regret. No questions asked. However, he only lets me walk the dog. Zuiyu, it's now just the two of us here. Honestly speaking, I feel that my abilities aren't utilized at all. Fang Zhao can fight better than us, and simply does not need us to do anything. We are basically just decorative adornments. Normally for 10 days of our job, we are out walking the dog for 9 days and are just standing in the background for the remaining one. I do not understand music and don't play games well either. It isn't an exaggeration to say that perhaps curly hair is even better than me. Fang Zhao always reminds us to keep striving. For what? Our work is actually more like self-hypnosis. It's just office duty. I'm taking certifications, doing reports, training, and walking the dog. Does this make me a diligent and responsible bodyguard? All I feel is emptiness from doing nothing. I am not very great and have limited abilities. If I can't make use of it here, then why shouldn't I go somewhere else to use my strengths? Maybe my future life won't be that exciting either and also won't have much career growth. But maybe I'll be able to do something meaningful. Despite how I might look, I'm not in a good state right now. I don't have any motivation at all. It's like I've already retired at my young age. If I can't demonstrate my value, what is the meaning of my life? Zuiyu was silent for a long time. Then, he asked, "Are you thinking of applying to return to your squadron?" "Indeed." Yin Biao nodded. "Will the application be successful?" "I don't know. Even if I can't return, I want to change jobs. It might be tiring and pay less, but at least I will have peace of mind. I just wish to do honest work so that I will feel deserving of my pay." Zuiyu could tell that this wasn't an impulsive decision and that Yin Biao had really given it some hard thought. Perhaps he had already been considering it for some time. Planet Een seemed to be the final straw. "This is my own decision. I'll wait until the concert is over before letting Fang Zhao know. I'll also recommend a few potential replacements for me." Yin Biao sighed. "I don't want to go on being a salted fish. I need to once again reignite my fighting spirit. I too have to think things through properly," Zuiyu muttered. "Yeah, you should think about it." Before heading to sleep, Yin Biao had already made his decision. That settles it. When we return home from Planet Een, I will hand my resignation to Fang Zhao." Chapter 472, Last Time Walking the Dog. Yin Biao didn't tell Fang Zhao of his decision the following day. Fang Zhao was very busy in the preparation phase for the concert, and Yin Biao didn't want to interfere with his work. Zuiyu had also thought about it all night and felt awkward in front of Fang Zhao today. In truth, he too had been tempted to resign. However, he wasn't as resolute as Yin Biao. Yin Biao had been recruited directly by Fang Zhao, whereas Zuiyu was assigned by Silver Wing Media. Even if he hadn't become Fang Zhao's bodyguard, he would probably have been assigned to some other celebrity. However, the entertainment circle was messy. Things were much simpler by Fang Zhao's side. Nonetheless, Yin Biao was correct. He couldn't keep doing this. He didn't want to be stuck here forever as a salted fish. He hadn't thought through about when to resign because he didn't know what he would do after. He needed to find some other options first. So, when they went to pick up curly hair from Fang Zhao, they both felt somewhat guilty. Fang Zhao sensed the awkwardness but didn't bring it up. After briefing them on their dog walking assignment for today, he headed to the Art and Cultural Center for rehearsals with the youth orchestra. He could tell that Yin Biao and Zuiyu were bothered by something, but that it wasn't urgent. Fang Zhao wasn't going to press them for answers if they didn't say anything. He expected he would find out after the concert. Planet Yin's spaceport had tested all the service dogs. Curly Hair's results were very good and even broke many records. Planet Yin's spaceport inspection team felt disappointed but also had renewed motivation. The captain of the spaceport inspection team noticed that Yin Biao and Zuiyu seemed down when walking Curly Hair, so he came over to speak with them during free time. "Walking dogs is great. I alone can walk 10 dogs like Curly Hair. He's so obedient. And he's a small dog. Small dogs are good. Small dogs that aren't temperamental and don't bark incessantly are great to walk. They aren't strong, so it isn't tiring at all. If there's ever a time you're too busy to walk the dog, we can help out. Just ask if you need anything." Till now, Curly Hair was the only one who beat their spaceport's elite dogs in the tests. If you aren't willing to walk Curly Hair, we have many people ready to jump at that opportunity. Some others offered to help walk Curly Hair as well, but Yin Biao and Zuiyu declined their offers. Although he didn't like the job of walking the dog, Yin Biao knew how valuable curly hair was. Fang Zhao had also drilled it into them to stay by curly hair's side and not let anyone else walk him. They even had to take turns using the toilet so that someone would be watching him at all times. Yin Biao had totally been brainwashed by Nanfeng and saw these as attempts to steal curly hair. Was Planet Yin plotting something? On the day of the joint art performance, dogs weren't allowed into the venue. Nanfeng needed to be at Fang Zhao's side to help deal with matters related to the performance. So, Yin Biao and Zuiyu were again watching over curly hair. Yin Biao was filled with complex emotions and heavy sighs when they had set out. This could possibly be his last dog walking assignment before he resigned. After this task was done, the performance would be over. He wouldn't need to walk the dog after that. How great! Even if he resigned and changed jobs, he could at least say that he had once walked a dog worth 300 million. Yin Biao had spent the past few nights contemplating his future path and had put together more than 10 pages worth of future career prospects ranging from bodyguard or engineer to even a youth interest group teacher. Anything was fine as long as he would never have to walk a dog again. When Yin Biao and Zuiyu brought curly hair to the Planet Yin spaceport, he realized that the circumstances today seemed a little unusual. There was an extra dog at the spaceport. It was a small dog, about the same size as curly hair. Its long, lustrous fur was light brown and had streaks of white on its head. It was obvious this dog was cared for meticulously. Yin Biao glanced over and noticed the inspection team members had wide grins on their faces. She belongs to the family of an old professor on Planet Yin. She's highly intelligent, and despite being kept as a pet, she has service dog-level abilities. Upon hearing this, Yin Biao understood at once. This is clearly matchmaking. The boss hasn't even gotten matched yet. HIG dog gets one first, although Yin Biao didn't. Like the job of walking the dog, he had to admit that curly hair was indeed remarkable. It was no wonder why so many people wanted him. This bunch at the spaceport had wanted to determine whether curly hair was really as intelligent as they had heard. They had wondered if he could surpass their elite dogs. So, with the test administered by themselves, they trusted its results. Now that they had confirmed curly hair's abilities, it was time for their next step. It was no wonder that Planet Yin had permitted Fang Zhao to bring his dog over so easily. They treated curly hair even better than Yin Biao and Zuiyu. If they couldn't get the dog, perhaps they could get its genes. It explained why the inspection team had seemed somewhat down. They felt it was a shame that curly hair didn't fancy any of the dogs in the team. With the joint art performance being today, it was their last chance before Fang Zhao's departure. This little dog was really beautiful. Even her dog collar seemed much more exquisite than that of other dogs. But Nanfeng had mentioned before that curly hair had high standards. There were so many dogs in Muzhou, yet curly hair hadn't taken a fancy to any before. Those Muzhou dog lovers hadn't succeeded in getting curly hair to leave offspring. It would be an uphill battle for Planet Yin as well. In any case, this matter had to be reported. Yin Biao immediately sent a message to Fang Zhao explaining the situation here. Boss, you have to negotiate with the people here on Planet Yin. Yin Biao was trying to say that Fang Zhao should try to get some additional benefits in exchange from Planet Yin. However, he suddenly froze when he saw curly hair. Boss, you better make it fast. Curly hair's eyes are set. Fang Zhao glanced at the photograph Yin Biao sent over and saw curly hair staring at the nearby little furry dog. Fang Zhao thought for a moment and enlarged the photo to observe that small dog. He discovered that the collar worn by that dog was made using a type of high-grade power ore. Fang Zhao grimaced and rubbed his aching head. Then, he ordered Yin Biao and Zuiyu. Watch curly hair carefully. Don't let him lick random things. Report to me immediately if something out of the ordinary happens. Understood. Yin Biao and Zuiyu felt that they completely understood their boss' intentions. The boss definitely wanted them to guard against the unsavory methods of those from the Planet Yin spaceport. Wretched beings, not even willing to let a dog off. Meanwhile, the spaceport's inspection team felt that their plans were proceeding smoothly. They were delighted. Curly hair was oblivious to what the two sides were thinking. He glanced at that small dog nearby and fixed his gaze on that power ore that hung around its neck. Curly hair licked his nose and took a few steps forward. However, he remembered what Fang Zhao had said and drew back. Ha ha ha, little Curls is still shy. Inspection team member chuckled. Don't be shy. Go quick. Curly Hair set his innocent dog eyes on the inspection team members ahead who were egging him on before turning back to glance at Yin Biao and Zhuoyu. Those two salted fishes simply didn't seem like they had any intention of stopping him. Thus, he got bolder and continued to inch closer to the dog. The spaceport inspection team members were excited upon seeing this. However, they still held back their laughter because they were worried about disturbing this matchmaking session. A few team members really couldn't hold it in and sent messages in their internal group chat. It's working, it's working. Our Planet Een dog is more attractive than Muzhou dogs. That doesn't sound that pleasing, but who cares? It's all good if it succeeds. This is a dog that beat the Muzhou Police Academy's elite team of dogs. It also broke the records of the elite dogs we bred and is even more effective than the latest sensors. Its genes are definitely very outstanding. In their opinion, they needed to seize this opportunity when Curly Hair was still in peak form. They wanted to breed a batch of outstanding puppies before Curly Hair got old. Of course, the most important thing was that they didn't know when they would ever get another chance if this session failed. Fang Zhao would be heading back once the performance ended. They had considered cloning before, but cloning did not necessarily mean that ability would be replicated. There were too many failures in cloning, so they had gone for natural breeding. Right now, Curly Hair was less than 2 meters away from that dog. As that fragrant power got closer, Curly Hair's mouth started to water. Before Curly Hair could get closer, all the fur on that dog suddenly stood up. She seemed to swell up before scampering back a couple of steps like a hare. She hid behind the inspection team members while yelping and shaking as if she was scared witless. Everyone present. What the hell is this? Yin Biao asked in bafflement. The two-man salted fish team exchanged puzzled glances and were thinking to themselves, are pet dogs on Planet Een that timid? The inspection team members also had crestfallen looks on their faces. A pity. They had never imagined that the problem would be on their end. This dog was normally so wild when it was by the professor's side. Why was it this frightened today over just a matchmaking session? Looks like this matchmaking has failed. Curly Hair's innocent dog eyes stared at the little dog hiding behind the inspection team members and realized that it was hiding in a very safe spot. He then turned his gaze towards the inspection team members. A trickle of saliva dripped out from the corner of his mouth. Rumble, rumble. The growling of Curly Hair's stomach diffused the awkward atmosphere. Yin Biao was puzzled. Didn't you just finish up all the dog food before we set out today? How are you hungry? Again, an inspection team member chuckled. Haha. Looks like little Curly is hungry. Maybe it's because he has literally seen a feast for the eyes. Another team member interjected. Isn't feast for the eyes a little unsuitable here? The other dogs seemed to be very jumpy, and the inspection team members were worried too. Seeing that the matchmaking had failed, they brought the dog away. They had to go out on a mission soon and didn't have time to stay here for idle chit-chat. A small inspection team squad left with their dogs to start the day's mission. Yin Biao and Zhuoyu brought Curly Hair along to watch as well. However, it seemed like interaction between the two sides was difficult. Each time Curly Hair wanted to get close, the inspection team dogs would scuttle away. Zhuoyu huffed. They are isolating him. This is emotional abuse. Yin Biao agreed with what Zhuoyu said. The Planet Een dogs were excluding Curly Hair. However, this wasn't too important to him. This would be the last time he would have a dog walking assignment. Once Fang Zhao's performance ended, the ones walking the dog would be Nanfeng and Fang Zhao. He would inform Fang Zhao of his decision to resign first and recommend suitable candidates to replace himself later. I'll submit my resignation to boss after walking the dog today. Chapter 473. The future has come. While the Planet Een joint art performance couldn't be considered a very significant and grand event, it was still a rare entertainment activity after all. People who were free or on vacation would come over to the venue to watch. Those that couldn't come would watch the live broadcast. The live broadcast was only limited to Planet Een. People outside of Planet Een wouldn't be able to watch it. No official recordings would be posted to the internet. Even photos taken by official media representatives from Earth had to be audited and censored before they could be uploaded on the internet. There were too many important people who needed protection. Their faces couldn't be revealed. Gold badge engineers like Yuan Zheng belonged to the category of people with sensitive identities that couldn't be made public. People like them were assigned secret identities and bodyguards when they went to Earth for work or vacation. Thus, Fang Zhao and the other invited artists were once again reminded of the confidentiality requirements. At the venue, people were already starting to stream in. Little Bear had brought Dog Dan and Dog Gover. Unfortunately, the robot dogs weren't allowed in the venue and could only stay outside. Thus, Little Bear entered to watch the concert alone. Lately, nobody had bothered him, so he had run over to watch Fang Zhao and the orchestra's rehearsals whenever he was free and feeling bored. As long as that dog wasn't around, the word afraid didn't exist in his dictionary. Besides Little Bear, the self-proclaimed fanboy Yuan Zheng also wouldn't miss this performance. He was accompanied by a few older engineers from the same research facility. Yuan Zheng had also brought along the present he had made for Fang Zhao. Previously, his space fleet models had been confiscated and he had been limited to gifting a small component. Giving his idol a tiny component was probably his most regrettable incident ever. Therefore, he had worked during his spare time to build a complete craft. It couldn't compare with the entire fleet he'd previously made, but at least it managed to get through the strict security audit. He had heard the invited artists would be leaving once the concert ended, so he only had one opportunity remaining. Seated to Yuan Zheng's side were some much older people. They didn't really have too much interest in the art itself. They had come over to watch their own children or grandchildren perform on stage. Our son is performing this time. He's always so rough and boorish. I wonder what he is like when he plays the violin. My granddaughter will be performing this time. Make sure to take more photos later. Are you all talking about the piece that Fang Zhao is involved in? Someone turned around and asked. Fang Zhao? I know him too. He's the one who acted in Founding Era and also is very good at gaming, right? Yes. They are performing a piece that Fang Zhao has revised. You should have heard it before too. It is that long tune at the end of Founding Era. I can't remember what it is called, but it ain't easy. That song is called Legend. The original is very difficult. Can these troublemaking kids do it justice? Perhaps Fang Zhao revised it to lower its difficulty. I wonder how different it is compared to the original. Nonsense. There's definitely no lowered difficulty, a parent interjected. In truth, he would boast like mad as long as his child's performance was passable. After all, they weren't professionals, so the standards weren't too high. To be honest, he wouldn't be able to determine the difficulty or the intent of the music. There were many people backstage as well. Fang Zhao's group would be performing third in the concert. Right now, even the most lively ones in the orchestra were also rather quiet. Those youths who would always go on about strum-offs or showdowns were wiping beads of perspiration on their foreheads and breathing quickly. Nervous. Extremely nervous. There were many seniors in the audience. Family members who could make it would definitely be there to watch them perform. What happens if my strings break? I wouldn't just be a burden to the entire orchestra. I would be disgracing my family and all of Planet Een. The student turned around to look at the others. Hee. Good. Everyone is the same. Those brothers seated by the wall appear calm, but their fingers have been drumming on their kneecaps nonstop. Clearly, they aren't as composed as they appear. He looked at Fang Zhao. Are you nervous, Brother Zhao? A youth asked. Nope, Fang Zhao replied. The others looked over and carefully studied Fang Zhao's facial expression. However, they couldn't tell whether that unperturbed look was genuine. Even older first-time performers couldn't suppress their nerves in front of such an audience. Both excitement and worry could affect their onstage performance. Some people guessed that Fang Zhao was definitely extremely nervous deep down. But, regardless of what Fang Zhao was truly feeling, his calm composure left everyone else more at ease. While their rehearsals hadn't gone perfectly, the students had shown great improvement from the time they had started. They were all youngsters, and disagreements were common when their emotions flared. However, the orchestra hadn't become disorderly because Fang Zhao was standing there to maintain order. It was approaching the time for their performance. The stage manager instructed the youth orchestra to stand by. Strings, woodwinds, brass, percussion. The entire orchestra, including Fang Zhao, began to ready themselves. There were 10 minutes left. Fang Zhao made time to contact Yin Biao once. Upon confirming that everything was normal with curly hair, he then set his attention on the upcoming performance. Fang Zhao eyed the nervous orchestra members backstage and chuckled. What he liked most was the splendid vigor that appeared in the eyes of the students when they performed. Such expressions would never appear if they didn't truly have a passion for music. Perform seriously. You guys are the best, Fang Zhao said to the youth orchestra. Of course, the youth orchestra puffed their chests out proudly. They were the ones with the best skills among their age group. Would they have been able to enter this orchestra and perform on stage if they weren't outstanding enough? If they weren't the best, then who was? No one else. Afraid? That didn't exist. It's all an illusion. How could the people of planet Een feel fear? There was the correct mental state, and then there was fear. The students reined in their emotions and waited to head on stage to release them. And when they really got on stage with their stiff expressions, even though their hands were shaking from nervousness and their minds were blank, their conditioned reflexes kicked in. What supported them was really their genuine passion from the bottom of their hearts. Fang Zhao held his conductor's baton and headed on stage together with the orchestra. This concert couldn't be considered a grand or luxurious affair. However, it was still an extremely special one. Most of the audience were unknown to Earth. Even their greatest glories only had slim chances to be revealed to the public after God knows how many years. And these youngsters had also chosen such a path. Conductors had their own styles. Some appeared cool while keeping all their passion in their hearts. Others would expose all their sentiments and use exaggerated body movements to relay their emotions. Fang Zhao was very cool when he conducted. All his passion was already in the score that was being transmitted via these amateur youths. When helping Mo Lang with the composition, Fang Zhao had been visualizing people from the period of destruction. However, for this adaptation of Legend, he had been looking at people of the present new era. With a different aim, the sentiments were different as well. Mo Lang's Legend was about the past. Fang Zhao's revised version of Legend was about the present and future. He had come from the old era, experienced the protracted period of destruction, and arrived at the present some 500 years later. It was just like a bird finally finding a branch to rest on after drifting for a long time. The bird then watched the withered branch transform into a flourishing tree. It was the law of nature and the circle of life. New would replace old. This would never cease. After waiting for so long, it had finally started to flourish. It emanated gratitude for the present. There were many people on planet Een. But, in Fang Zhao's eyes, they were all young children. Besides this second-gen warp genius engineer Yuan Zheng, there were many other outstanding youngsters. The us of the past belong in the history books. The us of the present belong to the future. They belong in the distance. They belong to the vast sea of stars. Those spirited young geniuses roared along the tides of time in their characteristic headstrong fashion. Youngsters during the period of destruction would have been more quiet. On the verge of collapse, they could have sunk into the depths of fear, misery, and hysteria. Or, perhaps they could have broken free of their shackles to lead an epic life. Regardless of which it was, they had to fight for survival at every turn. These children of planet Een did not need to face all these. They loved the stars, and they loved voyaging into the unknown. The galaxies they wanted to explore were their dreams and futures. Stories remained to be told. Each era had its own main theme, and each generation had its own mission. Life moved quickly, but it still carried emotions. The wind and flames clashed to open a new, gorgeous chapter of life. The doors to expeditions far away were already open. The entire world was blossoming and waiting for them. Walk ahead firmly and bravely. Galaxies and stars are beneath your feet. Limitless dreams lie ahead. Unlimited expectations. Countless possibilities. Their speed exceeded 30,000 kilometers per second. Their future couldn't be captured by pen on paper. This was a dazzling era. This was the ideology to pass down to future generations. The stars sparkled. The past had gone. The future had come. Chapter 474. Don't be so reckless. Fang Zhao's revised Legend was youthful and filled with dynamism. As it resonated throughout the performance hall, what stunned everyone wasn't the deep, booming drum beats, but the power hidden within the music. Each sound and each note seemed to be laced with a myriad of sentiments. Listening carefully, there was stoicism in the music. There was also restlessness and surprise. Even though the youngsters on stage weren't professionals, they still put together a piece that could bring warm tears of excitement and lament to the audience. My heart feels as if it is beating along with the earth. This sounds very different from the original version of Legend I heard while following the serial. However, it is still as impressive as ever. Both versions are great. but I personally prefer Fang Zhao's version. It's not like I don't respect great master Mo Lang, but I feel that Fang Zhao's version is more suitable for us people of Planet Een, an audience member exclaimed. Right? Only people of Planet Een can understand that. Fang Zhao's version of legend doesn't have the same thick history, but it has inspiration and liveliness. In contrast with these audience members' analysis, the performers' parents were much more excited. They weren't necessarily able to discern the deep meaning of legend, but they could still tell if a performance was good or bad. Furthermore, people around them were praising it. If everyone said it was good, then surely it was very good. They didn't disgrace Planet Een. Parents picked up their communication devices and sent messages to those who were unable to attend. They bragged. They flaunted. They told their friends and colleagues about their child's brilliant performance. And some had relatives on Earth. They had to be informed too. Although photographs and videos couldn't be sent, verbal descriptions would suffice. After the orchestra's performance concluded, the students bowed before retreating backstage. When they arrived backstage, many of them still had shaky legs. Some immediately slumped to the ground. They suddenly realized how exhausted they were after breaking out of the immersion of their performance. A student nearly collapsed, but was luckily caught by a person at his side. After getting comfortable, the students gathered in a circle to watch the video of their performance. I actually played this well. A student watched herself play the violin. We actually exceeded our capabilities. A flutist grinned from ear to ear. He was extremely satisfied with his display. This was a team effort. We couldn't have done this without everyone's best effort. Perfect, another exclaimed. I have to ask the organizer whether the soundtrack can be extracted. I will keep it as a single to play on loop. I want the video. I will apply for a cut of that segment. I will be able to boast about it for many years to come. Younger students were so thrilled they couldn't even speak coherently. Those that received red packets from their parents nearly shrieked. A younger student was busy collecting all the electronic red packets sent by various elders and muttered, "How great would it be if these performances were more frequent?" Although rehearsals were tough, the rewards were rather abundant. All right, where's Brother Zhao? I want to ask when he'll come over again. Is it once a year? Or once every few years? He was called up by the artiste group. After their performance concluded, Fang Zhao had been called over by members of the artiste group. The invited artistes were gathered together. Those who had finished their items were now much more relaxed. Seeing Fang Zhao come over, an older artiste smiled and patted his shoulder. Not bad, not bad. Old Mo will surely be very pleased with your performance. No wonder Mo Lang gave nobody else but you permission to revise it. They had originally thought that Mo Lang would still contribute in private. But, upon hearing the revised version of Legend, they could tell that even if Mo Lang had helped, it wasn't by much. There weren't many traces of Mo Lang in this version. Legend could be heard in this version, but the style was entirely different. These people were all professionals and could tell how much effort Mo Lang put in. This was also why they understood and praised Fang Zhao's ability. When it came to rearranging famed pieces by predecessors, many young people would find themselves in a tangle. There would always be a hesitation to change the piece. Fang Zhao, however, was a successful example. Fang Zhao accompanied these older artistes for a chat. The ones here had already finished their performances. They even talked about gathering everyone for a proper catch-up when they returned to Earth. There were too many restrictions here on Planet Een, so they didn't dare say too much. While chatting, the doors to the rest lounge suddenly opened. A figure rushed in and made a beeline for a pouch on the sofa. "Oh, Meyer, lost something?" an elder artiste asked. The person who had rushed in, Lady Meyer, was a dance master amongst the artiste group. Meyer's performance was slated to start in less than 15 minutes. "I can't find my bracelet. I clearly checked that it was placed together with my costume in the morning. I just discovered that the bracelet was missing when I was about to change into my costume. It's not in this pouch either." Meyer's bracelet had been custom-made for the dance she was to perform. It would enhance the performance. However, she never expected the bracelet to go missing at such a crucial juncture. "Still haven't found it? Could it have been left in the dance studio?" another older artiste suggested. "I will go search again." Meyer nearly ripped her bag out of worry as she rummaged through it. The bracelet still couldn't be found. Thus, she could only go look around the dance studio. She had indeed been there in the morning. "Where's your assistant?" someone asked. I don't want to talk about it. There's a problem with a button on my costume, and my assistant is altering it now. The dance studio isn't far. I will go search. Let me. Fang Zhao got up. I'll go search the dance studio. The others also chimed in approval. Yes, let young Fang search the dance studio. Young people like him run very fast. Meyer, you go change into your costume and think about finding another bracelet as a replacement. At least that can be a backup plan. All right. Thank you, young Fang. Meyer told Fang Zhao the location of the dance studio and handed him the access card. Fang Zhao didn't dawdle and ran to the studio. The concert venue wasn't the same as where they normally rehearsed. It took quite some time for Fang Zhao to get through the layers of security at the concert hall and reach the dance studio. However, he didn't find any bracelet when he got to the dance studio Meyer spoke of. Fang Zhao immediately made a call to Meyer to inform her. Meyer sounded anxious and dismayed on the other end of the call. Since the bracelet couldn't be found, Meyer could only find a replacement for the time being. However, this meant there was a flaw in the performance already. It wouldn't be able to reach the quality Meyer strove to achieve. It was akin to a violinist using an unknown bow. No doubt they wouldn't be as comfortable performing with it. As a dancer master with a wealth of experience, Meyer couldn't have casually misplaced such an important item. Careless oversight was something that rarely happened to her. Meyer even wondered whether someone had taken it. Students pranking teachers wasn't unheard of, but this was Planet Een. Students joked here and there during rehearsals, but which student would dare play such a prank at an important juncture? Planet Een punishments were severe. After ending the call, Fang Zhao was about to leave the dance studio. However, as he took a final sweep before leaving, Fang Zhao noticed 2 open windows. He strode over with the intention of closing them. Footsteps could be heard coming from the elevator's direction. Zhao bro, Yuan Zheng was running over with a package in his arms. Upon finding out that Fang Zhao had left the concert venue, Yuan Zheng felt that this was a good time to deliver his gift to Fang Zhao. Fang Zhao had run very quickly to the dance studio, and Yuan Zheng had worried about being able to catch him. Fortunately, he had made it in time. Yuan Zheng hadn't brought any bodyguards with him. He simply hadn't informed any security personnel when he left the concert venue. He had many things he wanted to say to Fang Zhao and didn't want to be interrupted midway. How did you know I was here? Fang Zhao's expression darkened. Where are the soldiers responsible for ensuring your safety? Faced with Fang Zhao's stern gaze, Yuan Zheng swallowed his prepared speech. He opened his mouth to say something, but was suddenly pulled to the side by Fang Zhao. Bang! A bullet struck the wall behind Yuan Zheng. In the shortest time, Fang Zhao had already pulled Yuan Zheng away to dodge and find cover. Yuan Zheng was stunned by this abrupt turn of events. He glanced at the bullet hole in the wall. His brains might have already been splattered all over the wall if Fang Zhao hadn't pulled him aside. Zhao bro! Yuan Zheng's voice trembled, and his face turned pale at Fang Zhao's bloodstained clothes. There were 2 snipers, and 2 shots had been fired. The first had been avoided and had struck the wall. The other shot had been blocked by Fang Zhao. Fang Zhao put a finger to his lips indicating for Yuan Zheng to stay silent and not move. No alarms had sounded. Clearly, someone had tampered with the system beforehand. However, Planet Een would definitely have contingency plans. No doubt people were rushing over already. The dance studio windows were one-way windows. There was no way of seeing the interior situation from the outside, even with the use of advanced X-ray imaging techniques. From the looks of things, it seemed like someone wanted Yuan Zheng's life, and that it had been planned for quite some time already. Fang Zhao's mind went to work as he quickly analyzed the situation and gauged his injury. Yuan Zheng was currently overcome with regret. He shouldn't have come running over here all by himself. He was frequently reminded to pay attention to his own safety and bring along guards whenever he went out. However, he too had let down his guard as nothing had ever happened all this time. He pressed on the emergency signal on his communications device, but there was no response. It had been jammed. Yuan Zheng was also very worried about Fang Zhao's injury. The wound was in Fang Zhao's abdomen. He couldn't tell how severe the internal damage was. Medical treatment was needed as soon as possible. As he worried, Yuan Zheng watched Fang Zhao furrow his brow before digging his bare hand into the wound and extracting the bullet. Yuan Zheng, brother, don't be so reckless. Yuan Zheng had minored in specialized firearms. All young boys liked guns, and Yuan Zheng was no exception. Back when he was in secondary school, he had experimented what being shot was like out of curiosity. He had worn a full-bodied bulletproof suit. However, he had still collapsed to the ground when an ordinary bullet had struck his torso. There had been a throbbing pain, and a few of his ribs had broken. The pain had caused him to lie on the ground for quite some time. However, the physical pain was secondary. The event had left him psychologically scarred. It took a lot of time and help from a psychiatrist to overcome that trauma. That was why Yuan Zheng had switched to researching engines. He was still interested in guns and occasionally studied firearms in his spare time, but he no longer went to play games with firearms. He also skipped out on paintball sessions with people his age. The psychological scar from his secondary school days kept reminding him of the pain. Now, Yuan Zheng nearly leapt up in fright from seeing Fang Zhao remove a bullet from his own body with his bare hands. Pain was one thing, but the wound absolutely couldn't be exacerbated. After that, Yuan Zheng saw the bullet that Fang Zhao had dug out from his wound. The sharp bullet tip had already changed form and seemed to have opened up in the shape of a flower. Yuan Zheng's mind went blank when he saw this bullet. Then, he quickly started to think. If he wasn't mistaken, he had looked into this type of bullet not too long ago. It was a special bullet that had very powerful penetration capabilities. It could even easily pierce through 3 or 5 people standing in a row. If even light armor couldn't withstand it, how could people? Just glancing at the hole in the wall was enough to see the bullet's penetrative strength. All of the Corps engineers who were under protection would normally wear at least 3 layers of nanometer bulletproof attire. Yuan Zheng had also worn it today when he came for the performance. As long as he wasn't shot in the head, 70% of live ammunition wouldn't pierce through it and cause life-threatening harm. Furthermore, with Planet Yin's strict security, killing a heavily protected Corps engineer was very difficult. Being able to make a move at this time meant the perpetrators clearly had a well-thought-out plan. Surely their plans had accounted for the bulletproof attire. They definitely weren't using ordinary bullets. But, right before his eyes, Fang Zhao alone had blocked a bullet on his own. Alone, Yuan Zheng was panicking. Fang Zhao's injury. Injury? The bloodstains on Fang Zhao's clothing seemed to have stopped spreading. He was no longer bleeding. Yuan Zheng glanced at Fang Zhao again. His breathing was light, yet steady. If not for the bloodstains on his clothes, he really didn't look like someone who had just been shot. On the contrary, the pale and weakened Yuan Zheng seemed more like a gunshot casualty. Yuan Zheng suspected he was hallucinating. He had studied the destructive effects gunshots had on the human body and had also studied the structure, shape, quality, and speed of bullets before. In his mind, he was very worried about Fang Zhao's injury. However, the scene before him caused him to doubt his experimental data, theories, and knowledge. Yuan Zheng. Yuan Zheng no longer felt he was smart. Chapter 475. It transformed. Fang Zhao was aware that his own physical constitution was constantly strengthening, just that it wasn't as exaggerated as curly hairs. However, he didn't know exactly how strong his physical constitution actually was. But clearly, he had already far surpassed the constitution of an ordinary human. Fang Zhao had also guessed before that these changes were possibly influenced by curly hair and had started the night he transmigrated. With the exception of hearing, he had acted like any other ordinary human in order to hide these changes. However, because of the sniper incident, he could no longer conceal the changes to his body. Planet Yin's response was indeed quick. Yuan Zheng hadn't brought along anyone when he left the concert venue, but his position had been monitored. The moment his signal had cut, Planet Yin's relevant personnel went into action. Less than 5 minutes after Fang Zhao was shot, the 2 sniper assailants were shot dead. Yuan Zheng was quickly brought away, and Fang Zhao was sent to receive medical treatment. However, the paramedics discovered that Fang Zhao's wound was rapidly healing and there was no infection. There seemed to be no signs of internal damage either. If not for the bloodstains on his clothes, Fang Zhao appeared to be in much better shape than Yuan Zheng. The performance at the concert hall continued as per normal. The performer and audience weren't aware of the situation happening outside. The few people in the loop wouldn't leak anything either. Therefore, the inside was still as peaceful as ever. In a small conference room, 2 of Planet Yin's top brass were deep in discussion. After hiding for so long, T organization has finally made a move. We must take the opportunity to purge any enemies hiding within our midst. A total of 4 assassination targets were discovered, 3 core research personnel, and a major with outstanding service in the field. Fortunately, we were prepared and thwarted these attempts. However, according to new information, T organization actually had 5 targets this time. Oh, who was the 5th? It's still being investigated currently. Make it quicker. Yes. Also, are the results of Fang Zhao's checkup ready? It's done. His recovery speed is quite startling, and all health metrics seem ordinary. His rate of recovery is the greatest anomaly. An average person shot by this type of bullet would either die or be disabled. Given where Fang Zhao was shot, any other person in his place would definitely die. A bullet that can even penetrate light vehicle armor was blocked by him? You believe that? Indeed, given such circumstances, it's unfortunate that he's leaving soon. The other high-level military officer raised an eyebrow. We can't do anything to keep him here. We have to let him go. Who determined this? Interplanetary Fund's highest authority vouched for him. Now that's troublesome. We should still go have a chat with him, though. Let's go. Besides a team of soldiers stationed outside Fang Zhao's ward, Nanfeng too was also staying by the door. His legs had gone weak when he heard something that Fang Zhao was involved in a mishap. Nanfeng didn't know why Planet Een personnel had to isolate Fang Zhao. Nanfeng wasn't permitted to enter and could only speak with his boss via communications device. Regardless, Nanfeng was determined to stay there. Yin Biao couldn't be reached. Nanfeng had sent them a message asking them to come over the moment he heard the news. Nanfeng was in the middle of a call with Fang Zhao when the 2 high-level executives came. Nanfeng didn't dare say too much under the scrutiny of so many. Thus, he had only been asking about the severity of Fang Zhao's injuries. Boss, don't lie to me. You can't fool me. You must be very weak after losing so much blood. Although you sound full of energy, I know that you are just pretending to be strong. Nanfeng was already pondering about food that could help Fang Zhao replenish his lost blood. As a self-acknowledged all-around assistant, Nanfeng felt that he was a failure. He had failed in his duties and let down his high wages. I have to make up for it. I must give my hardest to look after boss during this period when he is weak. The 2 high-ranking military officers who just came overheard what Nanfeng said and thought to themselves, still weak? We wouldn't have seen anything more than a scab if he had been sent here any slower. If they hadn't insisted that Fang Zhao stay here, that fellow would have long disappeared without a trace. In his ward, Fang Zhao listened to Nanfeng in silence. This assistant was very good in most aspects, but his perception was a little weak. Upon seeing the 2 high-level officers enter, Fang Zhao ended the call and looked over. The arrivals seemed relaxed and were mulling over how to fish out information from Fang Zhao. But, before they could speak, an urgent call came through. The 5th target has been determined, the officer who answered the call said. Who? His companion asked. The former officer turned his gaze to Fang Zhao. Fang Zhao. He suddenly had a foreboding premonition. A certain huge warehouse at Een Base. Planet Yin's warehouses were built like forts. Besides shielding against storms, they were also designed to withstand damage from experimental testing and military exercises. There was an outdoor exercise zone near this warehouse. Once, a newbie had misfired at the warehouse during a military exercise. The 2-man salted fish group also followed the inspection team over. As Curly Hair was being excluded by the inspection team's dogs, Yin Biao, Zuiyu, and Curly Hair could only trail behind the team. Fortunately, the inspection personnel still treated them warmly. Curly Hair's exclusion by the other dogs was quite severe. Yin Biao and Zuiyu had to keep some distance between themselves and the inspection team. Furthermore, there were some places they couldn't enter. When the inspection team went to survey a room in the warehouse, Curly Hair and the 2 of them had to wait outside. Today was the same. When they went to patrol the warehouse here, the inspection team had gone into one of the rooms to carry out their tasks. Zuiyu, Yin Biao, and Curly Hair waited outside and admired Planet Yin's fort-like warehouses. However, at this moment, the fortified shutter doors of the warehouse that were always open during daytime were shut. Their group was completely separated from the rest of the inspection team. Hide quickly. There's a mecha at the warehouse. The rest of the inspection team's message was cut off. Only static remained. Communications with the inspection team was interrupted, and the warehouse sentry post was uncontactable. At the same time, the other shutter doors also began to malfunction. There was only one entrance and exit to this warehouse. Soon, footsteps sounded from the direction of the main door. Heavy, mechanical footsteps. Assault mecha. Why is there an assault mecha appearing here? Yin Biao and Zuoyu felt goosebumps just from looking at it. What had they done wrong to deserve such a monstrosity? This morning I heard that a malfunctioning mecha was transferred here and sent for maintenance. Zuoyu quickly recalled. The thing has way too much firepower. Our guns won't even scratch its armor. We'll be incinerated before being able to run if we go head-to-head. A wave of despair washed over Yin Biao. He had decided to submit his resignation after this final time of dog-walking. He had never imagined such a situation would occur. Zuoyu recalled the inspection team had mentioned that the shutter doors had manual controls on top of their automated system. Let's go over there. We need to find a large store to hide in first. Planet Een squads have fast response times. Since the inspection team already knows that something has happened, they'll surely dispatch people over. We just have to buy some time. That's the only thing we can do. Yin Biao called Curly Hair over, and the three of them headed for the large rear store. Curly Hair glanced outside and licked his nose. He remembered Fang Zhao's warning and followed Yin Biao and Zuoyu deeper into the warehouse. Yin Biao and Zuoyu didn't notice Curly Hair's reactions. In desperation, they chose a rectangular store that had two reinforced doors separating the inner and outer sections. Zuoyu closed the outer doors, but didn't stop as the trio continued to run inwards. While running, Zuoyu said, the mecha outside should have been sent here for maintenance because it was malfunctioning. Normally, such mechas are under strict administration and can't be easily mobilized. The one in this warehouse was the malfunctioning one. Perhaps its laser cannons don't work? Just as Zuoyu finished. Boom. A large hole had been blasted in the outer door. Curly Hair faced the mecha that had fired. Woof, woof, woof. Why the heck are you barking? Yin Biao bent down, seized Curly Hair, and started running. Zuoyu quickly shut the reinforced shutter doors to this store, blocking the shots fired by the mech's energy gun. After the inner store's reinforced doors were shut, Zuoyu and Yin Biao searched around. There was really no way out this time. What the hell did you do to attract this assault mecha? Zuoyu shouted. I didn't F***king do anything. You should be the one thinking about what you did wrong. Yin Biao shouted back. I can't think of anything. Then why is the mecha targeting us? After a brief moment of silence, Yin Biao and Zuoyu turned towards Curly Hair. Curly Hair was listening to the activity in the surroundings. He sensed the gazes of the other two and returned an innocent and puzzled look at them. Who would expend this much effort to kill Curly Hair? Zuoyu was baffled. Curly Hair's evaluation results are too good. He's even better than specialized detection equipment. Even Planet Yin spaceport personnel are trying to get his offspring. Surely this has attracted the attention of some people with ill intentions. Detection equipment isn't as portable as Curly Hair. Our enemies here probably want to get rid of Curly Hair. I understand the reasoning. But why is a mecha being employed to kill a dog? Zuoyu just couldn't understand. Because Curly Hair runs too quickly, and he's hard to pursue? Or perhaps this operation to kill Curly Hair was hastily prepared. Regardless of the perpetrator's intentions, it was pointless trying to understand the motive. Right now, the enemy had them cornered. They simply had no way of retreating. They were truly isolated without any chance of aid. Even leaving last words would be tough. Could they survive the barrage of the assault mecha's tremendous firepower in here? They would be incinerated the moment they were in its sights. Planet Een reacts very quickly. Reinforcements might be here soon. We just have to hold out for a little while. Yin Biao grit his teeth. We can only go all out. At least until the reinforcements arrive. Curly Hair stood behind the reinforced doors making brief, snorting noises from his nostrils. He glanced at Yin Biao and Zuoyu before returning his sights to the doors. Look, little Curly Hair hates to part with us. Yin Biao picked Curly Hair up and placed him further away from the reinforced doors before patting his head. I know you are smart. Find a corner to hide in first. Make sure to hide well. When the doors fall, find an opportunity to escape during the crossfire. Understand. Although Yin Biao didn't think that Curly Hair could understand him or escape the assault mecha's barrage, all he could do now was hope. He had to hope that Curly Hair would just have a little luck and find a gap in the firefight to escape. Curly Hair continued snorting as before, and the snorting got even more hurried. Finally understand what it means to be frightened. Yin Biao sighed. Who asked you to be so capable that you are on the receiving end of such an assassination attempt? Curly hair is still worth protecting, right? Zuyu suddenly chuckled. At this time, the two of them had already done a proper analysis of the current circumstances. They both realized that they wouldn't be able to escape and could only try to create better chances of curly hair surviving. While Yin Biao and Zuyu were formulating their plan for response, they never realized that there was an item missing from the collar around Curly Hair's neck. Curly Hair had already started to stir restlessly. Outside the inner store's reinforced doors, a round, miniature personal terminal was lying in the center of the room. It had come loose when Yin Biao grabbed Curly Hair and retreated hurriedly. Such a small object simply wouldn't garner any attention. One of the thick, large robotic legs of the assault mecha stepped forward. Crack! The sound of the personal terminal shattering was drowned out by the motorized whining of the mecha's armored leg. Curly Hair was staring at the reinforced doors when his drooped ears trembled violently. He stood frozen in place with a vacant look in his eyes as all the fur on his body bristled. It appeared as if he had just received a massive blow. Yin Biao assumed it was just Curly Hair being frightened and shifted the unmoving Curly Hair into the corner. Yin Biao checked his gun and took a deep breath. Comrade Salted Fish 1. Zuyu grimaced. Comrade Salted Fish 2. Finally, we are no longer salted fishes. Boom. The reinforced doors of the inner store were finally blasted apart. However, before Zuyu and Yin Biao could move, a shadow darted out from inside the store. It grew in an instant. A cold metallic glint blinded their eyes. Amidst a heat wave caused by lasers, forceful streams of hot air and smoke rushed out. Clatter. Creak, groan, crash. The ear-piercing sounds of metal breaking were terrifying. Sparks flew everywhere, and metal fragments were sent flying. The scene was extremely frightening. The reinforced doors had split in two and were mangled beyond recognition. Yin Biao and Zuyu, who had been ready to die moments ago, had looks of extreme shock. Their legs seemed to no longer work. The two-man salted fish team's inner thoughts. Argh! My boss's dog transformed. Chapter 476. Delicate Little Curly Hair. Yin Biao's mind was a mess. His inner thoughts were screaming. Is that the dog I always walk? Can that monstrous thing that took down an assault mecha be called a dog? That small and obedient Curly Hair. Is that AF * King Dog? Is it? Yin Biao had only seen the moment Curly Hair had transformed and pounced on the mecha. After, he didn't dare to continue watching and hid himself in a corner of the store. Yin Biao had some experience. During his time with Planet Baiji's military, they had encountered creatures that were difficult to deal with. When encountering ones that were tricky to deal with, it was best to not be too curious and avoid showing off. All squad members were taught to hide and avoid detection. It was the same now. Yin Biao concealed himself instinctively. Who knew when that berserk creature would attack them? However, Yin Biao discovered that Zuyu was actually still sneaking peeks. Zuoyu's eyelids were twitching as if he was looking at an extremely shocking scene. Yin Biao didn't dare. Imagine the scene. Just the crashing din was enough for him. After another 10 seconds, everything became calm. It had merely been a few moments, but Yin Biao and Zuoyu felt like they had survived a harrowing and life-threatening ordeal. The store was silent once more. Yin Biao and Zuoyu's drumming heartbeats gradually calmed. Zuoyu stretched his neck out for a quick glance and had a strange expression on his face. Yin Biao looked at Zuoyu and mouthed, "Is it over?" "I don't know." Zuoyu moved his lips without making a sound either. "Is that thing a dog?" Yin Biao asked again. "It is." Zuoyu seemed even more perplexed. Yin Biao was left speechless at Zuoyu's reply and couldn't help himself from sneaking a peek at what was outside the doors. Amidst the floor littered with holes and craters, a small little dog was lying there. There didn't seem to be any injuries on its body, yet it was crying pretty hard. There was nothing else besides this dog. The mecha was totally gone. There wasn't even any wreckage. It was as if the previous scene and all the various sounds were nothing more than hallucinations. Yin Biao seemed as if he was doubting his own life. Zuoyu was stupefied. Bzzz. Communication signals returned to normal. The inspection team managed to get in touch. A rescue team quickly arrived. Yin Biao's tense nerves wouldn't relax. He kept his eyes fixed on the dog, afraid that the dog would suddenly go crazy and hurt others when the rescue team arrived. The shutter doors and main gate of the warehouse were now working as normal. A squadron of soldiers and 2 inspection team members came running over. Are you all right? Where's the assault mecha? The inner and outer doors of this store were done in by an assault mecha's laser cannons. But how did all these holes appear on the floors and walls? Do you two know anything? The soldier at the lead came over and asked. Yin Biao and Zuiyu maintained their silence and shook their heads. How to explain this? How can we explain this? We can't speak the truth, right? They couldn't understand it themselves and needed to talk to Fang Zhao first. Otherwise, they couldn't say anything. The 2 inspection team members saw that Yin Biao and Zuiyu were unharmed and made a beeline for Curly Hair. Little Curly Hair? What happened? One of the inspection team members asked. The only reply he had received from Yin Biao and Zuiyu was silence. The inspection team members shot them a dissatisfied glance before squatting down to pat Curly Hair. They reckoned Curly Hair was already familiar with them over the last few days. Scared witless. The 2 inspection team members had tender looks of concern. Curly Hair, don't be afraid. Come, let's bring you out. Curly Hair continued lying there, crying like an extremely delicate pet dog. Yin Biao and Zuiyu. The 2 inspection team members felt their hearts ache even more. Sigh, looks like he's really terrified. One of the inspection team members picked Curly Hair up from the floor. Curly Hair stuck out his legs while still crying, as if he was trying to resist. The inspection team members chuckled when they saw this. Those little dog legs are still rather lively. Looks like it isn't a big deal. Yin Biao and Zuiyu stood about 10 places away and watched with complicated looks on their faces. The 2 of them took a deep breath to summon the courage to get Curly Hair back. After all, the dog was theirs, and walking Curly Hair was their job. Even if some crazy incident had just happened, Curly Hair was still their responsibility and not the inspection team's. However, the inspection team members who didn't know what Yin Biao and Zuiyu had gone through were rather dissatisfied with them. The inspection team evaded Yin Biao's hands that reached over and said, "You guys stand aside. I'll carry him." "Thank you." Yin Biao and Zuiyu replied sincerely. The inspection team member thought to himself, these 2 bodyguards won't do. They don't know anything and can't even walk a dog properly. The inspection team members reckoned that something serious had happened in this store previously. They suspected that Yin Biao and Zuiyu definitely knew something but weren't willing to speak about it for some reason. But whatever was up with Yin Biao and Zuiyu had nothing to do with Curly Hair. Since it was unrelated, they had to comfort this terrified dog first. This was such an outstanding dog. Curly Hair's serviceability could be affected if he suffered psychological trauma. Although Curly Hair was a pet dog currently, there was no telling what he could be in the future. This type of dog belonged in spaceports. Yin Biao and Zuiyu were led away. The inspection team restricted them in a rest lounge for the time being. After the others left, Yin Biao surveyed the lounge. He didn't discover any monitoring installations, but that didn't mean that the room was clear. Just to be safe, he didn't speak too directly. "What happened?" Yin Biao asked. Zuiyu knew that Yin Biao was asking about the incident earlier. He didn't say anything and used his facial expressions to ask, "You don't know?" Yin Biao shook his head. He only knew the beginning and end, but he really couldn't guess the process. Zuiyu was stony-faced. He didn't know what sort of emotion to show at this point in time. He sighed heavily. Yin Biao raised an eyebrow. It was a puzzled look. Zuiyu turned his sights to the refreshments placed on the table beside. He picked up a bun and pounded it flat with his hands. Following that, he viciously used his teeth to rip the bun in 2 before swallowing it completely. After that, he licked up the bits of crumbs that had fallen. Having acted it out, Zuiyu's stony-faced expression returned. He gestured. It was like this. Yin Biao. Yin Biao rubbed his face vigorously, willing himself to stay calm. However, deep down, he was howling inside. That was an assault mecha. Such thick armor. It was just ripped apart so easily. How did such a big mecha be completely devoured? Even if it was eaten, where did it all go? There wasn't even any part that remained. Nobody would even suspect that there was one there. Just thinking about it is horrible. Yin Biao wondered whether Curly Hair had also devoured other stuff, like people. They were simply risking their lives to walk the dog. Yin Biao felt a chill from just thinking about the times he had patted Curly Hair. He had to thank Curly Hair for not eating him. After composing himself, he continued to ponder. What exactly is Curly Hair? Is he an alien organism? Does the boss know that Curly Hair can transform? Rationally speaking, Yin Biao reckoned that given Fang Zhao's prudence and intellect, he would surely understand Curly Hair's situation. Yin Biao broke out in cold sweat when he recalled what Fang Zhao had reminded them of every day when they either watched or walked the dog. On the surface, both Yin Biao and Zuoyu were staring into space. But it felt like a raging storm in their minds. They sat blankly in silence until Nanfeng's voice sounded. Fang Zhao couldn't contact Yin Biao and Zuoyu, so he contacted the inspection team's personnel and had Nanfeng fetch them. The inspection team checked with their superiors. After approval was obtained, Nanfeng was allowed to enter. The first thing Nanfeng did was retrieve Curly Hair from the inspection team. Nanfeng was hugging Curly Hair as he entered the lounge. While placating Curly Hair, he glanced at Yin Biao and Zuoyu. He had heard from the inspection team that the two of them were unscathed and relaxed after confirming it personally. Right now, all of Nanfeng's concern was focused on this dog worth nearly 300 million in his arms. As for his comrades, weren't his comrades totally fine? They didn't even have a single scratch. Seeing Yin Biao and Zuoyu gaping at him, Nanfeng raised an eyebrow and urged, "What are you two spacing out for? Come on, let's go see boss." Yin Biao, "No, comrade. I have something to say." Yin Biao moved his lips but swallowed his words in the end. All he did was watch Nanfeng hug the dog with an inexplicable look on his face. Nanfeng didn't know that those two were currently worrying for his safety. He hugged Curly Hair and led Yin Biao and Zuoyu out. Fang Zhao was lying down in his ward. His movements were also being restricted now. Even though his wound had already healed, he still continued to lie in bed. Nanfeng entered the ward with Curly Hair in his arms, followed by the other two. Upon entering Fang Zhao's ward, Curly Hair leaped down from Nanfeng's embrace and ran over listlessly. He easily sprang onto the bed and whimpered. He sounded like he was very upset, and there were obvious tear stains beneath his eyes. He raised his head to let Fang Zhao see the bear dog collar before lying on the bed and weeping. Yin Biao and Zuoyu. Chapter 477. It talked. Yin Biao and Zuoyu were thinking, this thing can really act. It just ate a mecha and is now acting so weak. Who are you trying to fool? Can you be more self-conscious of being an apex predator? We didn't even cry when we were totally horrified. You are a dog who just ate a mecha. What are you doing crying over here? What is there to cry about? So fake. They really couldn't understand how this dog could suddenly be crying like this. Maybe it was a form of disguise? How scheming. The two of them observed Fang Zhao's reaction and tried guessing how likely it was that Fang Zhao knew the truth. Fang Zhao rubbed Curly Hair's head and glanced at Nanfeng. You go out first. Oh, okay. Then, I will go see if the soup is ready, boss. Nanfeng guessed that the boss wanted to speak with Yin Biao and Zuoyu. Perhaps he was about to reprimand them. Was he going to deduct their salaries? Nanfeng shot the other two, you guys better reflect, look, and hastily exited the ward. He closed the door gently and considerately hung the do not disturb sign. The ward fell quiet. Only the sounds of Curly Hair's sobs and pants remained. Yin Biao and Zuoyu stood anxiously waiting for Fang Zhao to speak. They were still waiting for Planet Yin's side to deal with them with regards to the matter of the mecha's disappearance. However, they still had to inform Fang Zhao first. But they didn't know how to put it in words. The ward wasn't a good place to talk either. Fang Zhao didn't immediately ask about what had happened. Instead, he glanced at the two bodyguards before turning his gaze to the miserable Curly Hair. He reached out and pulled Curly Hair's mouth open to examine his teeth. Yin Biao and Zuoyu closely watched Fang Zhao's actions. There were still some metal fragments stuck to Curly Hair's teeth. What did you eat now? Fang Zhao patted Curly Hair's head. Lick the remains clean. Yin Biao and Zuoyu. How can the boss say such a thing so calmly? Boss, open your eyes wide. Those remains are metal. Metal. Curly Hair paused his crying, stuck out his tongue, and licked his teeth. He opened his mouth and showed it to Fang Zhao. It was clean this time. MMHM, Fang Zhao nodded. Curly Hair tilted his head, lay down, and continued crying. Yin Biao and Zuoyu. The evidence had been erased. Nobody would even know or think about such a thing. How many times had they practiced such a tacit understanding? They didn't believe that this dog had always been obediently eating dog food. It was all fake. Everything was a disguise. Surely, that dog had preyed upon many other things, including living things. They couldn't go on lying to themselves that their boss was oblivious to it. The two of them were originally thinking about how to mention the matter of the mecha to Fang Zhao, but now, they stared at the ground when Fang Zhao's gaze fell on them. They were panicking inside. Bodyguards that knew too much either became trusted aides or forever kept their silence. A choice always had to be made. Now, Yin Biao and Zhuo Yu felt confronted with the most crucial occupational crisis in their life. Continue walking the dog or be eaten. At this moment, Fang Zhao's communications device rang. It was one of the high-ranking Planet Ein officers who had visited Fang Zhao in the ward earlier. You can go ahead and arrange for your discharge. However, you have to ensure your communications device is with you at all times. We must still have a chat before you leave Planet Ein. Also, do not tell anybody else about what happened. You can handle your assistant and bodyguards. Fang Zhao wasn't too surprised and gave his acknowledgement before ending the call. This matter had happened way too abruptly. Some things couldn't be hidden, like curly hair's abnormalities. Actually, Fang Zhao knew that certain people were already privy to his and curly hair's changes. Things had only remained as long as it had because most weren't aware of them. The Interplanetary Fund. Nanfeng returned carrying a flask of nourishing soup. However, he was standing outside and didn't enter because he was afraid of interrupting the conversation in the room. Fang Zhao heard his footsteps and called out, "Nanfeng." "Here. Boss, what are your instructions?" Nanfeng opened the door and entered. "Go arrange the discharge procedures." "Boss, your injury." "I'm fine already." I will go right away." Nanfeng nimbly poured Fang Zhao the bowl of soup and headed out to handle the discharge procedures. Fang Zhao then turned to the other two who had been silent all these time. "Go get a car." "Yes." The two tense bodyguards marched out with heavy footsteps. The inspection team captain was about to knock on the door when it opened. Seeing Yin Biao and Zhuo Yu, he raised an eyebrow and eyed them with a "I already see through you two" kind of look. The inspection team captain chuckled. "Go on. Do you not want to leave? How about coming over to our place for some tea and buns?" No thanks. Please come in." The two moved aside and looked towards Fang Zhao. Fang Zhao indicated for them to continue with their task, so the two bodyguards left. The door was closed and the inspection team captain joked, "Your two bodyguards are quite loyal." He then noticed curly hair lying by Fang Zhao's side. "Still crying?" "Fang Zhao, I don't care about other stuff, but I have to talk about curly hair." Over the next half hour, the inspection team captain criticized Fang Zhao for actually turning an outstanding dog with the potential to be the king of all spaceport dogs into a delicate and pampered pet dog. It could have been the best spaceport dog ever. But perhaps it would permanently suffer from its trauma. What a waste. Simply a great waste of talent. The inspection team captain sighed continuously as he criticized Fang Zhao for not being able to teach his dog. He palmed his chest. "My heart feels immense regret, just like a merchant missing out on a big opportunity. Do you understand?" Fang Zhao was about to speak, but the inspection team captain put out his palm. "Say no more. You don't understand." After that, he stiffened up and earnestly instructed Fang Zhao on how to train dogs. In the end, he even said in full seriousness, "Its natural talent mustn't be wasted. You have to train it more. Don't let it stay at home all the time. I know that celebrities like you are very busy, but you have to remember, dogs mustn't stay home all the time." "I got it," Fang Zhao said. The inspection team captain seemed pleased seeing Fang Zhao's fine attitude. Good. He felt that everything he said had been absorbed by Fang Zhao. He had accomplished his objective. He sensed a gaze on him and turned towards that direction. Curly hair's tear-stained eyes were staring straight at him. The inspection team captain reached his hand out and patted Curly hair's head. Curly hair licked the hand. The inspection team captain chuckled delightedly. He reckoned that Curly hair was expressing his attachment. Fang Zhao shot a warning look at Curly hair. Curly hair returned to lying down and whimpered. Now that Yin Biao and Zhuo Yu were some distance away, they regained their senses. Is the inspection team not going to pursue the matter at the warehouse? Aren't they letting the matter go too easily? A whole assault mecha had suddenly vanished from the face of the planet, and they weren't going to pursue the matter? Judging from boss's reactions, he is probably aware of it. Yin Biao and Zhuo Yu heaved a sigh of relief. With boss handling the matter, at least they wouldn't have to rack their brains to fabricate a story. However, when they thought about curly hair, was our reaction too excessive? Yin Biao asked. You even served on planet Baiji. Your threshold is a little low. Zhuyu said, it isn't the same. That is totally something that cannot be explained with conventional sense. Such a large mecha had been completely devoured without any remains. Even the fragments between the curly hare's teeth were completely cleaned up. This was totally in existence at the top of the food chain. An extremely dangerous creature. What do you think of it now? Zhuyu asked. Yin Biao shook his head. Now, it doesn't matter what we think, but what boss thinks. After experiencing curly hare's transformation, they felt that probably nothing else could ever faze them ever again. If a dog could eat a mecha, what else couldn't they accept? After the discharge procedures were done, Fang Zhao returned to his quarters. He let Nanfeng go rest first, and asked Yin Biao and Zhuyu to stay. Nanfeng left with no questions asked, leaving behind the two bodyguards who were extremely apprehensive. Curly Hair circled the room and gave Fang Zhao a woof. No. Surveillance and listening devices here. Fang Zhao shut the door. Curly Hair walked over to Fang Zhao's side and crouched down. He yawned with his mouth wide open, exposing his clean little canines. Yin Biao and Zhuyu thought of a scene and turned deathly pale. Beads of cold perspiration formed on their foreheads. The door was shut and the dog was released. Were they going to be silenced? Would they be erased from the world without a single hair left behind? As bodyguards, they knew how callous Fang Zhao could be. Yin Biao still clearly remembered Fang Zhao's display back on planet Baiji those years ago. Fang Zhao didn't say anything and mulled over how to handle these two next. In Curly Hair's eyes, other people and other dogs were just other types of food to him. This was also the reason why Fang Zhao had been really strict with him. The moment Curly Hair forgot this distinction, everyone would just be his food. Although Nanfeng, Zhuyu and Yin Biao were classified as our people, they couldn't compare to Curly Hair's first ever personal terminal. Curly Hair's restraint in not causing more damage and harming innocent people was the result of Fang Zhao's strict discipline. Fang Zhao had also come to a decision after observing Yin Biao and Zhuiyu's character all this time. Otherwise, he wouldn't have let the two of them watch Curly Hair. Tell me, what did you two see? Fang Zhao asked. The two of them shook their heads resolutely. No, we didn't see anything at all. How were they to answer such a question after witnessing such a huge secret? Was this the right answer? Fang Zhao frowned at his two tense bodyguards. Curly Hair, you scared them. Curly Hair had been pondering whether he could negotiate a new personal terminal by passing some more academic tests. He abruptly raised his head, looking totally aggrieved, and defended himself loudly. I didn't. Yin Biao and Zhuyu suddenly looked over as if they had heard the weirdest of sounds. Deep down, Argha, this dog talked. Chapter 478, a trivial matter like walking the dog. Curly Hair instantly realized he had inadvertently exposed himself again. He drooped his head and carefully glanced at Fang Zhao. Fang Zhao's eyelid had merely twitched when Curly Hair had cried out. Calmly glancing at the two thunderstruck bodyguards, he reprimanded Curly Hair. Go reflect on your actions. Curly Hair felt wronged. His tears started flowing again. This was just great. Who knew how many more tests he would need to take in order to earn another personal terminal? With tears flowing down his face, Curly Hair cast a slight glance at the two bodyguards rooted in place before walking listlessly towards a corner. He faced the wall while thinking about the day's events. The already stunned Yin Biao and Zhuyu felt their limbs shake and go cold at the scene. This scene was really familiar. Similar scenes in the past flashed through their minds. Had there been disturbing events behind each time Curly Hair faced the wall? After a while, they shook off the stiffness. Yin Biao couldn't rein in his curiosity. Boss, Curly Hair, it's just as you two saw. He can talk and transform. Fang Zhao replied. The two of them finally calmed down with a, oh, so it's like this look on their faces. But, deep down, they were thinking, what the hell? Talking and transforming. How can this damn thing be called a dog? Zhuyu probed. Boss, will he have digestive issues after eating the assault mecha that tried to kill us? Fang Zhao replied calmly. No. The two of them weren't surprised at Fang Zhao's response. Their imaginations ran wild. I knew it. This isn't the first time something like this has happened. Who knows how many such occasions have occurred in the past? They could forget about running away now that they were aware of such a secret. Furthermore, in a way, Curly Hair had saved them this time. Was Fang Zhao considering whether to let Curly Hair dispose of them? At this sort of time, both Yin Biao and Zuoyu felt their survival instincts kick in. Boss, don't worry, we won't shoot our mouths off carelessly. We didn't reveal a single thing at the spaceport. We won't say anything no matter who asks. The two of them gave continuous assurances in turn. There was a brief pause before Yin Biao asked awkwardly. So, boss, what's the reason why you are always asking us to watch him? To stop him from eating wantonly, Fang Zhao replied. Yin Biao and Zuoyu suddenly felt a great deal of pressure. Why did they suddenly feel like they had a responsibility of saving the world placed on their shoulders? Oh right, didn't you have something to say to me before the performance? Fang Zhao seemed to have thought of something and looked towards Yin Biao. No, nothing. Yin Biao shook his head. Fang Zhao then turned to Zuoyu. Zuoyu shook his head hurriedly. No, I also have nothing to say. Uh-huh. Fang Zhao then mentioned some things to take note of before letting the two return to rest. Even if their tolerance level was very high, the two of them would need some time to adjust after experiencing the recent events. On hearing that they could leave, Yin Biao and Zuoyu both heaved a long sigh of relief. Yes, we will take note. Boss, what should we say to Nanfeng about this matter? Yin Biao asked. For the time being, nothing. He just has to maintain his current enthusiasm for work, Fang Zhao replied. Yin Biao and Zuoyu felt ashamed hearing that. They understood that this was saying that they didn't have any work enthusiasm. Actually, that was indeed the case. They didn't have much enthusiasm for their work. They did have some at the beginning, but the times when Fang Zhao needed their protection was really too little. The majority of their time was spent studying, training, taking tests, chauffeuring, and walking the dog. It was no different than a life in retirement as bodyguards. They were currently in the prime of their lives and had ambition too. No other bodyguards would be willing to have this sort of lifestyle a couple of decades early. Thus, their passion and enthusiasm for their work had gradually diminished. But things were different now. Their responsibility was monumental. Being a bodyguard, chauffeur, and others was considered easy. The most dangerous was walking the dog. Should they even call it dog walking? It should be considered saving the world. Holding the leash was like wielding a battle banner. They had to be ready for war at any moment. The two of them reflected deeply on their previous attitudes and voluntarily requested for a salary cut. Boss, we will definitely work seriously. As the two bodyguards were about to leave Fang Zhao's quarters, they encountered Nanfeng coming over with a big bag. Nanfeng noticed their pale faces and asked, "Were you two reprimanded for being unprofessional?" Uh-huh. There was a heavy atmosphere. Nanfeng's expression changed. He came closer and lowered his voice. Salary cut? The two nodded. Nanfeng relaxed a little and patted the two of them on the shoulder. Salary deductions are but a trivial matter. It's all right as long as you guys aren't fired. Where else can you find such a relaxed and high-paying job? Nanfeng didn't notice the complicated expressions Zuoyu and Yin Biao had. He sent Fang Zhao a message saying that he had work matters to report. After receiving permission, he quickly lifted the bag and entered the room. Nanfeng saw a familiar scene when he opened the door, a tear-stained curly hair facing the wall. Nanfeng cried out in exaggerated fashion. Oh my, what's wrong, little curly curls? It was clear that he had been punished by boss again. However, Nanfeng pretended to be oblivious. Chiding the boss was out of the question. He absolutely couldn't berate the person who paid him such high wages. His heart ached for the dog worth nearly 300 million. Nanfeng could only rub Curly Hair's head to comfort him before going over to report to Fang Zhao. Yin Biao and Zuoyu who were watching this scene. This scene was way too familiar. The two of them felt that they had been really lucky to have actually managed to survive safely time after time. In the past, Yin Biao and Zuoyu never bothered to find out what Curly Hair had done wrong and simply ridiculed Nanfeng. Wasn't it just a dog worth over 200 million? But now, the truth was rather mortifying. If the three of them were to really encounter danger, Curly Hair would surely protect Nanfeng, who was always good to him. Meanwhile, the oblivious Nanfeng was speaking to Fang Zhao. Boss, look, the spaceport just sent over dog food as a reward. All of these seem like good stuff. The room door closed, blocking the sounds from inside. Yin Biao and Zuoyu exchanged a glance before silently returning to their own quarters. At this moment, the two of them really felt fortunate to still be alive. Strictly speaking, it had solely been Curly Hair who had allowed them to survive today's attack. As they recalled the past, The two of them felt that those two innocent little dog eyes now hid an ominous glint. The two pondered hard. How were they going to walk the dog in future? After today's experiences, they could no longer view it as walking the dog. High risk. After mulling for quite some time, Yin Biao said, "Do you still remember when Boss just moved to his new place? That house by the beach. There was once when Nan Feng went over to find Boss in the morning." Zhuyu thought back and nodded. "Right, I remember now." He even sent a video in our group chat praising the dog. They weren't sure if their room was bugged. Thus, they didn't say anything explicitly and only tried to recall the incident in their heads. What had Nanfeng said in the group chat that time? As expected of our 300 million dog. He even glitters like gold under the sun. Glitters my *SS. It wasn't from the sunlight. That damn thing can turn into metal. Both his burp and fart linger for some time. And on closer inspection it even smells like smoke. The two sank into a dazed state as they recalled the stuff Nanfeng had said. Back then, in the video Nanfeng had sent in their private group chat, they had seen the scene of curly hair coming out from the ocean. Now that they thought about it, who knew how long he had wandered in the ocean and what he had done? Zhuyu had a horrified look on his face and took a few quick breaths to calm his flustered emotions. Say, that burp and fart. What had he eaten to produce that sort of scent? Perhaps Nanfeng hadn't been brainlessly exaggerating. Were the two of them the ignorant ones? They hadn't been able to see the truth. The two of them shuddered thinking about the scene of the shiny metallic silhouette attacking the assault mecha. They couldn't help but replay it over and over in their minds. Would they develop PTSD? Now that they knew, peacefully walking the dog was the same as saving the world. They felt glad that the world had survived another day. Before the two could rejoice, Nanfeng came over with the dog in his arms. The two bodyguards felt their hearts thumping. Their bodies tensed instinctively. Nanfeng didn't enter the apartment and instead stood at the door. "Oh, I'll be heading out for a bit. We will be leaving Planet Een in 2 days. I still have some procedures to handle. You guys, be mindful of Boss." "Understood. But what are you doing with him?" The two bodyguards were anxious. Nanfeng was puzzled. "Walking the dog, duh. What did you expect? Riding him into battle. When a dog is feeling down, it's obvious that the dog needs a walk. Does such simple logic have to be put so explicitly? How do these two not understand yet?" Nanfeng glanced at these two disappointedly. These two can't even do a trivial matter like walking the dog properly. No wonder the boss deducted their salary. Yin Biao and Zhuiyu's minds were blank. They gave Nanfeng complicated looks. They held sympathy mixed with some envy. Chapter 479, Handheld. Nanfeng brought curly hair out for a stroll. Since the concert performance had already ended, most of his work was done. He could now relax a little and brought little curly hair out for a walk. When dogs are feeling down, going for a walk makes them feel better. Running is good too. Exercise therapy is a thing. The worry-free Nanfeng carried curly hair and walked out in a relaxed mood. Despite the military presence, there were still quite a lot of places for leisure activities. Even the indoor man-made ornaments were full of Planet Een characteristics. If photographs were allowed, Nanfeng would have definitely taken lots of photographs to show off to his friends. When they arrived at the walking area, Nanfeng put curly hair down and let him choose wherever he wanted to walk to. Since he didn't have any plan in mind, Nanfeng just planned on following curly hair. For himself, he was interested in admiring Planet Yin's unique landmarks. He didn't notice that the originally dejected curly hair was gradually becoming more spirited and walking faster. When curly hair finally broke into a jog, Nanfeng was very pleased with himself. Indeed, dogs need a walk when they are feeling down. Among our little group, only I know how to best look after a dog. Even Boss Fang Zhao can't compare. Nanfeng concluded that Fang Zhao didn't understand how to look after a dog. In a short while, Nanfeng saw a bunch of youngsters gathered ahead. They were holding palm-sized machines and shouting excitedly, so Nanfeng went over for a look. After an inquiry, Nanfeng learned that they were native secondary school students staying nearby for an internship. Their allocated dormitory was in the reception district. They had come out to enjoy the sun and play video games for their day off. Curly hair eyed them eagerly. However, the deeply engrossed students didn't notice the dog crouching in front of them. Nanfeng learned from a student that these were consoles that Planet Een game enthusiasts had invented to pass time, because Planet Yin's regulations meant they couldn't connect to the internet. Old-era-style handheld game consoles. Nanfeng asked as he eyed their small devices. Yes. It said that the creator of this series of game consoles was very interested in many things from the old era and thus came up with this design. It might look cumbersome compared to the new gaming consoles. However, its quality is undeniable. Nanfeng agreed. In a certain sense, this could also be considered a military-grade product. After all, it was produced on planet Een. After understanding it, Nanfeng soon lost interest and decided to leave. He tugged on the leash, but it didn't budge. Curly hair. Curly hair was staring at the students and didn't even look at Nanfeng. Don't want to go? All right, let's sit here for a bit. Nanfeng sat down nonchalantly and watched those students playing their old-era-style handheld devices. Were offline games that fun? 5 minutes later, Nanfeng. Brother, could you let me try it for a bit? Curly hair's black beady eyes watched Nanfeng play the games. He had a look of longing, but nobody paid any attention to him. A minute later, Curly hair hopped up the stone bench and squeezed over to watch up close. From time to time, he would extend a paw to touch the handheld console's buttons gently, as if he were some collector handling his precious items. Elsewhere, Yin Biao and Zuoyu were still stewing in their mixed emotions when Fang Zhao called them over. Planet Yin's relevant personnel had informed Fang Zhao that someone wanted to see him. Boss, do we have to call Curly Hair back? Yin Biao asked. After witnessing Curly Hair's ability, Yin Biao felt that it was safer to have Curly Hair at their sides in such unknown situations. Curly Hair had devoured an assault mecha easily. Perhaps he could annihilate anything. Fang Zhao shook his head. No need. Don't tell Nanfeng anything. Fang Zhao felt it was likely that the other party was taking the opportunity to contact him while Curly Hair was away. Curly Hair's anomaly couldn't be concealed from everyone. Fang Zhao felt that there were people helping him hide this from the shadows. For example, his peculiar healing from the assassination attempt had been hushed up. Only a few people knew about it. He too wanted to meet the people who were helping to hide his secrets, as well as ascertain their motives. Soon after, Yin Biao and Zuoyu arrived at Fang Zhao's quarters. 2 soldiers came over to fetch them. The reception district was huge, but the artiste group was restricted to certain areas. They had never been to the other areas. Fang Zhao followed the 2 soldiers into an elevator that brought them to some underground level. After going through a security check, he was shown onto what seemed like a subway train carriage headed elsewhere. Their escorts also changed. Yin Biao and Zuoyu were somewhat anxious and puzzled. Security had been extremely tied up until now. But once they got off the carriage, it seemed much more lax. There weren't many soldiers in sight. Noticing this, the 2 of them became even more apprehensive. They kept feeling that something wasn't right. Strange. Based on how they had been contacted, the person who wanted to meet them probably had some clout. But now, the lack of security seemed to indicate otherwise. Even the feeling of being watched had lessened considerably. Either the monitoring devices were more discreet, or there simply weren't any here. Yin Biao and Zuoyu began to feel worried with all the unknowns. On the other hand, Fang Zhao had some other ideas. Inside here, the soldier leading the way gestured at a door. Yin Biao stepped forward to check the room first, but was stopped by Fang Zhao. The door opened. They recognized the person seated there. It was the person who had greeted them when the artiste group first arrived on planet Een. Compared to how formal he had been then, he seemed much more casual now and had a warm smile. Come in, take a seat. There's food in the drawers and a water dispenser over there. Feel free to have anything you like. Just wait for a little bit. Some people from the Interplanetary Fund are coming over soon. They want to meet you. After Fang Zhao had sat down, the person asked with concern, "How's your injury?" "Much better," Fang Zhao replied. The person thanked Fang Zhao once again for saving the life of one of their important engineers. "I've heard all about what happened. Don't worry. We're proactively screening against threats, so you need to worry about any more sudden assassination attempts." That person was about to say something else when he noticed Fang Zhao looking towards the door. He raised an eyebrow and stopped talking. The door had decent soundproofing, but Fang Zhao could still hear footsteps getting closer. It wasn't just one person. There were footsteps Fang Zhao recognized, as well as some unfamiliar ones. The forceful footsteps of the one leading the way was quick but unhurried. They sounded strange. The door opened once again. The person in front was a lady. She seemed relatively young and had a disarming, affable smile. However, when her serene gaze swept over them. Her eyes emanated a strange sense of pressure. She wore a pair of white gloves and was attired similarly to Planet Yin's research scientists. Behind her was the gold badge engineer Little Bear. 3 others followed them in. They weren't in military uniforms, but Yin Biao and Zuiyu could sense that they were fellow bodyguards. Those able to casually command 3 bodyguards on planet Yin were definitely very special. Those 3 bodyguards had an interplanetary fund insignia on the chest pockets of their suits. The coordinator who had been speaking with Fang Zhao got up from his chair, went forward, and saluted. I didn't expect that you would personally come over. Having said that, he even pulled a chair out for this lady. He had a respectful attitude that even seemed to have a hint of fear. Little Bear didn't receive such treatment. He pulled up his own chair and scampered up. He looked towards Fang Zhao and flashed an excited yet bashful smile at his idol. The coordinator introduced the arrival to Fang Zhao. This is the Interplanetary Fund's highest authoritative figure, Yu Hua. Fang Zhao was astonished. He had never imagined that the person meeting him would be the mysterious top authoritative figure of the Interplanetary Fund. Yin Biao and Zuiyu could only stand with their mouths agape in disbelief. They were looking at this fabled being. This wasn't the Director General who ran the Interplanetary Fund publicly. Rather, this was the highest authoritative figure behind the entire Interplanetary Fund. She was the actual big boss. In comparison, the Interplanetary Fund's Director General could be considered an obedient grandchild in front of this person. However, after having witnessed a mecha-devouring dog, the 2 of them reacted rather calmly. The totally disregarded Little Bear twitched when he heard the name, Yu Hua. Chui Hua sounded much better. However, he decided to give her some face and didn't bring up her nickname. The coordinator gestured to introduce Fang Zhao to Yu Hua and the others, but Yu Hua cut him off. She extended a hand and smiled warmly. I'll speak with Fang Zhao. The rest of you are dismissed. Oh, all right. Take your time. Call me if you need anything. The coordinator immediately left with his men without any questions. Yu Hua gestured to the 3 bodyguards and motioned them out as well. She then glanced at Little Bear. You go out too. Little Bear had a protesting look that said, how could you do this to me? He pouted and trudged out the door like a kid throwing a tantrum. Fang Zhao glanced at Zuiyu and Yin Biao, indicating for them to leave the room as well. Yin Biao and Zuiyu felt worried as they stepped out. When they looked around, the 3 Interplanetary Fund bodyguards were nowhere in sight. Only the little kid who was chased out was there. He was playing with a black ball while muttering something ineligible. Yin Biao and Zuiyu exchanged a look and put on warm, friendly smiles. Little friend. Zuiyu used a tone he reckoned would be most appealing to little kids. Little Bear turned around. His eyes were red and glimmering with tears as if he was still upset from being chased out. However, when he looked at Zuiyu, the redness in his eyes disappeared, and he no longer had a child's coyness. Instead, Zuiyu felt an ice-cold sensation. Zuiyu. It was a little scary. Yin Biao noticed Zuiyu's misgivings and took matters into his own hands. He asked Little Bear gently, Little friend, where are those 3 bodyguards who were with you? Don't they have to stand guard and ensure your safety? Little Bear rolled his eyes in disdain. What use are a bunch of salted fishes? Yin Biao. The atmosphere became strangely silent. Chapter 480. Weakness of the Universe's Beloved Child. Compared to the awkward atmosphere outside, the vibe inside the room was much more relaxed. It was an exceptional piece. The mood was fitting. Keep it up, Fang Zhao said. Yu Hua was stunned for a moment, which gave way to a light smile. You recognized it. No wonder you were said to have divine ears. Your memory isn't bad either. This sentence Fang Zhao mentioned had been the only thing Yu Hua had said through the call when Fang Zhao had been serving on planet Baiji. Back then, Yu Hua hadn't revealed her identity and had won Fang Zhao's piece at the auction as an anonymous bidder. I never imagined that the anonymous bidder would be the Interplanetary Fund's top figure of authority. Fang Zhao had never imagined that he had already made contact with the top figure behind the Interplanetary Fund that early. However, had the Interplanetary Fund been watching him since that long ago? Yu Hua seemed to have guessed Fang Zhao's thoughts and said, Don't worry, we don't have any ill intentions. I personally stepped in to cover up this matter. You were able to recover from that kind of bullet wound so easily. Probably, if you went to the hospital later, they wouldn't have even found any injury. That isn't something that having a sturdy body can explain. Are you completely fine now? Yes. Thank you, Fang Zhao replied. He waited for the other party to continue. Yu Hua smiled and went on. You exposed your own secret to save Yuan Zheng. Do you regret that? I don't. He is a rare talent. Fang Zhao answered naturally. Yu Hua's smile widened. Indeed, he is a rare talent. If it were anyone else but you there, I'm afraid we would have lost 2 lives. There was a cold glint in Yu Hua's eyes. This wasn't targeted at Fang Zhao, but those who had planned the assassination. The smile returned to Yu Hua's face as she glanced at Fang Zhao. You have helped us a great deal this time. I came over today to express my thanks. Actually, I should have met you long ago, but I have been too busy. With this incident, I took the opportunity to come and discuss some other issues as well. Yu Hua sighed as if recalling something else. Her gaze went from placid to incisive. Do you know about half-machine organisms? Fang Zhao's heart skipped a bit. I don't. Yu Hua said softly. My grandfather, whom you all know as the Interplanetary Fund's great master Hengxin, had a record of a type of creature in his diary. There is a type of miracle substance in the universe. Nobody knows how it forms, nor can anyone guess where it appears. It can't be captured or duplicated. However, when it drifts to any planet with life, it seizes the genetic information of a living organism, using it as a framework to form a brand new organism. This new organism can replicate the form and existence of its template. If the template is a cat, it takes the form of a cat. If the template is a dog, it takes the form of a dog. At the same time, it also becomes a sort of mechanical life form. Therefore, it is termed a half-machine organism. It has no natural predators and can even survive in the extreme conditions of outer space. It is really the true apex predator of the universe. Of course, calling it a predator doesn't come close because it can eat anything. What Yu Hua said to Fang Zhao was indeed quite shocking. He had originally thought that curly hair was just a special alien life form. But now he was a miracle. Fang Zhao thought of something and asked, what happens to the original template? Yu Hua shook her head. This, I don't know. However, I can guess that such an organism favored by the universe carries an extraordinary energy field when it first forms. Otherwise, you wouldn't have become like this. You might still be you, but you might not be the original you. After discovering the existence of curly hair, the Interplanetary Fund had also investigated Fang Zhao as well as that Black Street. However, the investigations yielded that only Fang Zhao exhibited clear changes. Back then, the apartments closest to Fang Zhao weren't affected much. Fang Zhao understood what Yu Hua implied. She was trying to explain why Fang Zhao's body was much stronger than an average human and why he could recover from that sort of highly penetrative bullet in such a short time. However, Fang Zhao was thinking about the day that he had transmigrated. If that miracle substance had taken curly hair as a template to form a new life, could that mongrel have actually died that night? Had he been substituted by a new life form with the same body? Was that why curly hair had no previous memories? When this new life was formed, a special energy field had appeared. Perhaps the special energy emitted had caused Fang Zhao to awaken in this body. If curly hair wasn't that original mongrel, then was Fang Zhao's body the original Fang Zhao? Or was this body also a replica? There was no way to know all of this. However, his revival was a fact. He had walked the earth 500 years ago and had come back to life. The wound on his abdomen had completely disappeared. There were no signs of a gunshot wound. The universe is a place where miracles are born, Fang Zhao said. Yu Hua eyed Fang Zhao and suddenly chuckled. She shifted her focused gaze away. For an uncontrollable factor like curly hair, it ought to be disposed upon discovery. At the time, curly hair was still in his infancy. Just because it had no natural enemies didn't mean it was immortal. Ultimately, we decided to observe first. Someone was actually able to restrict this monster, turning threat into assistance. Fang Zhao, it was you that made me withdraw the order to dispose of curly hair. Yu Hua's gaze fell back onto Fang Zhao like a kindly elder looking at a young junior who could be entrusted with a heavy responsibility. Fang Zhao. Yu Hua turned serious. Fang Zhao, from your music, I can tell that you really love our little blue planet. However, curly hair isn't the same. He is a special existence that has no sense of belonging towards other people or these planets. Now that he has matured, in human terms, he is like the child of the universe. Nobody knows how much power he possesses, nor if he has any weaknesses. I don't wish to see a day I have to go against him. Neither do I wish to see the day he becomes an enemy of humankind. If such a day were to really come, then that would really be an all-encompassing period of destruction, perhaps even more disastrous than the 100-year period of destruction humankind experienced in the past. Fang Zhao's pupils shrunk. As someone who had personally experienced the period of destruction, those words impacted him greatly. According to Fang Zhao's understanding of curly hair, what Yuhua said really wasn't alarmist talk. Fang Zhao had long been aware. This was the reason he had always been guiding curly hair. Fang Zhao, your body was modified by the energy of a miraculous substance of the universe. You still have a very long life. Curly hair can bring destruction, but he can also bring protection. Our interplanetary fund is merely the pioneer. The task of protection shall be left to you. That protection is not for our interplanetary fund, but for all the people on our planet. The interplanetary fund was satisfied with curly hair's current development trend. Therefore, the interplanetary fund had lent some help to Fang Zhao multiple times. They couldn't find curly hair's weakness, nor did they have confidence in controlling this universe's apex predator if he went berserk. Furthermore, the Interplanetary Fund had their own tasks. Right now, their efforts were focused on warp engine research as well as stopping the disturbances of certain terrorist organizations. They didn't have the resources to handle the unstable element, curly hair, concurrently. Fortunately, it seemed like they didn't have to waste too many resources to deal with curly hair since they could leave the job to Fang Zhao. If curly hair was guided in the correct direction, he would also be a trump card for humankind. Fang Zhao being able to control this unstable element within a satisfiable range was a good thing. The Interplanetary Fund wasn't willing to disrupt this equilibrium. Thus, Yuhua had made time to meet with Fang Zhao here to discuss their future cooperation. They already guessed that curly hair needed energy to grow. Yuhua expressed that the Interplanetary Fund could provide help and even some power ores. After 2 hours of discussion, Yuhua gave Fang Zhao an extra contact number. I'll be very busy during this period. This is my assistant's contact number. You can contact him directly if you have any thoughts regarding what we discussed today. He knows about curly hair too. Having said all this, Yuhua prepared to leave. She paused when she was almost at the door. Let me reveal some information to you since you saved an important engineer. In another decade or century, you won't regret taking that bullet for Yuan Zheng. Fang Zhao glanced over with a puzzled look on his face. The corners of Yuhua's mouth curled upwards. A new era is arriving. You will get to see it shortly. As a celebrity in the entertainment circle, you too will get busy soon. Be prepared. Yuhua left hastily after she said this. Fang Zhao remained seated there, trying to analyze the meaning of what Yuhua had just said. As the top authoritative figure of the Interplanetary Fund, who worked closely with the government and military, these wouldn't just be some casual words. A new era? You won't regret taking the bullet for Yuan Zheng? This was a lot of information. Yuan Zheng was one of the core engineers on the warp engine project. Then, did a new era mean that the new generation of warp engines would be successful? A sparkle appeared in Fang Zhao's eyes at the thought of this. Others in his position wouldn't have these considerations. However, as a leader who had experienced the period of destruction, Fang Zhao was all too clear on the significance of this. Fang Zhao had always paid close attention to news regarding the warp engine. If the new generation warp engine project was successful, it would greatly reduce the time and cost of traveling between planets on the development sequence. While it wouldn't necessarily achieve actual warp jumps across entire star systems, it was still good news. The outer space immigration plan could proceed. Outer space immigration had been a topic that people had always taken note of. But currently, even Planet Baiji, Planet Y, and other hotly discussed planets in recent years had yet to be completely open to the public. Only a small portion of people would go to those places, and the cost of such immigration wasn't cheap. Most people only took vacations to those planets. Immigration? That was totally out of the question. Land, housing, environment, and resources were all important things to consider. Even in Yinzhou's metropolitan core, Qian City, there were still many black street residents who found it hard to get any sunlight from the bottom floors of those towering buildings. A new era? That would be an even more spacious era. I'll wait and see. Fang Zhao was in really good spirits because of this tidbit of information. until he saw Curly Hair and Nanfeng. When Fang Zhao found the two of them, Curly Child of the Universe / Apex Predator, Hair was squeezed on a bench together with Nanfeng playing games. One was giggling with the handheld machine. The other was laughing with his tongue stuck out. The two looked like blissful fools. Fang Zhao. How worrisome. Much still remained to be done. Chapter 481, Snack Supplier. When Fang Zhao came, Nanfeng had just finished a round. He had just set a personal record with great difficulty and was very pleased with himself. Nanfeng also hadn't expected that the Planet Een handheld game consoles would be that interesting. Although Curly Hair would swipe at the console from time to time, Nanfeng found that his timing was very good. As expected of a dog valued at nearly 300 million. Its paw alone brings good luck. Nanfeng didn't think Curly Hair actually understood this kind of high-intelligence puzzle game. He thought Curly Hair was just lucky. Thus, when he saw the celebratory screen of a new record on the screen, Nanfeng excitedly took Curly Hair's paw and kissed it. Mua, mua, that's my little curly curls. Oh, this little paw is so awesome. Curly Hair puffed his chest out and was panting happily. He hadn't gamed in so long. He was happy to try out this new game console. And he had even set a new record. Then, the two of them noticed Fang Zhao standing over there, stony-faced. Cough, boss, why have you come? Nanfeng shot up awkwardly from the stone bench and returned the console to the student. His inner thoughts were screaming, I've always performed so outstandingly in front of Fang Zhao and attained this salary with great difficulty. Why is the image I built up crumbling in just an instant? Will boss think that I'm a two-faced, good-for-nothing slacker? Curly Hair too immediately leaped down from the stone bench with his tail drooped. He eyed Fang Zhao carefully. Dogs were always adept at studying the facial expressions of humans to know how they were feeling. Even though Fang Zhao's face was expressionless, Curly Hair knew from his abundant experience facing the wall that Fang Zhao wasn't all in a good mood. He did still want Fang Zhao to buy him game consoles. As they were still outside, Fang Zhao didn't say anything and sent Nanfeng, Zuiyu, and Yin Biao back to their quarters. The artiste group would be leaving Planet Een soon, and they needed to prepare for their impending departure. While walking in silence towards their quarters, Nanfeng wailed in distress. Gaming is my downfall. Boss's evaluation of me will certainly be bad now. He won't fire me, will he? Yin Biao and Zuiyu eyed him with complex looks. Probably not. You are still very useful. Nanfeng didn't believe it and sighed while flopping on the sofa. I never imagined it happening. I had only intended to play for a while, but 3 hours passed in the blink of an eye. What caused Nanfeng the most heartache was that he had been caught red-handed playing games when he was supposed to be walking the dog. Would he ever be assigned to dog walking in the future? Such a lapse. It was too late for regrets now. All Nanfeng could do was think of how to redeem himself. Meanwhile, Fang Zhao returned to his quarters. Curly Hair walked around the room once before facing Fang Zhao. There were no monitoring devices here, and Curly Hair wanted to say something. Fang Zhao gestured for Curly Hair to come over. I too have stuff to say to you. Curly Hair immediately came over and crouched down. Just now, someone from the Interplanetary Fund came looking for me to have a talk. Fang Zhao gave Curly Hair a recap of what he had learned from Yuhua. He told Curly Hair exactly what he was, and that there were people in the Interplanetary Fund who already knew some specifics. Half-machine organism? Curly Hair was very curious about this. He had always assumed that he was a slightly more impressive dog. He never imagined that he was a whole different species. No wonder he only thought about eating when he saw those other dogs. They actually weren't of the same species. Curly Hair wagged his tail even more vigorously. When he heard Fang Zhao say that the Interplanetary Fund could provide some of the energy he needed to grow. Someone to provide food. Fang Zhao won't go bankrupt from feeding me, don't have to worry about being abandoned for eating too much. Curly Hair's eyes sparkled when he thought about it rationally. Summarizing everything that Fang Zhao said, Curly Hair drew a deep association with regards to the Interplanetary Fund. Interplanetary Fund equals snack supplier. He needed huge amounts of energy to grow. It seemed like the Interplanetary Fund had a lot of money. He wouldn't make them go bankrupt, would he? Whatever. I'll just eat. As for what Fang Zhao mentioned about assuming a certain responsibility when necessary, Curly Hair expressed that this wasn't a problem. Assume responsibility? What sort of responsibility? Fighting? Or perhaps make a guest appearance as an inspection dog? Or dig bones? These were all fine. With the huge matter of food settled, Curly Hair's dog life seemed much brighter and more relaxed. It just lacked. Curly Hair raised his gaze, carefully observing Fang Zhao's expression. Do you understand everything I just said? Fang Zhao asked solemnly. Understood. Curly Hair nodded his head earnestly. Fang Zhao raised an eyebrow as he observed Curly Hair. After a while, Fang Zhao added, Anything else you need? Curly Hair's ears sprung up, and he licked his nose. Can you buy a game console? The one Nanfeng was playing is not bad. It's definitely not expensive. Curly Hair still showed great restraint when they were outside. Even though he couldn't help pawing at the game console, he could still control himself to a certain extent. He had never seen this sort of handheld game console before. There were many games inside, and although it couldn't connect to the internet, it was very interesting. It was still on Curly Hair's mind even after they returned to the living quarters. Thus, Curly Hair wanted Fang Zhao to bring back one so he could play as much as he wanted to. Non-helmet game consoles that required him to play with his paws were still very appealing to Curly Hair. His personal terminal had been destroyed. Maybe this handheld game console would help him get through the pain. Bye? Oh whoa. Curly Hair did a little roll and nuzzled Fang Zhao's shoes with a hopeful look of longing in his eyes. Fang Zhao looked at him but didn't say anything. Curly Hair rolled around some more and raised his head towards Fang Zhao. He put on his most adorable face. Fang Zhao continued to have the same stiff expression. You want the handheld console? Fang Zhao asked. Yes. Curly Hair jumped. All right, do a set of comprehensive test papers. Forget about the console if you score anything less than 95 out of 100. Woo. Fang Zhao went to create a set of questions. The questions were about Planet Een and their cooperation with the recently mentioned Interplanetary Fund. While Fang Zhao was setting questions, Curly Hair seized the time to refresh his memory on everything that he knew. He was worried that he wouldn't get to play if he scored badly. Curly Hair took the test seriously, albeit feeling very nervous. He even checked through 3 times after he was done and only submitted at the final moment of the time frame Fang Zhao had stipulated. The results came out very quickly. 95 marks. You barely made the cutoff. Fang Zhao deducted less marks from the analysis questions Curly Hair got wrong, considering that all the multiple-choice questions were right. Curly Hair was delighted upon hearing his results. Oh whoa, game console. Game console. Fang Zhao called Nanfeng and asked him to purchase a game console. Nanfeng, who had been lying in his room worried sick, was instantly revived. The time to raise his own worth in the boss's eyes had arrived. As for boss's decision to buy a game console, Nanfeng thought, I understand. It's not seemly for boss to get one himself. Clearly, the little assistant is the one who wants to game. Nanfeng reckoned he could see through his boss's intentions and happily went out to buy a game console. However, it wasn't that easy to purchase a Planet Een game console. Nanfeng had to find the relevant department to proceed with administrative procedures. These Planet Een game consoles were limited exclusives. Any purchase had to go through several audits. Planet Een electronics generally weren't for sale. Nanfeng couldn't purchase more than 1 unit. After the matter of the game console was handled, Fang Zhao contacted the Interplanetary Fund and provided a list of items. They would be leaving Planet Een soon, so Fang Zhao had to prepare more dog food to prevent Curly Hair from salivating over everything he saw. On the day the artiste group was leaving Planet Een, Fang Zhao saw Yuan Zheng among the people seeing them off. Yuan Zheng was seated in an armored vehicle, flanked by soldiers protecting him. Yuan Zheng had matured a lot and was no longer as naive after experiencing the assassination attempt. However, he still worshipped Fang Zhao. Previously, in Yuan Zheng's heart, Great Master Hung Xian was a god-ranked idol, while Fang Zhao was a human-ranked idol. Now, I was wrong. My Zhao god is also a god. Yuan Zheng held a box in his hand. It wasn't the Poseidon sword model that Fang Zhao had given him. It was the petal-shaped bullet. His life was saved by Fang Zhao. The only thing Yuan Zheng could do was to live up to his expectations. At the same time, Fang Zhao's personal records were split into 2 sections. One was ordinary, and the other was denoted as strictly confidential. On the returning spaceship, Fang Zhao examined the gift in his hands. This is a little gift from Planet Een for each of the invited artistes, the soldier who had given out the boxes said. Fang Zhao learned from the other artists that this was a standard gift. They would always receive a token. of appreciation from planet Een as they were leaving. It wasn't especially expensive, but it was full of sincerity and planet Yin style. This time, the token of appreciation was a non-confidential warship model exquisitely crafted from power or in the style of planet Een. Guardian Series Initial Class Warship. Fang Zhao inspected the warship model. The Guardian Series Initial Class Warship was one of the first-generation machines from when humankind had first expanded into outer space. Fang Zhao had seen relevant information about it when he studied New Era space travel history. Production of initial-class warships had stopped 200 years ago. The warships themselves had been completely decommissioned from service over 100 years ago. However, the initial-class warships were irreplaceable in the hearts of many older space travel enthusiasts. Fang Zhao had seen an actual one in Planet Yin's exhibition hall. He intended to give this model to his great-grandparents when he returned. He remembered how the two elder Fangs always had melancholic looks whenever these warships were mentioned. While Fang Zhao was appreciating the gift, Nanfeng was busy handling various matters for their return to Earth. As for Yin Biao and Zuoyu, Fang Zhao arranged for them to take turns feeding Curly Hair. At the same time, this was an opportunity to let the two bond with Curly Hair. Feeding was done in the cabin, and the dog food was some power or provided by the Interplanetary Fund. This was quite a long journey, and they couldn't let Curly Hair starve the way. This would also stop him from salivating at the ship's power core. At this moment in the cabin, Yin Biao rigidly took out a piece of power ore from the box and placed it in front of Curly Hair. Fang Zhao had told Curly Hair countless times to maintain dog form when he was outside. Thus, he could only bite bit by bit when it was time to eat. Crunch, crunch. It was like he was biting on an apple. The two-man salted fish team watched with rigid expressions. I was once thoroughly shocked, but now I can already calmly watch as it eats or make sure to clean up all the fragments too, they reminded Curly Hair. Chapter 482. Infuriating. While Fang Zhao was on planet Een, there had been no shortage of topics regarding him on the internet. Discussions over the Poseidon-Saur fossil exhibit still continued, even if the excitement had died down somewhat. Various museums and collectors wanted to find Fang Zhao for a collaboration, but were unable to find any trace of him. This time, even Nanfeng had become uncontactable. When Nanfeng finally returned online, he received an explosion of messages. There was no way he could go through all of them. Nanfeng was highly motivated to begin this work and promised Fang Zhao he would finish all his tasks. As long as his performance was good, he would once again receive another salary raise. Aside from the Poseidon-Saur fossil exhibit, another hotly discussed topic online was regarding Fang Zhao's music. A singer who purchased Fang Zhao's graduation concert copyrights had released a revised version of this song. This single soared to the very top of the music charts on release. A high-quality revised piece was a surefire way to rise to the top of the charts. When fans checked out the new song's information, they discovered that the original tune belonged to Fang Zhao. Pure music enthusiasts were delighted. However, when they searched for the original tune, they found no results. After varying their search, they finally found a hit. However, the page only displayed a work from Fang Zhao's concert. Playback unavailable due to copyright. They searched again, but there were only results from the graduation concert. Generally, in this sort of situation, nobody knew how long it would be before the original tune could be made public. It could take a few months, a couple of years, or even longer. It all depended on the copyright holders. For example, the raw theme songs used in Planet Baiji and Planet Boo's recruitment videos were not available. Those who wished to listen to the song could only watch the recruitment videos. However, the videos also contained engine sounds, cannon fire, wind, and even the roars of some alien beasts. While those added sounds complemented the video well, there were those who preferred the raw music. Since Planet Baiji and Planet Boo weren't willing to release the original music, some people resorted to extracting the music from the video. Meanwhile, two Music Circle's veterans had also recently released new songs. They were both revised pieces from Fang Zhao's graduation concert. The rearranged songs had a completely different style, which made people curious about the original. Thus, Fang Zhao, who had disappeared from the public eye, was once again mentioned. Yinzhou's so-called paparazzi king, Wang Tai, was once again dragged into the conversation. Wang Tai, Come out to take our abuse. It's time to work. Do you know that Fang Zhao is missing? Teacher Wang, I'm not scolding you. Could you reveal some hot news regarding Fang Zhao? However, Wang Tai was still the same as before, unmoved by force or persuasion. He either pretended to be dead or dug up other matters to divert the general public's attention. He would never release any information regarding Fang Zhao's movements. Wang Tai was bitter deep down. I know where he went, but I can't reveal it. I still want to live. Wang Tai didn't want to offend Fang Zhao. He was even more afraid of Planetine. Who would dare test the tolerance of a military strategic base? It really wasn't an exaggeration. If he were to expose information today, he would definitely be on his way to a foreign planet for labor reformation before the day even ended. At the retirement home for former officials in Yanbei, great-grandfather Fang hadn't gone online much recently without any of Fang Zhao's updates. Thus, he was more listless nowadays and could only find other old fogies to chat with. Great-grandfather Fang twirled 2 walnuts in one hand and held a walking stick in the other. He was sitting down, complaining to a bunch of retired veterans. As families grew, they would naturally have some less outstanding or good-for-nothing descendants. The descendants whom grandparents talked to most often weren't necessarily outstanding either. An old man was rambling irately about his disappointing little grandson. I've already walked with him along this path. He can't make it himself, yet blames me for not supporting him? He's already 30 years old. I'm so pissed I lost all my appetite. The retired veteran by his side placated him while mocking himself. I'm not as capable as you guys. I can't help them much in their career, so all of them just earn my little bit of pension. Of course, calling it that little bit of pension was being modest. Based on their past contributions and rights to enjoy such a retirement, their monthly pension was also considered rather high for most. Another retiree chimed in, totally. But I think I'm slightly luckier compared to you guys. At least I still have a granddaughter and a great-grandson doing somewhat better. They don't cause me worry and bring me some comfort. As for the others, forget it. A bunch of good-for-nothings. And they blame me for being biased. Great-grandfather Fang felt the need to say something. Tisk, look at you bunch of bitter old fossils. You brought all of this on yourselves. Great-grandfather Fang twirled his walnuts calmly. I dare say that before you guys retired, every one of you was shrewd and resourceful. But now, you guys can't even handle your little brats? At the end of the day, you all aren't ruthless enough. You need to be firm. Unlike you guys, I am different. I help whoever I feel like helping and share my pension with whomever I feel like. What right do a bunch of little brats have trying to control us elders? Be more forceful. Look at me. In my family, if I say something, none of my descendants would dare say otherwise. Great-grandfather Fang was interrupted before he was done. Stop bragging. You were so meek in your call with little Zhao that time. Great-grandfather Fang blushed. How is that being meek? That's showing care. It's love, get it? I'm just afraid to disturb his work. He then continued righteously. Besides, my little Zhao isn't the same as those little brats. Great-grandfather Fang was especially spirited when Fang Zhao was mentioned. My little Zhao is so good, so why can't I be more biased towards him? That child didn't have it easy, not at all. I even wanted to supplement him with a little bit of my pension, but he didn't want it. Besides, he is capable himself and doesn't need any money from me. Everyone believed this. The entire retirement facility knew that. Those billions were casually donated by Fang Zhao. It isn't comparable, an old man said sourly. Most importantly, that fellow Fang Zhao really knows how to be grateful, unlike some ingrates, another old lady chimed in. Great-grandfather Fang stood proudly to show that he didn't have to worry about this problem. Therefore, be biased to those who know how to show gratitude. As for those ingrates, leave them to their own devices. At our age, we should only need to worry about enjoying our remaining days. As he was saying all of this, he received a notification. When he saw the name displayed, great-grandfather Fang jumped up. His walnuts were sent flying, and his walking stick was chucked aside. He hurriedly answered the call. Hey, it's little Zhao. Have you returned? You are going to come tomorrow? Good, good, good. Don't worry, we are in good health. No, there's no need to buy stuff. We aren't lacking anything. We have plenty of money to sustain ourselves. Don't buy anything, just bring yourself over. I just wish to take a good look at you. Really, there's no need. Don't bring anything, cough. That is all right. Great-grandfather suddenly raised his voice. I've even piloted a Guardian Series warship before. That brings back memories. First generation Initial? Initial is great. It's the class I like the best. It's a pity that it was decommissioned so early. During my military service time, the Initial class had already been decommissioned. Great-grandfather Fang was all smiles when the call ended. He didn't mask his glee as he flaunted to the others. My little Zhao is coming to see me and is even bringing a present. Want to know what it is? It's a Guardian Series Initial Class warship. For this generation of veterans, the Guardian Series Initial Class warship had always been something they longed for, but never had the chance to experience. Initial? It was their first love. When their generation had come of age, a new class of Guardian Series warships with various upgrades had already taken over. However, Initial was still their first love from their youth. However, there were too few Initial models. They weren't for commercial sale. It was very difficult to find such models. The other old veterans watched him enviously and sucked in their breaths. My heart hurts. I'm not coming out tomorrow. He's starting again. Again. Infuriating. I don't want to see him for the rest of the month. At the thought of great-grandfather Fang bragging about his great-grandson, the other retired veterans were sullen and told themselves to avoid this old fogey starting tomorrow. However, despite those thoughts, everyone still waited excitedly for the next day. They weren't waiting for great-grandfather Fang. They were waiting for the Initial. It was the Initial. It was the herald of their dreams for space flight. How long had it been since they last saw an Initial? Just mentioning it brought many fuzzy memories back. I'll just take a look. One look. I won't listen to old fogey Fang's bragging. The next day, Fang Zhao arrived at the retirement center. He would only be staying for half the day. He came to have lunch with the two elder Fangs and to drop off the present. He had too many messages and calls. He also had matters with his company to attend to, like requests for collaborations. These were matters that Nanfeng couldn't deal with. Fang Zhao needed to attend to these in person. The hearts of the two old Fangs ached when they saw Fang Zhao was so busy that he only had 4 bowls of rice. He normally had at least 5 in the past. I've really had my fill. Fang Zhao was helpless. Why had he only eaten 4 bowls? Because the bowl great-grandmother Fang used for him was a size larger than before. Those 4 bowls contained more than 5 servings of the old bowls. Actually, he could continue eating, but doing so would be overboard. It would scare others if they heard about it. After lunch, Fang Zhao chatted with the two elder Fangs for a bit before leaving Yanbei retirement facility and flying off to his company in Xi'an City. After Fang Zhao left, great-grandfather gradually returned to normal. He hadn't specifically asked about where Fang Zhao had been. Fang Zhao had told them he was invited to participate in a concert performance and hadn't gone into detail. Great-grandfather Fang hadn't pressed him for answers. However, he could guess where Fang Zhao had visited from the model. When great-grandfather Fang picked up this Initial warship model, he knew that this model wasn't manufactured by any ordinary manufacturing company. There was even a special serial number and a design under the base of the model. All of this made it seem very likely that this model came from where the Guardian Series warships had been manufactured, Planet Een. The warship's exterior didn't pale in comparison to the actual one. The material, details, and other aspects were exceptional as well. Besides the warship's manufacturer, who else could produce such a level of detail? Who would even dare to create a model of this level? While his heart ached for how tough it must have been for Fang Zhao, great-grandfather Fang was also proud. Our little Fang is just brilliant. Planet Een. Those who could be invited there weren't ordinary people. How many of those invited were prominent figures? It really wasn't easy. It was a pity they hadn't been able to watch his concert live. After his lamentation, great-grandfather tossed his walnuts aside and carried the box with the model out the door. Chapter 483. A single model leads to Yanbei Retirement Facility. A group of avid spaceflight enthusiasts and idle veterans were gathered together. In the center of the people, great-grandfather Fang carefully placed the box in the middle of the wooden table and opened it, revealing the Guardian Series Initial warship model. Everyone had a good look at the spaceship that represented a whole era. Forget about the real thing. The model is the same. Its exterior is identical to the original. Great-grandfather Fang said delightedly. It looks exactly like the photograph I keep in my display cabinet. The veteran beside him nodded. Sigh. It's difficult to even find information on the Initial class on the internet now. Even images aren't clear. Let me see. I used to minor in warship manufacturing and maintenance. Why does it seem like this material is like the real thing? Could it be? Old Fang, the origins of this isn't so simple. Where was it manufactured? The old man who took it with both his hands gave everyone else a knowing look. Great-grandfather Fang chuckled. Calm down, everyone. If you know, keep it to yourselves. For real? Let me see it too. Others watching from their sides were itching to get a good look. If it was really made on planet Een, this wouldn't just be any simple model. It would be totally different from the stuff produced by those ordinary model manufacturing companies. This was the true pinnacle of initial models. If other models weren't like this, then surely they were wrong. Oh, be careful. Don't damage my model. It was given by my little Zhao. Stop. You can't remove the components. I'll kill you if any part is missing. Great-grandfather Fang was exasperated. He had intended to let this bunch have a quick glimpse before storing it safely away. I just feel that. Something seems off. An old man with snow-white hair frowned as he scrutinized the model. Great-grandfather Fang wasn't pleased when he heard this. Where is it off? Don't talk nonsense. This is the genuine article of all genuine articles. That old man hurriedly explained. I'm not talking about yours. I actually don't have that much of an understanding towards the initial warship. But I watched an online drama series recently, and there was an initial in this serial. The initial from that show is different from your model. I don't remember it that well, but the hull is clearly different. There was such a thing. What online drama was it? Let me search for it. Great-grandfather Fang typed in the online drama's title. While he did so, those eager old fogies seemed to want to dismantle his precious model. So he went over and proclaimed loudly, "Come and watch this serial. There's an initial inside. It's rare for there to be a drama series that shows an initial. Everyone, come and watch." The group of old men and women weren't too pleased at having their attention forcefully diverted. However, they still gathered around to watch the drama as there was an initial in it. They could neither see the real thing nor touch the model, but at least they could reminisce. It's an idol drama? Oldly, you watch idol dramas. I watched it together with my great-granddaughters. They like watching idols, and this series was very popular during that period. The old man who had recommended this drama series said sheepishly, fast forward, fast forward. Let's go straight to the initial. I don't want to see all this filler. It's out, it's out." However, the smiles on this bunch of old veterans gradually disappeared. Ridiculous. This hull is used by one of the later classes. It's definitely not initial. An old man exclaimed. What are those capsicum-shaped objects? Laser cannons? The laser cannons on an initial aren't like this. The one who spoke clutched his chest, feeling as though his heart was bleeding. In the scene where it flew past, weren't the armor plates of that initial fitted incorrectly? Someone blurted out. Shut up. That's no initial. The first episode wasn't even half done, yet this bunch was already making a ruckus. Great-grandfather Fang was so pissed he was shaking. The initial in the drama only had a roughly 30 to 50% similarity, yet it was able to fool people who didn't know much about the initial class. Fans of the initial class, even if they were old fogies with foggy memories, would definitely find that something was off when watching the drama. Now, comparing the initial in the drama series to the model made everything much more clear. This definitely wasn't their first love. Compared to later versions of Guardian series warships, the initial class was slightly slower and had less firepower. But it had still made them dream. It was something they couldn't forget, even though it had already been decommissioned from the military for over a century. Even the initial class warships weren't the prettiest. They were irreplaceable. There wouldn't be those new and improved warships if there hadn't been the initial class. These old people wouldn't normally watch an idol drama, especially this kind of distasteful series that was ridiculous and distorted history. After all, there were specialized personnel to handle this sort of stuff. These old veterans had retired and wouldn't meddle with other people's jobs or criticize them blindly. But now, the miraculous first-generation warship in the history of spaceflight had been shot in this manner. How dare they change the spaceship of my dreams? This trash series destroyed my first love. Could this be tolerated? Definitely not. It was fine if they were oblivious, but now that they knew, they certainly had to step forth. Complaint. Complaint. Let them hear the roars of retired veterans. While the Yinbei retirement facility veterans were stirring, Fang Zhao had already returned to Qian City. Fang Zhao didn't head to Silverwing Media headquarters immediately after arriving in Qian City. Instead, he went to see Xuejing first. Xuejing had been in Yenzhou during this period. Xuejing and Mo Lang communicated frequently. Xuejing also knew about Fang Zhao being invited to Planet Yin to perform. Actually, they shared information within their own internal circles. Most of them knew who was going over from their own private discussions. As Fang Zhao was a first-timer, Xuejing was worried for him. Fortunately, everything had gone smoothly. Xuejing had received the highest accolade, the Galaxy World Medal, in the same edition where Fang Zhao was accorded the Galaxy Supernova Medal. After winning this accolade, Old Master Xuejing took things easier and even accepted 4 disciples after that. As a fellow artist of Mo Lang's generation, Xuejing was also rather advanced in age and had limited energy. He had only intended to accept 1 disciple to really be his last disciple. However, in the end, he gave face to other old friends and accepted another 3 youngsters who had real talent and good learning attitudes. Xuejing's 4 new disciples weren't around when Fang Zhao came over to visit. Xuejing had had them go home when he heard Fang Zhao was coming over. Xuejing seemed rather satisfied when talking about his 4 newly accepted disciples. The 4 disciples were all in Qian City. 2 of them were still in university, while the other 2 were recent graduates. The 2 recent graduates had decided to rent a place together so that they could discuss both professional or academic questions. Fang Zhao chuckled when he learned about it. The apartment you passed on to me is currently empty. Let them stay there. After all, I'm no longer staying there, so it can be put to use. Xuejing knew the reason Fang Zhao had moved was most likely a break-in. Nothing had been stolen, and the perpetrators had been sent to the emergency room. It had caused quite a big hoo-ha back then. Afterwards, Fang Zhao had been revealed as the owner of the apartment and had been forced to move over privacy concerns. Xuejing thought about it. That seems fine. You still have to collect rent at the normal market rate, though. We can't let you take a loss. Fang Zhao hadn't intended to collect rent from those 2. Xuejing had sold him the apartment at a cheaper rate back then. Now, he only wanted to loan his unused apartment to Xuejing's disciples as a place to stay. He didn't need that little bit of rent. However, seeing Xuejing insist, Fang Zhao decided on a rent at half the market value. After all, those 2 had just graduated and had yet to have a foothold in the industry. They probably didn't have much income. Those 2 disciples were ecstatic when they found out that they could rent Fang Zhao's flat. They were very grateful for the discounted rent, but more importantly, that was an apartment that Xuejing and Fang Zhao had both lived in. One was a Galaxy World Medal winner, while the other had won the Galaxy Supernova Medal at a very young age. They could bask in the same environment that created such great talents. Since it was decided that the apartment would be rented out, Fang Zhao had Yin Biao and Zuiyu to head over and tidy things up. All the important stuff had been moved away when Fang Zhao had moved to his new place, but there were still some daily necessities and other junk in the apartment. Yin Biao and Zuiyu set out immediately upon receiving their task and drove over to Fang Zhao's penthouse apartment. When they arrived, the 2 didn't enter right away. They scrutinized the sign at the door that read, "Ferocious beasts inside. Please keep away unless invited." "Do you remember when this sign of caution was placed up?" Zuiyu asked. "Seems like it was a very long time ago," Yin Biao mused. "I was wondering what boss was feeling when he put up this sign." Zuiyu stroked his chin. "It feels like every single word on it is laced with deep meaning. The burglars who tried to steal stuff should be glad that boss had brought curly hair to Huangzhou at that time. Otherwise, what was the big deal about getting stung and lying in the hospital? It was better than disappearing right away. As for their tasks today, were they really sent over to tidy up the old property? No. As qualified bodyguards, they needed to help their boss dispose of some little things, like some claw marks on the floorboards, the suspicious bite marks on the metal wooden frame, and any other marks or traces in the apartment that didn't seem normal. That way, those young friends moving in wouldn't be scared. Chapter 484, New Endorsement. Fang Zhao headed straight for Silverwing Media's headquarters after leaving Xuejing's place. Fang Zhao kept a low profile en route. He noticed many more flying cars, coming and going. The Midair flying paths were also more congested. It seemed as though the whole area was busy. I don't know what's going on. The entertainment circle seems to have become much more lively. Those at the top of the golden pedestal are especially active. Nanfeng told Fang Zhao what he knew from the latest reports as he drove the flying car into Silver Wing Media headquarters' underground parking space. Recently, all of a sudden, a lot of A-list celebrities are trying to become superstars. Superstars are trying to compete against global megastars. I can't help but get the feeling something is brewing. Boss, if you have connections, you should ask around, Nanfeng said. No need. I'll also be busy soon, Fang Zhao said as he exited the car. Oh, does that mean that you know the reason already, boss? MMHM. Nanfeng heaved a sigh of relief. Although it appeared Fang Zhao had no intention of telling him anything now, at least the boss was aware and had plans. You find somewhere to rest for a bit, Fang Zhao said before he left. He wouldn't be spending too much time at the company. No need. I'll wait in the car. There are some emails I still have to reply to. Nanfeng expressed that he wouldn't forget about doing work even while waiting in the car. He needed to show he was completely different from the two salted fishes, Yin Biao and Zhuayu. Having improved his image in front of boss, Nanfeng became more spirited. He wanted to become a manager too, and help his boss make working arrangements. He was getting closer and closer to his dream of becoming a manager. Perhaps he would even be promoted really soon. Hee. Two other company employees joined Fang Zhao to wait for the elevator. However, they faced away from Fang Zhao while waiting. The two employees had noticed someone already waiting for the elevator, but other than that, they didn't pay any more attention. Nowadays, most of the big shots would have their flying cars land on their own levels in their personal parking lots. Those who squeezed in the underground parking space were either small-timers or on the downer. Even if anyone of importance was forced to use the underground parking space, they would at least be surrounded by assistants and bodyguards, right? The two cast a sweeping glance at Fang Zhao when they got close. They didn't take a good look at his face and first surveyed his body. This person wasn't decked out in any branded goods, so he could be ignored. While waiting for the elevator, the two of them chatted casually. Recently, everyone in the company is busy. Even the elevators take forever now. It can't be helped. The parking spaces upstairs all fill up very early, so underground is the only option for late arrivals like us. Hey, did you just see the news? The very popular online drama series from a while back is being jointly sued by close to 100 retired veterans, one of them said. I saw it. Quite a few of my chat groups. We're talking about this. Even the relevant departments are paying attention to it. Who would have expected a bunch of 150-year-old oldies to watch teen idol dramas just for the sake of seeing that so-called initial worship? There were no issues previously because it was an online drama series meant for younger people. The initial worship was just an unimportant backdrop in the show. People watched it for the gorgeous idol rather than the spaceships. I'm amazed there are really people who watch idol dramas for the military aspect. Someone even listed each and every mistake regarding the military industry. The arguments contain a lot of research. It's a hot topic now. The employee relished over the controversy. The investors of this drama series had earned bucket loads and were very pleased with the series before. It had been a great return on a low-cost investment. However, things had suddenly turned for the worse. It's actually understandable. The era of the initial worship ended almost 2 centuries ago. Most of the information online was removed, so it's hard to tell whether the remaining information is real. Only the true veterans would be able to tell the difference. Actually, the production team got scammed too. For the series, they hired a consultant who is a reputable professor in the area of space flight. It looks like that professor is a phony. It's hard to fault the professor though. A lot of people will embellish details, particularly for an entertainment series. Is it even possible to always be accurate? What's the point of being so fussy? Discrepancies in the appearance of a warship are very normal. 200 years have passed. Who knows what the outdated stuff looked like? They're just making a mountain out of a molehill. They must have too much free time in their retirement. It's hard to say. Actually, I feel like someone just doesn't like the series and wants to cause some trouble. That might be possible. This series stole quite a bit of the limelight some time back. Tisk, that's deep. There's suddenly so much havoc for the production team to deal with. I bet they're anxiously trying to do damage control. Those behind this must be giggling in delight. Experts. Fang Zhao, who had heard the entire conversation clearly. He searched for this on the internet. The matter had started with Yinbei Retirement Facility taking the lead. Fang Zhao was silent. It was highly likely that the spark for this whole matter was because he had given great-grandfather Fang an initial model. As he was in thought, another group of 5 came over. The 2 standing in front of the elevator stopped talking and turned to the 5 newcomers. Brother Ji. They smiled and exchanged greetings. Brother Ji casually acknowledged them and strode past them to Fang Zhao. When did you return, Zhao God? If I knew you were coming, I would have invited you to have some tea. There's a newly opened tea house near. Here that is really good. Ji Polan had gone out for a meal with a few colleagues. He had noticed there were many cars heading to the mid-level garages, so he came to the underground parking space. He wasn't in a rush for time. He had never expected to see Fang Zhao here. The 2 who had just greeted Ji Polan. Fang Zhao? The person behind us waiting for the elevator was Fang Zhao. They sneaked another glance. Indeed, it was Fang Zhao. Ding! The elevator arrived. Fang Zhao walked into the elevator. Ji Polan and his 4 friends followed behind. Ji Polan had intentionally lagged a step behind to block off the elevator doors. The other 2 employees had wanted to shamelessly squeeze in, but were left outside. Your elevator has also arrived. Smiling brightly, Ji Polan pointed at the opened elevator opposite them. The 2 standing outside replied with smiles too. All right, Brother Ji and Brother Zhao, you guys head up first. The elevator doors closed in front of their faces. Both of them were full of remorse and felt like crying. What a good chance that was, Arg. That was Fang Zhao. His influence wasn't just limited to Yanzhou. He was a global star. If they could make connections, perhaps Fang Zhao could help lift them up. It was rumored that Ji Polan had also gotten his big break by cozying up to Fang Zhao. Although he hadn't yet become a true first-rate star, he now had many more opportunities on the global stage compared to the 2 of them. If we had just given him an extra look. How could they have first looked at his clothes? They should have looked at his face. Wouldn't they have recognized Fang Zhao right away? It feels like we just missed out on $100 million. Meanwhile, in the elevator, Ji Polan took this little bit of opportunity to talk to Fang Zhao. I just returned from shooting 3 drama series on Planet Y. My intention was to rest for 2 months and take some time off. During today's lunch, I made some plans to visit Planet Y's Peach Blossom Island. Oh right, Zhao God. Do you know about the Peach Blossom Garden? Planet Y cultivated a type of luxuriant peach blossom that blooms all year round. With it, they created Peach Blossom Island, where you can witness a scene of peach blossoms raining down all around at any time. That is what the promo shows. It hasn't officially opened to the public and nobody has verified whether it is true or not. However, it is going to open very soon, Ji Polan said. Wouldn't a trip to Planet Y and back cost quite a bit? Fang Zhao chuckled. Hee hee, indeed, it's quite a bit. I just received the payment for my prior work, and I want to reward myself. There weren't many opportunities to explore Planet Y's attractions when filming. Due to time constraints, our movements were mostly restricted to being with the production team. This time, I intend to spend some money to go over for a relaxing vacation and enjoy myself. How are commodity prices in Planet Y now? Are the expenses manageable? Fang Zhao asked. Daily necessities are slightly more costly, but produce is cheap. Planet Y has a new orchard where you can enter and eat while sightseeing. It is much bigger than the private orchards in Muzhou. Even Muzhou's largest orchard would merely occupy a corner of it. You even have to drive in if you want to enter. Zhao God, do you want to go? We can go as a group. I currently have no plans to go over. Are you all going? Fang Zhao asked. A young actor raised his hand. I won't be going. I just bought a house, and I'm still repaying the loan. Flights aren't cheap. They would cost a big chunk of my savings. My pay isn't as high as Brother G's, and the company won't reimburse expenses for personal activities. Ji Polan expressed his sympathy and patted this guy's shoulder. Work hard. We will send you photos of Peach Blossom Island. Fang Zhao thought for a bit and said to this bunch, attractions can be visited at any time. It's better to work hard for the upcoming period. Ji Polan's mind began to work. Was there a hidden meaning behind Fang Zhao's words? He thought about the company Big Shot's recent busy work arrangements. Was this some inside news? Ji Polan no longer cared about Peach Blossom Island or its orchards. Compared to his prospects, enjoyment could take a back seat first. After Ji Polan and the others got off on their own floor, Fang Zhao changed to another elevator that would take him straight to the top floor conference room. Midway, Fang Zhao received a message from Planet Y's commanding officer Hui. The message was very long and included images. Fang Zhao, are you free? Bring your dog over to Planet Y for a vacation. Our Planet Y has a new attraction. Have you heard of Peach Blossom Island? It's a paradise where peach blossoms bloom all year round. It's the only one of its kind. We didn't approach any other superstars and sought you out first. Come over and endorse our new scenic attraction. We've even prepared a publicity campaign. I drew inspiration from an old-era photograph. Using this, I came up with a brand new plan. High-definition image. Beneath the dancing rain of peach blossoms, 12 golden combat mechas stood glistening under the sunlight. Hui, isn't this awesome? Fang Zhao. Chapter 485. Safe and Peaceful Yanzhou. In Hui's opinion, a visual spectacle of luxurious gold and romanticism would definitely leave a lasting image. This sort of impact was needed. In 5 or 10 years, or even several decades, people would definitely still remember this image. As the boss of Planet Y, Hui was also well informed. He too was making preparations for the impending new era. He knew that the new generation of warp engines was already in the final testing phase. This information had yet to become public. Those in the know kept it to themselves. They waited for this to be announced before making any moves. The upgrades to warp engines would greatly decrease the costs of spaceflight. The prices of Planet Y's commodities would be affected. However, Planet Y was moving towards the tourism industry. In Hui's opinion, this would be very advantageous. He only hoped that more people would travel to Planet Y for sightseeing. A lot of work was going into marketing for Planet Y's changes and new attractions. Preparations had started long ago and were still being refined. Planet Y wanted to find a star for an endorsement, but after a while, they still hadn't settled on anyone. Thus, Hui set his sights on Fang Zhao. However, the decision wasn't yet final. Then, Hui heard that Fang Zhao had gone to Planet Yin to perform and even rendered a meritorious service. Hui immediately came knocking with the plan that satisfied him most. However, Fang Zhao declined. Why? I feel it's very good. Hui was sullen. However, Fang Zhao only rejected the plan. He hadn't directly rejected the request for endorsement. All right, I will rethink the marketing campaign, Hui lamented. It's been a while since you last came to Planet Y. We've undergone great changes. Bring along curly hair for some relaxation when you are free. All right, Fang Zhao chuckled. Hui still thought about curly hair from time to time. Being in charge of Planet Y, Hui was extremely busy. It was difficult for him to find the time to make a personal call to Fang Zhao. Fang Zhao felt honored by Hui's sincerity. If Fang Zhao could make some spare time, he would bring curly hair over to Planet Y and see its changes. When the elevator reached the top floor of Silver Wing Media headquarters, the doors to the conference room opened. A few of the company's popular artistes came out. The reason for all the cars around the building was because of Silver Wing's artiste meeting. The artistes who came out from the conference room were either A-listers or higher. They were considered to be among the finest of Silver Wing's contracted artistes. Currently, they either had solemn expressions or were secretly excited and bubbling with ambition. The expressions of these people changed slightly when they saw Fang Zhao. However, they quickly covered it up and greeted Fang Zhao. Fang Zhao acknowledged each of them. Duan Qianji's assistant came out at this moment and showed Fang Zhao in. Director Duan and the other high-level executives of the company were inside waiting. After the conference room doors closed, the few popular Silver Wing artistes exchanged glances outside. These were looks filled with complicated and wary sentiments. Resources that the company could provide were limited. Competition in entertainment was very intense. One additional person was one extra competitor. Once they entered the lift and were out of earshot of the high-level executives, someone spoke in a hushed voice. He isn't omnipotent either. His brand image is not as developed. This is a clear disadvantage. He didn't mention names, but the others knew who he was talking about. Everyone understood that Fang Zhao had chosen to focus on music and was behind the scenes most of the time. He didn't have many endorsements and rarely made public appearances outside of concerts. But, who knows for certain, he has strong control of his global-level niche. The company won't neglect him. Someone else interjected. For sure, he'll take some resources. The question is, how much? Given Director Duan's ambition and daring, he'll definitely take quite a lot. The clash of the titans has already started to unfold. Resources and engagement will depend on ability. An intense blaze appeared in the eyes of everyone present. At this moment, in the top-floor conference room, Fang Zhao, you are one of the trump cards of our company. You aren't like the other company artistes. Strictly speaking, we only have a collaborative relationship, and our contract is limited to music. However, the upcoming period is a really crucial phase. The entire entertainment industry is going to heat up with competition. Our competitors will go all out with their accumulated strength. The company is also very concerned with your future development. Fang Zhao, what plans do you have lined up? Silverwing's big boss Duan Qianji used a very gentle tone. Fang Zhao was a collaborator. Most of the time, the collaboration was led by Fang Zhao, not Silverwing. Furthermore, as the director, Duan Qianji owed Fang Zhao some personal favors. Fang Zhao pondered. In this coming 2 months, aside from some interviews and program invites, music-wise, Fang Zhao briefly spoke about his scheduled itinerary. He would be participating in 2 global academic conferences and attending the concerts of 3 reputable artists. He also had to give Mo Lang a report every month. The few high-level executives stiffened when they heard this. All of these activities were indeed related to music and sounded classy. But did these activities have anything to do with Silverwing? What benefits could it provide them? How much attention would it garner for them? In the past, they would have been grinning from ear to ear if they had company artistes in high-level academic circles. It would be useful for their reputation. But with the winds of change blowing, they wanted popularity and traffic. Who cared about reputation? Could reputation be exchanged for more money? As long as it wasn't illegal, the company didn't mind using any sort of means to garner benefits in the short term. This was what they were seeking. Towards other artistes receiving priority development, their request was, get busy, increase your exposure, feature yourself more prominently. The activities Fang Zhao spoke of were indeed high quality. But what use were they in the eyes of Silverwing? A few high-level executives shot boss Duan Qianji glances. We don't like the sound of what Fang Zhao just said. Hurry up and think of ideas to help him arrange more gigs. Duan Qianji rubbed her temples. Without any change in expression, she said to Fang Zhao, whether through concerts, variety programs, or any other activities, you have to be more aggressive to capture the public's eyes. Fang Zhao, the company has very high expectations for you and has other arrangements for your consideration. Of course, if you have any ideas, let us know so the company can help you. Fang Zhao thought about the interviews and variety show invites Nanfeng had mentioned. There were invites for other popular online activities, but he wasn't too familiar with them. Fang Zhao decided to list them out and let the company help filter through them. After all, Silverwing would definitely know more about the great changes that were coming to the entertainment circles. Just as he was about to speak, his communications device vibrated. Fang Zhao glanced at the notification and raised a surprised eyebrow. Excuse me, I have to take this important call. Duan Qianji raised her hand and indicated for her assistant to lead Fang Zhao into the room at the side. After Fang Zhao left, one senior executive smiled profoundly. Looks like he is also well informed and understands the great wave that is coming. He has had interactions with the military and interplanetary fund. Furthermore, he was just at Planet Een for a performance. It isn't out of the ordinary for him to know, Duan Qianji said. Then, what sort of arrangements should we have for Fang Zhao? Another high-level executive asked with tightly furrowed brows. Silverwing was one of the big players of Yinzhou's media industry. They would still be one even without Fang Zhao. However, it was still somewhat difficult for them on the global scale. They had to rely on Fang Zhao and other artistes with global recognition to raise their prestige. The number of company artistes under them who had both excellent commercial value and academic accomplishments could be counted with the fingers of one hand. And on this list, Fang Zhao was ranked first. But the company had limited resources. Every senior executive had their own biases, and the resources they held would definitely skew towards their trusted personnel. They had yet to decide how many resources could be diverted to Fang Zhao. Some of these executives flipped through their electronic files to determine what they could arrange for Fang Zhao. As the big boss of the company, Duan Qianji also had considerable resources at her disposal. She definitely wanted to allocate some to Fang Zhao. After a short while, Fang Zhao finished his call and returned. Shall we continue with what we were discussing just now? Duan Qianji indicated for Fang Zhao to continue. I had originally wanted to have Silverwing help filter through some of the invites and requests I received, but with this call, I have a new assignment, Fang Zhao said with a somewhat pensive smile. Duan Quanji's curiosity was piqued. Who called you? Yinzhou Public Safety Bureau. Swish. All the high-level executives stared at Fang Zhao. They contacted me with a request for me to endorse safe and peaceful Yinzhou, Fang Zhao added. The conference room suddenly fell dead silent. All the burning gazes lingered on Fang Zhao. Director Duan secretly canceled out the work arrangements she had initially intended to give Fang Zhao. She had intended for Fang Zhao to be the face of their company. She never imagined that Fang Zhao would be the face of an entire continent. Chapter 486. Out of nowhere. Becoming the face of a continent wasn't something anyone could achieve by being popular. The requirements were way too high. Silverwing Media's high-level executives once again glanced at Fang Zhao. Now that they were looking at him, Fang Zhao didn't seem capable of competing with those popular teen idols in terms of looks, but he seemed just right. There wasn't any negative news about him. In the end, this endorsement fell to Fang Zhao. Whatever the reason was, Fang Zhao was going to endorse safe and peaceful Yinzhou. An endorsement of this level was amazing news for Silverwing. The various senior executives now eyed Fang Zhao like he was a golden goose. Not bad, not bad. Very good. Fang Zhao, do you lack personnel at your side? A deputy director smiled warmly and patted Fang Zhao's shoulder. He recalled that Fang Zhao didn't keep many people by his side. How about I arrange for you to have a few more? They are all professional and can handle domestic services, makeup, styling, and other stuff. You won't have to worry about anything else and can just focus on coordinating with the relevant departments. Fang Zhao also didn't reject the kind intentions of the various senior executives. He didn't have experience being the main subject of an endorsement before. These senior executives would probably make reasonable arrangements. Fang Zhao left with 2 assistants, a makeup artist and 2 stylists. In the parking garage, Nanfeng was all smiles after finding out that Fang Zhao would be accepting the safe and peaceful Yinzhou campaign endorsement. However, the smile on Nanfeng's face disappeared very quickly. His good mood was ruined when he saw the handful of people following behind Fang Zhao. He could sense they were of the same industry. Nanfeng was worried. Why are there so many extra people after a trip upstairs? Am I not enough? Is the boss dissatisfied with me? Nanfeng seriously pondered about his recent work. He didn't think he'd done anything wrong. Fang Zhao walked over and introduced those behind him to Nanfeng. Nanfeng acknowledged them and faked a smile. Oh, looks like we are all going to be colleagues for this upcoming period. The newly assigned group also feigned enthusiasm, but their tone implied, first, we are directly assigned here by the big bosses. Secondly, we are professional elites that are indispensable, unlike you salted fish. Fang Zhao paid no heed to them crossing swords. He had just received an electronic file sent by the Yinzhou Public Safety Bureau liaison. On it was a brief outline of the upcoming campaign. Fang Zhao had some idea as to why he had received the safe and peaceful Yinzhou endorsement, but he hadn't told the Silverwing senior management. After leaving Silverwing, Fang Zhao went to the Yinzhou Public Safety Bureau to sign a formal agreement. There would be a shoot on the next day. Fang Zhao's short trip to Silverwing had been watched by many company employees. Therefore, everyone found out really quickly that Fang Zhao had met with the senior management at the top floor and left with 5 additional personnel. These 5 were considered the company's top-notch deployment personnel. Now that they had been assigned to Fang Zhao, it was clear what the senior management stance was. Being able to make the senior management part with such personnel surely meant that something big was brewing. The company had so many artistes. There were some that were popular only on their home continent and struggled globally. Only very few could become popular globally. Fang Zhao was one of these. The company has already launched its strategy. Fang Zhao is at the core of the company's development. With his global reputation, the company would surely grant him important resources. Aren't they trying to raise their global ranking? But I also haven't heard which global luxury brand has collaborated with Fang Zhao yet. Silverwing personnel discussed in private and made inquiries, but still never received precise information. The senior management was tight-lipped, and nothing was revealed. The longer this continued, the more speculation flew around. Silverwing's senior management was extremely serious now. Nothing was divulged, no matter who was asking. Everything would come to light in due time. They couldn't use their normal operation procedures because of this. This was the first time they encountered a main subject endorsement of this magnitude, and they didn't want to mess it up. Some days later, Silver Wing had yet another senior management meeting. After the meeting ended, the atmosphere in the meeting room lightened considerably. The important high-level executives didn't leave and spoke about Fang Zhao. Director Duan, how are things on Fang Zhao's end? How many promotional videos have been shot? When can they be released? Any information on publicity details yet? We have to pay close attention to Fang Zhao so that the company can handle any problems should they arise. Director Duan, could you ask if he requires additional bodyguards? As they didn't know whether Fang Zhao was busy, Duan Qianji directly contacted one of the newly assigned assistants. Generally, she would contact this assistant to find out about developments on Fang Zhao's end. When the call connected and the display appeared, the smiles of the senior executives all disappeared. Where is Fang Zhao? Duan Qianji asked expressionlessly. He's shooting a promotional video, one of the assistants replied, trembling. Duan Qianji eyed the group of 5 in the video call. So, all of you are gathered together leisurely to have tea? On the screen, the 5 who had been newly assigned to help Fang Zhao were seated around a small table that was topped with refreshments and tea. It appeared to be a very relaxed setting. The makeup artist seated beside the assistant felt they were being misunderstood. Director Duan, we really aren't slacking off. The manager said we are too commercialized and not specialized enough for their requirements. She continued, after the inspection, my makeup kit was taken. They said I wasn't allowed to bring it in. The others also aired their own difficulties. They had also wanted to use this opportunity to perform, but hadn't even received a chance. In the previous shoot, they had still been able to watch from the side. For today's shoot, they weren't even allowed to enter the building. Duan Qianji was silent for a bit before she asked, what about Fang Zhao's assistant and bodyguards? Were they also stopped outside along with the few of you? No. Fang Zhao's assistant and bodyguard were sent to look after the dog. Fang Zhao's dog also had a filming assignment today, one of the newly assigned assistants complained. Why does Fang Zhao's dog also have a filming assignment? A deputy director asked. This was a main subject promotional campaign. Could a pet dog participate in filming as a side character? If Fang Zhao's pet dog can take part in the shoots, can we also do the same? Maybe we can squeeze in a few more people. It'll be good enough even if they're in the background. Another deputy director chimed in. This suggestion was met with the approval of the other senior executives. This type of opportunity was too rare. They definitely wanted to squeeze more of their own people in, even if their faces were shown for only a moment. The assistant at the edge of the screen timidly interrupted the discussion of these senior executives. That dog cannot be compared to. It has meritorious service awards, second class. All the Silver Wing senior executives fell silent instantly. It really was incomparable. Elsewhere, today, Fang Zhao was required for filming at a designated location inside an airport. There was a lot to be filmed, and the workload was heavy. Furthermore, Fang Zhao wasn't the only one in the video shoot. Curly Hair also had a filming assignment. Nanfeng had even arranged for a massage and grooming package for Curly Hair last night. If Fang Zhao hadn't stopped him, Nanfeng had even wanted to have someone trim Curly Hair's fur. Since Nanfeng and the 2 bodyguards were looking after Curly Hair, neither of them were with Fang Zhao's shoot. However, moments after entering the airport, Curly Hair lay down in front of a store selling personal terminals and refused to budge. He stared passionately at the displays as tears started welling in his eyes. He whimpered pitifully as if he was missing something. Yin Biao and Zuiyu squatted down at his side and tried persuading him gently. They didn't dare put any strength when tugging on the leash. Nanfeng had already walked on ahead. When he turned and noticed nobody was with him, he rushed over to Curly Hair and picked him up. Curly Hair struggled and whined. Yin Biao and Zuiyu turned pale from fright. They broke out in cold sweat every time they saw Nanfeng carry the dog like this. Nanfeng turned around and tried to shove Curly Hair into Yin Biao's arms. Just carry him there. We are in a rush. Yin Biao backed away with a rigid expression. Nanfeng, what the hell is wrong with him? Nanfeng glanced at Zuiyu. Zuiyu took a step back too and shook his head vigorously. Nanfeng was displeased. Not only were their working attitudes not up to scratch, they lacked awareness too. Stop causing trouble, you guys. Nanfeng then forcefully shoved Curly Hair into Yin Biao's arms. I still have to handle matters. You two best bring curly hair along and keep up. I am very busy. Do you think I'm as idle as you two? Having said that, Nanfeng picked up the pace and strode towards Fang Zhao. He needed to appear more often in front of the boss to demonstrate his importance. He couldn't allow the newly assigned support team to usurp him. Nanfeng didn't really pay any attention to curly hair and naturally didn't realize that Yin Biao was holding curly hair like a bomb. They eventually made their way over to Fang Zhao. Meanwhile, the first promotional video of Safe and Peaceful Yenzhou had already started screening in the various major movie theaters in Yenzhou, inside the largest movie theater in downtown Xi'an. Hurry, hurry, the movie is about to start. What's the rush? There are still commercials. Moviegoers armed with snacks and drinks had already gotten in place. Some chatted, while others browsed the internet. There were some who went on their social media. They intended to update their statuses with their thoughts while watching the movie. Raucous sounds of a commercial died, and an uplifting melody filled the air. The people in the audience thought the movie was starting. They stopped whatever they were doing and raised their heads to see Fang Zhao's face appear on the screen. Audiences. Ack. Someone sucking on his drink absent-mindedly choked. Popcorn was nearly sent flying from those who were stuffing their mouths. The quiet movie theater immediately erupted. Fang Zhao. Fang Zhao acted in this movie. I don't remember him being in the cast. A commercial? It doesn't seem like it. This clip seems too serious for a commercial. It's here. After leaving the esports scene, our music god is finally in a new movie. Discussions erupted inside the movie theater. Then, the person on the screen continued in a serious manner. Enhance cybersecurity with healthy and civilized internet usage. Greetings, Yenzhou. Safe and peaceful Yenzhou. Afterwards, the simplified text of the Internet Safety Law appeared on the screen. The text grew larger. It turned bold. The red stamp of the Yenzhou Public Safety Bureau appeared beneath. The audience. What new profession has Fang Zhao gotten into this time? Many people turned on their personal terminals at the same time. Is the movie really starting now? Don't panic. Let me send out this important information first. Chapter 487. It's finally here. Everyone was astonished from the sudden public service announcement and Fang Zhao's appearance. They really weren't accustomed to seeing Fang Zhao's righteous face on a cinema screen. Did something big happen recently? Was there another internet cleansing? Not necessarily. But, from the official stamp, it definitely means something is happening. I'm not interested in any of that, though. I just want to know why Fang Zhao was chosen for this publicity campaign. He has widespread global popularity. Of course, perhaps the rumors that Fang Zhao has some mysterious backer is true. A certain critic posted, I feel that selecting Fang Zhao to endorse this sort of publicity campaign is a very wise choice given his current reputation, clean slate, and firm political background. I reckon they have a fancy for Fang Zhao's unique temperament. When he doesn't smile, he has the solemn look of an old veteran. When he does, elders love his adorable look. Is this praise or mocking? Doesn't this describe him as old? That's right. Fang Zhao is a fresh face on the scene, but that doesn't fully capture his worth. It's a pity that that face isn't super good looking. Rubbish. Fang Zhao might not be as handsome as other idols, but he isn't bad looking. He has an affinity with audiences, and his role in Founding Era is still fondly remembered by everyone. Isn't this way stronger than those good-looking but forgettable people? My mom just loves that righteous and cultured face of his. Fine, Fang Zhao belongs to a different sort of attractiveness index. Let's analyze a little. Fang Zhao has only acted in one role. Wait, is Fang Zhao still acting now? It doesn't seem like he acts. He specializes in music. Wait a minute, didn't he make his name in esports? While the internet was abuzz with discussions about whether Fang Zhao was returning to acting at Yenzhou Airport, people were queuing up to pass through a security check. Some were chatting with their companions, while others were engrossed in their personal terminals, either surfing the internet or messaging friends and family. Suddenly, there was a cry of surprise from ahead. Whoa, Fang Zhao, where? Those going through security checks dropped whatever they were doing and craned their heads, looking in all directions. It was said that celebrity encounters were quite a frequent occurrence in airports. Could they finally be encountering one for the first time? After that, everyone's gazes fell onto the numerous large screens at the side. The safety protocol and informative video had been replaced. Right now, the screen showed a safety informational video Fang Zhao had shot for the Public Safety Bureau. Fang Zhao talked about prohibited items on aircraft and spacecraft, the safety screening, and the boarding procedures. There was also a segment on spaceport security screening, starring Curly Hair. A curly hair decked in a spaceport inspection uniform appeared on screen. Since the Interplanetary Fund already knew of Curly Hair's identity, there wasn't any need for him to be hidden as tightly as in the past. Therefore, in the filming, instead of a dog tag around his neck, Curly Hair wore a meritorious service medal. However, most people didn't notice the medal around Curly Hair's neck. Instead, their attention was all on Fang Zhao. The heck? What's this? It's not a merchandise endorsement, but a continent-wide airport publicity campaign. Sick sh*t, totally awesome man. At the same time, a safety briefing video was being shown on aircraft and spacecraft that were set for takeoff. This video would tell passengers things to take note of, safety rules that needed to be complied to, as well as emergency measures to take in the event of any unforeseen circumstances. It would still take a while before actual takeoff, and the safety briefing video for spacecrafts was longer than the one in aircrafts. Thus, other than first-time passengers, most passengers were doing their own thing. Of course, this didn't mean that everyone remembered all the information in the video. Most people were just impatiently waiting for the video to end. Passenger: how dull. I ain't listening to that. Flight crew: please pay close attention to. Passenger: too long, ain't watching. Flight crew: and let Fang Zhao show. Passenger: who did you just say it was? The passengers immediately perked up and looked towards the screens in front of their seats. Those wearing headphones were notified by their companions. On the screen, Fang Zhao was currently demonstrating how to use a life vest. Many passengers stared at the screen with their eyes wide open, refusing to blink. Hey, it really is Fang Zhao. This can also be done. At this very time, similar events were happening all over Yenzhou. Regardless of land, sea, air, or space travel, all public safety and informational videos starred Fang Zhao. Curly Hair didn't just appear in the spaceport segment. After making a guest appearance as an inspection dog, he made guest appearances as a guide dog, search and rescue dog, and other roles, in coordination with Fang Zhao's public safety videos. In just a short while, topics regarding Fang Zhao erupted both online and in real life. Of course, for Fang Zhao's haters, this was simply torture. On public transport, Fang Zhao was there. On ships, Fang Zhao was there too. On flights, Fang Zhao was still there. Even self-driving navigation featured Fang Zhao's voice in a traffic safety broadcast. Arg. My eyes are going blind soon. Why is it him everywhere? I just had an argument with his fans not too long. It's like I'm being slapped in the face repeatedly. I feel something big is about to happen. Without the slightest bit of warning, we are suddenly suffering an all-out counterattack from him. Either he's gathering the strength of everyone in Yenzhou, or something big indeed is about to happen. The possibility of the former isn't high. It is most likely the latter. Everyone, let's first calm down and cease our arguments. We need a better understanding of the overall picture. Is there any insider news? Has anyone leaked anything? While everyone was making all sorts of guesses, Fang Zhao had returned home to rest. He was currently assigning duties to Nanfeng and the others. Nanfeng took this rest period to give Fang Zhao a suggestion. Boss, a few reputable collectors just made contact requesting a collaboration. However, I feel that matters pertaining to the fossil should be handled cautiously. With your current fame, you don't have to accommodate them at all. The Poseidonsaur fossil is very precious. If it is moved around all the time, what would we do if someone steals or swaps out a bone? Boss, it is time to open a private collection hall. I have compiled a list of the suitable locations. Do you want to take a look? Fang Zhao glanced over and shook his head. Let's wait a while more. Understood, boss. Nanfeng felt like it was currently a good time to buy. Land was growing ever more scarce and quickly becoming difficult or impossible to purchase. Already, only a few stories could be bought or rented. Nanfeng had taken a fancy to a few floors he had checked out. These floors could even experience at least 5 hours of sunlight a day. Black streets were everywhere now. Being able to have 5 hours of direct sunlight was already very rare. It was expensive, but such good spots would be taken if they continued waiting. However, since the boss had said to wait, Nanfeng could only comply. Nanfeng was sighing to himself when he heard Fang Zhao say, These locations are all too small. There isn't enough space. Nanfeng. Too small. It isn't small. The spaces are big enough to fit a poised-and-soar fossil exhibit. It's definitely enough. Unless boss really plans to purchase land and build from scratch. Hee, that's impossible. No one sells land anymore. Those with land would rather construct apartments rather than private collection halls. We can't compare with those museums that were built 400 to 500 years ago. Fang Zhao knew what Nanfeng was thinking, but he didn't explain his thoughts. There were some things that weren't convenient for him to say. However, Nanfeng wouldn't have long to wait. The success of the new generation of warp engines would greatly shorten the costs and durations of spaceflight between planets. After the final tests were successful, it would truly be an era of planetary immigration and the beginning of a new epoch. Over on Earth, there would be changes regarding the regulations of land. Some days later, Fang Zhao received an encrypted text from the Interplanetary Fund's authoritative figure. The new epoch is starting. The new generation of warp engines were already being manufactured, tested, and installed. Numerous spacecraft equipped with the new generation warp engines would soon be commissioned by the military. This news would be announced tomorrow. Chapter 488. There always has to be some hope in life. At 9 in the morning, Yinzhou office workers were already commuting to their workplaces. In contrast, it was time to rest for close to half of the inhabitants in the lower levels of the black streets. Business at night was better for shops in the black streets, and many were already used to this nocturnal lifestyle. Of course, for the other half of Black Street inhabitants, today was just like any other ordinary day as they got ready for work. In an apartment on the lower floors, a youngster casually ruffled his hair, put on wrinkled pajamas, and rubbed his face casually. He turned on the live streaming platform and started today's stream with his just-out-of-bed look. Hey everyone, it's me, Lowly Little Worm. A new day is a humble new beginning. Lowly Little Worm was a home-style livestream host. His streams didn't have a central theme. He just did whatever he felt like and commented on random topics without any depth. The stream was very ordinary. When he got lazy, he would even take a nap on stream. In his own words, I am but one of countless lowly Black Street inhabitants always at the bottom of all these colossal skyscrapers where we never experience any sunlight. Since he didn't have much fame, the revenue his livestream earned was barely enough to get by. His friends and family had suggested him to change to a different type of streaming. His current unorganized approach didn't have many future prospects. But Little Worm felt that this was his style. It's not easy to find success even if I change. I'm just passing time anyways. It's more relaxing this way. There weren't many viewers in his chat. His viewers were already used to his lowly introduction and were prepared to view yet another lowly day in Little Worm's life. Just as before, Little Worm browsed through the news and casually remarked on its contents. Suddenly, Little Worm's eyes widened in disbelief as if he had just won billions in the lottery. He shot up and bounced around in glee. To his online audience, it seemed like Little Worm was performing a passionate pantomime. There were many questions in his chat. Little Worm regained his composure and said with a shaky voice, "Please forgive me for being incapable of controlling my lowly excitement." The seemingly out of sorts Little Worm wiped the snot from his nose and continued with his still shaky voice. Asterisk cough. Asterisk then, let me first play Fang Zhao's Chasing Wind to set up the mood. His audience. Whose song did you say you were going to play? WTF. What is this worm doing? Didn't he blacklist Fang Zhao's works because they didn't fit his casual style? Who gave you the courage to listen to Fang Zhao? Is that something people like us should listen to? Are my eyes playing tricks on me? The person who lives by the mantra, messy is beautiful, just combed his hair. Did Worm have too much to drink? They took a closer look at the music playlist that had just popped up. Chasing Wind. Splendor. The Power of Life. There's even the fourth movement from the Period of Destruction series. Such a deranged playlist. What is he playing at? What kind of blow has he suffered? It's happened. Congratulations, the host has successfully become delusional. He washed and tidied up. He must be going on a date. That doesn't seem right. Why would he play Fang Zhao songs if he's got a date? It doesn't add up. Come back, Little Worm. Can't we just listen to simple stuff like Blackened Street or Degenerate Boy? Fang Zhao songs don't fit this stream. However, Little Worm's excitement couldn't be stopped. He paid no heed to his viewers' comments. A lowly person like me. My dreams have become reality. How long I have waited. The new generation of warp engines is finally complete. The new generation of warp engines will greatly improve the efficiency of interplanetary space travel, decrease travel time, and reduce costs. Most importantly, the large spacecraft for outer space immigration will finally be open for ordinary people. Thank you, God. Thank you, second-generation warp engine. I can finally afford a flight ticket. Little Worm shared the news he had just seen with his online audience. Some viewers went to the Outer Space Immigration Plan star map webpage that hadn't been updated for many years. Now, one planet on the development sequence was finally lit up. According to the official source, the emblem of this planet was a sunflower, symbolizing light, optimism, and courage. This would be the first stem of the Outer Space Immigration Plan. It would also be the first planet open for large-scale immigration. Applications for the Outer Space Immigration Plan will be accepted starting today. Applications will take 6 months to process. Applicants passing the audit will immigrate in batches. Financial assistance will be available for those who need it. Successful applicants would be entitled to compensation. The government welfare programs ensured that immigrants would lead successful lives. It was way better than living in the black streets that never got to see much sunlight. And it was a land filled with opportunity. Of course, the audit process was also very strict. Everyone immediately dropped everything to read the assessment categories. It's over for me. Credit score is part of it. Credit score will also be assessed. Will a late payment for utilities last year affect my credit score? Is there any way to salvage a late loan repayment from last month? Is there any hope for people in debt? Asking for a friend. How do you deal with a traffic violation record? Ha 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 ha. I don't have any of those issues. Looks like I will be the one taking the first step. Some people cheered and hooted throughout the day, while others sighed with remorse. Little Worm had no inclination to care about anything else. He washed up, combed his hair, and changed into a set of neat clothing. He appeared much fresher and even turned on the dust-covered imitation sunlight lamp in the corner. Starting from today, I'll have a brand new image. Let the record show that I, Little Worm, am a proper, optimistic person who looks forward to progress. On his various social media accounts, Little Worm changed the dark and gloomy theme of his personal pages to a bright and spirited background. He's changed his profile photo to a field of sunflowers and updated his profile tagline. As long as I am given a tiny bit of hope, lowly me can once again see sunlight. Indeed, I am the type that can shine with just a little bit of sunlight. I can adapt very quickly to a brand new environment. After updating his pages, Little Worm deleted his past stream recordings and posted his first status on his newly revamped social media accounts. Today is yet another day filled with hope. Auditors, can you see my longing for the sunlight? Finding it hard to calm himself down, Little Worm apologized to his viewers and ended the day's live stream early. He came out of his house and looked upwards at the tiny gap in the towering skyscrapers all around him. The tiny gap of brightness was like a crack in the sky. For people like him living in the depths, even the wind had a stale and putrid smell. People here could only see a tiny bit of blue when they raised their heads and looked upwards. He was ordinary, mediocre, and lowly. He had had dreams in the past, but society and reality had crushed them. When he was young, Little Worm dreamed of being a farm owner. It didn't matter if the farm was small. After growing up, his greatest goal was to save up some money and go on a soul-searching trip. Expensive locations were out of the question. He just wanted to see the farms of Muzhou in person. He wanted to see the vast grasslands, enjoy more than 8 hours of sunlight, and breathe in the fresh air and smell of fresh produce. However, this dream had never become reality. Instead, it had almost become forgotten. When had he lost the motivation to struggle? He was trapped in a small space, frittering his time away gloomily, day by day. Luckily, a new era had finally arrived. It was a new beginning. It didn't matter if it took more work. People who could work hard would never live too poorly. No matter how bad it would still be an improvement to the present. There always has to be some hope in life. A Fang Zhao version traffic safety demonstration was playing on 2 large advertisement screens on both sides of the black street. Little Worm walked over and watched it from start to finish. His neighbor, who was out on a walk, shot him a dubious glance. "What are you looking at, Little Worm?" "I'm watching Fang Zhao." "Didn't you dislike him?" Nonsense. I like Fang Zhao the most. The success of the new generation of warp engines and the news about applications for the outer space immigration plan caused great waves all around. Soon, everyone was discussing the outer space immigration plan. Every large entertainment company held emergency meetings. Even though they already had inside news beforehand and had made preparations, it soon became apparent just how intense the competition and market would be. For businesses, this news didn't just signify new lands. This meant new battlefields and new structures. This was like circumventing Earth. There could even be a second home planet. Although the application process took 6 months, many businesses had already started taking action. All their preparation work wasn't for nothing. For example, real estate conglomerates started launching marketing campaigns on land that had yet to be obtained. All the large real estate conglomerates launched their brand ambassadors and relied on stars for marketing. A certain flourishing real estate firm hosted a celebration for the success of the immigration plan and invited many stars to attend. It wasn't just real estate. The textile, food, housing, transport, health, and other industries all became inundated with advertisements and brand ambassadors trying to dominate the market's attention. In the entertainment circles, celebrities were busy fighting for endorsements and commercial performers. Some who had left the scene were even called out of retirement by businesses. Anyone who was still idle currently was at the lowest point in their professional career or had simply become forgotten. Global top stars like Fang Zhao were watched by everyone from primary school students to retired veterans. Fang Zhao's communications device was flooded with messages. His unread messages showed 999 plus. Fang Zhao had also accepted an invitation. This invitation wasn't from any of those big brands, but the Public Safety Bureau. However, unlike before, it wasn't just a continent-level Public Safety Bureau this time. Rather, it was the Public Safety Bureau's global headquarters. He had received a request to become the ambassador of the Outer Space Immigration Plan. Chapter 489, Super Powerful Formation. When Fang Zhao became the Outer Space Immigration Plan's ambassador, photos and videos of him swept through the world with the immigration discussions. The industry was stunned. This isn't a standard method at all. We can't compete with him anymore. This was especially so for Silverwing Media. The senior management executives were similarly dumbfounded. The company had prepared a strategy to use Fang Zhao's global reputation and appeal once the immigration plan was announced. But they hadn't imagined that Fang Zhao himself would win an endorsement of this magnitude by himself. This already completely transcended beyond the entertainment circles. It was something no entertainment company could handle. People were baffled as to why Fang Zhao had received this ambassador role. Rumors flew around. Many suspected that Fang Zhao had a mysterious backer. A lot of people were envious. Why was such a resource given to him? What right did he have to be granted a resource of this level? Some people called this into question and felt Fang Zhao wasn't good enough for an undertaking of this magnitude. He was an artist and gamer. What qualifications did he have to become the ambassador of a super project like the outer space immigration? Other people would work their entire lives for such an opportunity. But, very quickly, Fang Zhao appeared in various continents' promotions of the outer space immigration plan. This signified that regardless of what Fang Zhao had relied on to land this ambassador role, he had obtained the recognition of every continent and the various foreign planet military districts for the role. Fang Zhao didn't accept any other commercial assignments after taking on the Outer Space Immigration Plan's endorsement. He collaborated with the Public Safety Bureau headquarters to shoot a series of promotional videos. Then, he decided to return to his private island for a period of time in seclusion. He had taken on a new composing assignment on Mo Lang's recommendation and needed a quiet place to work. Thus, reporters eager to dig up information on Fang Zhao's mysterious backer were once again stunned. Where is he? Where has he disappeared to once again from the limelight? Shouldn't he take this opportunity to consolidate his position at the top of the entire world's popularity indices? Large entertainment conglomerates from other continents are joining forces to deal with Fang Zhao. How will Fang Zhao react to such an offensive? Is Fang Zhao preparing an ultimate move? Entertainment reporters could only anxiously clutch at straws. Curious Yinzhou netizens were helpless too and could only once again shout out their own ultimate move. Wang Tai, you piece of trash. Yinzhou's paparazzi king. Wang Tai, your cries are useless. Zhao. With the new generation of warp engines becoming functional and news about the outer space immigration plans. Application process, the entire market was bustling. People could be seen scurrying to and fro. The self-proclaimed Zhao's greatest internet celebrity, Zhao, was pompously waiting at home for endorsement deals to come knocking. But, as he waited and waited, nobody came looking for him. Others with just a slight bit of fame were busy flaunting in the group chats every day. Seeing this, Zhao became anxious. That shouldn't be. I am Zhao's greatest internet celebrity. How can there be no one seeking me out for endorsements? Could it be that I'm too good-looking and have such a high prestige that nobody can afford my services? Given Zhao's brain capacity, he still hadn't figured it out after mulling for a long time. Thus, he called his agent over. Zhao inquired, "Did my number change? Is my communications device shut off? Was there anyone who sought me out for endorsements?" His agent replied calmly, "There were." Then, as Zhao looked on expectantly, his agent explained with a wooden expression that Zhao's father thought him to be unreliable. Thus, his father had rejected all endorsement offers and wanted Zhao to know his place and stay home obediently. Zhao's agent was composed on the surface, but deep down his heart was aching. Arg, what a good opportunity this is. Not jumping on this epic-making wave was akin to letting every part of yourself down. At this huge turning point in history, something big should be done in order to leave one's mark. Fang Zhao was a good example. Perhaps even after 100, 200, or even 1,000 years later, people searching about this point in history would be able to see traces of Fang Zhao because he was the outer space immigration plan's ambassador. Of course, he didn't even consider taking Fang Zhao as a comparison. Just like many other agents and managers, he was just a behind-the-scenes worker. However, his own interests were bound together with Zhao's. He too wanted to ride on this wave and sell Zhao at a good value. His heart ached just thinking about this missed chance. However, Zhao was oblivious and incapable of understanding his agent's sorrow. He couldn't be bothered to think about anything else and was livid from his agent's explanation. He took a look at the time. It just so happened to be his father's rest period, so Zhao immediately made a call. The two had a furious quarrel. After this argument, Zhao sneaked out stealthily. He wasn't going to sit around to be caught and sent into the military for more grueling training. As he left, he didn't forget to make a complaint to his grandfather. Thus, the busy Zhao governor chuckled with a shake of the head when he finally saw the message from his favorite grandson. Is he so upset that he is running away from home? The Zhao governor asked Zhao about his plan and relaxed when he learned that Zhao was going to find Fang Zhao. That young Fang Zhao is rather reliable. Elsewhere, Zhao had gotten Fang Zhao's location and was on his personal flying transport headed towards Fang Zhao's island. When Zhao arrived, Zhuyu was the one responsible for receiving him. Fang Zhao was currently in the study composing. Nanfeng wasn't on the island, and Yin Biao was out at sea walking the dog. Zhao was first curious as to why a dog would be walked out at sea, but a small machine caught his attention very quickly. What is this? Zhao picked up a palm-sized machine from the coffee table and inspected it. It's a custom-made retro handheld console, Zhuyu said without showing any hint of emotion. A game console? Oh, I've never played this sort before. Zhao was interested. As a nouveau riche, he was well adept in the ways of enjoyment and had a special fondness for terms like limited edition and special custom-made. This game console was placed on the coffee table and didn't have any passcode on it. Zhao reckoned that it was a game console for the bodyguards to play with. The machine's panel and configuration seemed simple to use, and there wasn't any identity verification required to turn it on. All that was shown was a table of scores, and the top scores for each level were rather high. It appeared like it wasn't very difficult. I'll play this game for a bit. Having said that, Zhao delved into the game. However, Zhao found himself using a lot of effort for this so-called simple game. He couldn't keep up mentally, and his reactions were slow. Zhao got more frustrated. The more he played, Zhao stopped after a while. This trash game doesn't have in-app purchases. Beside him, Zhao's agent rolled his eyes. Do you expect to beat all games just by throwing in money? Fortunately, Fang Zhao came out of his study shortly. Since Zhao had sent him a message earlier, Fang Zhao set aside some time for him. Zhao's attention was diverted when he saw Fang Zhao and no longer harped on the problems of no internet and lack of in-app purchases with the handheld game console. He first complained about how his father looked down on him before expressing how envious he was that Fang Zhao had managed to become the ambassador of the outer space immigration plan. Actually, Zero had come over for two reasons. First, he wanted to find out what special means Fang Zhao had relied on to become the ambassador of such a large-scale project. Secondly, he wanted a companion in his complaints about his father. But, as they talked, Zero felt that Fang Zhao hadn't changed at all. Thus, he forgot to ask Fang Zhao how he had managed to become such an ambassador. Right now, he just wanted to vent his grievances. Now, no business will seek me out. I've become ostracized. The businesses he referred to were basically high-end brands that he liked. The majority of them were from Lizhou, and these brands didn't dare look to Zero for a collaboration because Zero's father, General Renault, had stopped them. Thus, Zero deeply felt that he had talent but lacked opportunity. In Fang Zhao's eyes, Zero was the kind of person he could easily see through. He was more tolerant towards Zero since he viewed him as an old friend and junior. After listening to Zero's complaints of his father, Fang Zhao could also understand General Renault's intentions for doing so. While this was a period of new markets, it was also an extremely sensitive time for figures of authority. In order to prevent Zero from being deceived by others, the easiest and the most effective method would be to make Zero stay home rather than spend needless cash and cause trouble outside. However, Zero wasn't the sort to stay at home obediently. As he observed Zero switch from rambling to thinking, Fang Zhao was quite sure that Zero was plotting something. Fang Zhao pondered for a bit. He really did have a suitable endorsement for Zero. What do you think about an image of gold on pink? Fang Zhao asked. Old-fashioned. Zero then felt a single word wasn't enough to describe his disdain. Utterly outdated. Fang Zhao brought up an image for him to see. What about this? This image was the one that Y-Base Commanding Officer Hua Yi had sent to Fang Zhao. Hua Yi had previously sought out Fang Zhao to endorse Planet Y's scenic peach blossom locations. Fang Zhao had declined, but Hua Yi had asked Fang Zhao to keep a lookout and recommend any suitable candidates. Fang Zhao reckoned that a suitable endorser hadn't been found as he had yet to see any publicity. Regarding Planet Y's attractions, an official advertisement hadn't been shot yet, and Hua Yi had sent a message to Fang Zhao the previous day to try his luck once again. Hua Yi still wanted to shoot that promotional campaign with rich gold and romantic pink. In the photograph Fang Zhao showed Zero, 12 golden mechas stood tall and overbearing beneath the shower of pink petals like mystical warriors. Zero's eyes widened. Sweet. Awesome. I want to be in it. Zero's eyes lit up the moment he saw the photograph. He felt that this was the coming of his own company's new drama series. Where is this image from? Zero asked. Is there any script? I want to purchase and shoot it myself. Don't get impatient. Let me ask first. Fang Zhao sent a short message recommending Zero. Fang Zhao didn't know when Hua Yi would see this message since Hua Yi was busy at Y-Base. He explained to Zero that the other party probably wouldn't reply quickly. Then, he told Zero about the idea's development on inspiration from an old-era piece. There were very few old-era art pieces that were preserved fully intact. Fortunately, new-era technology was able to restore them. Zero immediately logged onto the internet to search for related information. On Planet Y, Hua Yi finished a video conference and was having some tea. As he was checking through his mail, he saw Fang Zhao's message. Hua Yi was disappointed because Fang Zhao declined to participate. However, when he saw the person Fang Zhao recommended, he immediately slapped his palms on the table in delight. Zero? That fellow from Lizhou's Renault family who didn't have much ability, but was well known for eating, drinking, and making merry? That would do. That would really do. Eating, drinking, and making merry were all that was required. Furthermore, Zero had invested in the Y Film Studio complex together with Fang Zhao. Hua Yi still had a rather favorable impression of him. Therefore, Hua Yi immediately sent a reply to Fang Zhao, expressing that he was familiar with Zero and that they could discuss a collaboration. He also told Fang Zhao to recommend more people like Zero since there were 12 slots in total. To express his sincerity, Y-Base would be covering all travel, food, and lodging expenses. After reading through Hua Yi's reply, Fang Zhao relayed Hua Yi's response to Zero. And endorsement? Although Zero tried his hardest to act like he didn't care, he was totally unable to stop the corners of his mouth from curling upwards. It's finally here. And it's an endorsement for a huge attraction on a foreign planet. This has sufficient class. The proposed filming plan is satisfying too. The trivial matters about expenses being covered and endorsement fees were unimportant to him. Do I look like I lack that little bit of money? Cough. Considering that we are old friends, I'll accept this endorsement. Zero got excited. Are they still lacking people? Let me look for others. Zero scrolled through his contacts list and started to pull people in. In Jinzhou, Chu Bo was currently giving vocal lessons to a talented nephew taking part in a singing competition. Pay attention to your breathing. Your song requires this technique. You will fail if you don't take note of your breathing. The attention of the judges will be attracted to the sound of your breathing. Wait a moment. Let me take this call. Zero? What's the matter? Scenic attraction endorsement? Sounds okay. Let me see the concept image first. Holy crap. Cool. When does filming start? I'll adjust my schedule. In Tongzhou, Wu Tianhao was reading a martial arts novel when Zero's call came. Tianhao, what's up? Let's meet on the night of the full moon. And have a decisive duel for ascendancy? Tui, I have proper business. An ad for an attraction. Are you in? What kind of attraction? Can it beat reading a novel? Since Huiyi's requirements weren't gender-specific, Zero contacted Barbara too. Barbara had a look of contempt on her face. She wasn't willing to participate in such a tacky shoot. However, when she saw the concept image, she felt there was a lustrous grandeur amidst that tackiness. Thus, she accepted. Although there would be 12 individuals, she was fully confident that she would be the most dazzling amongst the 12. Zero continued to make calls to acquaintances he felt were suitable. He found one from each continent for 12. In total, within 2 hours, Zero had gathered 12 people. Fang Zhao studied the list that Zero sent him and was silent for quite a while. Then, he forwarded the list to Hua Yi to decide. Hua Yi was delighted and sighed emotionally when he saw this list. This array would really do. Together, they would attract much more attention than most celebrities. It was enough to break through the current deluge of marketing campaigns from all sides. Although the person he wanted to swindle or invite over wasn't among these 12, he was still rather satisfied with them. A pleasant surprise. Huiyi's good mood lasted all the way until the shoot began. Huiyi had arranged for these 12 people to be flown to Planet Y aboard the new model spaceships so they could start filming right away. However, the filming outcome was somewhat different from what Huiyi had envisaged. Zero, extraordinary, Samyed's wise and far-sighted smile. Chu Bo, head tilted 45 degrees, observe my apparent emo style. Wu Tianhao, check out my terrifying gaze. I'm the manifestation of fear. Barbara, majesty beyond words. My entire family is royalty. Y-Base Commanding Officer Hua Yi was the creator of this publicity campaign, but right now, he was in dull spirits. With falling spirits, he watched his invitees strike all kinds of ridiculous poses. Finally, he saw the shy Midasi and felt this was still salvageable, even though Midasi had been a professional athlete and was used to grand occasions. He didn't seem to be as thick-skinned as the others. He appeared a little uneasy at this film shoot. Under Huiyi's guidance, Midasi struck a pose according to Huiyi's requirements. However, even Midasi added in some of his own details after observing the others. Huiyi. He was exhausted. Fortunately, the film shoot still went rather smoothly. Although the actors made all sorts of modifications in their attire and props, the end combined product was still blindingly stunning. Huiyi suddenly felt a sense of guilt towards the original idea. However, after considering the promotional value of his actors, the guilt in Huiyi's heart was tossed aside. After shooting the video and adding in a dignified soundtrack, the advertisement was released. Planet Y's scenic attraction started to garner a lot of attention as it carved a bloody and tyrannical path through many other promotional campaigns. It forcefully occupied the entertainment headlines of each continent. Planet Y's 12 Poser Kings. Chapter 490. Fang Zhao being unable to join is great news. This topic was raised up by netizens and quickly disseminated. Those who saw the publicity image were astounded momentarily and were filled with indescribable sentiments watching the video. I'm blinded. Such an awesome lineup. These pink flower blossoms and glittering gold adornments. What a luxurious and indulgent style. Zero, Barbara, Midasi, Wu Tianhao Chu. Bo Dankiasis. Dankiasis? The current Interplanetary Fund Director General Mesh Assis's son? the young crown prince of the Interplanetary Fund? This is the first time seeing him in a commercial. I was wondering why Dog Zero was so quiet recently. But it's really astonishing when he barks. Is Barbara's fan made of pure gold? What are those precious stones she's wearing on each of her 10 fingers? Are there any similar designs? I don't need a similar design. Even a replica will do. That would be way cheaper. Since when did Planet Y become so rich? It's obvious that they brought their own outfits. A single outfit is already so darned expensive. Planet Y wouldn't be able to provide them. My eyes, and my heart. Even if the entire sky is dancing with peach blossoms, all I smell is the scent of money and riches. Come, let us dig up every single detail of the aura of luxury and gold. Netizens cooked up a storm regarding this unique and special commercial for Planet Y's scenic attraction. Many people felt deeply brainwashed by this chaotic pink and luxurious gold. He had complex sentiments with regard to all this. He had hoped that Planet Y's scenic area campaign would grab the headlines, but he never imagined that it would be in this form. He felt a little shame, but at the same time, he was a little delighted too. Of course, the result was still very pleasing. People now associated Planet Y's specialty peach blossom showers with the 12 poser kings. Nevertheless, all available tickets quickly sold out, and reservations were lined up until next year. The tickets had sold out in less than half a day. It could be said that achieving this objective was good enough. The rest wasn't important. Of course, when someone mentioned this at a video conference with heads of the various military districts and foreign planet bases, he still had to give an explanation. His original intention really wasn't this. He had imagined beautiful falling showers of pink with powerful and grand gold. It would meld strength with gentleness and create a picturesque charm. But the actual advertisement conveyed, warning, danger, take evasive action. He thought of the reception he had intended. Whoa, look, these rich young masters are actually enjoying Planet Y's scenery. However, the actual advertisement was met differently. Whoa, look at these posers, each one trying to outdo the other. The others simply didn't believe Hui Yi's explanation. They thought that the wily Hui Yi had duped these 12 high-quality spoiled brats to shoot such a promotional campaign. He had even tricked them into bringing their own adornments. How scheming. What a great method. No, I really didn't intend this. Seeing that his explanations fell on deaf ears, Hui Yi found a scapegoat to blame. It's Fang Zhao. These 12 were roped in by Fang Zhao. In seclusion, Fang Zhao didn't know he was being made the scapegoat. He had seen the final result Zero and the others had produced. After a small chuckle, he noticed the tickets for Planet Y's scenic area selling like hot cakes and no longer paid any attention. Old Master Mo Lang had pulled some strings and had recommended a new assignment for Fang Zhao. It was an assignment to compose music for a thematic series. This series was a project launched by the Cultural Ministry. It was a documentary about the people and process of warp engine development. This was another large-scale thematic series, just like Founding Era. While the scope and talent array of this series couldn't be compared with Founding Era, it was still considered a quality production. In fact, filming for the series had already been completed. The series was currently still under wraps. There was a reshoot for a certain segment, but most of the series was in post-production. It would be ready for broadcast soon. The series had contracted various outstanding composers from the 12 continents. Fang Zhao was one of them, and also the youngest. Fang Zhao also viewed this assignment with importance. This was an opportunity that was hard to come by. Thus, to compose well, he assigned Nanfeng, Zuiyu, and Yin Biao to handle all other matters. Nanfeng wasn't on the island. He needed to handle various matters on behalf of Fang Zhao. This was practice for being a successful agent. Nanfeng was confident he could be promoted from assistant to manager. Thus, he worked hard and gave his very best. While Fang Zhao was in seclusion, Nanfeng had to represent him in a variety of settings. Matters regarding Silver Wing, cooperative partners, Public Safety Bureau, and others were dealt with by him. Besides that, Nanfeng also had to pay attention to any land being put up for sale. Fang Zhao planned to construct a private collection hall. Now that the outer space immigration plan was starting, some unsafe buildings in old city districts on the various continents would be torn down. A number of areas would also have a new review of regulations. Purchasing land to construct a private collection hall would become much easier. On the other hand, Curly Hair didn't seem to be affected by the changes from the outer space immigration plan. Yin Biao took him out on a speedboat for walks every few days. Curly Hair no longer needed to pretend in front of Yin Biao and Zuiyu after exposing his secret. Fang Zhao wanted someone to be with Curly Hair whenever he went out for walks, so Yin Biao and Zuiyu took turns. Yin Biao and Zuiyu had already gotten used to the high-risk job of dog walking and now viewed it in a whole different light. While it sounded unbelievable, it was fine as long as they were accustomed to it. They could even speak and play games with the dog without showing any astonishment. Now, they were already able to calmly take the dog out to sea and bring Curly Hair back at the boss's stipulated time. Furthermore, they would also bring back things that Curly Hair picked up like certain ores, gems, fossils of unknown organisms, and equipment from wrecks. Each time before walking the dog, Yin Biao and Zuiyu would make some mental preparation. I am a bodyguard. After witnessing a mecha being devoured, I have come to a whole new and profound understanding. It's my turn to walk the dog today. I will pilot the speedboat out to sea and wait for him as he goes exploring. I do not know what he has eaten, nor do I dare ask. I don't even dare smell his dog farts. The less I know, the safer I will be. As a proper bodyguard, I just have to do whatever the boss requires of me. I shall not see, hear, or speak about anything that goes beyond that scope. Only Nanfeng, who didn't know the truth, viewed Curly Hair as some fragile little thing and assumed that everyone looked like a dog thief. Curly Hair's value had changed again. After starring in the public safety campaign with Fang Zhao, Curly Hair's value had risen again. As a dog that had rendered meritorious service, his value estimation was different from other pet dogs. On the new issue of the world's most authoritative pet magazine, Pet, Curly Hair's information had been updated. His profile photo had been changed to an image from the promotional video, and there weren't any figures displayed at his value. Instead, there was only one line: special dog type, invaluable. Curly Hair wasn't really affected by the online public opinion and his valuation change. He was allowed to play games and watch TV more while Fang Zhao shut himself in. Fang Zhao had assigned homework for Curly Hair with a minor test every 3 days and a full exam once per week. Curly Hair didn't mind as long as he could have fun with the new game helmet and personal terminal that Fang Zhao had bought him. His first personal terminal had been thoroughly destroyed, so Curly Hair especially treasured his second one. He hid it away in his cabinet, so even Nanfeng and the other two hadn't seen it. Curly Hair also holed up in his own little room to game. Besides Fang Zhao, nobody else was allowed to enter. The handheld console had also been stored away by Curly Hair. After Zero left that day, Curly Hair had smelled someone else's scent on it and was displeased. Today, Curly Hair returned from a trip in the ocean. Zuiyu was on the couch watching TV. Curly Hair ran in and slid to a stop to stare at the screen. He stopped Zuiyu, who had been about to change the channel. Yin Biao came in after parking the boat. He glanced at Curly Hair, then at the TV before shooting a questioning glance at Zuiyu. "What program is this?" Zuiyu replied, "It's some gaming news. Fiery Bird says that they will be opening a new map in Battle of the Century to celebrate the success of the new generation of warp engines. It will last for a month, and the top 10 on the leaderboards will win grand prizes. At the same time, 100 lucky players will have a chance to win gaming peripherals every day." "How generous," Yin Biao lamented. "However, Boss doesn't game anymore and is secluding himself for composing. I also don't play it nowadays. This event has nothing to do with us. I don't play either, and it's been a long time since I looked into my account. But this prize draw..." Zuiyu stroked his chin and glanced at Curly Hair. "Master Curly?" Curly Hair's ears pricked up, and he came over. "Want to draw a prize?" Zuiyu asked. "No." Curly Hair continued to stare at the screen. Zuiyu sighed. What a pity. He really wanted Curly Hair to help him win a prize. Curly Hair was really special. Who knew what Zuiyu could win if Curly Hair helped? Elsewhere, news of Battle of the Century, opening a commemorative map, spread quickly. Teams from every continent were getting ready to fight for glory and prizes. Esports clubs stayed up several nights in a row to come up with a battle plan and also tried to find out information about other teams. In the global group chat with many reputable esports athletes, many teams were making inquiries with Jinro. "Captain Jean, will Zhao God be participating this time around?" "Yeah, it's been a long time since Zhao God appeared. I long to see him play again." Silverlight Team Captain replied, "Of course not. Zhao God has accepted a composing assignment and has secluded himself. He is wholeheartedly focusing on composing and doesn't want to get involved in gaming nowadays." Jinro knew this bunch all too well. While they longed to see him play again, deep down, they were chanting, "Do not come." At this time, when all the esports clubs were striving for achievements and results, nobody was willing to have an additional threat appear. Indeed, the mood lightened considerably after Jinro said that Fang Zhao had secluded himself to compose. The strength of a Silverlight team without Fang Zhao was totally different. If the current combat strength of the Silverlight team was said to be 5,000, then it would become 10,000 if Fang Zhao was added in. This wasn't an exaggeration. It was based off of the solid data of various esports clubs. Therefore, Fang Zhao being unable to join was great news. Everyone relaxed. Gamers flooded into the new map the day it opened. Those unable to log and watch live broadcasts. This was what it meant to be a gaming fan. However, not long after the new map was opened, many gamers who were having fun suddenly received a pop-up notification. Alive After 500 Years is online. Chapter 491. Crazy Point Sweeping Demon 2.0. Many gamers followed, Alive After 500 Years. As Fang Zhao's reputation rose, the number of people following his game ID increased as well. However, Fang Zhao rarely logged on nowadays. He logged on privately once in a while for Silverlight training sessions and publicly for invited events. Furthermore, Fang Zhao hadn't participated in public global esports events in a long time. That was the reason some people said that Fang Zhao had retired. Many gaming athletes thought this was the case as well. Many teams had made inquiries about Fang Zhao before the commemorative map was opened. They were mostly relieved upon learning that Fang Zhao would be secluding himself to compose. There were also a few top teams that made contingency plans for every situation. What if Fang Zhao decided to participate? Of course, not a single esports club wished to resort to such plans. After the new map opened, Silverlight's first string squad had been fighting for quite a while and didn't see Alive After 500 Years. Thus, everyone basically accepted that Fang Zhao wasn't going to be participating. However, Alive After 500 Years is online. When this pop-up window appeared before so many people, they seemed to lag for a moment. All gamers who saw this pop-up window. A legendary marksman from a certain top team even felt his ever-steady hand tremble, and he missed a shot. All of these gamers had various guesses the moment they saw this account come online. Those who believed Jinro's words first reckoned that Fiery Bird's account was hacked. Although it was said that Fiery Bird's anti-hacking system was the best in the industry, there was no such thing as an absolute. There were always what-ifs. What if the account had really been hacked? News of Alive After 500 Years coming online spread throughout the gaming world rapidly. Various live broadcast teams immediately changed their original trajectories, while various esports forums bustled with activity. Attention that had been on other players and teams was diverted. What did I just see? Has my Zhao God given up music to return to the competitive esports scene? Don't get your hopes up. According to insider news, Silverlight's captain Jinro has said that Fang Zhao should be composing in seclusion. The one logging into the account might not necessarily be him. How can you even believe Jinro's words? You should understand what smokescreen tactics mean. Let's observe more before commenting. We will know whether it is Zhao God after watching. There were some gaming newbies who didn't know too much about Fang Zhao and weren't too impressed by the overreactions of older gamers. Newbie, I don't know about Fang Zhao, and I'm not going to pass any judgment. However, the name, Alive After 500 Years, doesn't have a nice ring to it. It's not domineering enough. Veteran, what use is there having an awesome-sounding game ID? Anyone would still be trampled over just the same. Newbie, is Fang Zhao really as impressive as the rumors say? I can't help but feel that these rumors are exaggerated. Veteran, no. Just search up and watch the battles where he made his name. You weren't there when it happened, so he might just be a story to you. But to us, he is a god. Of course, there were also older gamers who didn't view Fang Zhao favorably too. Stop exaggerating. What remains of Fang Zhao are merely myths, someone said. Aren't there many outdated gods in the gaming world? I have to admit that Fang Zhao was impressive, but he's just one person, no matter how amazing he was. As long as he doesn't join up with the Silverlight team, he actually doesn't pose much threat. Some people were also gradually convinced. Fang Zhao wasn't with the Silverlight team. He was fighting alone. For this angle, he didn't seem to be much of a threat indeed. However, some people still deserved a scolding. In a certain esports group chat, Jinro, F***Ker, how dare you say that Fang Zhao wasn't participating? Don't ever trust Jinro's words, y'all. Didn't I say it was just a smokescreen tactic? Phew, it's lucky we made contingency plans. To be honest, I'm not worried. On the contrary, I now feel more level-headed. Plan B initiated. Silverlight's internal team chat. Captain, come quick. What's going on? Didn't you say that Zhao God wouldn't be taking part? Yeah, no one disturbed Zhao God because Captain Jean said he was composing in seclusion. So, do we have to change our tactics? Captain, could it be that you actually conspired with Zhao God to come up with a secret strategy? Perhaps this is just Zhao God taking a break from composing? Jinro hurriedly replied. Let me inquire first. Our team shall continue as per the original strategy for the time being. Jinro was actually astonished too. Given what he knew of Fang Zhao, there was an extremely low possibility of Fang Zhao taking part in these commemorative events. Furthermore, Fang Zhao would surely have given him a heads up if he planned to. Although Fang Zhao seemed to be retired, he still understood the rules and would have informed him of his plans. Thus, Jinro was inclined towards believing that Fang Zhao was hacked. Jinro got some team members who weren't participating in this commemorative competition to observe Fang Zhao's activity. They were to immediately make a report with Fiery Bird if the account seemed to have been hacked. Jinro didn't have time to bother with those calling him out and had no plans of explaining himself. Why do I have to explain our internal Silverlight matters to you guys? Even if I knew Fang Zhao was coming, what's wrong with putting on a diversionary smokescreen? All's fair in war. We are all professional esports athletes. Blame yourselves for being so naive. Disregarding the sudden influx of PMs, Jinro waited and observed for a bit. Seeing that there was no hacked account notice from Fiery Bird, he found some spare time to send. Alive after 500 years, a PM. Zhao God. It's me, Jinro. Are you just making a guest appearance? Or do you intend to do something big? Do you require us to coordinate with you? We've done some analysis of the new map. Do you want me to send you a copy of the report? However, the PM was met with silence. Jinro assumed Fang Zhao was too busy killing monsters to reply. At the same time, Fiery Bird was also paying close attention to Alive after 500 years. Fiery Bird headquarters. Hacked account. No signs of a hacked entry. No problems with identity verification. No anomalies backend either. Can Fang Zhao be contacted? Fang Zhao has set a do not disturb mode. We can't use emergency means of contact as we haven't gotten a full understanding of the situation yet. However, we left him a message and contacted his assistant too. MHM, watch closely. Immediately freeze the account if there are any signs it was hacked. It wasn't them being overly sensitive. Alive after 500 years was really too unique in the gaming world. Furthermore, with Fang Zhao's current global influence, too many people were watching. At a certain spot in game. Hi everyone, this is your old friend Strong Bubbles. Welcome to my live broadcast. I am hiding inside a small cave on the fringes of a beast lair. I have put on camouflage and haven't been discovered by any monster. However, in a short while, I won't be able to say anything. So, I will first show everyone my surroundings. He adjusted the camera to let his audience see the situation outside this cave. While these were the fringes of a beast lair, many monsters could already be seen moving around in the area. Strong Bubbles explained to everyone the reason for choosing to do a live broadcast here. He guessed that Alive after 500 years would possibly appear here, given his previous movements. Only teams would come here for battle. No solo player in the right mind would come to such a dangerous place. However, Bubbles' intuition told him that a storm would surely appear here. One of the accounts owned by his team happened to be in the vicinity of this area, so Bubbles had used it and hidden here to wait for the storm to appear. If his conjecture was correct, they would be able to earn another huge sum this time. Some years back, Bubbles had managed to film a video of Fang Zhao manically sweeping through monsters. That video became scripture for gamers, and Bubbles had gained lots of fans. His production team had managed to earn loads from that video as well. Nowadays, he was no longer a small-time webcast host who contemplated switching genres. He had now built up quite a decent production team. It could be said that relying on that video where Fang Zhao made his name in gaming was enough to revive their entire production team. They had always worshipped Fang Zhao for being their goldmine. It was genuine worship. They had printed out a still of that scripture video of Fang Zhao and spent quite a sum for a custom-made photo frame. They prayed to this photo before starting a live broadcast each time. They didn't ask for luck equivalent to the original. Just a tenth of that good fortune would be enough for them to strike it rich. However, Fang Zhao had retired from competitive gaming. He was no longer seen in esports competitions. Thus, Bubbles' team could only trail other people or teams. Of course, they didn't just follow random gamers. With Fang Zhao setting the precedent, they chose to cover some intense battles and chased after top players. Each time, they hoped for a battle that could cause a storm in the gaming circles. After Bubbles had successfully switched to gaming broadcasts, he discovered he was especially sensitive towards blood and carnage. He frequently succeeded in predicting where the action would be. Thus, his team had expanded to its current size over time. Bubbles used different accounts each time and had both high and low-level accounts. Chasing after action in the game was considered to be a dangerous activity that could result in game over. Chances of surviving a bloody carnage was extremely low and required lots of luck every time. Suddenly, the monsters that were wandering outside the cave pricked up and simultaneously looked in a certain direction. Bubbles held his breath. He heard a slightly familiar sound in the distance. T-Rex motorcycle. It's the sound of a T-Rex motorcycle. Bubbles was on the verge of tears from the excitement. He finally heard this sound again after so many years. Alive after 500 years. More and more people used the T-Rex motorcycle, but there was only one scripture. In Bubbles' opinion, alive after 500 years was just different. He could hear the tyrannical oppression coming. His heart raced. He felt rapt anticipation and some indescribable fear. The high-energy humming of the engine was like a ferocious roar of a tyrannical beast. There wasn't a slight hint of hesitation. One could even hear a bit of excitement and impatience, as of a famished beast spotting prey. No, it had to be an illusion. Bubbles quickly shook away all these thoughts and listened attentively for activity in the surroundings. Motorcycle tires screeched shrilly against the ground. Here it comes. Taking the risk of having a game over, Bubbles moved his body further out and adjusted his live broadcast frame. Bubbles had originally planned to have some interaction with his viewers, but he quickly found himself stunned by the scene before him. The beast, attracted by the sound, charged over, and it instantly turned into a scene of a storm. Everything else was a blur. Only the moving eye of the storm could be seen. Flashes of gunfire sprayed from the eye of the storm. Spurts of blood sprayed all over as corpses of beasts fell onto the ground like rain. The concentrated sound of gunfire made Bubbles' heart thump. The beasts that charged over like a relentless tide were cut through and turned into mere puddles. After a short while, the storm passed into the distance. The sound of gunfire gradually lessened, and the surroundings became completely silent. Bubbles regained his senses and finally felt able to breathe. He took in a deep breath. He walked out from the cave. A thick layer of beast corpses lay at his feet. On closer inspection, he discovered that there was only one bullet hole in each corpse. Bubbles made his way through the thick layer of beast corpses with great difficulty and headed in the direction where, alive after 500 years, had gone. It was even more exhausting than climbing a mountain, and he had to be wary of any beasts still alive among the corpses. The monsters could easily rip him apart with just a bite. However, it was clear that he was overly apprehensive. There weren't any alive. All these beasts had been cleanly dealt with. Even though the danger had already passed, Bubbles still shuddered as his hairs stood on end. He looked into the distance. It was literally a bloody carnage. The path ahead was littered with beast corpses, and there were a few heaps that formed little mounds. Anybody would feel dizzy from the sight. Bubbles' legs turned soft. He immediately knelt on the ground. It wasn't just Bubbles whose legs had gone soft. His viewers who had witnessed the scene were all in shock. Just one person, massacring the entire beast lair. There's only one person capable of doing that, right? This display seems to be even more savage than that famed scene. Hacked account? What hacked account? Who else besides Fang Zhao had such ability? Besides the live broadcast audience, Personnel at Fiery Bird headquarters observing this account were staring at the screen with their mouths agape. The new commemorative map had some regulations that were different from normal gameplay. As long as one was willing to spend money on ammunition, they could have unlimited bullets. But everyone who played this game knew that you couldn't go around the game like a boss with just unlimited ammunition. This was a survival game. There wasn't any revive functionality in the commemorative map. If you found yourself in a monster's nest, death was certain unless you had a nuclear warhead. Furthermore, every detail like gun model, reloading speed, anticipation ability, reaction, combat skills, and environment had an effect. However, the scene they had just witnessed challenged their understanding of their own game. Is there a system bug in our game? I don't think so. It's impossible. I just ran a computer simulation. Without using a weapon of mass destruction and removing any elements of luck, killing an entire beast lair solo requires achieving the game's set limits of anticipation, movement, efficiency, and reloading. All of these have to be done flawlessly. Basically, achieving this is practically impossible. Even a single tenth of a second delay will result in failure. But he's managed to achieve these limits. It's as if he is a perfectly tuned and precise supercomputer. Are there really no problems with the account? Not a trace of hacking or cheating. The technical stuff replied grudgingly. There really aren't any. At least, our entire technical team isn't able to detect any. There aren't any anomalies in the game, and the account is normal. Silence. After a moment, a technical engineer said with a distressed look on his face, I feel that this kind of person should be banned from entering the game. At the same time, all the large esports discussion forums were bustling with videos and posts. It's appeared. Slide with a 360 drift and simultaneous reloading and firing. Video, dangerous action, do not imitate. Is this the fabled God's domain? Video, holy F *CK? This isn't desperate survival. This is unilateral and maniacal slaughter. Video, the Silverwing Gaming team's official social media account was also flooded with comments. Alive after 500 years has yet to say a single word after coming online. The phrase "a real killer moves in silence" is so apt here. I'm not here to join in the excitement, but to pay my respects. Has Silverwing successfully persuaded Zhao God to give up music and return to gaming? I already sense a storm looming on the leaderboards. As these topics started to grow, many live broadcast teams gave up their original plans and switched their sights towards tracking Alive after 500 years. They believed with Alive after 500 years' trend in slaying monsters, he wouldn't just hit a single beast lair. Just as everyone expected, the storm caused by Alive after 500 years was just barely getting started. Beast lairs were sacked one after another. Alive after 500 years was like a fine-tuned machine that never stopped operating. He maintained an extremely high efficiency. He never wasted a single second and could safely survive each round of danger. On the new map's individual leaderboards, Alive after 500 years, points kept climbing as if there was some sort of bug. He soon occupied the top spot. Gradually, everyone was able to see something. Picking up loot was secondary. Killing monsters was his objective. Savage, rampant, crazy. He went wherever monsters were. The people trying to follow him were left far behind in the dust and unable to even smell the exhaust emissions of his motorcycle. Very quickly, all the large esports news and media outlets had this headline. Crazy Point-Sweeping Demon 2.0. Chapter 492 AO. More and more people rushed towards the commemorative map in Battle of the Century after seeing the news. Casual gamers who weren't too interested originally ran to join the excitement after seeing notifications like Return of the King, Fang Zhao comes back to esports, and other similar news. This was no longer a matter limited to the gaming circles. People of different occupations like entertainment all rushed into the game. Those who didn't like playing watched broadcasts. Game broadcasters were also going all out for the traffic. Anyone in the media knew how to attract the most attention in the shortest time possible. However, this spotlight didn't seem to affect the efficiency of that crazy point-sweeping demon who was steadily rising up in the ranks of the game. It was as if, Alive after 500 years, was totally oblivious to the storm he had caused. He slayed monsters as nimbly as ever and continued visiting beast lairs in succession. The game developers' shock and disbelief slowly gave way to self-doubt. Did this commemorative map have some sort of bug they were unaware of? There were some entertainment media outlets that decided to interview, alive after 500 years after he was done. Fang Zhao was just playing solo. This sort of exhausting and high-intensity activity would make anyone tired. However, as they waited and waited, an hour passed, then 2 hours, 5 hours, 10 hours. Alive after 500 years, maintained such a ferocious monster-slaying momentum. It seemed as if he never tired. His movements were still as perfect as ever. Not even the tiniest flaw could be found. New gamers who watched for fun at the beginning felt their adoration begin to numb. The masses who joined in to watch couldn't stay in their seats. This fellow was still killing and killing. This is the first time I have truly experienced what is known as the crazy point-sweeping demon. What a god indeed. This isn't something ordinary people like us can compare with. No wonder everyone in the gaming circles acknowledged Fang Zhao as Zhao God. As expected from the brightest star in Battle of the Century. Only one person has assumed the mantle of God since the game started. After observing his zeal in slaying monsters, I feel that Fang Zhao might really be giving up music and rejoining the gaming world. Rejoice! These weren't wild guesses. Everyone who watched, alive after 500 years, breathtakingly take down hordes of monsters continuously had the same idea. It's obvious he is someone passionate or addicted to gaming. For sure, there's no way he isn't coming back. It's such a great addiction. Retiring from gaming is impossible. There's no way he is quitting competitive gaming in this lifetime. Elsewhere, Fang Zhao had shut himself away to compose for quite a long time as his inspiration had been overflowing. After he was done, he wanted to head out, adjust his condition, eat and shower before sleeping. Fang Zhao tidied up his score sheets and turned on his personal terminal. He switched off the Do Not Disturb mode just before he was about to get up. The moment he turned off his Do Not Disturb mode, notifications and messages flooded in continuously. Fang Zhao. Fang Zhao raised an eyebrow. He had a bad feeling. As he scanned through the news and messages, Fang Zhao's eyebrows jumped. Even old master Mo Lang was among those who had sent him messages. Normally, the old master didn't pay attention to the esports scene. However, this incident was a big deal all over the internet. Fang Zhao could create quite a ruckus with just the tiniest of activities, let alone such a bloody carnage in esports. Old master Mo couldn't keep calm when he saw everything that people were talking about. At first, Old Master Mo was very unhappy when he heard that Fang Zhao had spent a long time gaming today. How could he be playing games when he is supposed to be engrossed in art? Is he having it too easy with too few assignments? He can write a thesis after he is done with writing his scores. Mo Lang's expectations of Fang Zhao were really high. Furthermore, Fang Zhao's attitude was satisfactory most of the time, so Mo Lang never imagined that Fang Zhao would give up music. Everything that happened today was quite a big blow to this old artist. However, Mo Lang didn't immediately make a call to reprimand Fang Zhao. He was still willing to believe Fang Zhao. Thus, old master Mo pondered silently for a while. He felt that probably, maybe, Fang Zhao was very stressed recently and needed to vent a little in game. Perhaps being the ambassador for a massive project with significant historical importance was a lot of pressure on Fang Zhao. Could it have made him unable to compose as usual? The greater the reputation, the more attention. Fang Zhao was also under scrutiny and pressure from all areas. With these thoughts, Mo Lang's anger subsided. Fang Zhao was young after all, so Mo Lang could understand. Thus, Mo Lang sent Fang Zhao a message. He first showed some concern towards Fang Zhao's current psychological state and reminded him tactfully. If you're stressed, gaming is fine. But don't become addicted. The focus must still be on music. Fang Zhao. Sigh. Fang Zhao sent a short reply to old master Mo. For the time being, Fang Zhao didn't bother with anybody else who had contacted him to find out about the situation. After a quick online search, he easily understood the cause and development of the matter. Veins on his forehead started to bulge. He walked out of the study and came to the door of Curly Hair's little room. Fang Zhao didn't have to open the door. He could tell what the situation inside was like just from the sounds. That gamer dog donning the helmet was humming a tune and wagging his tail. He was even humming because he was having too much fun killing monsters. He was totally delirious from joy. Fang Zhao didn't know how his old friend Su Mu was like when training dogs so many years ago. But, right now, Fang Zhao was thinking of closing the door and beating the dog. Just a few days of lax discipline, and he dared to hack the account. Did he have too few assignments, or were the tests too easy? Did Curly Hair turn a deaf ear to everything he had said before? Fang Zhao closed his eyes and took a few deep breaths. There was already too much attention online, and that dog was currently clearing a monster lair in-game. A sudden disconnection at this time would be hotly discussed, and things would be harder to explain in the future. Fang Zhao brought a chair over to the door and sat down. While waiting, he thought about how best to conclude this affair, and how to make this dog learn his lesson. A beating was necessary. Punishing him by making him face the wall was necessary too. The game console and personal terminal would have to be confiscated, and it had to be taken away in front of his face. Everything had to be confiscated. Nothing but the learning console would remain. When Yin Biao and Zuoyu came over, they stopped in their tracks when they saw Fang Zhao's stiff face and felt the stifling atmosphere. The two-man salted fish squad didn't dare make any noise. They cushioned their footsteps and carefully glanced at Fang Zhao. Fang Zhao inclined his head slightly, indicating for them to leave first. Without saying a word, the two-man salted fish squad left at once. They ran all the way to a beach at the island's side and sat down on a rock. They turned to look at the house. They were already far enough, and any massive fight would probably not affect them if it were to happen. From Boss's expression, I reckon that there's going to be domestic violence, Zuoyu said. Is beating up the dog considered domestic violence? Yin Biao asked. I don't think so. But it isn't maltreatment either. Engrossed in the game and oblivious to the outside world, Curly Hair was having too much fun and lost track of the time. Actually, he hadn't decided to play in such a manner originally. Curly Hair's line of thought went. The television seems to say that it is very interesting. Since Fang Zhao isn't here, I will just head online to take a little peek. Just a little peek. A motorcycle. Fang Zhao probably wouldn't know if I secretly ride it for 2 minutes. That monster looks delicious, let me kill it. A bunch of trash dares to try to stop me. I'll stop after clearing a beast lair. This game is really fun. Oh whoa. Curly Hair continuously killed monsters online for 12 hours until the system reminder of "you have gamed for an excessive period" appeared. Only then did he reluctantly exit the game. He was famished from killing monsters. He had been provided with plenty of food, but he hadn't been able to eat while gaming. He was famished. Curly Hair squeezed the game helmet off of his head and happily trotted out of the room. However, when the door opened, he saw Fang Zhao seated at the doorway with an extremely solemn expression. Curly Hair. Ayo! He leapt up in shock. Even his fur was standing from the fright. Chapter 493, Closing the Door and Beating the Dog. Everything seemed to come to a standstill. Curly Hair carefully glanced up at Fang Zhao. After having such a scare, he had completely and thoroughly sobered up. Fang Zhao's warnings that had been tossed to the back of his mind while gaming finally came back. His mental state went through several changes from excitement to fright and then to anxiety. Curly Hair backpedaled his paws as if trying to hide. Then, he whimpered slightly towards Fang Zhao. Fang Zhao remained seated, staring at Curly Hair while maintaining his silence. Curly Hair averted his gaze and shrunk his neck back as well. His entire body felt as though it was going to shrink into a ball from guilt. Curly Hair wanted to find an excuse and explain himself. Fang Zhao got up from the chair and entered the room. Pointing at the wall, he told Curly Hair, "Come, if you have anything to say, tell it to the wall." Curly Hair glanced at Fang Zhao, then trudged listlessly to the wall with his tail drooping. However, his little dog eyes still stole sneak peeks over at Fang Zhao to observe his expression and movements. Fang Zhao didn't bother with him and carried the lockbox he had prepared over. He opened up the cabinet in Curly Hair's small room and pulled out the retro handheld console, placing it in the lockbox. Curly Hair sobbed. Fang Zhao still ignored him. He unplugged the gaming helmet and peripherals Curly Hair had just been using and placed them all in the case. Curly Hair whimpered upon seeing this. Tears welled up as he eyed the lockbox unwillingly. He was flustered but didn't dare speak. He could only whimper as a plea for leniency. Fang Zhao turned a deaf ear to these cries. He surveyed the open cabinet and raised an eyebrow. 2 days ago, Curly Hair had stored his personal terminal in the cabinet. However, it wasn't there anymore. Curly Hair watched Fang Zhao nervously. He watched as Fang Zhao raised his foot, tapped the ground lightly, and differentiated the various sounds with his ear. Fang Zhao closed the cabinet and walked over to the corner. He shifted the kennel and pulled away the mat laid there. There was a hole beneath. The gap was just small enough for Curly Hair's body to squeeze in. The inside of the hole was slightly larger, and there was a cylinder-shaped object inside. It was an explosion-proof barrel. It was the kind that could withstand an explosion or a mecha stepping on it. The outside of the barrel seemed aged. Fang Zhao reckoned that this was something Curly Hair had secretly brought back from a shipwreck or isolated islands. How capable! Fang Zhao opened the barrel lid and fished out a small silver object. This was Curly Hair's personal terminal that he licked 3 times a day to make it even more shiny. This also had to be confiscated. There would be no internet access for Curly Hair. Curly Hair started bawling when he saw his precious personal terminal being put into the lockbow. He felt wronged. He didn't even have a Battle of the Century account. An account needed identity verification. Even alternate accounts required it. How could a dog like him have identity verification? With just that bit of wishful thinking, he had borrowed Fang Zhao's game account for a bit. At first, he was simply curious. He just wanted to experience a little bit and then log out. As for everything that happened after, that wasn't something that a dog could control. He felt aggrieved and guilty. As he thought about his precious things that had been confiscated, Curly Hair's weeping intensified. However, Fang Zhao didn't have any intention of consoling Curly Hair and even rolled up his sleeves. Come here. At the seaside, Zuiyu and Yin Biao were chatting while looking through entertainment news. Zuiyu, I have a guess. Yin Biao, very well, me too. They met each other's gaze and flashed a knowing grin. They had seen the news all over the internet. They had also seen the in-game videos. Combining it with the scene they had just witnessed in the house, how could they not guess who was playing as alive after 500 years? Who would believe that the crazy point-sweeping demon was a dog? Who would believe it if this was leaked? Who would believe that? Say, do you think he spoke human language when he was online, or he didn't say anything in the game? The mic was probably off. Hey, if the mic wasn't shut and he howled in-game, would boss's public image change? Zuiyu got excited thinking about such a situation. However, it hasn't reached that stage. In any case, it hasn't been proven that it was boss playing. Do you think boss will deny it? Alive after 500 years, has a helmet, so nobody can see what he looks like. However, the distinctive pattern of the crazy point-sweeping demon is too obvious. There's no denying it. The two of them were rather worried for Fang Zhao. Such a situation was really quite a headache. As they were talking, there was an "oh-woo" coming from the house. The two of them tensed up. They could hear such mournful dog cries despite being so far away. Had the dog beating started? The conversation halted, and the two of them pricked up their ears and listened. After a moment, another string of howls sounded. "Oh-woo, oh-woo-woo. Oh-woo, oh-woo-woo." The howls were more shrill this time, and they even followed a rhythm. The beating has started, Yin Biao said with certainty. What weapon is boss using to beat the dog? Zuiyu asked. They recalled how this dog could bite apart a mecha, and how bullets seemed like tickles to it. What sort of weapon could inflict pain on Curly Hair? Yin Biao pondered and shook his head. I can't think of any. Regardless of whatever weapon it is, I reckon it's a very cruel beating from its wails. However, they weren't sympathetic and even felt a little glad deep down. The two of them only returned after Fang Zhao sent them a message. Nanfeng had come over to the island. On their way back, they were still trying to stabilize their mental state. The howling had stopped. When Yin Biao and Zuiyu returned to the house, they saw Curly Hair sobbing as he faced the wall. They weren't sure if they were mistaken, but they thought that the tear stains beneath Curly Hair's eyes were much larger this time. Nanfeng's heart ached seeing Curly Hair crying with so much grief. He rubbed Curly Hair's head and quietly asked Yin Biao, "Did boss abuse the dog again?" Yin Biao? Again? Dog? Abuse? He thought that this sentence didn't make much sense. Yin Biao stared at Nanfeng with an indescribable look. In the end, he didn't say anything. Nanfeng didn't bother to keep asking Yin Biao. In his eyes, Yin Biao and Zuiyu weren't too bright. They never had answers to his questions and lacked initiative. Only when their boss gave instructions did they go about to accomplish their tasks like wooden blocks. These bodyguards wouldn't have many future prospects. Nanfeng sighed for his two colleagues and dropped the matter. After all, Curly Hair crying and facing the wall happened every once in a while. Curly Hair was merely crying a little harder this time, but it wasn't a big deal. Thus, Nanfeng placed the dog aside and hurriedly went to discuss some important matters with Fang Zhao. For example, was Fang Zhao really going to give up music and return to the competitive esports scene? This incident had caused a great ruckus online. Now, everyone was waiting for Fang Zhao to declare his position. Nanfeng had also received calls from many people. Even though it was worrying, he also reckoned that Fang Zhao had been too willful in this whole matter. However, he wouldn't complain about it in front of his boss. Criticizing Fang Zhao was out of the question too. Thus, Nanfeng first started flattering Fang Zhao with his monster-slaying feats in the game. He simply didn't notice the sympathetic looks Yan Biao and Zuoyu were giving him behind his back. After unleashing this flattery, Nanfeng then expressed his own difficulties. The incident had been too sudden, and he hadn't had time to think about how to handle it. He was in a tough spot since he didn't know Fang Zhao's decision. Fang Zhao replied, "I am not giving up music. Neither do I have any plans to return to the professional esports scene." With this being said, Nanfeng understood. "All right, boss. Then, what about the public's questions? I'll handle them." It couldn't be helped. Fang Zhao had no choice but to be the scapegoat. That dog had actually dared cause such a big disturbance when he wasn't paying attention. Fang Zhao turned on a certain esports social media platform. There were marvelous replays of what had happened on the front page. They contained various clips of monsters being quickly slain. The main character in each of these videos was the same. As he watched the person in-game stomp through beast lairs as if they were ant hives, Fang Zhao's thoughts started to wander. This was his own dog. If Curly Hair had really appeared during the period of destruction, would that century-long devastating war have concluded early? But when he thought about the complicated circumstances during the period of destruction, the possibility of a period of destruction 2.0 seemed more likely. Chapter 494, Double Standards. With the matter of alive after 500 years settled, Nanfeng was much more relaxed as the remaining matters weren't that urgent. Nanfeng then gave a report of work matters for the past few days and discussed with Fang Zhao about the plan to purchase land. On the topic of buying land, Nanfeng excessively praised Fang Zhao for his farsightedness. Because Fang Zhao had not made a move back then, wouldn't he now be able to pool money to purchase an even larger plot of land to construct his collection hall? Now, Nanfeng clearly understood he just needed to follow Fang Zhao's instructions. Fang Zhao was much more knowledgeable compared to himself when it came to news and directives of the upper echelons. Nanfeng finished reporting all his matters before asking his questions. "Boss, wasn't this lockbox always kept in the storehouse? Are you using it to safekeep belongings? I heard from someone that these electronic lockboxes can't be binded to a personal terminal. You won't know immediately if it is taken, and it may be difficult to retrieve." Nanfeng meant that this sort of electronic lockbox wasn't secure enough. It wasn't meant for important items. Fang Zhao nodded, indicating that he understood. Nanfeng didn't say anything else after that. But he felt that Curly Hair's sobs had become louder. Since Fang Zhao didn't have any comment on his report, Nanfeng no longer took up Fang Zhao's time. Fang Zhao still had to handle matters related to the game. This incident had caused quite a huge disturbance this time, especially in the esports circles. It was as if a hurricane had passed through and changed the perspectives of many. Thus, #CrazyPointSweepingDemon 2.0 became the topic of the year in esports circles. While he lamented about his boss's ability to create news, Nanfeng walked over to Curly Hair's side by the wall. Nanfeng had accomplished his official work and now had time to console Curly Hair. His heart ached tenderly for this little dog. He patted Curly Hair's head and used a piece of tissue paper to dab away Curly Hair's tears. "Did you cause trouble again?" Even though Nanfeng reckoned it was boss mistreating Curly Hair, Nanfeng still had to ensure his own survival when he was still in Fang Zhao's hearing range. Within this range, everything that boss did was correct. The employer was king. Therefore, he could only blame Curly Hair. Sigh. Curly Hair cried even harder when Nanfeng said that. He looked really miserable. Nanfeng hurriedly continued wiping away Curly Hair's tears with the tissue. "Oh, don't cry, don't cry. Curly Hair, don't cry. Are you hurt?" Nanfeng scrutinized Curly Hair's body carefully and didn't notice any injuries. Although Curly Hair was crying really hard, his posture facing the wall still seemed fine. Yin Biao and Zhuoyu didn't seem worried either, so Nanfeng relaxed a little. But why would Curly Hair cry over nothing? Nanfeng thought a little consolation would help. Curly Hair bawled without caring about anything else. He took no notice of Nanfeng. First, he was upset that his precious things had been confiscated by Fang Zhao, and he wouldn't be able to play with them. Secondly, he had received a beating. This was the first time he had ever received such a beating. Is this how it felt like being hit? Every single hit felt as painful as his flesh being cut up. Of course, Curly Hair didn't know why it hurt so much. His body didn't really feel it. He didn't understand that it was actually his heart hurting each time he was struck. Before he began the beating, Fang Zhao had instructed Curly Hair to focus his attention on his emotions to make sure he would remember this lesson. His body's pain was secondary. On top of the confiscation and his beating, Curly Hair was also miserable because he still had homework and tests. Fang Zhao's opinion was that since Curly Hair could game for 12 hours straight, it meant that he had too much free time. Thus, his online lessons and assignments increased. The question bank was refreshed. The quizzes every 3 days became daily quizzes, and now there were also 3 exams per week. Also, since he had caused the topic of the year, Curly Hair had to write a composition on this hotly discussed topic. An 8,000-word essay was to be submitted within a week. Therefore, after Curly Hair was done facing the wall, he had to attend classes, do homework, take tests, and write a self-reflection essay. Just the thought made Curly Hair's head hurt. Nanfeng's efforts to soothe him didn't have any effect. After all, Nanfeng couldn't help him. Write essays. Then his dog ears picked up a phrase. Make amends for your mistakes by doing good. He understood this phrase. It had come up in a test a few days back. Nanfeng was still talking. Curly Hair, boss will be happy if you do good deeds. He might even reward you. For example, go catch thieves. Bite them with all your strength. Especially those paparazzi taking sneak shots. Bite first, talk later. Curly Hair had already gotten a rabies shot before, and this island was private property. In Nanfeng's opinion, any trespasser who was bitten deserved it. Most reporters wouldn't dare mess with a meritorious service dog. Bite if you find one. Bite both if there are 2. Bite as many as you can. I will take responsibility for any issue. So what if they get bitten? How serious can a small dog's bite be? Yin Biao and Zhuoyu. The heck? Stop instilling such terrifying thoughts in him. Do you even know how big his bite is? He can even eat a mecha, and you will take responsibility if there is any issue? Can you even handle it? Nanfeng didn't notice anything wrong with his words and continued. Of course, if you come across anything you can't handle, just call out and start running. Your tiny life is a priority. Trespassers who can evade the island's security systems are surely very capable. Curly Hair is but a tiny dog. If he really encounters a trespasser, barking out a warning is already accomplishing his duty. This is a meritorious service dog, and a priceless treasure we are talking about. Nanfeng's heart would ache if even a strand of Curly Hair's fur was hurt. He didn't want Curly Hair to defend the house with his life. It was okay for Curly Hair to stay a pet. Was there any need for Boss to have such high expectations for Curly Hair? Nanfeng sighed multiple times as he thought to himself. Curly Hair had only listened up to make amends for your mistakes by doing good. His eyes lit up. Nanfeng smiled when he noticed that Curly Hair had finally stopped crying. He shot Yin Biao and Zhuoyu dissatisfied looks. ****. When I'm not here, you guys should spend more time with Curly Hair. Boss is always busy. If we can't help with other stuff, we can at least look after the dog. Besides bringing him for walks, you guys should still talk to Curly Hair. Dogs need company. Yin Biao and Zhuoyu. They had stiff looks on their faces. We eagerly await the day where you discover his true form. Will you still be able to say that so calmly at that time, dear comrade? On the second day after the crazy point-sweeping demon had caused a racket in the esports circles, Fang Zhao and Silverwing jointly made a statement clarifying that this wasn't any special battle strategy of Silverwing's and that it had all been Fang Zhao's own personal actions. Furthermore, Fang Zhao publicly announced that he wouldn't be giving up music and that he wouldn't log on in the next 1 month. Despite his explanation, not everyone believed what he said, leaving after showing off. After this incident, Fang Zhao's god status is cemented and unshakable. Everyone who witnessed this will always remember him. It feels like Fang Zhao has some other strategy in mind. Not necessarily. Fang Zhao might just be seeking inspiration. Them artists are very crazy. Maybe he was just letting off some steam playing games because he is under a lot of pressure? Is he really not gaming anymore? How about playing for another couple of days? I just started playing this game. I even had the intention of making a pilgrimage to see God. At the retirement home for former officials in Yanbei, great-grandfather Zhao had a relieved smile after seeing Fang Zhao's latest announcement. Great-grandfather Fang preferred music over esports. He felt that music was more prestigious. For many people, esports wasn't part of the arts. Of course, if Fang Zhao chose to give up music and re-enter the esports scene once again, great-grandfather Fang would also support him wholeheartedly. After Fang Zhao's statement, some in the family clan's group chat said that Fang Zhao was getting addicted to gaming while slacking off from music. Great-grandfather Fang immediately responded to them. Little Zhao just has wide interests and many talents. There were some who weren't happy. When our children play games, you call them slackers, but when Fang Zhao games for 12 hours straight when he's supposed to be composing, you call it having wide interests and many talents? This is totally double standards. This is bias. Great-grandfather Fang didn't feel that he was in any way wrong. He replied righteously, "How can this be compared? Your little children sneak off to play games before doing a single bit of homework. When have they passed a single examination? Look at little Zhao. Were any of his music works shoddy? Were there any that weren't exquisite? Was there any piece that didn't fetch a high price? Who can say he is wrong for playing games when he has made good music?" Of course, great-grandfather Fang couldn't deny that he was biased. No, this is just human nature. Isn't it normal to be biased? What's strange about it? Everyone has bias. After Fang Zhao became the ambassador of the Outer Space Immigration Plan, great-grandfather Fang had even specifically called other children, grandchildren, and later generations individually to knock some sense into them. He didn't want them to burden Fang Zhao. No one is to seek out Fang Zhao with regards to the Outer Space Immigration Plan. Settle your difficulties on your own. After all, it is only still at the application stage. Whether you want to immigrate or establish a foothold on a second home, this old man doesn't give a damn. If you are capable, go ahead. But I will cut ties with anyone who tries to use Fang Zhao's status as image ambassador to bend the rules. Everyone in the Fang family knew that this old man was stubborn and his bias knew no boundaries. They could still request some help from the old master if they faced difficulties in their life or career, but they could forget about anything else besides that. The people in the retirement facility knew great-grandfather Fang's favoritism the best. After Fang Zhao's joint statement with Silver Wing was released, great-grandfather Fang started to get lively in the retirement facility group. He started enthusiastically talking to anyone who would listen. Everyone in the retirement facility, take note. I am going to start showing off now. Chapter 495. Make amends by doing good. Great-grandfather Fang once again started to brag about his great-grandson. When he got up every day, the first thing he would think about was what angle he would take. Fang Zhao wasn't aware of this. Because of great-grandfather Fang's warnings, other members of the Fang family didn't seek out Fang Zhao to take advantage of their relationship. Fang Zhao cleaned up Curly Hair's mess, rejected some more collaboration requests, and went back to composing. The series producers had also contacted Fang Zhao after seeing the news online. When they found that the composition was still coming along smoothly, they didn't say much more out of respect for old Master Mo. The music score was already mostly complete. There were only some follow-up amendments left. After he finished the score, Fang Zhao sent it to the production team. With this finally done, Fang Zhao could focus on other things. Fang Zhao still had to check over Curly Hair's assignments and tests. Fortunately, Curly Hair was a lot more honest after his punishment. He knew that he needed to be on his best behavior to earn his game console and personal terminal back. Thus, he spent a lot more time on the learning console now. However, Fang Zhao didn't know that Curly Hair was spending a lot of time on the learning console outside of his assigned work. Curly Hair had decided to make amends by doing good. However, there weren't any trespassers to the island for him to bite. Curly Hair could only look for other options. In the rare times he was brought for walks, Curly Hair no longer behaved atrociously in the ocean, nor did he assault sea creatures. He was searching for treasure. Curly Hair used his abundant knowledge to seek out valuable things on the ocean floor. He wondered what he could find about ocean floor mineral deposits. But, because his personal terminal had been confiscated, he didn't have access to the web. The learning console had limited resources, mostly in the form of academic papers. Curly had heard multiple conversations between Fang Zhao and Nanfeng about constructing a collection hall and buying land. Buying land and constructing a building required quite a lot of money. Curly Hair wanted to help relieve some of this financial strain from Fang Zhao and show that despite eating a lot and causing trouble, he could also make money. If he could help Fang Zhao make a huge fortune once again, perhaps his game consoles and personal terminal could have their jail sentences reduced. At the thought of being able to get back his game consoles and personal terminal, Curly Hair jumped with excitement. When Yin Biao brought Curly Hair out on the speedboat, he watched Curly Hair jump into the ocean and disappear. Curly Hair didn't appear on the radar, nor was there any indication of his location. Yin Biao was already used to it. He turned on the apparatus to record today's dog walking assignment. Then, he picked up his gun to start his shooting practice. As a bodyguard, he couldn't slack off on his training. On the island, Zuyu was driving around in a patrol car. The sun gradually started to set. Zuyu looked at the time. Yin Biao seemed to be running late. He was normally back by this time. Just as he was about to send Yin Biao a message, he noticed something approaching from beneath the water. Zuyu chuckled. At the next moment, he witnessed Curly Hair hurtling out from the ocean onto the beach. Without stopping, Curly Hair dashed towards the house. There seemed to be something between his teeth, but Zuyu hadn't managed to get a clear look. Yin Biao wasn't able to keep up even on a speedboat and arrived at the island 10 minutes later. What happened? Did the dog play a trick on you again? Zuyu asked. Didn't the boss order him to take the speedboat instead of swimming back on his? Oh, Yin Biao's mind was also full of doubt. I have no idea what new discovery he made today. He wasn't listening to my commands. After he surfaced, he immediately started swimming back to the island. I don't even know what's in his mouth. If he's rushing that much, perhaps he's bringing that thing to gain some credit? Zuyu guessed. Back at the house, Curly Hair immediately ran to Fang Zhao with the bowl-shaped thing in his mouth. This? I found it on the seafloor. Fang Zhao raised an eyebrow when he saw the object held between Curly Hair's teeth. Porcelain. During the 100 years of the period of destruction, practically all porcelain and other brittle historical relics had been thoroughly destroyed. Compared to metal items, porcelain was too fragile. At that time, everyone had had their hands full just trying to survive. They couldn't care about gold, silver, and gems, let alone porcelain objects. From what Fang Zhao knew, there were collectors who preserved porcelain relics during the period of destruction, but these were few and far between. New era technology developed rapidly, and new materials kept being invented. Daily utensils became cheap, and thus, porcelain gradually became obsolete on the general market. There were only a handful of ceramic craftsmen in the entire world, and these artists were merely enthusiasts who had fumbled about with surviving leftover knowledge from the founding era. Traditional crafting techniques from the old era had more or less died out during the changes of eras. Chinaware in the new era was mostly manufactured by smart machinery. Higher quality ones were custom-made by craftsmen, and they were made by new-era ceramic techniques. Generally speaking, in today's market, ceramics belonged to a very niche category. Besides households that paid special attention to quality and detail, most people didn't use ceramics. Did you get it from the ocean floor? Fang Zhao asked as he picked up the object. Oh yeah, I discovered many on the ocean floor. A small boat is buried there. I dug out this one. Is it worth anything? Curly Hair wagged his tail excitedly. Fang Zhao's attention lingered on the words, a small boat, for a moment, but he didn't say anything. In the beginning of the new era, artifacts from the ocean had to be handed over to the authorities. However, after outer space picked up interest, the laws for ocean artifact salvaging were changed. Items found on the ocean floor now belonged to whoever found them. Even so, the attention of merchants also gradually shifted elsewhere, and the ocean floor was slowly forgotten by most. Only artifact collectors who were strongly attached to these sort of relics still watched the ocean floor. However, seafloor exploration costs grew prohibitively expensive, and they too gradually gave up. This thing is too fragile. I broke quite a few of them before I was able to bring this back. I didn't even dare swim too quickly. Curly Hair continued to wag his tail and show off his accomplishments. He had learned via the learning console that this sort of fragile thing was expensive. The older it was, the more expensive. Fang Zhao patted Curly Hair's head and held the bowl up for a closer look. There were a few teeth marks and cracks on the bowl from Curly Hair's bite. Curly Hair had already been very careful, but was unable to prevent this damage. This result was already rather difficult to achieve for Curly Hair. Fang Zhao first searched the internet for a way to clean artifacts that were recovered from the ocean. Following some instructions, he did a simple cleaning to remove stains and salt. The sediments on the ceramic bowl were washed away, revealing how it looked. Although there was some damage, the elegance and beauty of this artifact could still be seen. Also, there was a distinct artistic style that had survived many events. Fang Zhao didn't know too much about ceramics and wasn't able to determine which period this bowl was from. Back when the Poseidon Sword was dug up, Fang Zhao had bought 2 artifact dating machines, which he used now. Fang Zhao was stunned for quite a while when he saw the digits displayed on the 2 machines. Over 1,600 years. This bowl had been crafted at least 1,600 years ago. Curly Hair panted excitedly at the numbers displayed on the machines. He wagged his tail even more vigorously. This junk is over 1,600 years old. It should be old enough. I wonder how many of these can be exchanged for my game consoles and personal terminal. Chapter 496, Getting Rich Overnight. Curly Hair grew excited and expressed his desire to fish up the ceramic relics. Of course, Fang Zhao wasn't going to let Curly Hair do so. Fang Zhao reckoned that Curly Hair wouldn't be able to bring back any intact. It would be best to let professionals handle it. Nanfeng rushed over to the island after receiving Fang Zhao's message. He was still somewhat in disbelief. Those artifacts were from over 1,600 years ago. Ceramics from a few decades before the period of destruction were already worth a considerable amount. Most museums didn't even have porcelain from more than 1,000 years ago. Yenzhou Museum did indeed have 2 intact pieces, but they were small ones. Nanfeng picked up the porcelain bowl with a shaky hand. His lips trembled and his heart ached when he saw the holes and cracks on the bowl. This was all wasted money. Boss, is there really a sunken ship and large amounts of Chinaware here? Nanfeng gulped as he studied the spot Fang Zhao indicated on the map. That's what it is from our understanding of the current situation. Fang Zhao brought up some photos. He had gotten Curly to take them while out swimming. Nanfeng's heart no longer hurt at the thought of the damaged Chinaware. Salvage them. We must definitely fish them all up. All of this belongs to whoever retrieves them. Boss, we have to act fast. Do you have any reliable professional salvaging crews to call upon? Fang Zhao had also looked into these. But there were really too few salvage crews that were both reliable and capable. Nevertheless, Fang Zhao planned to partner with museums and get their help. Long-lost items were more valuable to the museums. With this in mind, Fang Zhao activated his communications device and prepared to contact relevant parties. Suddenly, he received a new message notification. The message asked if it was convenient for Fang Zhao to talk now. Fang Zhao raised an eyebrow. It was the top authoritative figure of the Interplanetary Fund, Yuhua. If it wasn't anything important, this important person who dealt with countless matters every day wouldn't directly contact Fang Zhao. At the time when the warp engine was formally announced, Yuhua had merely sent him a message. You guys discuss this outside. I need to head inside to take a call, Fang Zhao told Yin Biao and the others. Nanfeng was still immersed in the revelation of these hidden treasures. He alternated between mumbling to himself and searching for relevant information online. Then, who shall we contact? Which company is the most professional? They wouldn't steal anything, right? Nanfeng's mind never stopped working. Then, he thought about which museums would be good to partner with. As the top collector family, Bruce Museum was a good choice. But Huangzhou Museum was well known too. Should they ask both? Or, perhaps, contact an auction house? Nanfeng pondered and wanted to inquire what Fang Zhao's plans were before he realized that Fang Zhao was no longer here. Where's boss? Nanfeng asked. He went to take a call. Yin Biao pulled a face. You only just realized it? It's already been 20 minutes. What a long phone call. Nanfeng was anxious to discuss matters about the hidden treasure. Fang Zhao finally came out after another 10 minutes. Boss, do you have any salvage crews in mind? Nanfeng asked. They've already been contacted and will be arriving here shortly, Fang Zhao replied. That fast. Which company? Nanfeng asked. The Interplanetary Fund. Nanfeng, Zui Yu and Yuan Biao. The Interplanetary Fund can take on these sorts of assignments? The three of them were skeptical. When they saw the ship in the distance, their doubts grew deeper. Is that the crew boss employed? Why does the vibe of this crew seem somewhat stern? Zhuyu mused as he gazed out to sea. That's the Interplanetary Fund insignia. It really is the Interplanetary Fund. Nanfeng whispered. That kind of ship is more fit for battle. Can it really be used for treasure retrieval? Are you sure it isn't here to invade the island? Yin Biao stared blankly. Very few people can command such a team. Nanfeng was astonished. Awesome. This really isn't something that can be bought just by throwing money around. It's as though a warship is being deployed to catch some fish. It doesn't match. Perhaps boss brought them here not only to salvage, but also as security? Protecting the treasures isn't easy. This line of thought seemed reasonable. As expected of boss, he has thoroughly considered everything. Back when the Poseidonsaur fossil was being excavated, there had been many who tried covert activities that caused quite a bit of trouble. Therefore, having such powerful aid was a good thing. Nanfeng glanced around. Seeing that Fang Zhao wasn't present, he asked softly, "Say, do you guys think that boss really has some very impressive background or a powerful backer? Why else would the Interplanetary Fund agree to help with a ship salvage? Did they already reach a business deal? But, given the Interplanetary Fund's financial prowess and status, they wouldn't go so far to make an exception just for these cultural relics, right?" Of course, he only asked about this in private. He didn't dare ask Fang Zhao in person. Regardless of whether they were assistants or bodyguards, all they needed to do was to listen to their boss's orders and not be overly curious. Well, who cares? It's all good as long as they are able to do the work. After all, boss's reputation is on the line too. After tossing aside those doubts, delight and excitement started to well up in Nanfeng's heart once again. Yin Biao and Zhuyu had fleeting looks in their eyes. They did have some ideas, but they didn't dare say it. What they witnessed on planet Een wasn't something they could tell Nanfeng. They didn't exchange many pleasantries with the Interplanetary Fund's crew. After understanding the situation, the crew left to begin their work. Even a log submerged in the ocean had immense research value. The value of those ceramics didn't need to be said. The salvage crew used a special material to seal the entire sunken ship and bring it up. Nanfeng clutched his chest and lamented. So many cultural relics. So exciting. Now that I've seen the Poseidonsaur and this sunken ship, I doubt anything can ever shock me again. Yin Biao and Zhuyu studied him with complicated looks on their faces. Sigh. Ignorance was bliss. Inside the house, Fang Zhao compiled some photos and videos to send to a few potential partners. He didn't want to monopolize all of the artifacts. Fang Zhao started picking partners out of the satisfactory ones from the Poseidonsaur fossils excavation. Yinzhou Museum. The curator who received Fang Zhao's email nearly fainted from excitement. Gold, silver, and other precious gems in the sunken ship were quickly overlooked. Ceramics. Yinzhou Museum's curator felt his heart pounding away. Their museum also had chinaware from over a millennium ago on display. They had 2 intact articles that survived the calamities of the period of destruction. These were artifacts that weren't allowed to be loaned out since these were items that only their Yinzhou Museum had. Now, how could he remain calm after hearing about hundreds of 1,600-year-old ceramics? He took 2 deep breaths and hurriedly stuffed a pill into his mouth. Stay calm. Be rational. Still can't remain calm. Aren't they merely ceramics? More than that, it's culture. These are treasures forgotten by the world and fortunate to survive until now. They hadn't been able to get the Poseidonsaur first last time. That had gone to Huangzhou Museum. But they could do it this time. Yinzhou Museum had upgraded itself considerably to prepare for the Poseidonsaur display. This time, the pressure was even greater, but he was confident. This time, they had to seize the opportunity to be the first to work with Fang Zhao. At the time when Yinzhou Museum started to move, other parties that had received the email also set off. Various top ceramic art masters around the world were also shocked from the news. Even after so much time, people still held the old era in a special place. This wouldn't change even if humankind achieved interstellar migration. Those brittle artifacts were unfortunate to sink to the depths of the ocean a long time ago. However, this was a blessing in disguise. They had survived the calamities of the period of destruction. All of this was more than enough to cause a frenzy in the collecting world. the more sensitive media outlets also started to move. Even though the world's top collector family, the Bruce family, had yet to carry out any comprehensive appraisal, they already had a rough estimate from the photos. Given the present market situation, this find was worth at least 100 billion yuan. They had great value for collectors. The media had mixed feelings. They were excited at the big news story, but they were also green with envy. Back then, Fang Zhao had just donated his portion of the few billions from the discovery of the Alcade. In just a short time, Fang Zhao had achieved an estimated net worth of 100 billion. But envy was just envy. News still had to be released to generate the most traffic. Thus, there was a new round of news about Fang Zhao. Fang Zhao no longer was described as the crazy point-sweeping demon or as the outer space immigration plan ambassador. The newest story read, Fang Zhao, the man who found another fortune overnight. Chapter 497. Something even more insane. Fang Zhao's little island became lively once again as experts from all the various continents gathered. Some teams had already started on cleaning the retrieved ceramics. Of course, experts had different opinions on the suitable level of restoration. Sometimes, the blemishes themselves had historical research value. Culture loss was taken very seriously. Fang Zhao's find was priceless because it filled gaps in cultural relics. Too many are damaged. The restoration team felt their hearts ache tenderly. Although there were several thousand porcelain pieces, only a few hundred were completely intact. But this could already be considered fortunate. Some were already damaged at the depths of the ocean, while others were damaged in the salvage process. Of course, the Interplanetary Fund's salvage crew had already greatly minimized the degree of damage already. However, even if the ceramics were damaged or shattered, they still held research value. In a world that lacked cultural relics, even fragments had to be safeguarded properly. Museum representatives from various continents came over to try to set up a collaboration with Fang Zhao. This wasn't their first time dealing with Fang Zhao. The collaboration with the Poseidon Soar had satisfied everyone. These people had a deep understanding of Fang Zhao's character and knew that Fang Zhao was interested in collaboration given that he had called them over. However, never in their wildest dreams did they imagine that Fang Zhao would donate these relics. De-donating for real? Yenzhou Museum's curator nearly bit his own tongue by accident. Seated beside Lanzhou Museum's curator, who normally carried a dignified air, heard a resounding clink as his teeth hit his cup. Curators and representatives from continental and private museums alike all stared at Fang Zhao intently. Bruce Museum's curator tried to hide the excitement in his voice. Have you thought this through? These are ancient relics worth more than 100 billion. Fang Zhao nodded. I've already thought about it. Oh, this decision is really admirable. Please accept our Bruce Museum's most sincere thanks. This means a lot to us. On behalf of Bruce Museum, I promise you that these historical treasures will receive the most proper care. The others quickly reacted and also expressed their thanks towards Fang Zhao. There was another wave of flattery and praise. Of course, Fang Zhao didn't donate everything unconditionally. He put forward some requests regarding artifact conservation and future research. Since Fang Zhao was willing to donate such precious artifacts, they were naturally willing to accept the terms. Some curators even volunteered to help when Fang Zhao talked about applying for land for his own private exhibition hall. Applying for land to build a private collection hall wasn't an easy matter. With help from the various curators, the audit process would become much easier. The decision to donate the ceramics wasn't related to his private collection hall. The private collection hall was a small matter that he would be able to accomplish even without help from the various curators. In reality, he donated the relics because he wanted them to be properly cared for. Fang Zhao didn't have the space or time for ceramics. For the near future, his primary focus would still be on music. He definitely couldn't match relic preservation specialists. Partnering with professionals to handle the relics would take too much work, and things could always go wrong. On the other hand, these museums would surely treat the artifacts well. The relics were a treasure that belonged to the entirety of humankind. They were precious treasures that carried human culture and history. Making them available to the public maximized their utility. No matter what happened, people would still remember these resplendent items. After detailed discussions, the relics were transported to the various continents. The museums officially announced Fang Zhao's donation once they fully appraised all the historical relics. To acknowledge their importance, every continent's governor personally presented a certificate of honor to Fang Zhao during the official donation ceremony. Related topics once again sprang to the headlines in all the various continents. Fang Zhao donated again. Undiscovered treasures excavated. A beacon to pass on past culture. Fang Zhao donates relics worth 100 billion. Practically everyone who saw this news had very complex sentiments. Many people had said Fang Zhao was foolish after he donated his few billions the previous time. Now, they didn't really know what to say anymore. Those who had envied Fang Zhao for gaining an instant fortune from the relics now felt their eyeballs popping out of their sockets. They were all donated just like that? Their hearts ached even though they were non-participants watching the news. This really isn't showing off. Who could bear to give away relics worth hundreds of millions just to show off? Given Fang Zhao's current reputation, there isn't any need for him to show off in such a manner. What a display! Although he might not have an array of assistants and bodyguards at his beck and call, he should be the only celebrity in entertainment circles who can get the 12 continent governors to personally issue him an honorary certificate, right? This really isn't something easy to achieve. Great-grandfather Fang was silent for quite some time when he saw news articles like Fang Zhao donates relics worth hundreds of billions. He sighed. He felt like it was a pity, but even more so, he felt proud. And when he found the photograph of Fang Zhao with all those continent governors, the corners of great-grandfather Fang's lips curled upwards. He started to circulate them in all his chat groups. Look, my little Zhao is just so enlightened. No wonder he was chosen to be the ambassador of the outer space immigration plan. At Fang Zhao's island, Nanfeng stood at the shore, gazing far at the ocean. His entire body was rigid like a stone that had weathered many storms. He had stood here a few days ago watching people from the various continent museums transport these artifacts away. Even now, he clutched his chest every time he saw the news. This blow was really too much for him. It was upsetting. Even though these relics weren't his, Nanfeng had both seen and touched them. Now, these relics worth hundreds of billions had flown away from his hands to far-off places, never to return. How his heart ached. Say, how do you think Boss is able to maintain such a calm attitude? Just one of those bowls could be equivalent to a room in the heart of Huangzhou's Huangqing. Is he really not a tiny bit reluctant? Does he really not find it a pity? Has he gotten hooked on donating? Even if it was to maintain his image as ambassador of the outer space immigration plan, the costs were also too high. Nanfeng couldn't understand, but he didn't dare ask Fang Zhao. Thus, he could only grumble to Yin Biao and Zhuayu. What kind of great shock has Boss suffered before to stay so calm? As he vented all of his complex emotions, Nanfeng turned around and saw his two colleagues, who were standing there calmly. Inexplicable. How are you two able to be this calm as well? Nanfeng studied Yin Biao's expression carefully. Are you really not putting up an act? Yin Biao spoke. You might not believe it, but I have seen even more insane stuff. What can be even more insane? Tell me. Nanfeng didn't believe it. What could be even more insane than giving away historical artifacts worth hundreds of billions immediately? Chapter 498. Mission to Safeguard Snacks. Yin Biao smiled, but didn't say anything. After having seen a talking, gaming, and mecha-devouring dog, he felt that everything else was no big deal. Yin Biao felt that Nanfeng's tolerance for shocking information was a little low given Nanfeng's reaction to those tiny historical artifacts. What would Nanfeng do when he discovered the truth behind curly hair? Yin Biao was a little worried. Would Nanfeng be traumatized by curly hair's true nature? After all, Yin Biao was still traumatized by those events. Yin Biao sighed and was about to say something when Fang Zhao issued instructions in their work chat group. Nanfeng had no time to feel downhearted. He was required to head to the other continents to follow up on the donation of historical relics. Thus, he quickly left the island via flying transport. Fang Zhao was already waiting when Yin Biao and Zhuayu entered the house. Come with me. Fang Zhao brought the two of them to an underground storehouse. There were quite a number of underground storehouses on this island. Yin Biao and Zhuayu rarely came over to this storehouse, but even so, they could sense that some changes had been made here. The two of them exchanged puzzled glances. When had this place been renovated? In particular, the storehouse door looked different. At first glance, it seemed similar, but upon closer inspection, differences could be seen. With Yin Biao and Zuoyu's level of perception, they could tell that the new door was definitely a high-security door. Does boss want to hide items in this storehouse? Their impression of this storehouse was that it wasn't very large. However, it was well hidden beneath the house. The last time they were here, the storehouse mostly had daily necessities, most of which were for the dog. Nowadays, Yin Biao and Zuoyu were rather sensitive to the word dog. They didn't dare probe more, even if they were curious. As the two made silent guesses, the storehouse door was opened. Yin Biao and Zuoyu were stunned when they saw what was behind the doors. The original storehouse had completely been refurbished. It now looked like a complete apartment with top-notch installations. A somewhat chubby kid seemingly about the age of 10 was seated on the sofa, tossing and catching a black ball. Yin Biao and Zuoyu immediately roared out inwardly. Why is this kid here? Isn't this that person from the Interplanetary Fund? Shouldn't he be on Planet Een? Even if he isn't on Planet Een, he should be on Interplanetary Fund territory. What's he doing on Fang Zhao's island? And so secretive on top of that. The one who appeared in the storehouse at this time was indeed Little Bear. He will be staying here for a while. You two have to take note. Fang Zhao told Yin Biao and Zuoyu. Yin Biao and Zuoyu regarded Little Bear as the true crown prince of the Interplanetary Fund. Upon hearing what Fang Zhao said, they started to imagine various scenarios like power struggles, assassinations, and other crazy plots. At the same time, they also had their doubts. Perhaps the Interplanetary Fund's top authoritative figure doesn't trust her own aides and placed the important crown prince under Fang Zhao's care. What exactly are they up to? Or perhaps there is some internal feud? Little Bear leaped up from the sofa with a wide smile at Fang Zhao's arrival. You came. This place is really boring. Can I go upstairs to your house and play? Little Bear pouted playfully. You may. Curly Hair is also there, Fang Zhao said. Never mind then, Little Bear said decisively and returned to the sofa. Fang Zhao then had a serious expression. In the following period, he will be taking refuge here. Do not leak his whereabouts. Yin Biao and Zuoyu answered sternly. Yes. Things weren't as simple as it seemed on the surface indeed. No wonder the Interplanetary Fund had willingly sent a salvage ship. There was really some sort of transaction involved. It was a salvage ship on the surface, but it was really a transport ship for their crown prince. This secret strategic move had fooled countless people. Right now, everyone's attention was drawn to the valuable historical relics. Who would have even thought that the salvage crew had sent a person over? Even if there were people doubting the deployment of this salvage crew, their doubts had been quickly dispelled by the news. Fang Zhao spends big money to hire Interplanetary Fund salvage crew for millennia-old artifacts. The value of historical artifacts over 1,000 years old was considerable. Was there anything wrong with employing such a high-level salvage crew? Absolutely not. Even inviting an entire escort fleet was reasonable. After going through the key points in his mind, Yin Biao asked in a hushed tone, What about Nanfeng? There's no need to tell him for the time being, Fang Zhao said. Nanfeng recently hadn't spent much time on the island. He frequently had to travel between continents to manage their collaborations. In any case, the less people who knew, the better. The two bodyguards nodded. Understood. Fang Zhao asked Yin Biao and Zuoyu to introduce this place to Little Bear. In the meantime, Fang Zhao left to have a talk with Curly Hair. The atmosphere in the underground storehouse became heavy without Fang Zhao. The child's smiles instantly disappeared. Little Bear completely disregarded the two bodyguards standing there. Yin Biao and Zuoyu had already witnessed this child's dramatic change of attitude before and weren't too surprised. Zuoyu forced a smile and said to Little Bear, Young friend, we meet again. You look taller now. Most kids liked hearing stuff like that. Surely talking about growth would be okay, even if Zuoyu couldn't really discern any difference. However, Little Bear's expression became even colder. Oh, noticing that Little Bear didn't like this topic, Zuoyu changed it quickly. You didn't bring any bodyguards? Little Bear had a stiff expression. He didn't even feel like saying anything. His look of disdain reminded Zuoyu and Yin Biao of that merciless personal attack. What use are a bunch of salted fishes? After that, all that remained in the storehouse was an awkward silence. The two bodyguards gave up. trying to converse, and decided not to interact too much with this kid. They would surely be sympathetic to any other child who was sent here for refuge. But for Little Bear, he had skills. He was a high-ranking engineer of Planet Een. He had wealth. Presumably, he was the actual crown prince of the Interplanetary Fund. Two salted fishes like them didn't deserve to sympathize with someone like this. At the same time, in the study above, Fang Zhao called Curly Hair over. The Interplanetary Fund is providing you with part of the energy required for you to mature. The power ores that you usually gnaw on are also provided by them. In exchange, we agreed to do some work for them. Our current task is to protect the child in the underground room. They had to work for the Interplanetary Fund's resources. There was no free lunch in this world. Even though historical relics worth 100 billion had already been donated, 100 billion yuan wasn't enough to cover Curly Hair's diet costs. Furthermore, providing protection at a crucial time for the Interplanetary Fund wasn't entirely unconditional either. Got it? Fang Zhao asked. Understood. Curly Hair replied. He had to protect his snack supplier. Otherwise, he would not have free snacks in the future. No free snacks equals eating until Fang Zhao goes bankrupt equals I might be abandoned. Furthermore, Nanfeng had said before that he could make amends by doing good. If retrieving the junk from the seafloor wasn't enough, there was another opportunity here. Perhaps if he performed well, he could get Fang Zhao to buy another worldwide limited edition game console for him again. With this reasoning, any bit of unwillingness Curly Hair had quickly dissipated. Fang Zhao watched him in silence for a moment before saying, "Don't go into the ocean during this period. I'll return the gaming console to you. Guarding the house is my job." Curly Hair stood proudly and guaranteed Fang Zhao as his dog eyes shone with firm resolve. As long as he could get the game console back, he would even rush onto a battlefield, let alone just guarding the house. Also, there are submarines in the sea near to the island. They belong to the Interplanetary Fund. You should know what not to do. Should I go sniff the friendly scent? Curly Hair asked. Fang Zhao thought about it and shook his head. Never mind. You just stay on the island. What would happen if Curly Hair nibbled on them in a moment of impulsiveness? Biting even a small piece off would cause quite a commotion. It would be better to limit Curly Hair's activity to prevent friendly fire. Furthermore, Fang Zhao wasn't certain whether those people could be trusted. It would be best if Curly Hair wasn't revealed. The less people knew about him, the better. He couldn't control the Interplanetary Fund's personnel, but he could still manage Curly Hair for the time being. In any case, this dog was a shut-in when he played games. Curly Hair wouldn't want to take even a step outside as long as there was food to eat. Chapter 499, Youngsters Nowadays. Little Bear had been delivered in secret by the salvage crew. He had only brought along Little Riches, who was all curled up. He hadn't been allowed to bring his two darling robot dogs Dogdan and Doc. After all, he wasn't a real child. While he sometimes acted immature, he understood the gravity of their situation and wouldn't do anything against orders. Fang Zhao didn't have to worry for the time being. Fang Zhao sent the score sheet he had spent completing over the last few days to the series production crew and answered any questions they had regarding the composition. At the same time, above the Blue Dome of Heaven production team, the busy music studio didn't stop to rest at all. The scale of this drama series about warp engine engineers could not compare with the extent of Founding Era. But it was still a rather large investment in comparison to other series being produced currently. The series had already been fully shot, and it was currently in the tense period of post-production. Above the Blue Dome of Heaven was a quality series. Professionals like Fang Zhao had been contracted to compose the opening, closing, and various accompaniment music. The music studio was also receiving completed works from the other contracted composers. All they needed to do was choose the most suitable pieces according to the series. This job sounded easy, but in truth, it really wasn't. The style and instruments of the accompaniment needed to match the scene's plot. This was highly important for a quality series like this one. Investors, producers, and even the director viewed the music with great importance. Emotional people could be entirely won over by a film's music. The music could have a long-lasting effect. Many people still associated scenes of long ago to familiar tunes. When Fang Zhao's works were sent over, the music studio staff immediately jumped into a discussion. "Oh, this song isn't bad. I told him we needed a slow emotional style during the drafting stage. Fang Zhao hasn't let me down. That staff played the tune as he was talking. Every note tells a story. It's slow, but not boring. It's rich, but not too heavy. It's suitable both for the opening or accompaniment. Maybe it's better as the accompaniment during the pan-in. That will create a powerful impression. A team member in the room nodded, but then shook his head. It wasn't that he didn't accept what his colleague had said, but rather, they had different preferences. I prefer the second song in the list. It's lively. There's both the cello's deep timbre and the guitar's bounce. There's a sort of industrial romanticism. It's very apt for our series. I personally think that it can be used for the end credits. It can even be adapted to have vocals. No. If we're talking about the ending theme, the third song is best suited for it. Another staff member in the corner with earphones plugged in was visibly excited. Really, have a listen. Oh, Chief, you should listen to it too. It's simply entrancing. The brisk tension can fit seamlessly in any plot. It doesn't sound out of place at all, and it's pleasing to listen to. Fang Zhao's composing ability is really too strong. Chief, did you specifically request Fang Zhao for an all-purpose ending theme during the planning stage? The chief hadn't said a word all this time. He nibbled on his pen and flipped through the materials while listening to the music on his earphones. Then, he removed the earphones, placed the pen down, and rubbed the goose pimples on his arm. I didn't. Anyways, why don't you all like the last song, Millennium? How can any other song compare with it in terms of extravagance and narrative? Even compared with all our music scores, every other song pales in comparison. You guys should at least have the basic ability to appreciate what's good, right? All the others in the studio appeared embarrassed. It's not that we don't like it. In our opinion, Fang Zhao's Millennium is already at the level where it can be the series' main theme. However, didn't we already decide on the series' main theme? His voice trailed off towards the end of his sentence. All of them had a rather considerable professional ability and could easily appreciate the finer works. Even if they didn't like the genre, they were still more than capable of telling what was good. It wasn't that they didn't like Millennium. In fact, it was so good it exceeded the expectations. It even surpassed the range of their ability. But their hands were tied. The tune selected as the series' main theme was also composed by a great master-level composer. It too was an exquisite piece, and more importantly, that composer was very experienced. In terms of seniority and connections, he was surely stronger than the rest. As a young composer, Fang Zhao was famous, but he still had to pay respects to the master-level composers. The studio's chief frowned silently for a moment before clicking his tongue. The series has 2 seasons. We can keep the first season's theme. Since Fang Zhao's songs are more applicable for the second season, we'll use them there, the studio chief said. In the original plan, the main theme of the series wouldn't change between the seasons. However, the studio chief wasn't willing to neglect Fang Zhao's Millennium. The historical sentiments and sense of mission isn't something others can compete with. There are also some complex elements within that I am unable to describe for the time being. I just feel that it would be a pity not to use Millennium for the main theme. The others also nodded and smiled. Using it in the second season is fine too. Perhaps it may even be more suitable. The studio chief suddenly seemed to think of something. All the works that Fang Zhao sent over match well. I have seen the music scores he sent. A few songs are suitable for rearranging. Let's adapt several other uses from this main theme. This way, we use other composers' works in the first season and have Fang Zhao's pieces cover the entire second season. Can we do that? But, Chief, rearranging tunes will still incur expenses. Given Fang Zhao's current status, this might be a little expensive. Our funding might not be. Well, how about we discuss a full package with Fang Zhao? It would be more cost-effective. The chief went out and made a call asking his superiors for instructions. He returned and tapped his hands on the table. Negotiate a whole package. Got it. Can we contact Fang Zhao now? It should be fine. Even if he can't be contacted, he left a number probably belonging to his assistant or manager. The studio chief exhaled sharply after giving out the instructions to discuss a whole package deal with Fang Zhao. He grinned in satisfaction. Although Fang Zhao is young, he won't have any problem carrying a season solo. It doesn't matter if others have doubts. His works do the talking. Besides, Fang Zhao's current influence is global. In terms of popularity, appeal, and ability, he really doesn't fear anyone. The studio chief was fully confident. Fang Zhao's ability was the reason for his decisiveness. Otherwise, he wouldn't dare raise this matter to his superiors. As he leaned back in his reclining chair, the studio chief's smile slowly dwindled. He gazed in nothing in particular and mumbled. Old Master Imo said he didn't even provide any counsel for these compositions. He really wouldn't lie about such stuff. That means that all these are Fang Zhao's own works. Young people these days. Too impressive. Fortunately, there's only one of him. Otherwise, won't seniors like us lose our jobs? Honestly, in terms of character, hardships, and realization, some people that are close to 200 years old can't even be compared to Fang Zhao. I wonder how profound the composers during the period of destruction were. Why haven't we heard of any really renowned composers from that time? Even if there were any, that period didn't permit pure musicians to exist, right? Someone else interjected. That's true. I've seen Fang Zhao's file. He hasn't experienced many trying times before. That's innate talent. Oh, some people just can't be compared. The production team acted quickly and immediately contacted Fang Zhao to discuss buying the whole package. Fang Zhao didn't have any urgent matters to attend to and had remained on the island. Thus, he answered the incoming call immediately. While he was discussing this matter with the production team, Little Bear was on the sofa watching TV in the refurbished storehouse underground. Yin Biao and Zuoyu had just tidied up the armory and came over to check. When they saw Little Bear seated there quietly, they couldn't help feeling some pity for this kid and decided to accompany him for a bit. Yin Biao replaced his stern expression with a more amiable one as he served up some fruits and snacks. Little friend, are you missing your family? Yin Biao asked with a stiff smile. Little Bear looked up with a questioning glance. Family? Was the person we saw previously your family? Little Bear's lips twitched and he answered casually. Oh, her? She's bringing men to prod tomorrow Empire's stronghold. Outer space immigration can't move along if they aren't suppressed. Interstellar navigation still lacks this piece. Yin Biao and Zuoyu. No. Shut your mouth. This is too much info. We don't want to hear this. How can you tell us such confidential matters to us this easily? Yin Biao felt like slapping himself. Stupid mouth. The atmosphere became awkward once more. Just as Yin Biao and Zuoyu decided to leave, Little Bear glanced at them with a playful smirk and called out. Hey, salted fishes, have you heard of hand-shredded mecha? Zuoyu said. Nope, I have only heard of hand-shredded chicken. Zuoyu then added. Little friend, have you ever seen a mecha being swallowed whole? The two of them stared at each other in silence. And it was as if they both came to sudden realizations as ghastly looks appeared on their faces. Zuoyu really wanted to slap himself. You and your stupid mouth. The kid had a really strange expression. He noticed Zuoyu didn't seem to be joking, like there was some unknown horror story behind it. Swallowing a mecha whole. Meanwhile, Zuoyu was thinking, ripping a mecha with bare hands. Doesn't seem to be false either. Zuoyu shuddered and suddenly felt envious of Nanfeng. Chapter 500. King Nanfeng. Zuoyu and Yin Biao envied Nanfeng's recent high spirits. Although he was just an assistant, he represented Fang Zhao. While Fang Zhao was in seclusion, Nanfeng became the only channel to reach Fang Zhao. The discovery of historical artifacts didn't just attract people from the collecting world. Some commercial big shots and literary celebrities also sought out Nanfeng. Even though these people merely wanted to find out whether they could buy a few pieces of these china, being able to speak with them delighted Nanfeng tremendously. A nobody who had once struggled at the bottom depths of Huangzhou entertainment circles now held relationships that were the envy of anyone in the business world. Nanfeng couldn't help feeling buoyant with all the flattery he was getting. Of course, he wouldn't harm his boss. He kept his glee in his heart and tried not to show it. He didn't want to give others the opportunity to discredit Fang Zhao. After he was done handling the artifact inquiries, Nanfeng was assigned another important task by Fang Zhao. He was to handle procedures for the private collection hall. The land for building the private collection hall had already been chosen. With help from the various continents' museums, the relevant procedures were completed much quicker. But the current buildings there were awaiting demolition, so there was still at least 6 months before construction could begin. Nanfeng's current workload was mainly to handle the relevant procedures, and he didn't have to worry about much else for the time being. Nanfeng felt his heart ache watching the money flow away. Even though the money wasn't his, he still couldn't help feeling this way. The really expensive ceramics were donated just like that. But It was his boss's decision, and he could only do as told. When Nanfeng heard that the Above the Blue Dome of Heaven production crew wanted to buy out Fang Zhao's works, Nanfeng's distress lessened. Nanfeng went over to Yenzhou Museum once again to thank the curator for his help. He also needed to check on the artifacts Fang Zhao was storing there. These were the artifacts Fang Zhao hadn't donated. Nanfeng understood that it was normal to keep a few artifacts. However, he couldn't understand why Fang Zhao wanted to keep one with bite marks. There were so many perfect pieces. Why would his boss want to keep a damaged one? Nanfeng just couldn't understand. After leaving Yenzhou Museum, Nanfeng immediately flew towards Fang Zhao's island to give a report. During this period, Nanfeng had done everything the boss asked of him perfectly. Nanfeng was certain he would be rewarded, and he was delighted. Nanfeng couldn't stop beaming on the way there. As he was landing, he finally reined in his smiles. He still had to be earnest, reliable, sincere, and professional. The image he portrayed would crumble if he smiled too much. He didn't want to seem unreliable. Furthermore, with his recent assignments, Nanfeng had gotten to know more people and widened his network. He hadn't been able to hold his head high when he was struggling solo in Huangzhou. But now, Nanfeng felt that his professional status had risen. Thus, he couldn't afford to be sloppy. In high spirits, Nanfeng walked towards the house on the island. Nanfeng greeted Yin Biao and Zuiyu when he saw them. He was about to step into the house when he saw Curly Hair trudge out slowly. Curly Hair yawned listlessly. He couldn't stay in his room and play games when Nanfeng was here. He was unhappy. His dog eyes were faintly accusatory as they watched Nanfeng. But Nanfeng didn't know that. He just felt that Curly Hair seemed more depressed after the few short days of his absence. Nanfeng was sure that Yin Biao and Zuiyu hadn't taken care of Curly Hair properly. There wasn't anybody else on the island, and their boss was busy. Who else could it be if it wasn't Yin Biao or Zuiyu? With his mind set on that conclusion, Nanfeng shot the two of them a look of disapproval. However, it wasn't the time to talk about this. Nanfeng rubbed Curly Hair's head gently as he walked past. Nanfeng actually noticed a few curly strands of hair out of place, and he wanted to brush Curly Hair's fur. But boss didn't allow them to brush Curly Hair's fur, so Nanfeng could only bear with it. Nanfeng needed an outlet for his growing disapproval. While rubbing Curly Hair's head, he glanced at Zuiyu and Yin Biao, who were some distance away. How long has it been since Little Curls has gone out? A few days, Yin Biao replied vaguely. How can a dog not be taken out for walks? Boss says to not go out to sea for the time being. Yin Biao stiffly muttered a defense. Nanfeng didn't know what to say to these two. Why don't these two know how to be flexible? Curly Hair can still go on walks on the island even if the boss doesn't want him out at sea. The dog can be walked in circles near the house if you don't want to go too far. Anything like smelling the grass and flowers or chasing after bugs can help strengthen the body. Those two just don't know how to look after dogs. All right, you two, don't walk him. I will do it. You guys go on your patrol. I will bring Little Curls for a walk after my report. I will be staying on the island for 2 days. Curly Hair's eyes appeared to dim. Nanfeng saw it and sighed with lament. See, just one look and I can tell that Curly Hair can't wait. His eyes are glowing. With that, he rubbed Curly Hair's head once more and went into the house. Yin Biao and Zuiyu. A brave soul. Sigh. 2 hours later, Nanfeng brought Curly Hair out for a walk after he was done reporting to Fang Zhao. Nanfeng didn't need a leash since the entire island belonged to boss. Nanfeng was in high spirits after receiving a bonus and recognition for his hard work. He didn't criticize Yin Biao and Zuiyu when he saw them, and even called out, "Comrades, how about a gathering tonight? You got a bonus?" Yin Biao asked. As expected of an old comrade. You can tell even without me saying a thing. Nanfeng chuckled happily. How about a drink or two tonight? I brought some alcohol when I came over. Chatting is fine, but we'll pass on the alcohol. Us bodyguards aren't allowed to drink on duty. All right, then let's just have a short catch-up. It won't take up too much of your time. As dusk fell, Nanfeng left his assigned room with some canned fruit juice. He drove a patrol vehicle to the island's sentry post. Yin Biao and Zuiyu were already waiting there. Nanfeng tossed a can to each of them. Let's drink. Even though it was only fruit juice, Yin Biao and Zuiyu didn't dare drink too much. A couple of days ago, Fang Zhao had informed them about the severity of the situation and reminded them to be combat ready at all times. Only the totally oblivious Nanfeng quickly downed his juice. Even though they weren't having any alcohol, Nanfeng was still in fine spirits. When he was out and about, he represented Fang Zhao and needed to restrain himself. But now that he was off work and among his own colleagues without boss present, Nanfeng naturally didn't need to hold back. He happily gave a brief recount of the things he had experienced while working during this period. I am famous already. Everyone in the industry knows King Nanfeng. Nanfeng rocked back and forth with laughter. Ha ha ha. I, King Nanfeng, have really made a name for myself. Yin Biao and Zhuayu. Congratulations, King Nanfeng. Nanfeng waved them off meekly. His smile disappeared as he sighed. Actually, I asked you guys out because I wish to talk about my career plan. I know that in future, boss's focus will continue to be on the musical arts. Everything else is secondary. He also doesn't seem interested in many other commercial endorsements. I am not from an academic background, and my musical knowledge isn't great. I have already put in great effort to try and learn, but with the little talent that I have, I probably won't make much progress even in 10 years. In the future, the occupational pressure I face will be even greater. Yin Biao and Zhuyu fell silent. Although bodyguards didn't have to know music, they experienced great pressure too. Nanfeng continued a little dejectedly. The experience from helping boss is enriching and profound, especially when I met those academic great masters. I was totally stunned by their technical jargon. I don't care if I humiliate myself, but I mustn't disgrace boss. Boss is soaring towards the artistic peak. Currently, he still needs more qualifications and experience. When he has accumulated enough, he will definitely be able to achieve the next stage of Galaxy Awards. Boss should find an assistant who is more musically inclined and find someone who understands the highest levels of the music circles to be his manager. As for me, I don't have much affinity with music. I won't be able to help boss much or show my true value at boss's side. Boss treats us well, and we shouldn't be greedy. We have to know our place. Tightly holding on to my position without sufficient ability would only trouble boss. No, boss is still very pleased with you, Yin Biao said. Nanfeng immediately broke out of his emotional rant and became delighted again. Ha ha ha. Of course I know boss is really pleased with me. My working attitude is so good. Besides my lack of aptitude towards music, I am actually a whole package. I am even better at dog walking than you two. Yin Biao and Zhuayu. Nanfeng patted the other two's shoulders. I do have to say something about you two. Comrades, as subordinates, we have to think about our boss's interests. You guys have to be more proactive. Yin Biao replied. But our way of thinking might be totally different from boss's. Nanfeng answered with full confidence. That sort of thing will never happen to me. All right, it's good that you believe in yourself, Yin Biao said with difficulty. With an arm around the shoulder of each comrade, Nanfeng continued. When the private collection hall is constructed, I will have a talk with boss. Actually, when I reported to boss today, I had initially wanted to talk to him about my career plan. But I don't know why I suddenly felt terrified as I was about to mention it. Ha ha ha. Nanfeng chuckled, then seemed to ponder. Actually, speaking to boss beforehand would be good too. He could then look around for suitable people. That's set then. I will write a letter and talk to boss about resigning tomorrow. Zhuyu was deep in thought and froze while drinking the juice. He glanced at Yin Biao. Yin Biao's gaze was blank. Hadn't he once said something similar? Yin Biao quivered when he recalled that experience. He turned to Nanfeng and said seriously, I think you don't have to talk about this. Or, perhaps you can bring this up in a different way. Yin Biao paused for a moment before continuing. You are still rather suitable for your position. Don't underrate yourself. Boss really hasn't thought of replacing you. Nanfeng assumed it was all just consolation. Ha ha ha. I know you guys can't bear to see me go. After all, we have been comrades and colleagues for so long. Yin Biao said. No, I just have a nagging feeling that you shouldn't say it this way. It sounds hurtful. Zhuyu nodded his head vigorously. Yes, don't say such stuff. It's scary. Chapter 501. Don't be shocked regardless of what you see. Nanfeng felt that he was increasingly unable to keep up with Zhuyu and Yin Biao's line of reasoning. Eventually, he came to the conclusion that they had different reasoning because of their different occupations. There was still a rather considerable difference between bodyguards and managers. Having come to that conclusion, Nanfeng didn't probe further. He returned to his own room after he was done chatting with Yin Biao and Zhuayu. The island was very quiet at night. There was only the sound of rustling leaves. Even the crickets were mostly quiet. After a quick shower, Nanfeng sat in front of a table. He opened an electronic file and started to draft job plans. This file was meant for Fang Zhao, so Nanfeng paid particular attention to his use of words. When he was handling matters on Fang Zhao's behalf, many people had contacted Nanfeng. Some wanted to be Fang Zhao's assistant or manager. These people expected that one assistant surely wasn't enough given Fang Zhao's status. Since they couldn't contact Fang Zhao, they had to go through Nanfeng. These people either specialized in music or minored in music during university. Some applicants had dazzling resumes. Nanfeng compiled a list of names to run background checks on. He planned to give Fang Zhao this information with his letter of resignation. Truth be told, Nanfeng really didn't wish to leave. Nanfeng might have been a little big-headed, but he didn't lose his rationality. He understood that the hallowed glow he had and whatever special treatment he received outside was entirely because of Fang Zhao. Naturally, Nanfeng knew he would no longer be treated like this once he left Fang Zhao. There could even be individuals who wanted to get confidential information about Fang Zhao from him. As someone who had struggled in its lowest rungs, Nanfeng knew how complicated the music industry was. Bosses like Fang Zhao were few and far between. The work environment here was relatively straightforward without much plotting and deceit. The job paid well and provided opportunities to experience all sorts of high-grade occasions. Nobody else in the same line of work could compare. Zhuayu and Yin Biao were receiving such high pay without putting in much work. In the past, Nanfeng would have surely been delighted to do the same. But if he could not feel guilty receiving such high pay now, what would it be like in future? Could he be that shameless? Fang Zhao was currently producing the music for an entire season of Above the Blue Dome of Heaven alone. This was already something that most of the industry would struggle with. Nanfeng believed that he lacked the ability to accompany his boss's struggles. Giving up his own position was necessary. However, he couldn't leave immediately either. When the new replacement came, he would have to guide the replacement before leaving. Newcomers nowadays were impetuous and impatient. And who knew if they could walk a dog properly? Nanfeng got more and more emotional as he wrote, and his eyes turned red. He sniffled and continued writing. Fang Zhao had just finished going through an amended score sheet and was about to write an email to the production team. The first season of Above the Blue Dome of Heaven would begin airing tonight. The production team was very efficient, and the second season was already in the final stages of post-production. The music studio also contacted Fang Zhao rather frequently for rearrangement requests. During this period, Fang Zhao stayed on the island and didn't have any other pressing issues. Thus, his replies were quick. Today wasn't any different. After scanning an amended music score, he started to type another email. Suddenly, Fang Zhao's typing hands froze. His ears twitched and noticed some extremely high and low frequencies that ordinary people couldn't hear. His expression turned grave, and he quickly put the score away. At the same time, he used his communications device to contact Little Bear. Hidewell. Little Bear was in the middle of going to find Fang Zhao to watch a drama together. He stopped in his tracks and locked the storehouse shut. Grasping the black ball in his hand, Little Bear looked at the aquarium that had just been moved over today. Inside, the originally idle sea slug had suddenly become agitated and was knocking on the aquarium walls. Meanwhile, Curly Hair's ears pricked up from where he was lying on the living room sofa. He darted into his own room and quickly hid his gaming console into the explosion-proof barrel. Curly Hair scanned the room and picked out a few more items to store inside. Once all his precious items were properly hidden, Curly Hair eyed the explosion-proof barrel reluctantly for a few more moments before sprinting to the front yard. Fang Zhao had said that if there were any attacks, Curly Hair was to guard the front yard. Under such dangerous circumstances, he would be permitted to bite first. At the same time, Yin Biao and Zhuayu, who were switching patrols, received Fang Zhao's notification. Prepare for combat. Beep, beep, beep. The island's warning system started sounding. Nanfeng was startled by the alarm. He hurriedly saved the file he had been working on and got up. Concentrated booms sounded in the distance. Some were from the air, while others were from the water. The floorboards beneath him shook. The appearance of an abrupt crisis snapped Nanfeng out of his sentimental state at once. Nanfeng had once undergone military service on planet Baiji. He knew all too well that whatever was happening wasn't small. Something big was happening. Just as he was about to ask in their own chat group, Nanfeng received a voice message from Yan Biao. Go to the underground room door and wait for me. Nanfeng didn't ask any other questions and changed into proper attire. When he arrived at the underground room, he saw Yan Biao striding over with a tense expression. What's going on? Nanfeng asked. He had already started making his own guesses. He wondered if Fang Zhao was cooperating with the military. He thought about the hot topics online about Fang Zhao's mysterious background. He considered the artifacts that were donated a while ago. Yan Biao opened the door and led Nanfeng inside while replying to the question. The Interplanetary Fund and tomorrow's empire have started a war. Nanfeng. Why would the world's top fund and the worst terrorist organization fight here? Although he couldn't understand this logic, Nanfeng didn't have time to think about anything else. Where are we going now? Nanfeng asked. The armory, Yan Biao said as he opened yet another door ahead. Nanfeng was stunned when he saw what was beyond the door. This is an armory? This was totally different from the garage-sized armory that Nanfeng had envisaged. This could already be called a small base. The quantity and quality of equipment wasn't something that any ordinary person could possess. Some of the newer models couldn't be purchased even if one had all the money. Besides the arms and ammunition, there was even an armored assault mecha. When did this place become like this? Nanfeng swallowed hard. Doesn't this violate regulations? We have permits. Yan Biao walked over to a shelf with a prepared case. Battles far away aren't our business. Our job is just to guard this building well. Pick whichever weapons you need. There are exoskeleton suits there as well. Go pick one out if you need. These are all new models, and the expenses can be claimed. Don't be afraid to use them. Understood. Nanfeng viewed this armory eagerly. He felt his combat spirit reawaken. How long had it been? He hadn't touched those things ever since he left the military. Can I use that? Nanfeng pointed at an 8-meter-tall propulsion armored mecha in the corner. Yan Biao. No, you might be mistakenly killed if you use that. Nanfeng nodded. Understood. The sound of activity outside meant that the fighting between the two sides had gotten intense. Perhaps Yan Biao was concerned about him being mistakenly killed because the enemy's mechas were similar. What's the battle strategy? Nanfeng asked. Boss will guard the backyard. Zui, you will hold the left. I will hold the right. I will defend the front yard. No, don't bother about the front yard. You be flexible and just watch yourself. Yan Biao mulled for a moment, then advised. If the situation in the house turns bad, run towards the front yard. As Yan Biao carried the weapons case and prepared to leave, he shot Nanfeng a complex look. Turn on your internal comms and maintain communications. Don't be shocked regardless of what you see. Understood. Nanfeng had also done covert missions before. Therefore, he didn't find anything strange with what Yan Biao said. Nanfeng hadn't seen actual combat for far too long and lacked regular training. Although he still practiced his shooting from time to time at a range, his body and fitness couldn't compare to before. Furthermore, he wasn't as strong as Yan Biao to begin with, so he needed an upgrade for himself. After equipping the exoskeleton suit, Nanfeng selected his arms. He surely wouldn't be up to Yan Biao and Zui Yu's standards after not having experienced real battles in a long time. He would need to defend himself if the fighting drew close. Memories of those years before he left the military came to Nanfeng. Back then, he had also been his squad's top marksman. Even though many people here know something I don't, none of that is important. Before resigning, I, Nanfeng, will give my all one last time, even if it means sacrificing myself, for my glory as a top marksman. Chapter 502. Our Secret Weapon. After equipping himself, Nanfeng headed upstairs with the weapons case. Nanfeng thought that the backyard would be under the most pressure since Fang Zhao was stationed there, so he first went there. Flames erupted in the sky from time to time. The mass of trees made it difficult to see the overall situation clearly. However, the loud explosions meant that the fighting between the Interplanetary Fund and tomorrow's empire was still raging. Huge fireballs rose into the sky in the distance, and the entire night sky was dyed red. The ground shook, and there was no way to ascertain which side held the advantage. Nanfeng's heart was thumping. He calmed himself down and raised his gun. He looked through the scope and had his finger on the trigger. Here it comes. Nanfeng fixed his sights on a target and prepared to fire. Bang, 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 bang. The target he was aiming at was eliminated before he even fired. Besides this target, there were also sounds of other things falling to the ground. Some were targets Nanfeng had noticed, while others had fallen before he even noticed them. The shots had been fired by Fang Zhao. He was just one person, yet he had such overwhelming and suppressive firepower. Before Nanfeng could even fire, Fang Zhao had already gotten rid of a whole wave. Nanfeng, never mind. This round of attacks isn't over yet. Nanfeng continued to wait. But, very quickly, Nanfeng sensed something wasn't right when he heard an approaching sound. This movement. Assault mecha. The enemies are actually using an assault mecha. The defense systems were fully engaged and stopped bullets and cannons in the air. Still, the enemy offensive came quickly and ferociously. Nanfeng was concerned that the Interplanetary Fund wouldn't be able to stop it, but Yin Biao had said that they would be okay if they could hold out against this wave. Nevertheless, the situation seemed very unfavorable for them against an assault mecha. The guns they had weren't enough. Nanfeng glanced at the weapons case he brought over and brainstormed how best to help Fang Zhao defend the area. Suddenly, he saw the mecha ahead being kicked away. Indeed, Fang Zhao had kicked that mecha, and it was sent flying away. The mecha crashed into the ground, leaving a crater. Nanfeng, this doesn't make sense. My boss has superhuman strength. He then surveyed the backyard. The defense system along with his superhuman boss made Nanfeng entirely useless. He couldn't even find an opportunity to raise his gun. Doesn't it seem like I'm not needed here? Now aware of this cruel truth, Nanfeng didn't delay anymore. He quashed his turbulent doubts and moved to reposition himself. He didn't know how Fang Zhao could be this strong. Perhaps Fang Zhao's body was aided by some confidential and highly advanced technology. However, he didn't have much time to mull over this. Yin Biao had told him not to be shocked, regardless of what he saw. Perhaps he had meant this? Nanfeng tossed away the random thoughts and listened intently for outside activity. He checked the defense system's real-time metrics. Yin Biao and Zuiyu were to the left and right. Due to the terrain, these sides were under less offensive pressure. With the defense system, Yin Biao and Zuiyu were doing fine for the time being and didn't need Nanfeng's support. Check the front yard. Yin Biao said there was no need to bother about the front yard. Does that mean that the Interplanetary Fund is handling that? However, Nanfeng still felt anxious. From the sounds of things, it seemed like the gunfire intensity was increasing. The front yard was hard to defend. There would be a lot of pressure if more enemy mechas mobilized. Nanfeng carried his weapons case and headed in the direction of the front yard. The lights within the house had all been extinguished. Nanfeng was very familiar with the house, so between his knowledge and the flashes of explosion, Nanfeng moved very quickly. Nanfeng stopped in his tracks when he passed by the living room. The main door wasn't tightly shut. However, there wasn't any sign of forced entry, and the defense system hadn't issued any warning of a breach. The main door would automatically shut if no one had activated it to open. But now, there was a dog tag stuck in between, preventing it from being closed fully. Nanfeng found that dog tag very familiar. It belonged to Curly Hair. Nanfeng had seen it when he was out walking Curly Hair today. No wonder he hadn't heard any barks from Curly Hair throughout this great ruckus. It seemed as though he had run out. But, at such a time, there was only one outcome for a pet dog running into a battlefield. He would be obliterated to the point of no remains. All Nanfeng could do was pray that Curly Hair would have enough luck to survive the battlefield. 300 million. No, a priceless dog. Nanfeng's heart ached dearly, and his eyes welled up. In Nanfeng's eyes, Curly Hair was no longer purely a pet dog. Besides the value, there were sentiments from having known each other for so long, and Nanfeng felt an additional sense of responsibility for him. Curly Hair had even rendered meritorious service and was unlike any other. Nanfeng tried listening attentively again, but didn't hear Curly Hair's barks. He wasn't inside, and there weren't any dog barks from outside. Nanfeng's tears were on the verge of flowing. However, this wasn't the time to be sad. Nanfeng kept his feelings in check as he shoved the dog tag into his pocket. He shut the main door tightly and went up to a window on the second floor. Downstairs didn't afford a very good view of the battlefield. Now that he had a better vantage point, Nanfeng's eyebrows twitched. Debris, grass and dirt were sent into the air as loud booms rang out continuously. Under the flashes of cannon fire and explosions, there was a threatening metallic glimmer. With his naked eye, Nanfeng saw a huge robot-like monster running down everything without any resistance behind all the blazes and smoke. Of the three mechas at the front, one was stomped, one was sent flying, and the last one was bitten in half. There was another mecha not too far away that had been disabled in the first confrontation. When that monster turned around and returned, it stomped on the mecha again. The metal screeched as fragments and sparks scattered. The scene was extremely brutal. Nanfeng felt suffocated. Nanfeng's bulging eyeballs almost popped out of their sockets. He felt every single cell in his body trembling. He closed the windows as quickly as he could and ran towards the underground room. At the same time, he called out to Yin Biao through the comms. "Brother Biao, the enemy is using some secret weapon. The front yard can't be held any longer. That fiendish monster is definitely a demonic entity. It can crush a mecha as easily as one crushes a can. That is something totally beyond our means to defend against. Our weapons won't do anything to it. I am going to the armory now to see whether there is anything we can use." Even though he had only gotten a few glimpses, Nanfeng was certain that if that assault mecha below ground had a combat level of 100, that monster in the front yard was definitely over 9,000. How can we even fight it? Now, Nanfeng could only hope that the Interplanetary Fund would send reinforcements over as soon as possible. He didn't know how long they could hold out in the house. Or, if Fang Zhao came over, they could perhaps hold out a little while more. While Nanfeng's thoughts were running wild, he heard Yin Biao say, "That is our secret weapon." Screech. Nanfeng's shoes slid against the ground as he came to a sudden stop. "Huh?" Nanfeng was taken aback. "That's curly hair," Yin Biao added. Nanfeng thought he was hearing things. What did he say that thing was? Curly hair. I don't believe that. His entire world turned dizzy. In a daze, Nanfeng stumbled back to the window. He widened his eyes and watched the scene outside without blinking. That robotic monster ferociously ripped a mecha in two with its teeth and tossed the half in its mouth into the air. After taking a few shots on its body, it shook off all the fragments as though it was dirt before going on another rampage. Nanfeng's entire body was trembling. It bit through another mecha. Although Yin Biao hadn't seen it personally, he could picture the scene that Nanfeng described. "Don't be shocked, it's just a basic function." Nanfeng. Basic function? What basic function? He had heard every single word clearly, yet it seemed like he didn't understand a single word that was said. His disarrayed mind was falling apart. Chapter 503. Nanfeng. Nanfeng's whole mind was a chaotic mess. But, as an elite who had once served on planet Baiji, Nanfeng still had the ability to steady himself despite having left the force many years ago. He even had some slight doubts about his life. He had always thought himself as a core member of the team, but from the look of things, the truth was really cruel. No wonder Yin Biao and Zhuyu always seemed like they were hiding stuff whenever he was holding the dog. Nanfeng wanted to slap himself. Where's my keen insight? Has it degenerated? Nanfeng couldn't help asking. Did you all know already? Yin Biao said, that's not important. Since Nanfeng had already seen what was happening in the front yard, Yin Biao no longer kept it from him. Don't bother about the front yard and just guard the house. All you have to do is get rid of any intruders who manage to sneak through. Be careful with the rocket launcher. It's best if you don't get caught up in the front yard. Logic goes out the window when that dog gets excited. He might not be able to differentiate between friend or foe. If you accidentally hit the dog with a rocket, he might come after you. Staying in the house is the safest. If the defense doesn't hold and too many enemies sneak through, go run to the front yard and shout Curly Hair's name loudly. He can protect you. Remember, you must shout loudly. Otherwise, he might overlook or accidentally injure you. Nanfeng's trembling intensified. He took deep breaths to calm his thumping heart, his thoughts that were running wild. No matter how great the shocks were, he still had to suppress them at such a time. Since the dog was on their side, those firing at the dog were the enemy. The Interplanetary Fund troops weren't important. All they needed was their very own dog. With this line of thought, Nanfeng felt more relieved. All right. I'll stay in the house. Let me know if you guys require support on your side. Cough. Brother Biao, will this curly hair really recognize me if I shout loudly? Doubts remained as Nanfeng watched the robotic monster rampage in the front yard. Did the killing machine still retain its rationality? Would it stop to save him? Yin Biao fell silent. He didn't know whether Curly Hair would recognize Nanfeng. However, those were Fang Zhao's instructions. Don't worry. He will surely recognize you. Nanfeng relaxed slightly. He trusted his old comrade, Yin Biao, very much. As he continued watching, the robotic monster swatted aside a mecha, looked over, and began wagging its tail. Nanfeng had a bad feeling. He saw that monster raise its head and howl at the moon. Then, he heard the mechanical buzz of machinery. Nanfeng. The mechanical voice left Nanfeng scared witless. Nanfeng's entire body was frozen stiff. After having just calmed down, his mental state was obliterated again. It talked. Nanfeng stared, flabbergasted at the scene outside the window. He saw that dog excitedly stomp on a few invaders once more. Look, I've made a good contribution again. I caught another one. Oh whoa. Then, it bit another mecha and dragged it around like a stuffed toy. The mecha clattered on the ground. Sparks and smoke appeared from dislodged parts. Nanfeng, his soul had left his body. At that moment, he suddenly recalled the words he had told Curly Hair not too long ago. Curly Hair, boss will be happy if you do good deeds. He may even reward you. Bite if you find one. Bite both if there are two. Bite as many as you can. I will take responsibility for any issue. Nanfeng wished he could turn back time and return to that moment. Why did I have to speak this nonsense? Curly Hair was oblivious to Nanfeng's emotions. He remembered what Nanfeng had said about making amends by doing good. Feats in battle had to have witnesses too. Who could verify his deeds if all the surveillance cameras malfunctioned? Fang Zhao was in the backyard, while Yin Biao and Zui were on the two sides. He didn't have any other friends here to bear witness. Thus, Curly Hair was very happy when he noticed Nanfeng looking over. With a witness, he wouldn't have to worry that his efforts at destroying the mechas going unnoticed. Curly Hair killed and devoured humans as well as mechas. Nanfeng, his soul continued to leave his body. After Curly Hair got rid of all intruders in the front yard, reinforcements from the Interplanetary Fund arrived. No other hostiles were detected in the vicinity of the house for quite some time. Fang Zhao also received a message from the Interplanetary Fund. Their mission was complete, and all that remained were some trivial matters that didn't concern him. The crisis was over. Fang Zhao briefly informed the other three of the situation and instructed them to clear the battlefield. They were to get rid of any remaining intruders who had snuck through the defenses. Fang Zhao himself had to head to other areas of the island to check if there were any hidden enemies. In the front yard, Curly Hair transformed back to his pet dog form. Wagging his tail happily, he came running back to the house, then found himself locked outside. Curly Hair glanced at the tightly sealed door, then looked up towards the second-floor window. Open the door. Oh whoa. Nanfeng ambled down. He mustered up his courage and carefully inched over to the closed main door. He opened it with shaking hands. He stared at the small pet dog he was so familiar with. It was still the same Curly Hair. Yet, it wasn't that Curly Hair. When it came close, Nanfeng's knees buckled. He slumped to the ground. Curly Hair ignored Nanfeng and rushed straight into his room. Moments later, he came out and circled around the main door. Where's my tag? I left it to hold the door open. Curly Hair couldn't find his own dog tag. Shivering, Nanfeng quickly drew out the dog tag from his pocket and handed it over with both hands. It was better to close the door. No, if intruders made it in, I would be able to rush into the house and clean them out. If these thieves really wanted to enter, would a closed door make any difference? Nanfeng, this dog even has rather astute logic. Nanfeng added, I was actually worried that your dog tag would be damaged. I was keeping it safe. Curly Hair was delighted when he heard that. Upon seeing that his dog tag wasn't damaged, he no longer cared about Nanfeng closing the door. The smoke and fires in the vicinity of the house were already starting to disperse. Yin Biao and Zui were cleaning up the battlefield. They had suffered some minor injuries. After a while, they came over to the front yard to check things out. Seeing the scattered wreckage, Yin Biao exclaimed, Curly Hair has gotten stronger again. Consuming those power ores weren't a waste at all. Nanfeng. What ore? Were power ores meant to be eaten? Nanfeng asked hesitantly. Is there anything else I don't know about? Yin Biao looked towards him with furrowed brows and an open mouth. He asked, What happened to your eye? Nanfeng touched his slightly protruding left eye. Nothing. It's probably just a little damaged. I'll change it when I get back. The blow he had suffered was too great. His exquisite top-of-the-line smart left eyeball, which he had purchased for more than $1 million, had gone haywire. An eyeball worth more than $1 million. Nanfeng rubbed his face. He never thought that there would actually be a day he could accept such an expensive eyeball spoiling in such a calm fashion. Chapter 504. You aren't Fang Zhao. Nanfeng was no longer in any mood to grieve over that really expensive eyeball. He watched curly hair scampering around the area, sniffing and licking randomly as though he was out playing. Sometimes, curly hair would disappear into the nighttime darkness and come darting back moments later covered in dirt and leaves. In the past, Nanfeng would have gone and carried curly hair back. But now, he didn't dare go over. He was even afraid of calling out. What is curly hair doing? Nanfeng asked. Yin Biao glanced over at curly hair and said, Didn't boss say to clean up the battlefield? Curly hair is sniffing around the area to check for bombs. Bombs! Nanfeng jumped up in fright. Can't the defense system scan for them, just in case? The enemy might have some that can't be detected by the system. Besides explosives, there may be other dangerous materials or radioactive waste. Curly hair rendered meritorious service when on assignment with spaceport inspection teams. He is especially sensitive to the smell of those dangerous things. You can't just put it this way. Can we rely on curly hair completely? Also, how does he dispose of dangerous materials? I don't even see any explosive-proof boxes. Don't just stand there. Do something. Are there any other sensors? I will help too. Nanfeng was anxious to head inside and search for equipment when Yin Biao added. Boss said. Nanfeng stopped in his tracks and turned his head stiffly. What did boss say? Boss said to just leave the cleanup to curly hair. Yin Biao's eyes darted towards where curly hair was in the distance. His expression became serious and he pointed a finger. He discovered something. Nanfeng turned to look as well. He watched as curly hair bit a piece of a flattened mecha and tossed it aside. His mouth suddenly enlarged to an exaggerated size and swallowed the hidden stuff beneath. A slight rumble came from curly hair's gut. Curly hair belched and let out a loud fart. A smoky smell wafted over. Nanfeng, Yin Biao calmly said. Oh, it's a bomb. Nanfeng. Nanfeng rigidly sat to the ground. Ashen-faced, he stared at the sky. Didn't this scene seem a little familiar? As expected of our 300 million yuan dog. He even glitters like gold under the sun. It's my first time seeing a dog fart. Curly hair deserves his 300 million yuan tag. Both his burp and fart linger for some time. It even smells like smoke. Nanfeng was in a daze. Back then, how did I have the courage to dare stop this dog? Yin Biao patted Nanfeng on the shoulder. Therefore, we can just leave this matter to curly hair. It's safe and efficient. We just have to clear up some junk or shoot anyone who still might be breathing. Nanfeng. As Nanfeng was trying his hardest to regain his composure, Fang Zhao was sifting through the woods to deal with those hidden invaders. The main battlefield between the Interplanetary Fund and tomorrow's empire was at some innocuous planet. Today, Little Bear was the invader's target. Tomorrow's empire's attack here meant that something had gone wrong. Either they had spies within the Interplanetary Fund, or that they had some other way to pinpoint Little Bear's location. Fortunately, the Interplanetary Fund had backup plans. The majority of the offensive had already been stopped outside the island. Otherwise, even curly hair wouldn't have been able to protect Little Bear. Ever since Little Bear's arrival, Fang Zhao had used the pretext of composing in seclusion to decline visits. Fang Zhao had quickly finished up any work on the island related to the discovery of the artifacts and limited Nanfeng's time on the island by dispatching him to manage the artifact distribution. Nevertheless, Nanfeng had finally come across this revelation. Fang Zhao raised his gun and shot a person hiding in the tall grass before continuing his search. There was no need for him to see. He could accurately determine every enemy in hiding just based on his hearing ability. Their breathing, heartbeat, and any minute sounds couldn't escape his ears. Nightfall didn't affect him in the slightest bit. Although there were continuous explosions in the distance, it was already quiet enough for Fang Zhao. During the period of destruction, chaos had been the norm. Elsewhere, a person hid himself behind a boulder and vegetation. He continuously suppressed his presence and even his scent. He was one of the ringleaders of today's mission to invade the island. Their plan was to spare no expense in breaching the Interplanetary Fund's defenses invade the island and capture Little Bear. According to their plans, they should have been able to gain control within half an hour. But in reality, half an hour had gone by, and they had yet to even come close to that house. He had already lost contact with the majority of personnel in the invasion force. Not a single one of those assault mechas responsible for the frontal assault of the front yard could be contacted. He suspected that there were errors in the reports. This place was definitely a trap set up by the Interplanetary Fund. He wasn't sure about the situation at the front yard. But, in the backyard, the person who appeared like the shadow of death was too strange. That person fired shots decisively without any hint of hesitation. It was near impossible to determine who was being targeted. According to reason, there wasn't even any time to aim. It would even appear as if that person was randomly firing. But in reality, someone would fall each time a shot rang out. It was literally a one-shot, one-kill. The leader reckoned that he wouldn't have survived without his swift retreat. However, according to the unclear image he had received, wasn't that Fang Zhao? In the past, he had felt that all the news about Fang Zhao was exaggerated. He was just a musician. Sure, Fang Zhao also played games well, but those were games. Even if Fang Zhao had a military background, he still wouldn't have treated Fang Zhao as a serious threat. However, this experience had totally changed his perspective. Also, reports said that Fang Zhao was a good-natured person and benevolent person. How the F***ck is this benevolent? Everyone lied to me. I would believe it if someone told me he was a professional killer or a veteran. How the F***ck is he an artistic youth? What kind of artistic youth can kill a bunch of hardened killers? No, there's another possibility. That person is absolutely not Fang Zhao. He recalled this harrowing experience and replayed each scene in slow motion in his mind. Some minute details became clearer. Clearly, only one person had suppressed and beat the sh*t out of them from the start. Fang Zhao's killer intent couldn't even be sensed. Based on how easily Fang Zhao had kicked the mecha away, the terrorist wondered whether Fang Zhao was using undisclosed Interplanetary Fund exoskeleton technology. He had a suspicion that it wasn't Fang Zhao, but a killing machine trained by the Interplanetary Fund. Is it Fang Zhao or not? Suddenly, he froze. A pair of feet stopped not too far away. He could sense the dagger-like stare on his body. Cold beads of sweat started flowing down his back. Raising his head, he peeked at the person. That person's silhouette was blurry under the cover of darkness. But, under the momentary flash of an explosion, he saw that person's appearance and the pair of chillingly cold eyes. It was the face that he saw on screens often, yet it seemed somewhat unfamiliar at this moment. He meticulously studied Fang Zhao's appearance and face for any anomalies. That was indeed Fang Zhao's face. This face appeared on commercials throughout the various continents nowadays. There was no way he couldn't remember what it looked like. The lively Fang Zhao on screens had a somewhat gentle demeanor even when he wasn't smiling. The celebrity Fang Zhao that the public knew shouldn't be like this. But at this sort of time, he wished that the person before him was Fang Zhao, that genius composer in the music world. Because, if this were so, he would still have a slight chance to survive. After all, musicians were more sentimental and were easily led on by emotions. With this in mind, he suddenly had an idea. Don't shoot. He tossed his gun aside and raised both hands in the air. You mustn't kill me. Do you know who I am? He yelled. Fang Zhao stared at him. The terrorist gritted his teeth. I am the period of destruction's Fang Zhao's descendant. Bang. The only reply he got was a bullet. The hand that had reached for the dagger hidden in his sleeves became limp. Up to the moment he died, he couldn't understand exactly what the Interplanetary Fund had promised Fang Zhao. Why didn't Fang Zhao even have the slightest bit of hesitancy when firing? Weren't musicians sentimental? Fang Zhao had even acted as Fang Zhao in the Period of Destruction series. Shouldn't hearing Period of Destruction's Fang Zhao shock you a little? If he were still alive, he would definitely yell this at Fang Zhao. You aren't Fang Zhao. Chapter 505, Manager. Many people thought of Fang Zhao as a good-natured person. Nobody had seen Fang Zhao lose his temper before. However, nobody knew that Fang Zhao had once been on equal footing with the founding-era great generals. There was no way he could be soft-hearted. Fang Zhao went through the other areas of the island before returning to the house. His icy cold gaze gradually disappeared, replaced by his normal placid expression. The cannon fire in the distance had gradually quietened down as well. This battle had arrived abruptly and concluded just the same. After everything had calmed down, Fang Zhao contacted the Interplanetary Fund's medical team to arrange for a checkup and treatment for Zuoyu, Yin Biao, and Nanfeng. Yin Biao and Zuoyu had gotten hurt defending the house. Nanfeng hadn't suffered any harm except for the problem with his eye. His man-made left eye had malfunctioned. The medical team gave him a temporary disposable eye for him to use. However, even this sort of disposable eye also cost several 100,000 yuan. Nanfeng wouldn't have used it if he had had to pay for it himself. Fortunately, this was considered a work-related injury that was covered by the Interplanetary Fund. After removing his scrambled eye, Nanfeng placed it carefully in a box. After all, it cost more than 1 million yuan. Nanfeng had initially thought he would be able to use it until he was old. However, it was now damaged and couldn't even be resold for much money. Nanfeng had no intention of selling it and decided to keep it as a memento. When dawn broke, the sea surrounding the island had already been cleaned up. The Interplanetary Fund personnel then started to restore the island. Troops who had participated in this battle didn't leave. They would continue to be stationed in the vicinity of the island until Little Bear left. Fang Zhao let Yin Biao and Zuoyu rest before looking towards Nanfeng. "Come with me." Nanfeng followed Fang Zhao to the study. Apprehensively, "I didn't want you to know about all of this," Fang Zhao said. "I know you have your career plans. If you chose to leave, not knowing would be the best for you." Nanfeng actually had some grievances at first, but he understood what Fang Zhao meant. Knowing too much was dangerous. If he had wanted to just remain in the entertainment circles purely as a manager, not knowing all these secrets would be much easier. But now, he was in the know and had personally witnessed all these. All he could say was that it was bad luck. If he had come during the day and left before it got dark as always, he would still be oblivious to it all. Fang Zhao continued, "There are 2 contracts to choose from here. Think over them and make a choice. You can't leave the island until you have made your choice." "Understood." Nanfeng's eyes well up and his voice became raspy. "Boss, I know you are doing this for my own good. I will contemplate seriously." Nanfeng brought both contracts to his own room and went through them seriously. One consisted of compensation for psychological damage and work-related injuries. The compensation for psychological damage was understandable. Nanfeng had suffered a great shock last night, which could very well leave a long-lasting psychological scar. The compensation for work-related injuries was for Nanfeng to buy a new artificial eye to replace the damaged one. The sum was a lot. It was more than enough to get one that wasn't any worse than the previous one. Nanfeng was touched to tears when he saw the amount of compensation. While wiping away the snot from his nose, he flipped to the second agreement and continued to go through the written contents. Nanfeng blinked several times, then reread every word carefully for fear that he was seeing things. "A manager? I can convert." Nanfeng was both delighted and at a loss. "Do I take the money, sign a confidentiality clause and leave? Or do I just sign the agreement to become a manager?" While at a loss, Nanfeng opened the electronic file of the letter he had saved. He looked through the contents in silence for some time, then clicked delete. He wouldn't have to use this anymore regardless of whichever choice he made. Fang Zhao had given some time for Nanfeng to calm down and analyze the pros and cons before making the choice. Nanfeng didn't know what to do. He couldn't leave the island now, nor did he have any other tasks. Nanfeng didn't look at the chats on his communications device either and decided to head out for a walk to clear his head. When he stepped out, he noticed that Yin Biao had just come out from his room as well. "Not catching up on sleep?" Nanfeng asked. Yin Biao shrugged. "I couldn't fall asleep, so I came out to take a look. How about yourself? What did boss say to you? Are you still going to resign?" Nanfeng shook his head. "Boss asked me to consider a few options. I also don't know how to choose." "That's fine. Calm down first and use your new outlook to make a career plan." Yin Biao patted Nanfeng on the shoulder and looked towards the door. "If you are all right now, you can bring curly hair out for a walk around the island. Perhaps it can help you realize new things." Nanfeng didn't dare. He had witnessed curly hair devouring humans last night. There was no way Nanfeng wouldn't be afraid of being in close contact with such a dangerous creature. But when he thought about the manager agreement, Nanfeng thought, why not give it a try? He had to try it before knowing whether he could accept this position. If he could withstand the pressure of walking this sort of dog, then it wouldn't be much of a problem. If he couldn't accept it, then he could only choose the first contract and leave with the money. Curly Hair was getting ready to head out when Nanfeng decided to come out. Fang Zhao had instructed Curly Hair to sweep the fringes of the island once. After he was done, he would be allowed to play games. Nanfeng went up and stopped Curly Hair. He took a deep breath and mustered his courage. Curly Hair, I'll go together with you. Curly Hair thought about it. If he discovered anything, Nanfeng could be his witness. All right, Awo, but you have to run faster. Oh, Nanfeng glanced at the cupboard beside the door out of habit when he thought about walking the dog. There are interplanetary fund personnel still near the island. We will need the leash. Nanfeng suddenly realized he sounded stupid. If Curly Hair wanted to bite someone, would a slender rope hold him back? He could bite through a mecha, let alone a leash. As he glanced at the leash in the cupboard, Nanfeng felt that the leash was so brittle. Hurry up, Nanfeng. Curly Hair urged from outside. Coming. Nanfeng could no longer be bothered with the leash and hurried out. He had to watch Curly Hair carefully and not let him bite other people. Thus, Curly Hair scampered ahead while Nanfeng followed behind. As he watched Curly Hair, Nanfeng was curious. How could a small dog like this become such a huge robotic monster? Was he an extraterrestrial breed, or a product of interplanetary fund experiments? However, if he were the experimental product of interplanetary fund research, then surely he wouldn't be the only one. Furthermore, Fang Zhao already had Curly Hair before making a name for himself. Did that mean Curly Hair was some unknown extraterrestrial life form? The frightening scene of the huge robotic dog stomping on mechas flashed through his mind, and Nanfeng recalled some things that he had never noticed. When Fang Zhao had moved into the new place, Nanfeng had bought an alloy chair capable of supporting the weight of an elephant as a gift for Fang Zhao. A few days later, that chair had been completely flattened. Nanfeng hadn't thought too much about it, but now, he reckoned that it had been stomped on by the dog. While on their rounds, they came across a small interplanetary fund team responsible for restoring the island. Curly Hair immediately stuck out his tongue and started panting as though he was tired from all that running. Nanfeng, I will no longer be deceived by this facade anymore. An act. It's all an act. This dog had undergone advanced studies together with Fang Zhao at Huangzhou Academy of Art. However, while Fang Zhao had studied music, this dog had studied acting. This dog acted very well at all times. Curly Hair could seamlessly switch between different personas. Even Nanfeng had been fooled. After the interplanetary fund personnel were out of sight, Curly Hair retracted his tired dog form and picked up speed. Curly Hair, Nanfeng called out. Curly Hair glanced over suspiciously. Oh, whoa. Although he found it rather awkward, Nanfeng's nervousness receded slightly, seeing that Curly Hair seemed easy to talk to. Don't rush off. Let's talk for a bit. Otherwise, we won't get to chat anymore after I leave, Nanfeng said. Curly Hair was initially disgruntled at being called back, but he was shocked upon hearing the latter half. His dog eyes shimmered with tears, and he whimpered reluctantly. Don't go, Nanfeng. If Nanfeng left and a new person was brought in, Curly Hair would have to act as a pet dog once again. Snacking would become harder, and he wouldn't be able to game openly. Nanfeng finally discovered the truth after great difficulty. How could he be allowed to leave just like that? Furthermore, Nanfeng was quick-witted, and Curly Hair could seek him out if there was something he required. Yin Biao and Zhuyu weren't as good as Nanfeng in this aspect. Perhaps if Fang Zhao confiscated his game consoles again, Curly Hair could still use Nanfeng to satisfy his cravings in secret. That retro handheld console from Planet Een came from Nanfeng's contributions, and he could play games while out on walks. Meanwhile, in Nanfeng's mind, Nanfeng was extremely touched. Look, what a great dog. Treating him well hasn't been in vain. This isn't the reluctance of a pet to part with its owner. This is recognition of my ability. This proves that my importance cannot be replaced. Nanfeng's self-confidence soared. I, King Nanfeng, have come back to life. The scales have tipped in my favor. Becoming an official manager, standing even taller, higher wages, and even more pressure. But, is there anything that comes without pressure? Pressure is proof of great responsibility. Only this sort of job is fitting of I, King Nanfeng. The word manager is calling. My hot blood is soaring. How exciting. Besides, no matter what happens in future, I also have backers. A superhuman boss, and an insanely powerful dog. What else can faze me? My outlook and perspective is no longer the same. Looking back, the me from last night is really too naive. So what if I don't have musical talent? Can those with an academic background compare with me? Do they have as strong hearts as me? Are they as capable of walking a dog as me? Who can even compare to me? Chapter 506. Alive after 500 years. Even though Nanfeng had suffered many different shocks at once, he was able to get over them much faster than Yin Biao and Zuoyu. Furthermore, his self-confidence was brimming. Fang Zhao had given him time to consider. In 2 days, Nanfeng created his new manager career plan. He brought this career plan with him to seek out Fang Zhao and sign the second contract. Stepping out of the house once again, Nanfeng gazed at the clouds in the distance and clenched his fist. Yin Biao saw this and asked, "You signed as a manager?" Nanfeng didn't answer immediately and said, Listen to what?" Yin Biao asked. "The sound of dreams being realized. It is really wondrous. As long as you are happy." Nanfeng smiled and looked around. "Where's Curly Hair? He's been inside his room all this time. How can a dog be a shut-in all the time?" Nanfeng felt something was amiss when he said that. If Curly Hair really wanted to go out, nobody could stop him unless the boss didn't permit it. What happened? What is he doing in the room? Nanfeng asked. "Gaming. He played through the night again," Yin Biao replied calmly. "Nanfeng, what sort of nonsense are you spewing?" Nanfeng didn't want to believe it, but this dog could become a robot monster and could talk. Being able to game seemed acceptable? Yin Biao felt pity for his comrade. On his first day in a new post, he received another psychological shock. The next day, Yin Biao no longer felt this way. Nanfeng was gaming together with Curly Hair, and they seemed to be having a lot of fun. Yin Biao, do people capable of becoming managers have such hearts of steel? Besides the matter with Curly Hair, Nanfeng also learned of the existence of Little Bear and now knew that the island had been attacked because of this individual. When Curly Hair was gaming, Little Bear would come over and drag Fang Zhao to catch up on dramas together. Since everyone in the house already knew of his existence, he wasn't willing to spend all his time hiding in the underground room. A month later, Interplanetary Fund personnel came over to pick up Little Bear. The Interplanetary Fund's highest authority, Yu Hua, had come personally. Yu Hua smiled as she shook Fang Zhao's hands and expressed her sincerity. "Thank you for your hard work. Whether it had been saving Yuan Zheng on Planet Yin back then or protecting Little Bear this time, Fang Zhao had done a great deal for the outer space immigration plan and the future of interstellar travel." Yu Hua dismissed Little Bear to play by himself elsewhere so she could speak to Fang Zhao in private. Nanfeng, Zuiyu, and Yin Biao also took the initiative to give the two some private space. The things discussed between big shots would surely be highly confidential. The three of them understood that the more they knew, the more pressure they would have. Curly Hair scrutinized both people, then returned to his room to game. He knew he would have to start lessons and tests again once the Interplanetary Fund people left. His unrestricted play time was coming to an end, so he had to play as much as he could now. In the study, Yu Hua and Fang Zhao were the only ones there. Before Little Bear was sent to the island, Fang Zhao had told Yu Hua in their long-distance call that he would protect Little Bear. And, once the matter concluded, Yu Hua would tell Fang Zhao about herself and her family's origins. Fang Zhao had never once let his guard down with regards to these visitors from beyond the stars. Yu Hua scrutinized Fang Zhao. When she first met Fang Zhao at the beginning, she only viewed Fang Zhao as a junior to be given much encouragement. Now, she treated Fang Zhao as a peer of the same level. They both were extraordinary. Her forebears had different genes, whereas Fang Zhao changed through external factors. The two of them each had their own secrets. She took the cup of tea Fang Zhao handed over and smiled mildly. "Just as you guessed, my grandfather, who everyone knows as Great Master Hengxin, is indeed not from this planet. He is from a distant stellar system. He came here by chance and had no way of returning. Therefore, until he passed, he devoted his fullest efforts towards interstellar travel-related technology. He also cooperated with the native military to harness power or for warp engines. Nobody would have imagined that the godly engineer and research fanatic everyone called Great Master Hengxin was actually an alien. His experiments had brought him to a remote place that he had no way of returning from. Thus, he had no choice but to make contact with the natives and impart spaceflight technology to them. There were also 7 super-intelligent robots that came together with Grandfather. These were his work assistants. They are different from the AI that most people are familiar with. Their intelligence levels are much higher. You can just treat them as another type of human. Little Bear is one of them. The superintelligences could follow orders, but they also knew how to defy them. After my grandfather passed, 6 of the superintelligences started to diverge, and there was a defection. The Interplanetary Fund suffered great losses, and the research on warp engines stalled. Fortunately, there were quite a number of talents who had been groomed. Although they lacked the specialized core guidance, they were still able to sustain the project at that time. Although progress was slow, any progress was still a good thing. That was, until you discovered the Alcade. Of the 7 superintelligences, only Little Bear was left. This was because the Alcade had encountered malfunctions and was uncontactable. However, it turned out to be the best of all the misfortunes. Because, with his return, the new generation of warp engines has arrived 2 decades earlier than original estimates. Although those 6 superintelligent robots are gone, their navigation cores still exist. These cores can't be replicated with current technological standards. Many years ago, Tomorrow's Empire took advantage of the chaos to snatch one away. They hid the core very well, and we had our misgivings. This was also the reason why the Interplanetary Fund never made any move against them all this while. However, after Little Bear returned, finding these navigation cores became much easier. Therefore, we snatched it back this time. Yuhua recounted this story in a calm fashion. However, the scenes this little island experienced meant that it wasn't difficult to imagine how much more intense the fighting at the main battlefield was. There was payback for the animosity of the past and present. The Interplanetary Fund had combined with the military for an all-out offensive this time. Even if the Tomorrow's Empire wasn't completely wiped out, they had definitely been dealt a mortal blow. At this point, Yuhua glanced at Fang Zhao with a serious expression. Before my grandfather passed, he told me something. We are staying here, and we didn't come to trample over their home. My grandmother is a native, and my father was also born on this planet. Therefore, to us, this is also our home planet. What about you? Where were you born? Fang Zhao asked. Planet Een. The discovery of Planet Een was actually made much earlier than the public date. At that time, our Interplanetary Fund and the military joined hands to establish a base on Planet Een. I was born there and looked after by a robot nanny. This went on until I was 3 and accidentally ripped the arms of a cleaning robot off. Thus, my grandfather brought me to his side and guided me personally. Later, he announced that I would be his successor in the Interplanetary Fund. Fang Zhao. That was a lot of information. Yuhua's tone flattened. It was because he did gene testing and discovered that I was the strongest in the family and capable of living the longest. Fang Zhao. Our future plans include reconstructing navigation cores. When warp engines reach a certain level, that will be when we truly realize interstellar flight and will be able to travel even further. Fang Zhao was very concerned about this matter. How long will the reconstruction of cores take? There's no definite answer. It might be several decades or possibly over a century. Fang Zhao fell silent for a moment, then smiled. I hope that the speed of your success will be swifter than my aging. Little Bear was really reluctant when it was time to leave. Must I return to work now? Yuhua smiled at him, but didn't say anything. Little Bear then glanced at Fang Zhao. Brother Zhao, do you want to sell that rabbit? It can light up and even give early warnings. Fang Zhao knew that Little Bear was talking about. The sea slug. Is it convenient for you to keep it there? Of course. I have a huge pond. I can remodel it into an aquarium. In the water tank, the 2 rabbit ears of the sea slug fluttered back and forth with the ripples of the current as if it was sending a greeting. Fang Zhao picked up the water tank and brought it over. You can have it. A pair of fair hands reached out and accepted it. Thank you. Little Bear's outstretched hand stopped in midair, and he turned his head towards Yuhua. Yuhua held the water tank in one hand and patted Little Bear's head with the other. We should go, Fang Zhao then said. This sea slug is a man-made organism. The breeder didn't fully uncover all its secrets. All that is known is that it has a strong survivability and a high level of toxicity. It's best to lock the water tank tightly. It knows how to jailbreak, so you too should pay more attention to it. When it was kept here, Fang Zhao always had to worry whether it would jailbreak, escape to the ocean, and wreck the food chain and ecosystem. He wouldn't need to worry as much if it was brought to Planet Een. It would die if it broke free there. Little Bear pledged, I will look after it well. I will send updates of it every day. Fang Zhao, that won't be necessary. I have to. When the time comes, I will make a robot AI sea slug and send it to you. Little Bear hugged Fang Zhao and badgered him for an autographed photo of them together. Before he reluctantly left, when the house was out of sight, Little Bear asked Yuhua. Fang Zhao is very concerned with the spaceflight project. Yuhua nodded. Yes, he even said that he hopes our success will be swifter than his aging. Little Bear sighed. Humans here start to decline after they are over 100. The natives here have different genes and live very short lives. Can we even be certain that we can accomplish this within 100 years? I can't even determine how much time I would need to decipher the core and reconstruct it. Even if 5 generations of warp engines are achieved and interstellar spaceships are constructed, we still won't be able to travel far without getting lost if the core isn't reconstructed. He might not necessarily have any significant changes after 100 years, Yuhua said. Really? Then how much longer can he live? I don't know. Maybe he'll still be around in 500 years. Yuhua smiled and pulled Little Bear to the flying transport. The personnel from the Interplanetary Fund withdrew completely. Restoration of the island was complete. Even if outsiders came, they wouldn't know that a fierce battle had taken place here. As participants of the battle, Nanfeng, Zuiyu, and Yin Biao had received gifts from the Interplanetary Fund. The Interplanetary Fund had given Nanfeng a new eye. All he needed to do was head to the hospital to install and activate it. Nanfeng giggled sheepishly as he caressed his new eyeball. The Interplanetary Fund's technological level had always been at the forefront. However, their products were usually for the military. It wasn't easy for most people to obtain them. Everything has turned out for the best. Nanfeng was delighted. He wasn't even envious when he saw the exoskeleton suits for Yin Biao and Zuiyu. Who cares about exoskeletons? I have curly hair. Chapter 507. I came from the past, and I belong to the past, Yendi. Half a year later, the first successful batch of applicants to the Outer Space Immigration Plan was announced. During this time, the whole matter hadn't cooled at all. Every corner of each continent was stirring excitedly and restlessly. Netizens would discuss this topic every day when they were online. On the other hand, companies were still trying to capture the markets. Companies that had once said they wouldn't need brand ambassadors now regularly invited celebrities for both online and offline activities in order to boost their brand recognition. The general public felt that companies that could mobilize the most celebrities and experts were more prestigious. These 6 months were very favorable to celebrities throughout all continents. Even those who had faded from the public eye also experienced a second spring. As the Public Safety Bureau's publicity representative and ambassador of the Outer Space Immigration Program, Fang Zhao never once faded from the public's view, although he didn't accept a single invitation. For any commercial activity, people still saw him when they took public transport, watched videos, or visited places of entertainment. Now, Fang Zhao's only billboard endorsements were for Fiery Bird's earphones and game consoles. As the brand ambassador for the Dieting series of earphones and 10th generation game console, Fang Zhao helped shoot a few commercials. Fiery Bird broke sales records and laughed all the way to the bank. Final results for the outer space immigration applicants had been released. Some people were excited, while others worried. But, as a whole, this was a good thing. It would forever be engraved in their memories. Television stations from all continents, large broadcasting platforms, and private media firms all started to follow up a week before the first immigration ship was scheduled to take off. On the day of launch, everyone was fighting to publish news. Yinzhou, at the ground floor of an apartment complex, a youngster dragged his luggage out of an old and run-down elevator. He was holding on to live broadcast equipment at the same time. Hello, everyone. This is your host, Little Bug. I am setting off already. Nowadays, livestream host Little Bug had a neat, glowing appearance. Even his fingernails were neatly trimmed. Only his old fans would be able to recognize him as the host who always referred to himself as lowly. This person had undergone a 180-degree turn. On the day he received the news that he had passed the audit, he had bawled his heart out before hundreds of thousands of viewers on his live stream. Following that, his outlook and attitude was no longer the same. Little Bug dragged his luggage out of the murky shadows of the apartment complex. I am moving. I submitted an application for welfare housing after my audit results came back, and it has already been approved. At least, I don't have to worry about not having a place to stay or having to be in a dormitory. I also applied for a job and passed that audit too. Now, I just have to go for an interview there. Right now, I am heading to the district's gathering point, where I'll meet with others to go to the station. There, we'll take flying transport to Yinzhou Spaceport. I heard that Fang Zhao is also headed there today. After we are done with the procedures at the spaceport, we might be lucky enough to get photos and autographs with him. As he walked along the pathway of the black streets, Little Bug glanced up at the crack of bright blue in between all the skyscrapers that reached beyond the clouds. This was the last time he would be seeing the sky in this manner. The breeze brought the stale and putrid smell, but Little Bug's outlook was completely different already. Little Bug smiled and increased his pace. He spoke to his livestream viewers. I see the gathering point. So many cars. Later on, everyone in our continent's first batch will gather at Yinzhou Spaceport for identity verification. I'll be busy later, so I'm stopping my livestream here. Everyone can watch the official live broadcast. This migration will be officially broadcast live. So, everyone, see you guys tomorrow on home number 2. After shutting down the live stream, Little Bug went to register at the district's gathering point before heading to the designated waiting room. Above the blue dome of heaven was being shown on screens in the waiting room. Currently, the series was in its second season, and many people watched it. Everyone thought that the first season was already good, but when the second season came out, it received even better reviews, especially for its music. Streaming numbers for the second seasons were significantly higher than the first's. The first season couldn't even be considered bad. The accompaniment music was interesting and infectious. Anyone hearing it would have an impression of it for some time. However, it wasn't long-lasting, and most people forgot it within a month. On the other hand, people actively searched for the second season's accompaniment music online to save it. Little Bug's own music playlist for his lifestyle was filled with Fang Zhao's pieces, ranging from old works to the current ones from the second season. After waiting for some time in the waiting room, Little Bug was directed to board the vehicle. He wasn't looking at the screen, but the music continued to play in his mind. The flowing sounds of strings combined with the piano's layered notes to depict faraway stars. In the quiet universe, glassy nebulae revolved rhythmically. Tiny drum beats that pounded to the starry rhythm gradually became more distinct and persistent. They broke through fogs and clouds. The glorious lights overwrote the past with each new ray. The mood became brighter with the added sunlight. Their footsteps picked up more spring with the awe-inspiring, emotional music. Little Bug and others got aboard the leaving cars. Their apprehension gradually died down as they watched the tall apartment blocks gradually get smaller and the sky become brighter and clearer. Spaciousness feels really great. He wasn't gifted nor a genius. He was just an ordinary person, but when he heard Fang Zhao's music, he felt that he could become whoever he wanted. Therefore, I really freaking love Fang Zhao. A certain hotel in Yinzhou, Qian City. A proud Nanfeng was informing Fang Zhao of the upcoming arrangements. He was no longer acting confident to maintain his image. Right now, he truly looked as though nothing in the world could faze him. Nanfeng himself reckoned that was the case too. Many people who knew the Nanfeng of the past were very shocked by this change. They didn't understand how he could have changed this much in such a short time. When asked, Nanfeng would casually chuckle and joke with them. Before, Nanfeng felt light and airy whenever he was praised. Now he was unaffected by others' flattery. Others felt that he was pretentious. Nanfeng didn't know whether he was being pretentious, but he was certain of one thing. In their little troop, his status was slightly higher than Yin Biao or Zhuiyu's. At 9 o'clock, Yinzhou television station interview. From 10 to 12, publicity representatives of the 12 continent spaceports will have an online dialogue session and answer questions. The motorcade heads to Yinzhou Spaceport at 2 in the afternoon. At 3:30. At 4. Ships leave the spaceports at 5. You have a spaceport press conference at 8 p.m. Yinzhou time. There will be a comprehensive live broadcast of this. Nanfeng went on to explain the remaining work arrangements for today, including some fine-tuning of the schedule. Boss, you only have 2 hours in the afternoon to eat and rest. I'll make sure this time stays clear of anyone or anything. Make the fullest of the rest time, as it will get very busy after that. Also, you will need to see the stylist before leaving for the events in the late afternoon. I'll be heading out in the afternoon, Fang Zhao said. Nanfeng was taken aback, but didn't press for answers. Then, shall I arrange a car? No need. I will go out alone. You look after curly hair. Nanfeng understood that this was a private matter and Fang Zhao didn't want anyone following him. All right. Fang Zhao wanted to head out alone in the afternoon and wasn't even bringing curly hair along. Nanfeng could only play games together with curly hair. After completing the morning's work and having his lunch, Fang Zhao drove away from the hotel in an inconspicuous car. As he passed the black street he had once lived in, Fang Zhao stopped his car for a bit. Afternoon sunlight passing through the crisscrossed installations from above resulted in fragmented spots of light hitting the bottom of the black street. A group of children playing around enviously eyed the flying cars above that were taking off. My mom says that we'll be in the next batch to relocate. My dad said it as well. Our entire family will be moving. I heard our new home has vast grasslands. It won't hurt to fall down there. The group of children shrieked excitedly and discussed whatever information they each heard. Fang Zhao smiled and drove off. He soon arrived at the Yenzhou Cemetery for Martyrs and walked into the cemetery. The cemetery guards here were already accustomed to the sight of Fang Zhao. They wouldn't necessarily recognize the really popular celebrities, but they definitely knew Fang Zhao very well. The first time they saw Fang Zhao here, the cemetery guards had thought that he was a dangerous person. Afterwards, as Fang Zhao became increasingly popular, many of Fang Zhao's songs were stored in their individual music playlists. They had also watched Founding Era, which Fang Zhao had acted in. However, their deepest impression stemmed from Fang Zhao visiting at least once every year. However, on such a day and at this time, why had Fang Zhao come over? He was the ambassador of the Outer Space Immigration Program and was definitely really busy right now. Furthermore, he would have officially been invited to participate in the activities today. Why had he come over to the Cemetery of Martyrs at a time when the entire world had their attention of the first batch of outer space immigrants? Because it was such a special time on a special day, the cemetery was practically devoid of tourists and people paying their respects. It was empty and very quiet. There was a routine ID verification and registration. The guards on duty were curious and asked Fang Zhao, "Why have you come here today? Looking for inspiration again?" Fang Zhao nodded with a smile, but didn't say anything else. "All right, you musicians are indeed different from the masses." Fang Zhao walked past many other gravestones and arrived at his own. He brushed away the fine dust on the gravestone and sat down before it. If each gravestone was a star, that era would also have been resplendent. The exhausting rhythm of despair seemed to have been a very long time ago. Fang Zhao looked up at the azure blue sky as if his gaze could see through the atmosphere towards faraway stars. For the countless stars in the vast universe, everything that happened wasn't new to them. Dynasties rose and fell. Golden ages came and went. Life and death meant nothing to them. This planet beneath his feet was but a mere speck of dust in the vast cosmos. Only people who had lived on its surface would know its importance. But now, humankind had already flown out from this little rock. "Take off," Fang Zhao muttered. In the distance, ships were leaving, and the hums of engines gradually died down. At the space station orbiting Earth, huge transport crafts berthed at the side were about to embark on a voyage to faraway destinations. More and more people would forget the scars of those arduous 100 years. No longer would they have to worry about another apocalypse. Perhaps one day in the future, everyone would forget this planet that had nurtured countless human lives. The scars of those 100 years would only exist in the dust-covered annals of history. Maybe in the distant future, those 100 years would just be summarized in a simple sentence. Or perhaps, there would be people that would remember the resplendent stars of that era on certain dim and starless nights. However, the era belonging to us has finally passed. I came from the past, and I belong to the past. Fang Zhao sat there in silence for quite some time. Finally, he got up and gazed at the rows of ash-colored gravestones before turning to leave. In the hotel room, Nanfeng was playing games with curly hair. From time to time, he would glance at the electronic clock at the side. "Boss, hurry up and return. We have to get you stage ready."